transformed into the son of Senju Hashirama, I initially intended to live a life of quietude until the foundation of Konohagakure. However, an eccentric system unexpectedly approached me, declaring that without completing its tasks, I would never grow taller. For the sake of future happiness, I had no choice but to challenge my father head-on. As a slacker reluctantly thrust into the role of a competitive figure, how would I carve out my own pinnacle of mediocrity in a world where strength reigns supreme? Chapter 1. I am Senju Fujin. As day turned to night within the Senju clan's residence, a man, adorned in a black form-fitting combat suit complemented by a crimson layered armor and bearing a white silk band, adorned with the Senju clan's emblem, gazed at his son who bore a striking resemblance to him. Fujin, what is your dream? He inquired. Father, my dream? I have no grand aspirations. I simply wish to eat, drink, play, and sleep every day, living in comfort and ease, replied the boy, dressed similarly but draped in a white robe marked with a swirling emblem. His name was Senju Fujin, a modern-day worker who had suddenly perished while scrolling through a social media platform, only to awaken in a war-torn ninja world as the newborn son of Senju Hashirama. Oh, did you not once express a desire to become a powerful figure, to help your father realize his dreams? Hashirama asked, puzzled by his son's nonchalance. Previously, Fujin frequently proclaimed his ambition to become an unparalleled powerhouse, but Hashirama, often dismissing it as childish bravado, never took it seriously. Each year, he would ask Fujin this question, hoping to see his child uphold the same dreams that fueled his own, as this was the essence of the will of fire. Because you're already strong enough, father. Once you decide, no one in the ninja world can rival you, Fujin replied, tilting his head and smiling. I detest war, and I know you will soon bring it to an end. Then everyone will live in peace and prosperity. You're now 10 years old. While I possess great strength, I cannot always be by your side to protect you. You must strive to enhance your own abilities, Hashirama said gently, ruffling Fujin's hair. Achieving peace in the world is no simple task, but I will work tirelessly to ensure you live the life you desire. Having lived for so long, Hashirama had witnessed death countless times, with all but his younger brother, Tobarama, having departed. The loss of loved ones had driven him to vow to end the chaos, a pursuit he had diligently undertaken. Now, with a wife and child to protect, he sought a peaceful and stable world, knowing it was the best path forward. I understand, father, but I am not someone to be trifled with. Don't let my age fool you. Even ordinary jonin are no match for me. Fujin replied with a grin, feeling a sense of pride as the son of the future first Hokage, the god of shinobi. Is that so? Then I shall test your strength today, Hashirama declared, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Come forth. Let me witness your prowess. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. You are far too strong, father. Challenging you would only invite a beating, Fujin retorted, a frown crossing his face as he hastily retreated, recalling the pain of past encounters. 3 years prior. Father, I wish to duel with you, the 7-year-old Fujin had boldly declared, seeking the glory of defeating the god of shinobi. Oh, Hashirama, taken aback by his son's audacity, vanished in an instant. Where'd he go? Fujin looked around in confusion, searching for his father's whereabouts. Suddenly, a massive wooden fist appeared above him, striking him into the ground, leaving only his head visible. Ouch! Fujin yelped in pain, a sizable bump forming on his head. From that moment on, he never dared to challenge Hashirama again. This child, Hashirama chuckled to himself, watching Fujin scurry away, lost in thought as he gazed at the scenery outside. Good thing I ran fast. Otherwise, I would have faced my father's wrath once more, Fujin mused as he returned to his room, a relieved smile on his face. 10 years in this world already. It won't be long before Konohagakure is established. Yet, I cannot fathom why the son of Senju Hashirama never appeared in the original narrative. He was never mentioned, save for Tsunade's remarks about his father's strength surpassing that of his grandfather. How could such a person vanish without a trace? Who possesses the power to eliminate him? Or perhaps, I have a hidden enemy lurking, waiting for the opportunity to claim my life? Lying on his bed, Fujin pondered his absence from the Naruto series, realizing he was a fusion of the strongest genes from both the Uzumaki and Senju clans, destined for immense power. Imagine Awakening would release, combined with the vast chakra reserves of both clans. His chakra would surpass even that of tailed beasts. Yet this individual inexplicably vanished, never even summoned by Edo Tensei, as if Tsunade had sprung forth from the cracks of the earth. Ding! Host's doubts detected. The divine selection system has been activated. Would you like to bind this system? As Fujin contemplated his non-appearance in the Naruto series, an electronic voice echoed in his mind. What? A system? My golden finger has arrived. Though I've already awakened would release, I should be invincible while alive. By the time the protagonists appear, I will have long since departed. What use is a system? Despite his astonishment at this unexpected boon, he considered the timing. Having already awakened would release, the system seemed merely an embellishment. Ding! Host has not made a selection. The system will automatically bind in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Ding! System binding successful. The divine selection system is at your service. As Fujin mulled over the system's delayed arrival, the 10 seconds elapsed, and the system had forcibly bound itself to him. Not adhering to the script at all. If you can bind yourself, why bother asking me? Beep. Congratulations, host, on successfully binding the divine selection system for the first time. The system is now operational. Please make your selection. As the system's voice echoed, a digital screen appeared before Senju Fujin, reminiscent of a driving test, presenting 3 options. Option 1. Undress and sleep, be a good child, a model youth, which naturally entails the habit of going to bed early and rising early. Completion reward. A commendation of good from Uzumaki Mito, alongside a kiss from the plumpest beauty of the Senju clan. Option 2. Tonight, express the desire to sleep. With your mother. As a good child, it's only natural to cling to her. Completion reward. A thorough beating from Senju Hashirama. Option 3. Immediately return to challenge Senju Hashirama to a duel. You are not permitted to stop until your chakra is fully exhausted. Completion reward. A summoning contract from the Wetbone Forest. Beep. Please make your selection promptly. Failure to choose within a day will result in a penalty. Your height will be permanently fixed. Senju Fujin's heart raced upon seeing the enormous screen, nearly cursing in frustration. System? Are you jesting with me? No matter what I do, it seems I am destined for a beating? Height fixation? What nonsense! I'm only about 5'2". Do you wish for me to remain shorty? Damn it. You. Very well, you've got some nerve. With no other choice, the system's penalties forced him into a decision, compelling him to act against his will, leaving him with no room for grievance. For the sake of his future height and dating prospects, he swallowed his anger, leaping from his bed and racing back to the original location. Hashirama, what are you still staring at? It's getting late. Let's return to sleep. At that moment, a woman clad in a white cheapao approached. Upon seeing Senju Hashirama, she spoke softly. With long crimson hair styled in twin buns and adorned with a golden crown, her forehead bore a purple diamond mark, and talismans hung from her ears. This was Uzumaki Mito, Senju Hashirama's wife and Senju Fujin's mother. Hey Mito, why are you out here? I was just about to head back. Senju Hashirama greeted Uzumaki Mito with a warm smile, gently taking her hand. After many years of marriage, the couple maintained mutual respect and happiness, blessed with their son, Senju Fujin. In this era, that was already a form of fortune. Dad, let's duel. I want to defeat you. Suddenly, Senju Fujin appeared before Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito, pointing at his father and shouting loudly. Chapter 2. The Furious Uzumaki Mito. Silence. In an instant, it felt as though the very air had solidified, and Senju Fujin sensed an overwhelming dread approaching him. Fujin, what did you say? Uzumaki Mito glared at Senju Fujin, her teeth clenched, her eyes ablaze with fury. What the heck, why is Mom here? This is a disaster. I'm going to get thrashed again. Senju Fujin feared Uzumaki Mito more than anyone else in the Senju clan, seeing his mother was akin to a mouse encountering a cat. Yet, given that his task remained incomplete, he had no choice but to press forward. This was a game of chicanery. It was all about the love a mother had for her child. Tough love, where hitting was affection. Mom, I want to challenge Dad. Please don't stop me. I must challenge him today. With determination, Senju Fujin fixed his gaze on Senju Hashirama. Old? Am I that old? Rarely did Senju Fujin exhibit such boldness, but upon hearing it, Uzumaki Mito's fury ignited, her head seemingly emanating flickers of flame as she advanced towards him, each step laden with immense pressure. What on earth is happening? Didn't I call you that before? Senju Fujin was baffled as to why his mother reacted this way today. Had he not called her mom in the past? Why was she now causing him trouble? Not good, must escape. Seeing Uzumaki Mito closing in, Senju Fujin felt an overwhelming atmosphere suffocating him, and he quickly prepared to flee. Think you can run? Secret technique. 4 symbols sealing. Suddenly, Uzumaki Mito clapped her hands, employing the unique secret arts of the Uzumaki clan, a formidable technique capable of autonomously locking onto individuals. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible. Within a radius of several meters, an invisible barrier emerged, extending 3 iron chains that bound him completely, lifting him into the air. Mom, please, let me go. I promise I won't do it again. Senju Fujin had intended to flee, but found himself ensnared, suspended by Uzumaki Mito's special technique. This was a unique sealing method of the Uzumaki clan. Only with brute force could one hope to break free. Uzumaki Mito's full-force seal was so potent that even Senju Hashirama, without using sage arts, could not break it, highlighting its formidable nature. This was also one reason the Uzumaki clan faced annihilation. Their sealing arts were simply too powerful. All right, Mito, let the child down. I wish to see how Fujin has grown during this time. At that moment, Senju Hashirama quickly approached, smiling at Uzumaki Mito. Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uzumaki Mito immediately released the seal, allowing Senju Fujin to descend. She had intended to retire early with Senju Hashirama, cherishing their time together, but their son's antics had disrupted her plans, leaving her quite displeased. Since Senju Fujin's arrival, their moments as a couple had dwindled, especially during a time of war when their time together was already limited. Now it was all spoiled. Hee hee. Mom, please don't be angry. You're so beautiful, a stunning beauty. If you get angry, it will affect your lovely appearance. Upon being released, Senju Fujin eagerly sought to placate Uzumaki Mito. You little rascal. I'll settle the score with you later. Uzumaki Mito shot a cold glance at Senju Fujin before turning away, leaving behind an awkward Senju Hashirama and a sullen son. Fujin, didn't you say you didn't want to get beaten? Why suddenly want to spar with your father? Senju Hashirama chuckled as he looked at Senju Fujin. Do you think I want to? If the system hadn't forced me, I wouldn't have come to challenge you. If I had known Mom was here, I would have chosen to sleep obediently. Senju Fujin thought begrudgingly, but life must go on, and so must the sparring. I suddenly wanted to test out a new ninjutsu, so I thought I'd consult Dad. With no other option, he put on a brave face and looked at Senju Hashirama. Well then, let's see what you've got. If you can defeat my shadow clone, it will prove you possess Jonin-level strength. Senju Hashirama regarded his son, intrigued by the new ninjutsu he had yet to see, and promptly created a wooden clone. Come on, Dad. I will be the first to defeat you. Senju Fujin quickly distanced himself from Senju Hashirama's clone, declaring with a huff. Let's see what happens. Senju Hashirama nimbly leaped onto a nearby tree branch, observing the impending clash between his clone and Senju Fujin. Once my chakra is depleted, I'll just unleash my full power. No need for taijutsu. In an instant, Senju Fujin entered a state of combat. Due to the system's demands, he was required to expend all of his chakra. Thus he sheathed his kunai, preparing for close-quarter combat. Though merely 10 years of age, Senju Fujin's chakra was vaster than that of the One Tail, making it no easy feat to deplete. Father, I am about to strike. You'd best pay attention, he declared. Ha! Bang! Wood release secret technique. Birth of the world of trees. With a fierce roar, Senju Fujin unleashed a series of wood release techniques, his hands swiftly coming together in a seal, as his immense chakra dwindled slightly. What? Wood release? Senju Hashirama, witnessing his son awaken the wood release, was utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. Only he had awakened the wood release within the entire Senju clan, underscoring its rarity. Now, the fact that Senju Fujin had also awakened it left him in shock. No wonder you have the confidence to challenge me. A slight smirk graced Hashirama's lips. It made sense that his son dared to confront him, having awakened the wood release. Fujin, while you have indeed awakened the wood release, it is not to be wielded in such a manner. Observe closely. The wood release is not to be used haphazardly. Against one who possesses the wood release like myself. Your technique merely grants me an advantage. Hashirama's clone regarded Senju Fujin with a smirk, then clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of wood release chakra that seized control of the birth of the world of trees from him. Hey Dad, are you robbing me? Indeed, it felt like robbery. Senju Fujin sensed his grip on the birth of the world of trees vanish instantaneously, realizing that his chakra had been squandered, and he exclaimed in alarm. However, this was not the time for exclamations. Countless trees surged toward him, their branches twisting and striking, forcing him to leap swiftly through the forest. Curse Father, you're insufferable. Would release. Technique of the Wooden Man left with no choice. Senju Fujin summoned the technique of the Wooden Man, conjuring a colossal wooden figure towering dozens of feet high near the Senju clan's grounds. Who goes there? At that moment, Senju Tobarama, who had just settled down to sleep, was abruptly awakened by the commotion and chakra fluctuations. He instantly vanished from his spot, appearing at the entrance of the Senju clan's grounds. As Senju Fujin summoned the Wooden Man, the disturbance was considerable, and given the proximity to the clan's domain, all clan members were roused from their slumber, emerging. With kunai in hand, fearing an attack. Who is it? Who dares to employ the Wooden Man technique of the clan leader? Wait, look closely. The figure isn't the clan leader. It's the young clan leader. What? The young clan leader? Where is the clan leader? Lord Tobarama, the clan leader is up ahead. Let's go take a look. Hey, as long as it isn't an enemy incursion. Let's move and see what's going on. As darkness enveloped the sky, visibility waned, yet all hurried toward the entrance of the clan grounds, young and old alike eager to witness the spectacle. What is this? Fujin and brother? What are they doing? Senju Tobarama's keen eyes discerned Senju Hashirama perched upon a branch, alongside his clone engaged in battle with Senju Fujin, murmuring to himself. Lord Tobarama, what is happening here? Indeed, Lord Tobarama, why is the young clan leader using the Wooden Man technique? Is a clan leader also involved? Yet, I see no sign of him. Lord Tobarama, what on earth is going on? Soon, the entire clan emerged en masse. Witnessing Senju Tobarama's puzzled inquiries, It seems brother and Fujin are training. You all needn't concern yourselves and can return to your rest. There's nothing to see here, so off you go. Seeing the clan members gathered, Senju Tobarama quickly urged them to return. However, it was evident that none wished to leave. All were eager to witness the duel between their clan leader and young clan leader. Ultimately, Tobarama ceased his attempts to disperse the crowd. Brother, what is the meaning of this? Why does Fujin possess the wood release? Tobarama materialized beside Senju Hashirama, his expression laced with confusion. Fujin has awakened the wood release. Once again, the Senju clan witnesses the emergence of wood release, which instills me with greater confidence in restoring order to the world. Senju Hashirama beamed at Tobarama, his internal resolve for peace growing more fervent. What? Fujin has also awakened the wood release. Brother, it seems our lineage is in good hands. If all the unique bloodline limits of the Senju clan could awaken, it would be splendid. Hearing his brother's words, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but smile, recognizing that the greater the abilities of the young clan leader, the better it would bode for their clan. While Tobarama had not awakened the wood release, he was renowned far and wide for his mastery of water release, regarded as the foremost among the elite beneath the two gods. Watch this. Upon summoning the Wooden Man, Senju Fujin immediately commanded it to deliver a punch towards Senju Hashirama's clone. Wood release. Technique of the Fang Shield. Bang! In an instant, Hashirama's clone conjured a shield resembling a fanged demon's face, effectively blocking Senju Fujin's assault. Chapter 3. Samaki vs. Senju Hashirama. Did you block it? With a single punch? Then witness my invincible flurry of strikes. Left hook, right hook, uppercut, and downward punch. Senju Samaki, realizing his punch had been thwarted, hastily commanded his wooden avatar to unleash a series of peculiar combinations. Bang, bang, bang. Despite Samaki's fervent efforts, he remained unable to shatter the wooden shield before him, a testament to the mastery of wood release, the art of the cloth bag. In an instant, the clone of Senju Hashirama, standing behind the shield, swiftly slammed his hands onto the ground. Suddenly, countless wooden arms erupted beneath Samaki's avatar, forcefully restraining it. Damn it! I can't move. Samaki soon discovered that his wooden avatar was utterly immobilized. No matter how he urged it, it could not escape the grasp of the wooden hands. As he continued to pour chakra into the avatar, hoping to break free, a wooden hand stealthily appeared behind him, lunging towards him. Whoosh! The wooden hand advanced rapidly, accompanied by a whistling sound. This is bad, a substitution technique. Samaki quickly sensed something amiss and executed the substitution technique, reappearing on solid ground. Boom! Where Samaki had just stood, a wooden limb emerged, instantly crushed to splinters by the grasping hand. What the hell, Dad? What are you trying to do? Commit parricide? Samaki realized that had he not employed the substitution technique, he would have been crushed without a doubt. It was sheer brutality. Humph. Are you still in the mood to talk? Hashirama's clone scoffed at Samaki, and once again, countless wooden hands materialized before him, reaching out to ensnare him. This is bad. Water release, water surge. Upon seeing the multitude of wooden hands, Samaki quickly dodged, then clasped his hands together, summoning a swirling water vortex that shredded the surrounding wooden appendages into fragments. Go. He directed the water vortex towards Hashirama's clone. Boom. Instantly, the water vortex expanded like a waterfall, transforming the area within hundreds of meters into a vast river. This kid has truly absorbed my essence, hasn't he? Chuckled Senju Tobarama, standing beside Hashirama. Not bad at all. His reflexes are commendable. If it weren't for my own mastery of wood release, most jonin would have perished by now, Hashirama noted, admiration flickering in his gaze as he looked at his son, filled with pride. Hashirama's clone then leaped atop the treetops, furrowing his brow as he observed Samaki standing upon the water's surface. Water release, heavenly weeping. In an instant, Samaki expelled countless water needles from his mouth, directing them toward Hashirama's clone. Wood release, wood pillar wall. Hashirama's clone immediately conjured a wooden barrier, shielding himself within. Thud, thud, thud. The water needles struck the wooden wall, ultimately cascading down as mere droplets. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Subsequently, Hashirama's clone executed the wood dragon technique, leaping lightly onto the dragon's back, soaring towards Samaki. Roar. The wood dragon roared at Samaki, opening its colossal jaws to bite down on him. Humph. The water release consumes far too much chakra. Wasting chakra on wood release is futile. My father has me under control, which is quite troublesome. Samaki scoffed. Realizing that any other wood release he attempted would be countered by Hashirama, their strengths clearly on different levels. Though he aimed to exhaust his chakra, he certainly could not allow himself to be defenseless. His uncle's water release was incredibly taxing on chakra and possessed formidable offensive capabilities, making it an effective means of rapid chakra depletion. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. Samaki clasped his hands together, invoking Tobarama's ultimate technique, drawing a substantial amount of water from the river beneath him to form a massive whirlpool that surged skyward. As the vortex ascended higher than Hashirama's wood dragon, it transformed into a water dragon, diving downwards. Roar, roar. The two colossal dragons collided, while Hashirama's clone utilized the tree world wall to shield himself, swiftly escaping the water dragon's attack range, continuing towards Samaki. Indeed, relying solely on water release cannot break the wood dragon technique. Water clone technique, sealing technique, diamond lock. Instantly, several chakra chains shot forth from behind the water clone, binding the wood dragon entirely. Boom. The wood dragon was ensnared by Samaki's diamond lock, plunging into the river and creating a splash. Not bad. Jinjutsu, dark walking technique. As Hashirama's clone leaped from the wood dragon after Samaki unleashed his secret technique, he swiftly charged at him, employing Jinjutsu. I can't see. This is the Jinjutsu my uncle just devised. How infuriating. Samaki suddenly found himself enveloped in darkness, unable to sense the location of Hashirama's clone. Water release, water bullets barrage. Unable to perceive Hashirama, Samaki hastily infused chakra into his hands, spinning rapidly as he unleashed countless water projectiles in a 360-degree assault. Pew, pew. Samaki's water projectiles rained down as if there were no cost, serving as a formidable defensive measure. Wood release, wood prison technique. While dodging the water projectiles, Hashirama's clone swiftly clasped his hands together, causing numerous trees to sprout beneath Samaki, forming a colossal wooden prison. The trees, seemingly alive, evaded Samaki's water projectiles, transforming into vines that ensnared him tightly, confining him within the wooden prison. Damn! Samaki felt his hands and feet bound by the wooden bars, and the darkness before him dissipated, restoring his clarity. At that moment, Hashirama's clone approached him slowly, and a sly grin crept across Samaki's face. Water release, water prison technique. Unbeknownst to him, beneath Hashirama's feet, a water clone of Samaki emerged, swiftly employing the water prison technique against Hashirama's clone. Just as Hashirama was about to be ensnared by the water prison, he drew a katana, effortlessly slicing through Samaki's water clone, which shattered into a puddle. Incredible. My father is truly formidable, He even anticipated this. However, there is still no explanation. Giant Rasengan rise. Samaki initially believed he was victorious, only to find his water clone effortlessly dispelled by Hashirama's sword. Boom. Samaki shouted in fury as a blue chakra sphere materialized in his restrained right hand, rapidly expanding and shattering the wooden prison. Father, taste my newly developed jutsu. Water instantaneous body technique. In an instant, Samaki vanished from his spot. As long as there was a lake he created, he could instantly arrive at his desired location. Akin to a spatial ninjutsu, albeit reliant on the water he had summoned. Suddenly, Samaki reappeared behind Hashirama's clone, the giant Rasengan barreling towards him. Hashirama's clone sensed danger approaching from behind, swiftly pivoting and drawing his blade to retaliate. Boom. Clang. In an instant, the katana in Hashirama's clone was shattered, propelled backward by the force of the attack. Is this a ninjutsu you devised yourself? Quite impressive. It appears there is still much potential for growth. Senju Hashirama truly deserves the title of God of Shinobi. In an instant, he perceived the vast potential for growth in the Rasengan wielded by Senju Tobarama, as it had yet to incorporate any chakra nature transformations. Father, the best part is yet to come. Wood release, shadow clone. Wind release, Rasengan shuriken. Suddenly, a wood release clone appeared beside Tobarama, who immediately unleashed the wind release Rasengan shuriken, hurling it fiercely towards Hashirama's shadow clone. The addition of chakra nature made it unstable and increased the risk of failure, which could inflict significant harm on the body. It was still in its infancy and had not been fully developed. A typical shadow clone could not withstand such an attack, but the wood release clone was different. Being a true entity, it would not dissipate from mere damage. Even if the wood release clone were to be dispelled, it would instantly transform into wooden branches to ensnare or assault the enemy, showcasing its formidable strength. Such a powerful aura. The Hashirama clone furrowed his brow, sensing a hint of danger. Summoning technique, triple summoning gates. In an instant, the clone summoned 3 gates, positioning himself atop the final gate. His gaze fixed on the Rasengan shuriken launched by Tobarama. Boom, boom, boom. Before the first gate could make contact with the Rasengan shuriken, it was shredded by the rapidly spinning cyclone beside it. The second gate followed suit, collapsing swiftly and reaching the third gate in a flash. Has chakra nature transformation been applied? Its penetrating power has multiplied exponentially. This is indeed an impressive ninjutsu. However, the damage to the human body must be considerable. Classified as a forbidden technique, it is not permitted for other clan members to practice. Hashirama squinted at the ongoing battle, feeling the force of the Rasengan shuriken. His brow furrowed as he swiftly relegated it to obscurity. Chapter 4. Choice completed, slumber descends. Tobarama, this kid is quite similar to me, ISNT? Brother, don't you think? Observing Tobarama's performance, Hashirama smiled broadly, genuinely pleased with his nephew. Look at you, just like your own character. This technique is forbidden. No one is allowed to practice it, Hashirama coldly retorted, continuing to focus on the battlefield. Finally, there is someone like me. Creating a technique is a forbidden art. Tobarama cast a resentful glance at Hashirama, feeling indignant for both of them at his brother's remark, yet knowing he could not best him and must comply. Impressive power. The Hashirama clone nodded subtly as the Rasengan shuriken continued its advance toward him. He then leaped backward, just as he descended from the gate. The Rasengan shuriken struck the third gate. Bang! Crackle! Instantly, the Rasengan shuriken unleashed its full force, countless wind nature chakra needles piercing through the third gate, producing a deafening sound. Crash! Soon after, the third gate succumbed, yet the Rasengan shuriken only continued to unleash its residual force upon the ground, creating a water vortex that splashed the surrounding river water in all directions. Wow, the young clan leader is incredibly strong. He can actually hold his own against the clan leader for so long. And what ninjutsu is this? I've never seen it before. It's truly remarkable. The young clan leader has awakened wood release and possesses formidable water release as well, reminiscent of Lord Tobarama. The Senju clan is surely destined for greatness. Indeed, the entire world will belong to the Senju clan in the future. Under the leadership of the clan leader and the young clan leader, we will surely defeat the Uchiha clan. Absolutely. With the clan leader and the young clan leader, we will undoubtedly vanquish the Uchiha clan. Those scoundrels are wicked. In the next great battle, we must annihilate them completely. The clash between Hashirama and Tobirama instilled hope in all members of the Senju clan, filling them with immense confidence to overpower the Uchiha clan. Tobirama, your strength truly surprises me. However, from here on, I will unleash my full power. Do be cautious. The Hashirama clone regarded Tobirama with a glimmer of approval and appreciation, for he had yet to unleash his true strength. Though it would clone, its power surpassed that of many previous Hokage. It was not something an ordinary person could contend with. Humph! Tobirama let out a cold snort, having expended a significant portion of his chakra through extensive ninjutsu usage. Although his chakra was still vast due to his youth, he believed he would soon surpass his father. Would release, would human technique. Would release, would dragon technique. In an instant, Hashirama clasped his hands together, shouting in fury as a towering wooden figure emerged, entwined with a wooden dragon around its neck. Is that all you can do? I can do it too, come on. Let us brawl. Huh. Would release, would human technique. Would release, would dragon technique. Subsequently, an extraordinary sight unfolded as two colossal wooden giants and wooden dragons appeared near the Senju clan grounds, although Tobirama's was slightly smaller, likely due to his lesser proficiency. Uft, Dad, why is your wooden figure so much larger than mine? Tobirama exclaimed, nearly spitting blood at the sight of his father's towering wooden figure. Lack of proficiency, just practice a few more times to get accustomed. Now, I shall make my move. Hashirama smirked slightly, calmly stating, as he commanded the wooden figure to charge at Tobirama's wooden figure. Boom, boom, boom. The two wooden figures clashed, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. I'll hit, I'll hit, I'll hit. Tobirama's wooden figure engaged in fierce combat with Hashirama's, exchanging blows, while the two wooden dragons battled fiercely as well. Crash. However, it wasn't long before Tobirama's wooden figure was struck down to the ground. Ouch! Even Tobirama was violently thrown to the ground, letting out a pained cry. Not only is Dad's wooden figure larger, but its power exceeds mine by a significant margin. What a loss! Tobirama cursed silently upon witnessing his wooden figure utterly powerless against Hashirama's. Would release, flower tree world descend. This is my last chakra. Once I expend it all, I will find relief. Tobirama hastily invoked the ultimate secret technique of wood release. He fervently poured his chakra into the ground, nourishing the dormant trees beneath, causing them to grow rapidly and expand. As each tree blossomed with numerous red flowers, they absorbed Tobirama's chakra and flourished, ultimately releasing vast clouds of toxic pollen across the entire battlefield. Have you succumbed to desperation? But I warned you, wood release is ineffective against me. All your efforts are in vain. Observing the vast forest summoned by Tobirama, Hashirama smirked slightly, unfazed by the display. As the god of wood release, he found any wood release technique ineffective against him. Even if he inhaled the pollen, he would remain unperturbed. This is the might of the sage body, not something ordinary physiques can compare to. Dad, I just want to use up my chakra quickly. I don't want to fight anymore. Battling you is too exhausting. Tobirama murmured in response to Hashirama's words, continuing to fervently channel his chakra. The trees grew taller and denser as he expended every last bit of chakra he possessed. The trees surged towards Senju Hashirama with an almost sentient determination, thrusting themselves forward as if driven by an unseen force. Bang, bang, bang. Hashirama commanded the wooden figures to charge rapidly towards Senju Tobirama, crashing through every tree in their path with reckless abandon. Huffing and puffing, he finally expended his chakra, feeling utterly drained. At that moment, Senju Tobirama sensed the last vestiges of his chakra being channeled into the trees beneath him, gasping for breath while perched on a branch. Ding! The system announced that the host had successfully made a choice and completed a task, earning the reward of the Whetbone Forest summoning contract. Now stored in the system's bag, ready for selection at any time. At last, the system's notification brought him a glimmer of comfort amidst his exhaustion. Finally, it was over. He felt utterly spent. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Tobirama exhaled with relief, his body succumbing to fatigue as he tumbled from the tree. What? Hashirama's clone witnessed Tobirama's sudden descent and furrowed his brow, swiftly conjuring a tree beneath him to catch his fall. This kid, utterly depleted of chakra, truly gives his all. Remarkable. His prowess is formidable, making him a powerful presence in the ninja world. As long as he avoids that freak Madara, he should be safe from being defeated. Hashirama's clone quickly arrived at Tobirama's side, cradling him in his arms. Noticing his brother had fainted, he listened to his steady breathing, a slight smile gracing his lips as he leaped back towards his main body. Is it over? Who has emerged victorious? The young clan leader is truly impressive. I feel as though I am no match for him. I too, as an elite jonin, find myself dwarfed by this 10-year-old boy's strength. It is simply extraordinary. I am already a half-shadow, yet I do not feel superior to the clan leader. And you still dare to speak. What an exhilarating spectacle. We seldom witness such battles led by the clan leader. The battlefield was chaotic, rendering it nearly impossible to observe. But today was indeed thrilling. Haha, the day of the Senju clan's resurgence has arrived. Countless members of the Senju clan sensed that their strength would inevitably grow, especially with such a formidable young leader. In just a few years, they would boast 2 god-level powerhouses. During the Warring States period, the classification of ninja strength was as follows: Genin, Elite Genin, Chunin, Elite Chunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Half Shadow, Shadow, Super Shadow, and God. Beyond that, there exist the 6 paths and the Super 6 paths, but they do not fall into the classifications of the Warring States period. Currently, only 2 individuals in the entire ninja world possess god-level strength: Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The other 2 who are infinitely close to godhood are Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna, as determined by their battles on the battlefield. A clan lacking shadow-level powerhouses has little reason to survive. Shadow-level warriors hold significant importance within their clans, with the Senju and Uchiha clans being the strongest. Following closely is the Hyuga clan, but after the death of their leader, Hyuga Tenjin, the clan's strength significantly diminished, withdrawing entirely from the battlefield. On the battlefield, only the Senju and Uchiha clans continue to clash. This child truly gives his all. Let us go. It's getting late. Everyone should rest early. Hashirama took Tobarama from his clone's arms and directed Tobarama to quickly leap back to their clan grounds. Chapter 5. Anticipating Peace. Tobarama smiled slightly as he instantly appeared at the clan's entrance, instructing everyone to retire for the night. What? This kid truly pushes himself. You should have intervened. He has exhausted all his chakra. After Hashirama carried Tobarama back to his room, Uzumaki Mito approached, her eyes filled with concern as she reproached Hashirama. It's all right. Expending chakra is beneficial. After he recovers tomorrow, his total chakra will double, which is advantageous for him. Hashirama gently laid Tobarama on the bed, covering him with a blanket before turning to Mito. Humph. Mito huffed softly, sitting by the bed and gently caressing Tobarama's face, her eyes reflecting a tender affection. The next morning, upon awakening, Tobarama felt a surge of vitality coursing through him. It must be said that inheriting Hashirama's sage body has vastly enhanced his physical condition, with remarkable recuperative abilities. How did I fall asleep? Is it morning? Oh, last night truly exhausted me. Sometimes, having an abundance of chakra feels like a curse. After awakening and realizing the sun was up, he yawned and stretched before rising from his bed. I wonder if there are any beautiful women around now. What was Tsunade's mother called? What will my future wife's name be? I suddenly realize I am unfamiliar with the plot, and I don't even know who my wife is. Am I truly a traveler? What a peculiar situation. After getting out of bed, Tobarama's thoughts drifted to Tsunade's mother, whom he did not know, and he pondered the existence of beautiful women during the Warring States period. He felt lost in his quest for a target, as if he could not find one at all. Can the Senju clan marry? Those distant relatives should not be an option, right? And surely there are many women in the Uchiha clan? However, given the current tensions, pursuing a woman from the Uchiha clan seems unrealistic. What about the Uzumaki and Hyuga clans? That idea has merit. Though Tobarama is still young, he will grow quickly. He cannot forsake the thought of a wife. Since he does not know who his wife is, he must set his sights on the long term. More options are always better. Ding. The system detected the host's nefarious thoughts and triggered the divine selection system. Option 1. Marry a woman from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha women are gentle and virtuous. A rare find indeed. Task completion reward: Indra's bloodline. Option 2. Take a woman from the Hyuga clan as a wife. Hyuga women are sweet and shy, exceptionally virtuous, and well suited for marriage. Task completion reward: 1 million Ryo. Option 3. Marry a beauty from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan is the prime choice for Jinchuriki and may prove useful in the future. Task completion reward: Uzumaki sealing techniques. Ding. Selection must be completed within 3 years. Otherwise, the penalty will be an outbreak of acne. As Tobarama pondered his options, the system activated, presenting 3 choices before him. What use is 1,000,000 Ryo to me? I am the young clan leader of the Senju. Do I lack money? I possess the Uzumaki bloodline and have mastered their sealing techniques. Is there any need for that? System, you must be doing this on purpose. Trying to force me to marry a woman from the Uchiha clan. The other 2 rewards are useless. If I obtain Indra's bloodline, would that not enable me to awaken the Rinnegan? Regardless of the possibility, I must give it a try. Marrying an Uchiha woman seems quite challenging, as they generally do not intermarry with outsiders. Curse this system for always leading me astray. With a frown, Tobarama fell into deep contemplation, ultimately deciding to seek out the beauties of the Uchiha clan. After all, they are plentiful. Ahem. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone knocked on Tobarama's door. Who is it? In an instant, Senju Fujin's thoughts were interrupted, prompting him to call out towards the door. Young clan leader, the clan head requests your presence. A battle is imminent, and you must take to the battlefield this time as well, exclaimed Senju Wangza, the messenger. To the battlefield? Another conflict looms? I wonder if it is related to the time my second uncle killed Uchiha Izuna. Senju Fujin murmured upon hearing Wangza's words. Understood, I shall go at once. He then called out towards the door, tidied his bedding, and stepped outside. Soon, he made his way to the conference hall of the Senju clan. Young clan leader. Young clan leader. The Senju clan's territory was heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every few steps. Following the fierce battle between Senju Hashirama and Senju Fujin the previous night, everyone acknowledged this young clan leader and greeted him eagerly. Senju Fujin nodded slightly and entered the meeting room. Within the meeting room, Senju Hashirama sat in the elevated position, flanked by 8 elder-level members of the Senju clan, along with Senju Tobarama, all of whom possessed formidable strength. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss how to defeat the Uchiha clan this time. Hashirama began as he noticed Fujin's arrival. Clan head, I propose we go all out. The clan head and the young clan leader should combine their efforts to eliminate Uchiha Madara. Once he is dispatched, the other members of the Uchiha clan will pose no significant threat, will they? The speaker was none other than the elder Senju Hirogen, a seasoned shadow-level expert, who smiled at Hashirama. Indeed, clan head, the elder's words ring true. As long as we can eliminate Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan will be leaderless. I find this approach feasible, though it may lack morality. In our times, morality seems unnecessary. Achieving our goals suffices, remarked the second elder, Senju Huading, nodding in agreement with Hashirama. Yes, clan head, the strengths of our 2 clans are quite comparable, but it ultimately comes down to high-level combat prowess. The young clan leader is already quite powerful and can certainly assist the clan head in taking down Uchiha Madara. Many elders expressed their agreement, affirming that as long as Senju Hashirama could eliminate Madara, it would be enough. However, despite the unanimous consensus, Hashirama hesitated. He had never wished to engage in battle with the Uchiha clan, let alone against his dear friend, Uchiha Madara. Madara was his only true friend, and both aspired for world peace, a vision Hashirama had tirelessly pursued. Turning to Senju Tobarama, he appeared to seek guidance on whether this course of action was indeed the right one, his heart a tumult of confusion. Brother, I believe this plan is sound. Fujin's strength is fully capable of aiding you in addressing Uchiha Madara, Tobarama stated. Harboring a deep disdain for the Uchiha clan and feeling elated at the prospect of utilizing Fujin's strength. Dad, may I share my personal perspective? At this moment, Senju Fujin, summoning his courage, stood up. He still harbored hopes of marrying a beautiful Uchiha, and killing their clan leader would undoubtedly sow seeds of hatred. If we were to eliminate them, would my beloved not flee? We can postpone such drastic measures. My mission remains paramount. Oh, pray tell. Hashirama's eyes gleamed with anticipation, as if he had found a beacon of hope. He recognized that his son also cherished peace and was averse to violence. With Fujin's position within the clan becoming increasingly stable, he now possessed a voice of authority. Father, I feel we have fought the Uchiha clan long enough. I believe that the shinobi world should not be rife with conflict. I yearn for global harmony. I wish to harness my own strength to bring peace to all, allowing the world to become a kinder place where everyone can live well. War only deepens animosities and resolves nothing. Should we unite with the Uchiha clan, we could govern the entire shinobi world, paving the way for lasting peace. I aspire to create a realm devoid of war, chaos, and the sorrow of losing loved ones. Just like the elder brothers, Tianxin, Wangshan, and Liangchen, who were all your children, yet perished due to warfare. If our world were free from strife, would we still suffer such losses? Senju Fujin passionately articulated, not entirely certain of his own words, but expressing a desire to avoid conflict and establish Konoha as the ideal solution. This way, he could enjoy a peaceful life, pursuing romance and leisurely strolls. Wouldn't such a life be delightful? Ding. The system detected the host's longing for peace and activated the divine selection system. Option 1. Engage in battle, eliminate Uchiha Madara. By doing so, peace will ensue in the shinobi world, allowing the Senju clan to dominate. Task reward, permanent halving of chakra quantity. Option 2. Engage in battle. Personally eliminate Uchiha Izuna, the second strongest of the Uchiha clan. This will also lead to Senju clan dominance. Task reward, Uchiha Madara's wrathful retribution. Option 3. End the conflict and establish Konoha. Task reward, charismatic aura, significantly enhances appeal to women. As Senju Fujin spoke, the system unexpectedly presented him with 3 choices, leaving him astounded. System, did you design this for fools? How amusing. Upon seeing the 3 options before him, even a fool would choose the third. However, the charismatic aura, wasn't that supposed to be the aura of dominance? This reward left him utterly bewildered. Yet it seemed that the aura had a potent effect, attracting potential partners. What? Young clan leader, what do you mean by that? Yes, young clan leader. The Uchiha clan has taken the lives of so many of our brethren. Can we simply let them go? Indeed, young clan leader. You are still young and may not grasp the brutality of war. Countless Senju clan members have fallen to their hands. They are the source of evil and must be eradicated. Young clan leader, you cannot show mercy. In this world, those who exhibit kindness may find themselves in peril. Fujin's words detonated like an atomic bomb, igniting fervent reactions among the elders present, who flushed with indignation. Even Senju Tobarama stood in shock, realizing that this nephew he had cherished shared his father's sentiments. Deep down, he too was reluctant to spare the Uchiha clan. Some may wonder why Tobarama, the second Hokage, harbored such animosity towards the Uchiha clan. The reason lies here. 7 years prior, the Uchiha clan had stolen Tobarama's fiancée, the princess of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Shizune. Originally, the Senju clan intended to forge an alliance with the Sarutobi clan, leading to an arranged marriage orchestrated by Senju Tobarama's father, Senju Butsuma. Although the Sarutobi clan was not particularly formidable, the Senju clan found themselves severely weakened in their solitary struggle against the Uchiha and the Yuhi clans, resulting in significant casualties. Thus, they sought to recruit the Sarutobi clan, believing that smaller clans would be more compliant. Once united through marriage, they would become mere pawns in their grand strategy. Could the Hyuga clan, renowned for their pride, ever consent to marry their princess to Senju Tobarama? Clearly, that would be out of the question. Within their lineage, marriages typically occurred among kin to preserve their bloodline. Conversely, the Sarutobi clan, eager to align themselves with the mighty Senju, ultimately acquiesced. However, on the day of their union, the Uchiha clan discerned their intentions and made a bold move to abduct the bride. Sarutobi Shinsaku was seized by the Uchiha, and although she was eventually returned home, she was no longer pure, instilling a deep resentment in Senju Tobarama toward the Uchiha clan. Ah, truly my son, you mirror your father, embodying a love for peace. I commend you. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Senju Hashirama's lips curled into a slight smile, his heart swelling with pride. Esteemed elders, you are all aware that the Uchiha clan has slain many of our kin. Yet, we too have taken countless lives from the Uchiha. Why have our kin perished? And theirs as well? It is due to the ravages of war. Without conflict, we would not face such losses. Each person could live a long and joyful life. If we continue to wage war, countless more will follow in death, both from our clan and theirs. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? If we now choose to cease hostilities, our future generations need not pay for our past grievances. Tobarama, undaunted, surveyed the assembly of elders and boldly spoke. Elders, do you not agree with my sentiments? Awkward silence fell as the elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Tobarama, have you considered that even if we agree, will our clansmen concur? Many harbored deep-seated hatred toward the Uchiha due to personal losses. Even if our kin were to agree, what of the Uchiha? Would they consent to peace? At this juncture, Senju Tobarama fixed a penetrating gaze upon Tobarama, presenting a historical conundrum. Indeed, Should we agree, will our kin follow suit? And if they do, what about the Uchiha? Tobarama pondered this matter with perhaps too simplistic an outlook. Exactly. Young clan leader, what good is our agreement? It is our kin's consensus that matters. Our approval holds no weight. The elders nodded in unison, thoroughly convinced by Tobarama's assertions. If our kin dissent, let them engage in battle. If the Uchiha refuse, we shall fight until they relent. I cannot bear to witness my brothers and sisters fall upon the battlefield any longer. Therefore, I beseech you, esteemed elders, grant me one opportunity. I shall devise a means to persuade our kin and the Uchiha to reconcile. Together, we shall establish a village, safeguarding it and the children within, ensuring all may live in peace and prosperity. Tobarama bowed deeply to the elders, who had been so consumed by the chaos of war that persuading them to abandon their animosity toward the Uchiha seemed a daunting task. He was uncertain how his father had managed to sway these obstinate elders within the original narrative. Yet, as a child, he felt that perhaps his words might resonate with them. Haha, I find no fault in what Tobarama has said. You are simply too competitive. If we could coexist peacefully, the Senju clan would flourish even more. Consider this. After millennia of struggle, why does our clan only number a mere few thousand? In an era of peace, our clan could prosper, swelling to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. Do you truly think the Senju clan would remain weak then? Senju Hashirama rose, addressing the elders. The elders, seeing Hashirama speak, appeared to agree, caught in a moment of indecision. They had been unaware of the profound friendship between Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, a secret known only to Tobarama. Humph. Tobarama scoffed quietly, saying nothing, yet his heart was filled with reluctance. Thank you, uncle, Tobarama thought, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in his eyes. Ah, the beauties of the Uchiha clan, come to me. The thought of the Uchiha's allure brought joy to Tobarama's heart. Ultimately, with Hashirama's support, all 8 elders agreed. Provided Tobarama could persuade the clan members, they would have no objections. However, peace could only be achieved with the Uchiha's consent. Otherwise, their aspirations would remain unrealized. I am immensely grateful for your trust, esteemed elders. I shall now gather all our clansmen to discuss this matter. Tobarama bowed once more and swiftly turned to exit. Ah, just like my son, Hashirama observed as Tobarama departed, a smile gracing his lips. Soon, Tobarama summoned all clan members, young and old, to the training grounds. I heard the young clan leader is summoning us for a speech. Is there something of great importance? I am not sure. Just look at how many have gathered. It must be significant. I heard it is something monumental, though I do not know what. Then why even say that? You're just talking nonsense. At least I know it is something of great importance. Do you know what it is? I do not. But I know that even a fool can see that gathering so many people must be for a significant announcement. Once all clansmen were assembled, murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd as they exchanged glances. Clansmen, may I have your attention, please? I have something to share, and I hope you will remain calm. Tobarama called out, raising his voice. Everyone silence. The young clan leader is about to speak. Shushing fell over the crowd as all eyes turned to Tobarama, their hearts filled with curiosity about his impending revelation. Now, I wish to announce an important matter. I present you with a choice. If I were to propose that you abandon hostilities against the Uchiha, allowing us all to live in peace, free from war and separation, would you accept? If you would, step to my left. If not, step to my right. Tobarama urged the crowd, eager to discern who was willing and who was not, with the intent of persuading the dissenters. Chapter 7. The Uchiha clans favor what? No more fighting? The Uchiha clan has slain my brother. I must exact my vengeance. Indeed, the Uchiha clan has taken so many of our kin. How can we simply let it go? I am determined to eliminate them all to quell the fury within my heart. I disagree. I refuse to abandon our resistance against the Uchiha clan. I find merit in the notion. Our 2 clans have been at odds for far too long. Perhaps it is time to rest. I yearn for a peaceful existence. I do not wish for my future children to endure the same fate as we have. I concur. We have suffered enough in our generation, and there is no need to inflict further torment upon our children. I disagree. I vehemently disagree. At these words from Senju Tobarama, the crowd of thousands erupted into a cacophony of discussion, voices raised in fervor. Ding. The host has encountered a dilemma. The divine selection system has activated, presenting the following choices. Option 1. Make an example of dissenters by eliminating a few opposing clansmen to achieve one's goal. After all, Making an example is a common tactic employed by those in power. Task completion reward. Expulsion from the Senju clan. Option 2. Allow events to unfold. Adhering to the principle of the majority. After all, in times of significant disagreement, the majority's will is a wise path. Task completion reward. An unending feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Option 3. Ingeniously address the dissenters' unwillingness to agree, thus achieving universal acceptance for peace. This will require the host's utmost effort. I have faith in you. Task completion reward. Uchiha clan's favor 10. A screen materialized before Senju Tobarama, and upon reading the information, he was unfazed. After all, this system was designed for deception. I said silence. I present you with choices, not a platform for discord. Now, let us begin. Those in favor step to the left, those opposed to the right. Senju Tobarama bellowed at the assembly, an invisible aura of authority pressing upon them. This was the weight of bloodline. The power of one's lineage could suppress that of a lesser bloodline, and such dynamics only manifested among kin. Hearing Tobarama's command, the crowd fell silent, beginning to make their choices. The Senju clan, numbering barely over 3,000, organized themselves accordingly. Those in favor were predominantly families with numerous children, while those opposed were mostly individuals who had lost nearly all their kin, their hatred for the Uchiha clan burning fiercely. In the end, the tally revealed that the majority supported the ceasefire, with over 2,500 agreeing. Conversely, less than 1,300 stood against it, a considerable number nonetheless. Very well. I grasp your stance. You oppose, do you? I understand that many of your brothers and sisters perished in the turmoil. But consider, do you still have surviving siblings? Parents? If you were to fall on the battlefield, what would become of them? Would they continue to seek vengeance for you? Reflect upon why our brothers and sisters fell. Was it not due to war? War has claimed their lives, not the Uchiha clan. They may have taken many of our kin, but have we not also taken many of theirs? In the spirit of empathy, I urge you to contemplate the choice between war and peace. Personally, I favor peace. I wish for all children to thrive in joy and security. The decision now rests with you. In his endeavor to fulfill the task, Senju Tobarama exerted every effort to persuade them to relinquish their grievances. The words of the young clan leader hold some truth, yet I sense something amiss. I believe the young clan leader speaks wisely. Our continued conflict only begets death. We have witnessed loss on both sides. I have long envisioned a peaceful existence, though anger has clouded my judgment. If only my brother could have lived to witness this moment. Indeed, if my brother were alive, he would stand with us now, and our family would not be left with but a solitary male heir. Tobarama's words resonated with many clansmen, prompting them to reflect deeply, ultimately finding merit in the young clan leader's perspective. Gradually, over 1,000 dissenters withdrew, leaving merely over 100 in opposition. So many have chosen to relinquish their resistance. What purpose do I serve here? Many harbored similar thoughts, initially hesitant to align with the pro-peace faction. However, as they observed numerous clansmen joining the ranks of agreement, some felt compelled to follow suit. After all, who does not yearn for peace? They had long awaited tranquility, and if harmony could be achieved, free from strife, it would indeed be a most splendid outcome. In the span of a quarter hour, only a handful of opponents remained, their animosity towards the Uchiha clan starkly evident. What are your thoughts, you few? Nearly all clansmen have opted for peace. Why do you persist in your opposition? In a peaceful future, you could live safely with your families. Does that not appeal to you? Senju Tobarama approached the remaining few, eager to engage them directly. Young clan leader, my father, brother, and all my kin fell in battle. I am the sole survivor. I cannot relinquish the deep-seated hatred I harbor for the Uchiha clan. A member of the Senju clan spoke with clenched teeth, the mere mention of the Uchiha igniting his fury. The others nodded in agreement, their sentiments aligned. Sai, while I sympathize with your plight, consider this. You too will have a family in the future. As the last of your line, is it not prudent to ensure the continuation of your lineage? If you perish, your family will vanish entirely. Do you comprehend this? Senju Tobarama gazed at the remaining few, exhaling a heavy sigh before continuing. Reflect further. Nearly all our kin have consented to peace. We desire tranquility and wish to cease the fighting. Can you not set aside your hatred to forge a village for all of us, a sanctuary for our families and children? We could establish a ninja academy, a place for our children to grow joyfully, free from the specter of battle. Tasks could be assigned according to their abilities, preventing large-scale conflicts and casualties. Would that not be a preferable path? Noticing a flicker of consideration among the remaining few, Senju Tobarama seized the moment, addressing them earnestly. Indeed, if I were to perish, my family line would end. If the world could embrace peace, it would be a most favorable choice. Had I not longed for such harmony? Ultimately, under Senju Tobarama's persuasive efforts, the remaining dissenters acquiesced to the call for peace. Ding. The system acknowledged the host's successful choice, awarding the Uchiha clan's favor 10. As the system's notification resonated, Senju Tobarama felt a wave of relief wash over him, recognizing his accomplishment in fulfilling the task. Excellent. Since you have all made your choice, you may disperse. Soon, we shall welcome peace. With that, Senju Tobarama bid the clansmen farewell and re-entered the conference hall. The matter concerning Senju Fujin has already reached the ears of the elders in the conference hall, as well as Senju Hashirama. Splendid. Since we are all in agreement, let us adhere to our pact and arrange a time to converse with the Uchiha clan. Soon, the entire shinobi world shall be devoid of conflict, and only peace will remain, Hashirama declared, his laughter resonating among the assembled elders. However, the Grand Elder interjected with a note of concern. But, clan leader, the Uchiha have issued a challenge. We are set to engage in battle tomorrow. Do we still have time? Several clan members nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of action. Indeed, we shall proceed to the battlefield as planned. However, I ask that you remain behind. It will be just Tobarama, Fujin, and myself. This time, I am determined to forge peace, to prevent any further loss of life among our Senju kin. Hashirama offered the Grand Elder a reassuring glance. Preparing to meet Uchiha Madara for negotiations, uncertain of the outcome, yet hopeful that Madara still harbored a kind heart. Very well, we shall defer to the clan leader's strategy. Let us reconvene tomorrow. We can only hope for a favorable agreement. The elders concurred, their aspirations for peace igniting within them. The meeting concluded, and as the elders departed, only Hashirama, Tobarama, and Fujin remained within the chamber. You, my boy, have truly grasped my intentions, Hashirama said, ruffling Fujin's hair and laughing heartily. Hee. That's what they call knowing one's father well, Fujin replied with a mischievous grin. Tobarama, what troubles you? You appear rather disheartened. I am aware of your grievances against the Uchiha clan, but peace is the prevailing course. We cannot allow your personal vendetta to endanger the lives of many. Hashirama attempted to console Tobarama, recalling the melancholy tied to Sarutobi Shizune. Chapter 8. Is the third Hokage the second son? After Sarutobi Shizune was captured and subsequently returned pregnant, Tobarama was nearly driven to madness, leading to a fateful decision that resulted in the loss of the child she carried. For a long time thereafter, Tobarama remained engulfed in fury, his countenance darkened at the sight of Shizune. Eventually, after a night of drunkenness, Tobarama and Shizune found themselves together, and on February 8th, 7 years prior, she bore a son. Tobarama, however, refused to acknowledge him as a member of the Senju clan, compelling Shizune to deceive her father. Claiming the child was adopted by the Sarutobi clan, specifically given to her brother, Sarutobi Sasuke. As all of Sasuke's children had perished in the war, and due to the conflict, he was unable to conceive more. Shizune's gesture of adopting a child was met with gratitude, and the boy was taken into the Sarutobi family. Named Sarutobi Hizashi. Enough, brother, I understand. I have already dealt with that matter. There is no need to revisit it, Tobarama said, dismissively waving his hand before turning to leave. Sighing, Hashirama watched Tobarama's departing figure. Father, what is going on with uncle? Was there something that happened in the past? Fujin inquired, sensing the tension in their exchange. It was a long time ago. This is why your uncle harbors such disdain for the Uchiha clan. To now speak of reconciliation must evoke some sorrow within him. Hashirama recounted the story, revealing the intricate web of past events to Fujin. Wait, what? Are you saying that little monkey is actually my uncle's son? Fujin exclaimed, nearly choking on his breath at the revelation. This was earth-shattering news. The little monkey, known as Sarutobi Hizashi, often visited the Senju clan and had formed a strong bond with Fujin. He never imagined that this young boy was, in fact, his brother. Indeed, Hizashi is destined to become the third Hokage. It is no wonder he is capable of such greatness, Hashirama mused, contemplating the complexities of their familial ties. But do not speak of this in front of your uncle. He is yet to reconcile with this truth, and your aunt is a tragic figure in this tale. I cannot alter these circumstances. As an elder brother, I feel a profound sense of failure. Hashirama nodded solemnly, warning Fujin to keep this revelation to himself. I understand, father. Fujin replied, eager to leave. I'll be on my way, but call for me tomorrow when the battle begins. With the meeting concluded, Fujin swiftly exited the hall, making his way to his quarters. The realization that the future third Hokage was his own brother was enough to upend his worldview, leaving him to ponder how much more history remained undiscovered, each revelation more astonishing than the last. As he passed the entrance, he noticed his uncle sitting by a nearby stream, lost in thought. Suddenly, a notification chimed, indicating that the system had detected his curiosity. Option 1. Take advantage of the second Hokage's low spirits, deepening his despair and sorrow. Complete this task for a reward, a set of combined techniques from Tobirama, akin to a refreshing bath, immensely pleasurable. Option 2. Reflect on the second Hokage's experiences, suggesting that Little Monkey should return to the Senju name, possibly gaining Tobirama's favor. Complete this task for a reward, Sarutobi Sasuke's murderous intent. Option 3. Offer comfort to the second Hokage, gradually helping him relinquish his hatred and accept reality. For the situation is already set in stone. Complete this task for a reward, the space-time ninjutsu, flying thunder god technique. At that moment, perhaps by fate or the system's design, he was presented with options that challenged him to confront his uncle's pain. To kick someone when they're down? You would really suggest that? I need Tobirama's techniques. I can't afford to antagonize him. Besides, Little Monkey has already been adopted. It's impossible to revert his name now. If I bring this up, Sasuke might pursue me in anger. Option 3 seems appealing, but will Tobirama even teach me if I choose that path? The system feels like a trickster, offering nothing but empty promises. Fujin pondered the choices, his brow furrowing in frustration. If the system were a person, I would have struck it countless times by now. But alas, both uncle and aunt are pitiable figures. In modern times, some might be able to accept such circumstances. But in this era, it is truly difficult to fathom. After all, she is my fiancée. If it were me, I might have been so enraged that I would destroy the entire ninja world. Senju Tobirama pondered for a moment and decided to assist his uncle. Though he was uncertain of the outcome, not everyone could accept such a situation. This is not a modern, liberal society. In contemporary times, if someone were to be cuckolded, they might even contemplate murder. How much more so in the Warring States period, where killing was commonplace? Why must fate be so cruel? Why must there be war? Had there been no wars in the past, would Shizen have suffered such a blow? My aspirations are lofty, and I cannot abide the mistreatment of my wife. If it were not for the alliance with the Sarutobi clan, and my elder brother's insistence on my not divorcing her, I would have cast her aside long ago. Perhaps this is simply the hand of fate. Had I discovered the Uchiha clan's plans earlier, perhaps this outcome could have been avoided. Little Monkey, do you blame your father? Senju Tobirama gazed at the fish happily swimming in the river, lost in thought, his heart a tumult of emotions. Memories of the past pierced his heart like a thorn, an indelible ache. At that moment, a melodious voice jolted Senju Tobirama from his reverie. He turned to see Senju Fujin approaching, forcing a smile. Fujin, what brings you here? Tobirama regarded Fujin as a child of his own, pouring all his conflicted emotions into him due to the turmoil with Sarutobi Hisashi. Uncle, what are you thinking about? Why are you daydreaming alone? Fujin casually inquired, not wanting to seem too direct. It's nothing. Aren't we supposed to negotiate tomorrow? I'm just contemplating how to ensure our clan's safety, Tobirama replied, sensing that his nephew had matured significantly, though he couldn't tell if it was merely his impression. Is that so? With us there tomorrow, there won't be a problem. Even if war breaks out, I can use wood release to control all the Uchiha, Fujin said with a smirk, though he didn't voice his skepticism. Indeed, I have no concerns about your strength, Tobirama acknowledged, though his mind was elsewhere. Uncle, I haven't seen much of you with Annie lately. Are you two having conflicts? Or do you not like her? Auntie is quite lovely. Why wouldn't you like her? Fujin awkwardly attempted to comfort Tobirama, speaking without much thought. Upon hearing Fujin's words, Tobirama visibly trembled, falling silent. Uncle, tell me, is loving someone painful? If she is not by our side and suffers, what are we to do? Should we continue to neglect her and deepen her sorrow? Or should we protect and cherish her? Fujin gazed at the river, avoiding eye contact with Tobirama, speaking in a subdued tone. He was referring to his aunt, a pitiful woman who, on her wedding day, was taken against her will and then subjected to abuse upon her return. Though not physical violence, it was still a form of emotional cruelty. Do you think it is she who is pitiable, or is it the one who loves her that deserves sympathy? Tobarama, perceptive as he was, understood Fujin's implication. He was playing the role of mediator. I believe both are to be pitied. Yet they should not continue to inflict harm upon one another. However, what has happened cannot be changed. We must face it courageously, not as cowards. Do you agree, uncle? Fujin fixed his gaze on Tobarama. Coward? 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 Upon hearing Fujin's words, a voice echoed in Tobarama's mind, berating him for his cowardice. He lowered his gaze to his right hand and murmured to himself, "Indeed, only a coward would flee from the truth. If neither party desires it, then they should simply not be together. If true feelings exist, they must cast aside societal judgments." She did not act out of malice but necessity. If there is to be blame, it lies with war itself. It is war that has led to such tragedies. Thus, my father and I desire peace throughout the ninja world, so that such calamities will not occur again. Would you not agree? Fujin noticed that Tobarama was moved and quickly continued. The fault lies with war, societal perceptions, necessity. Tobarama was lost in thought, feeling as though he were trapped within a confined space, the echoes of Fujin's words resonating in his mind. It is not her fault. Indeed, it is not her fault. Yet I cannot overcome this hurdle. Why can I not move past it? I fear not death. Why should I fear this? Am I truly a coward? Shizen, have I truly erred? Why? Why must there be war? Damn war, why must it exist? It is war that has taken my brothers. And even Shizun has not escaped its clutches. Why? We must end this chaos. End this chaos. Yes, it is all the fault of war. I must put an end to it. I must vanquish war itself. Only then can I claim true vengeance. Half an hour later. Such matters are indeed difficult to accept. The brutality of war, alas. Fujin observed his uncle murmuring to himself, trembling, clearly wrestling with his inner conflict. Tobarama sighed deeply, determined to guide the world towards peace. However, peace would inevitably encroach upon the interests of others, and he would become the foremost enemy of the ninja world. The path he must tread is long and arduous. Suddenly, Tobarama roared in anger. The river before them erupted, countless tender fish leaping onto the shore, though they were all lifeless. Fujin, thank you. At that moment, Tobarama realized that none of this was Shizun's fault. It was all the fault of war. If he continued to blame her, he would be truly cowardly. She needed his love and care now more than ever. Otherwise, she might succumb to despair, and by then, it would be too late for his regrets. Hee. Has Uncle truly understood? That would be most wonderful. Hee. Uncle, don't you enjoy grilled fish? I shall prepare one for you today. Seeing Tobarama's newfound confidence, Fujin noted the transformation. His uncle now radiated assurance, his demeanor brightening. Very well, hee. Tobarama's singular passion was for fish, and he smiled back at Fujin. Hee. Fujin swiftly utilized wind release to clean the fish, then used water release to wash them, followed by wood release to skewer them, and finally employed fire release to grill them. A quarter of an hour later, dozens of fish were perfectly cooked. Here, uncle, take some to auntie. I shall carry these back for father and mother, hee. Abiding by the principle of waste not, want not, Fujin grilled all the fish, and he and Tobarama split the bounty, each taking their share and swiftly departing. Ah, this child. Tobarama observed the multitude of fish in hand, shaking his head with a smile. Ding. The host felt the successful choice and task completion, receiving the reward of the space-time ninjutsu flying thunder god technique. After departing from Senju Tobarama, all the various techniques and applications of the flying thunder god appeared in his mind, configured as an improved version reminiscent of the fourth Hokage. This was rather fortunate, sparing him the effort of research. With a chuckle, Senju Tobarama, feeling the wealth of information within, set off with a roasted fish to find Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama returned home, hesitating at the door, uncertain whether to enter. Just then, as he approached, the door swung open, revealing a woman of about 24 years, clad in a flowing white robe. She had long chestnut hair and striking emerald green eyes. Her features exquisite, yet her complexion somewhat pale, with a distant gaze tinged with sadness. Darling, she called, her eyes lighting up momentarily at the sight of him. This was Sarutobi Shino. I just roasted some fish. Would you like some? Tobarama offered shyly, feeling a sense of awkwardness after treating her poorly over the years. He handed her a piece of the roasted fish, nodding awkwardly. Sure, Shino replied, her heart swelling with joy. After 8 long years. It was the first time she had seen her husband treat her with such courtesy. Although he had been polite in the past, there had always been a coldness between them. Today, she sensed a change in Tobarama. Though she couldn't pinpoint the reason, it filled her with inexplicable happiness. Regarding past events, she felt helpless, acutely aware of her inadequacy and strength to resist. She harbored resentment towards that man. Yet when Tobarama had made the decision to end that child's existence, she had not objected. She too had not wished to bear such a child. Taking the roasted fish from Tobarama, she began to eat it in secret. Despite the lack of seasoning, she found it to be the most delightful food she had ever tasted. Seeing her enjoy the fish, Tobarama couldn't help but smile. A rare expression for someone usually so stoic. Perhaps I have been in the wrong all these years. Shino was already a pitiable soul. Had it not been for the Senju clan's pursuit of alliances through marriage, she would never have endured such hardships. The root of all this turmoil rested with the ravages of war. She was merely a victim of circumstance. Now that the man responsible had been eliminated, it was time to let bygones be bygones. As he gazed at Sarutobi Shino, a smile graced his lips, and he looked up at the azure sky, feeling a long-burdened heart finally unshackled. "Darling, why aren't you eating?" Shino asked shyly, noticing Tobarama's smile and assuming it was aimed at her. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, feeling bashful. Yes, I will eat," he replied, his smile widening as he placed the remaining fish in the ground and began to eat his share. He had always relished roasted fish, and savoring it while gazing at her beauty was a uniquely pleasurable experience. "Darling, why are you staring at me?" Shino murmured, feeling flustered under his gaze as he laughed while eating. "Just admiring my beautiful wife. How did I never notice how lovely you are?" Tobarama responded, his sincerity evident. "And no, I'm not that pretty," she stammered, her face growing even redder, feeling as if she might faint from embarrassment. "Come now, Shino is the most beautiful, isn't she?" Tobarama said, gently placing his fish down and suddenly appearing beside her, lifting her into his arms, gazing tenderly into her eyes. "Darling," she whispered softly. "Shino, I will never allow you to suffer again. Trust me," he affirmed, their eyes locked in a profound gaze, his expression resolute. She replied, her eyes shimmering with newfound happiness. For the first time in many years, she felt a lightness within her heart, dispelling the shadows that had lingered. "Rest assured, little monkey, I will bring you back. Though since you've already been entrusted to your brother, let us have another child," Tobarama suggested, recalling Sarutobi Hisashi, who was still with the Sarutobi clan. "Yes, Hisashi is very well behaved and often comes to visit me," Shino said, her cheeks flushed even more, feeling overheated from the conversation. With that, Tobarama carried Shino back to their room, closing the sliding door behind them, leaving the nature of their activities undisclosed. The following morning, Senju Hashirama led over 300 ninjas from their clan to the battlefield, including Tobarama and Senju Fujin, accompanied by the 8 elders. These individuals represented their clan's elite fighting force, essential for countering the enemy's formidable capabilities. "Brother, we are approaching the agreed-upon battlefield. What shall we do?" Tobarama inquired, feeling a burgeoning desire for peace and a readiness to quell the chaos. He finally understood his elder brother's pursuit of harmony. "Let the 8 elders halt the advance. We 3 shall approach Madara for negotiations. Everyone must refrain from acting hastily. We are here to discuss peace, not to engage in battle. Any display of hostility will jeopardize our efforts," Hashirama instructed, gazing ahead at the distant battlefield. "Understood," Tobarama nodded, recognizing the critical nature of this confrontation. Should the Uchiha clan reject peace, they would have to resort to force, necessitating utmost caution. Tobarama admired Uchiha Madara, a symbol of dominance and invincibility, especially recalling the iconic line, "Do you wish to dance?" which he found exceedingly compelling. As Senju Fujin followed closely, he too felt a surge of excitement. He had never stepped onto a battlefield before, having been shielded from such experiences by his father. Chapter 10, To Madara, Do You Wish to Dance? As he recalled Uchiha Madara's commanding declaration from the original text, he felt a rush of adrenaline. Ding! The system detected the host's eagerness for grandeur. Activating the divine selection system. Option 1. First time on the battlefield, aiming for fame. Utilize would release to intimidate the Uchiha clan, possibly prompting their surrender. Task reward. A thorough beating from Hashirama. Option 2. First time on the battlefield. Assist Senju Tobarama in eliminating Uchiha Izuna to further intimidate the Uchiha clan and compel their total capitulation. Task Reward, Madara's Fury, unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, followed by a severe beating. Option 3. First time on the battlefield, utter the phrase, "Do you wish to dance?" to Madara, leaving everyone awestruck. Task Reward, enhanced persuasion technique with an 80% success rate. In that moment, as he thought of Uchiha Madara, Senju Fujin found himself confronted with this selection. Bemused by the similarities among the options. System, I know you are here to ensnare me, but aren't these three choices essentially the same? I approached and asked Ban, do you also wish to dance? What assistance would that offer me in achieving peace? Wouldn't I just end up receiving a thorough beating from my father? Ultimately, you simply do not want to witness my punishment, which brings you some form of delight, does it not? Seeing the grand screen before him, Qian Shoufeng Jian felt an overwhelming surge of anger, convinced that this system was deliberately designed to provoke his ire. He exclaimed vehemently, yet the system remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to his frustration. Everyone remained stationary. Without my command, none were permitted to advance. At last, the assembled crowd arrived at the battlefield, where the Senju clan faced off against the Uchiha clan. Qian Shouju Jian halted abruptly. Turning to his clansmen, he called out, "Yes, clan leader." Instantly, all members of the Senju clan stood at attention, their gazes fixed on the opposing Uchiha clan, prepared for any potential confrontation. "Toka, Feng Jian, we shall proceed," Qian Shouju Jian instructed, leading the two swiftly forward. Today, in pursuit of negotiations, he had not even brought the massive rolls of toilet paper from his back. Setting off with only Toka and Feng Jian at his side. "Brother, what are they attempting to do? Is that person charging directly at us?" Uchiha Izuna, activating his Sharingan, inquired with a note of confusion as he observed the three Senju rushing towards them. Uncertain, but Zhu Jian is not one for unnecessary subtleties. He must have a purpose, replied Izuna. But why bring along a mere child? He appears to be Zhu Jian's son, Feng Jian. Uchiha Madara, watching the trio approach, furrowed his brow. He understood Zhu Jian well. He was not one to engage in trivial games, indicating that there was indeed a matter of significance at hand. Though the nature of it eluded him. "Let us discover what trickery he is up to," Madara said to his brother Izuna, his voice low, before leaping into the air with a swift bound. "All of you, remain where you are, and do not act recklessly. Await our command." Izuna nodded slightly, turning to address the Uchiha clansmen behind him, then hastily following Madara forward. "Yes," the Uchiha clan responded obediently, mirroring the Senju clan's readiness. "Zhu Jian, what are your intentions?" Uchiha Madara made a striking entrance, clad in a dark gray samurai outfit, a sword sheathed at his back, his Sharingan blazing with intensity as he confronted Qian Shouju Jian. "Let us bring this to an end. Only by uniting the strongest clans of the shinobi world, the Uchiha and Senju, can we find a family capable of standing against us, thereby restoring peace to the warring nations. Come." At this moment, Qian Shouju Jian, flanked by Toka and Feng Jian, stood before Uchiha Madara, casting his sword to the ground as he earnestly declared, "Let us proceed towards a new dawn," extending his right hand with sincerity in his eyes. Madara and Izuna were momentarily taken aback by Zhu Jian's demeanor, as if the entire battlefield had frozen in time. The two clan leaders locking eyes, each lost in their own thoughts. Memories of their past friendship resurfaced, stirring emotions within Madara, who was on the verge of extending his hand to grasp Zhu Jian's. "Do not, brother," Izuna interjected, drawing forth his sword, his gaze sharp and filled with resentment as he glared at Zhu Jian. "Izuna." Madara snapped back to reality at his brother's warning, hesitating as he regarded him. "Do not let them deceive you. Peace is not as easily attained as they claim. Only by eliminating one of our families can we achieve true strength and resolve everything." Izuna's eyes reflected distrust as he scrutinized Zhu Jian. All his siblings had perished at their hands, yet now they sought peace? "Brother, In truth, Madara was a kind-hearted individual, sharing a dream akin to Zhu Jian's, but his foremost wish was to safeguard his brother from harm. He felt a flicker of trust for Zhu Jian, yet uncertainty clouded his resolve. "Brother, the clan, our kin, and our younger siblings have all been slain by them. Have you forgotten?" Izuna remarked, fully aware of Madara's aspirations. He wished not to diminish his brother's hopes. Thus he continued, "Once we eliminate the Senju clan, the Uchiha will reign supreme, and attaining peace will be a trivial matter." Madara had always believed this, leading his brother in continual battle against the Senju. Indeed, They. Madara's heart began to soften as he observed his brother. He understood the clan's rage could not be quelled so easily. Yet, with prolonged conflict, he sensed that such a path was unsustainable. Only through the alliance of their two clans could they truly grow strong, fulfilling both his and Zhu Jian's dreams, eliminating the need for further bloodshed. At that moment, Qianshou Feng Jian stepped forward, approaching Uchiha Madara. Observing the hesitation within him, an opportune moment had arrived. Do you two wish to dance? Feng Jian asked resolutely, locking eyes with Madara, his expression fierce. Despite his formidable stance, his youth almost prompted a chuckle from Madara. You little imp, dare you mock me? Madara replied, a hint of amusement in his tone despite his furrowed brow. Ding! The sound of the system notification echoed as Feng Jian felt the transformation in his voice, though he noticed no discernible change. Feng Jian, what are you doing? Come back. Qianshou Zhu Jian's brow furrowed in concern as he witnessed his son stepping forward. He was uncertain of his child's intentions and feared it might provoke Madara. I am not mocking you. I merely wish to propose that you two desire to witness a world of peace. A place where everyone can live joyfully within the village. A village free from conflict and strife, filled solely with happiness. We could establish a school within the village, allowing all children to receive education in ninjutsu. Upon mastering their skills, they could undertake missions suited to their abilities, earning rewards to sustain themselves. Is such a world not desirable? Must we persist in violence? Consider how many years we have fought. Thousands of years of war have claimed the lives of countless kin. Without war, would they have perished? Would your siblings have died? Would our Senju brethren have fallen? All of this stems from conflict, which is why my father seeks to end this chaos. I understand you are good friends, brothers even. That is why I dare to speak. As a child, I yearn for this life. And do you not think the children of your clan long for peace too? Countless children have lost their parents to war, left as orphans without a single relative or companion. Why must it be this way? All of this is due to the ravages of war, leading to the unhappiness of all. Can we not cast aside our enmity, allowing our descendants to lead lives filled with joy? Senju Tobarama disregarded Hashirama's words, embarking on his own verbal onslaught. He discovered that his words possessed a certain enchantment, leaving the four present momentarily stunned. Moreover, he adeptly clarified his earlier remark about whether they wished to dance, thereby averting a potential beating. Should his persuasion fail and Uchiha Madara proceed with an attack alongside his brother, he would undoubtedly face retribution upon returning home. And you, Uchiha Azuna, you were aware of your brother's yearning for peace, yet how did you and your father respond? Although my grandfather and second uncle acted similarly, you both pulled two individuals who longed for peace into opposition, ultimately prolonging the conflict we endure to this day. Had you not obstructed them back then, it is quite possible that the moment my father and your brother ascended to clan leadership, the hatred would have dissipated. Ask your clansmen if they yearn for peace. I inquired yesterday, and they all expressed a desire for tranquility. Thus, the three of us have come to ask you, do you also desire peace? If so, let us join hands, unite, and together construct a beautiful village where our families can live joyfully side by side. Is that not a worthy aspiration? Senju Tobarama seized the moment, striving to establish peace between the two clans, for this would allow him to court a member of the Uchiha clan, a prospect he had long coveted. Chapter 11. Persuading Uchiha Madara Uui? Uchiha Azuna was momentarily bewildered, perceiving that every word spoken by Tobarama seemed to carry weight, as if he had truly erred over the years. He glanced at Tobarama, wanting to speak, yet found himself unable to utter a single word. Have I truly been mistaken all these years? Have I caused the deaths of my clansmen one after another? Uchiha Azuna began to spiral into self-reflection, as if Tobarama's words held an irresistible magic. Indeed, had I initiated peace with Hashirama when I became clan leader, would so many have had to sacrifice their lives? Was it all our fault? For the sake of my cherished homeland and beloved village, I must protect my people, my clan, and my brother. Was this not my former desire? To build the peace we ought to have with Hashirama, allowing our children to grow up joyfully. This has always been my aspiration. At present, Uchiha Madara is not the figure he will become. He is presently filled with kindness, longing for peace. Tobarama's words have stirred within him a sense of guilt, and the path ahead seems to grow clearer. When did this lad become so eloquent? To be honest, he speaks quite persuasively. Even I, your father, am moved. Senju Hashirama observed Tobarama, a slight smile gracing his lips, realizing he had misjudged him earlier. thinking he was causing discord. Hearing Tobarama's words filled him with immense pride. Moreover, Senju Tobarama had also come to embrace peace, feeling no resistance as he looked at his nephew with a sense of joy. Uncle Madara, Uncle Azuna, do you agree? Let us forge a new home together. Tobarama gazed earnestly at both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara glanced at his brother, seeking his opinion. After all, Madara's foremost concern was his younger sibling, and he typically consulted Azuna before making decisions. Brother, perhaps I have indeed been in the wrong all these years. I have often heard clansmen express a longing for peace, wishing to avoid bloodshed, yet I paid little heed. Reflecting on it now, it is indeed so. When will this cycle of vengeance cease? If we continue to fight, we will only see more of our kin perish. Brother, I am sorry. I have been the one obstructing your dreams all this time. Let us converse. Uchiha Azuna looked at his brother, deeply recognizing his past mistakes. It must be said that Tobarama's verbal finesse had a significant effect. However, it was also due to Uchiha Madara's inherent affinity for peace that he was so easily swayed in his thoughts. Yes, Azuna, it is all right. It is not too late now that we have realized this. Uchiha Madara smiled gently at his brother, his love for Azuna evident. And he would fulfill whatever his brother desired, even if it meant abandoning his dreams to accompany Azuna in battle against the Senju clan. This is the essence of the Uchiha clan's love. They are willing to sacrifice everything, even their lives, for their so-called love. Madara, we are friends, once and still now. Let us strive together to bring peace to the entire shinobi world. Hearing Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna agree, Hashirama felt a surge of excitement, his eyes radiating warmth as he smiled at Madara. Indeed, Uchiha Azuna nodded slightly at his brother. Uchiha Madara smiled at Azuna, then stepped forward to shake hands with Hashirama, finally sealing their peace accord. From that moment onward, the Uchiha and Senju clans were free from conflict, merging into one, proclaiming their strength to the world. This is truly a joyous occasion. Tobarama observed Madara and Hashirama shaking hands to halt the war, a smile spreading across his face. By the way, Uncle Madara, to strengthen the bond between our two clans, I believe we could undertake an additional measure. What do you think? I merely wish to suggest an idea. At this moment, Tobarama finally revealed his intentions, grinning at those present. Oh, Hashirama regarded Tobarama, curious about what this son of his, who had consistently surprised him, was now proposing. However, he paid it no mind, with the two clans having ceased hostilities. Everything was in order to let Tobarama proceed. You rascal. Hashirama, you have indeed raised a fine son. Uchiha Madara, now reconciled with Hashirama, smiled at him. You might consider having one yourself. You are not getting any younger. Hashirama jested at Madara. Madara laughed heartily, a rare blush gracing his cheeks. Then tell me, what is your suggestion? I am all ears. Madara acknowledged Tobarama as his nephew, inquiring with curiosity. Uchiha Azuna, too, was intrigued. A 10-year-old child was indeed extraordinary, and he was eager to hear what Tobarama had to say. The gazes of the four were fixed on Tobarama, who felt a twinge of embarrassment but was resolute for the sake of his happiness. Uncle Madara, I propose that now that our Senju and Uchiha clans have united, we should engage in interclan marriages. Only by fully intertwining our bloodlines can we create an unbreakable bond that no one can sever. After all, other clans will undoubtedly oppose our union and may attempt to undermine it. Thus, I believe we should proceed with intermarriage to consolidate our powerful bloodlines. What do you all think of this idea? The ultimate goal of Senju Fujin, it seems, is to marry the beautiful scion of the Uchiha clan. In pursuit of this ambition, he has ingeniously proposed a union between the Senju and Uchiha families. My goodness, this is truly unimaginable. Even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama did not foresee such a development. This is indeed possible. Yet I fear that not all within our clan may be amenable to it. Upon hearing Fujin's words, Uchiha Madara recognized the potential of this approach. But he suspected that many within his clan would likely oppose it. After all, the bloodlines of these two great families have been preserved for generations, rarely mingling with outsiders. Save for a few exceptions, I believe Fujin's perspective holds merit, Madara. We must endeavor to persuade our clansmen to embrace this union, even if not everyone is on board. If even a portion of our members agrees, it will suffice, as the intermarriage will bind our two clans inseparably. The objective of this strategy is to thoroughly dismantle the adversary's intentions of inciting us to slaughter one another once more. I shall engage my clansmen in dialogue, while you and your brother must take the lead with yours. What do you think? Senju Hashirama nodded slightly after listening to this proposal, convinced of its efficacy in fostering rapid unity between the two clans. Izuna, what are your thoughts? Uchiha Madara inquired of his brother, Uchiha Izuna, his tone tinged with uncertainty. This is indeed worth a try, but the success of this endeavor hinges on the sentiments of our clansmen. After all, both clans have maintained their legacies for so long, with scarcely any intermarriage with outsiders. Nevertheless, it is worth attempting. I believe some will be willing to accept. Uchiha Izuna furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before ultimately acquiescing, deeming the proposal plausible and worthy of exploration. Very well then, let us agree on this. I shall now convey the intentions of our union and intermarriage to my clansmen. Upon hearing his brother's words, Uchiha Madara smiled faintly and turned to Senju Hashirama, saying, "Go ahead. I shall await your return." Hashirama felt confident that their clansmen would be receptive, as his influence within the clan was formidable. He cast a knowing smile at Uchiha Madara. "Uncle Madara, I shall set an example. You inquire among them who would be willing to marry their daughters into the Senju clan. Do not underestimate me. I have awakened the wood release, haha." Senju Fujin, witnessing Uchiha Madara's departure, smiled brightly, adopting a mock-serious demeanor as if he were making a grand sacrifice for the greater good. "Oh, you shall set an example?" Madara chuckled. "Indeed, you are your father's son, just like Hashirama, willing to do anything for the sake of peace. Very well. I shall inquire if any of my kin would consent to marrying their children into the Senju clan or welcoming Senju offspring into our fold." Uchiha Madara was pleasantly surprised by the young man's readiness to lead by example in the pursuit of familial unity, patting his shoulder with approval. "Haha, it is nothing. Everything is for the sake of peace." Senju Fujin chuckled, feigning a foolish expression, though internally he was elated. "Haha, how delightful. My lovely Uchiha beauties. Await your brother's arrival." With a heart brimming with excitement, Senju Fujin watched as Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna made their way back to their camp. Chapter 12. Long live peace. What is happening? Why have the clan leader and Lord Izuna returned? Are we not fighting? It is best if we are not. I have grown weary of the battlefield. What have we achieved through endless bloodshed? Families torn apart, lives destroyed, sigh? Indeed, I too wish to cease fighting. Yet we are compelled to take up arms. Who desires to court death? I share your sentiments. I too wish to lay down my weapons. Humph, you are merely cowards. Are we the ones who initiated the conflict? It is the Senju clan that seeks to battle us. Otherwise, we would not be forced onto the battlefield. War has scattered countless families, and my child has just been born. I do not wish to die for this cause. I wish for an end to fighting. May there be no more wars in the future. After years of conflict, even the Uchiha have grown weary of war. Yet they have no choice but to obey the clan's directives. Even if they do not wish to fight, they must comply. After all, they are Uchiha. If they do not fight, who will protect their families when the clan faces annihilation? They can only muster the courage to march forward. Step by step, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna approached their camp, observing countless clansmen whispering amongst themselves. "Clansmen, I have an important announcement to make." As Uchiha Madara stepped forward, he regarded them kindly. When did the clan leader become so courteous? Indeed, it is rare, yet the leader is the strongest man in the Uchiha. A touch of pride is only natural. Absolutely. I find the leader quite handsome. Without him, we would have perished long ago. The Uchiha clansmen had never witnessed this warm and approachable side of Uchiha Madara, and they began to murmur in surprise. However, silence soon fell as they arranged themselves, eyes fixed on Madara, eagerly anticipating his words. "From this point forward, we shall no longer engage in battle. I have just reached an agreement with Senju clan leader Hashirama. Henceforth, our two clans shall coexist peacefully and unite to establish a village where we can all live in harmony. I now ask you, do you consent?" Uchiha Madara addressed his clansmen, his voice steady. Clatter. Instantly, the Uchiha clansmen dropped their weapons, joy radiating from their faces as they processed this unexpected news. "What? Did I hear correctly? We shall no longer fight? Hooray, we shall have peace. Long live the clan leader. Hooray, no more battles. We are at peace." Countless Uchiha clansmen were taken aback and overwhelmed with elation. They rejoiced. relieved that they would no longer have to worry about the horrors of war or sacrifice their lives in endless conflicts. Witnessing their reaction, Uchiha Madara felt a sense of satisfaction. It turned out they all despised war so deeply. I had been mistaken. Father, peace is what everyone longs for. You too were wrong. Uchiha Izuna observed the excitement that spread among their clansmen, a smile gracing his lips as he glanced at his brother. Uchiha Madara met his gaze, and they shared a moment of understanding. Very well, since no one opposes, we shall formalize a ceasefire agreement, and no one shall engage in battle any longer. Uchiha Madara declared with a slight smile. Oh, no more fighting. Long live, haha. The Uchiha clansmen erupted into jubilant cheers, leaping with joy and waving their hands in celebration. Please, everyone, calm down. I have one more matter to announce, which requires your consent. Ultimately, it depends on your opinions. As Uchiha Madara beamed with happiness, he remembered Senju Fujin's suggestion and called for his clansmen to settle down, preparing to share one final announcement. As Uchiha Madara's words fell into silence, all present were captivated, eagerly anticipating what he would reveal next. Their gazes were filled with fervor, for before them stood a patriarch guiding them towards a life of happiness, embodying the boundless kindness of Uchiha Madara. The Senju clan had consented to intermarriage with our clan, and I wish to inquire about your sentiments regarding this matter. If any among you are willing, you may unite with the Senju, thereby fostering a profound amalgamation of our two clans. So now, we ask you, are you agreeable to this? When Uchiha Madara announced this proposition, it reverberated in the hearts of countless individuals like the detonation of an atomic bomb, leaving them momentarily stunned. This concept was unprecedented in history, fortunately. The assembly comprised predominantly the youth, with even the so-called elders being relatively young, unlike the Senju clan, whose elders were often aged. In the tumult of war, Uchiha Madara, lacking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, had found himself at a disadvantage, making survival a rarity. After all, Hashirama's wood release was immensely powerful, necessitating the election of elders from the younger generation. Yet, Uchiha clan members, upon awakening the three Tomo, could stand firm against the elder-level prowess of the Senju, even if it merely served to delay their demise. The Senju clan lacked any unique bloodline limit awakening. Had it not been for the formidable Hashirama, gaining the upper hand would have been exceedingly difficult. Nevertheless, the Senju's greatest strengths lay in their chakra and physical constitution, allowing for a balance of power. Intermarriage with the Senju? I find it feasible. We are all of the same kin, so why should we not unite in matrimony? I too believe this is a commendable idea, as it would strengthen the bonds between our clans and diminish the likelihood of future conflicts. However, some voiced their dissent, fearing that such unions would dilute the purity of Uchiha blood. The Senju bloodline is formidable as well. A union of strengths seems advantageous. Indeed, rather than align with those of lesser strength, joining forces with the robust Senju is sensible. While the desire for peace is universally cherished, there are those who resist it, yet remain unwavering loyalists to Uchiha Madara, submitting unquestioningly to his decisions. There were diverging opinions on the prospect of intermarriage. Some clung to antiquated beliefs of blood purity. However, the majority expressed enthusiastic support for the idea of uniting the two clans through marriage, deeming it a matter of little consequence. Excellent. I have heard both agreement and dissent. Yet, this is inconsequential. The approval of even a fraction suffices. Thus, we shall forge an accord with the Senju clan, permitting those who consent to intermarriage. While those opposed may continue to marry within our clan, my stance remains unchanged. Moreover, the Senju clan leader has made a sacrifice for this peace, allowing us to select a suitable member of our clan to wed his son, the young heir of the Senju. Consider whether anyone in your household would be willing to marry into the Senju, becoming the future wife of their young heir. Uchiha Madara noted the whispers among the crowd, observing that a significant majority had expressed their agreement. Though a minority disagreed, their dissent no longer held weight. The consent of the majority sufficed. He then cast a delightful proposition, igniting joy in those with young daughters. Who is the heir of the Senju clan? He is destined to become their leader. If one were to marry their daughter to him, they would, in turn, become the father-in-law of the future Senju leader. What a remarkable fortune that would be. Patriarch. My daughter Huan is delightful. She is 13 and ready for marriage. Patriarch. My daughter Bing is also charming. Though she is only 8, there is still time. Patriarch. Consider my daughter Ya. She is 10, the same age as the young Senju heir. In an instant, dozens leaped forward, eager to offer their daughters to the Senju heir. Seizing what seemed to be an extraordinary opportunity, who would refuse? Uchiha Madara, taken aback by the overwhelming willingness, found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at his brother, Uchiha Azuna, feeling somewhat helpless. Huh. Uchiha Azuna chuckled at his brother's predicament. All right, everyone. There are far too many of you. The heir can only choose one. If there were 2 or 3, that would be manageable, but with this multitude, how can he make a selection? This matter shall be temporarily set aside. Please compile a list of all interested parties, and my brother and I will review it before informing the Senju clan leader of his choices. Do not rush. There will be ample opportunities, and many other Senju members remain. Uchiha Azuna, astonished by the enthusiasm of those willing to marry their daughters to the Senju heir, smiled and addressed the assembly. Very well, let us prepare upon our return. Indeed, we shall ready ourselves for the patriarch, they chimed in. Absolutely, Aryu is so beautiful. She is certain to be chosen. Our Huan is lovely as well. She will surely do well. Eventually, the crowd quieted, allowing Uchiha Madara to exhale in relief. The fervor surrounding the Senju heir's search for a bride had placed a considerable weight upon him, but fortunately, his brother had taken charge of the situation. Now, let us sign the ceasefire agreement and commence the construction of our own village. Follow me. Uchiha Madara observed the high spirits of his people regarding peace. A subtle smile graced his lips as he led them toward Hashirama's direction. It appeared he had succeeded. They had cast aside their weapons. Hashirama felt a surge of joy as he saw Uchiha Madara approaching with his clan, their weapons stowed away. He turned to Tobarama and remarked, "As long as they do not play tricks, we shall be fine." Although Tobarama yearned for peace, his trust in the Uchiha clan remained tenuous. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of joy at the prospect of coexisting harmoniously. "Fear not, uncle. Even if they attempt something underhanded, the 3 of us can handle it," Tobarama reassured. Confident that the current Uchiha Madara was vastly different from the one he would eventually become. Moreover, Uchiha Azuna was still alive. Madara would not succumb to darkness. Yet, the enigmatic Black Zetsu lurked in the shadows, seemingly orchestrating events, awaiting the reincarnation of Ashura and Indra. Only the reincarnated souls of Ashura and Indra possessed the strength necessary to awaken the Rinnegan, which could unlock Kaguya Otsutsuki's seal. I must remain vigilant against Black Zetsu and find an opportunity to warn Uchiha Madara. He is likely scheming to eliminate Uchiha Azuna. As Tobarama watched Madara and his clan approach, he lowered his head in contemplation. After all, Black Zetsu was the ultimate antagonist in the world of Naruto. Boruto's tale is another matter entirely. Ding. The host has demonstrated intelligence, and the divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Remain silent and allow Uchiha Azuna to die in obscurity, further inciting a conflict between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Completion reward. The premature demise of Hashirama Senju, with a special reward of a pair of Rinnegan. Option 2. Immediately eliminate Uchiha Azuna, ensuring that the events of the original narrative unfold. Thus history will repeat itself, resulting in Hashirama's death and Madara awakening the Rinnegan. Completion reward. A fruit from the God tree. Option 3. Reveal everything to Uchiha Madara, alerting him to Kaguya's influence, thus preventing his deception and altering the course of history. Completion reward. A lasting friendship with Madara, ensuring he will never harm you, along with an additional special reward. Due to this singular thought of Senju Taijima, the divine selection system was triggered, presenting 3 options before him. Alas, sacrificing my father for boundless power. Is the system attempting to deceive me? If I had simply traversed here without being raised by him, I could have directly opted for the fruit of the God tree or the Rinnegan. But what is this? It is as if they are forcing him onto a path of no return, fully aware of his inevitable demise. A special reward? Can it truly rival the fruit of the God tree? Consuming just one would make me invincible. Moreover, knowing the system's nature, such a mysterious gift is likely a trap, designed to ensnare me. It is evident that the system anticipates my rejection of the first 2 options, thus presenting this enticing temptation. Oh dear Father, should I truly contemplate your sacrifice? The benefits of such an act are undeniably alluring. What should I do? I await guidance. Observing the 3 options before him, Senju Taijima remained silent. The first 2 were undoubtedly the most advantageous, while the third seemed fraught with peril. After 10 years of life, during which Hashirama's paternal love and care had been meticulous. How could he, not being a cold-hearted creature, forsake his father's life for mere gain? Yet, the temptation loomed large. I came to this world to become a symbol of invincibility, did I not? Just one bite of the God Tree's fruit would render me unmatched. Then I could rescue Kaguya and take her as my bride. Would that not be delightful? Forgive me, father, in the depths of his heart. Senju Taijima wrestled with the dilemma of strength versus humanitarianism. Away with humanitarianism. If I acquire the Rinnegan, I could potentially resurrect my father. Forgive me, dear father. But for the sake of my own power, I shall. When Uchiha Madara arrived before them, Senju Taijima ultimately struggled with his gaze for a long time before making his resolute decision. Hashirama, our clan fully agrees. Let us proceed to sign the ceasefire agreement. Madara smiled at Hashirama. Very well. Let us go to the place we previously discussed for the village's construction. Hashirama stepped forward, patting Madara on the shoulder. Indeed, let us. Subsequently, they led their clans towards the site they had chosen for Konoha. Taijima, join me in executing the grand wood-release technique. Upon arriving at the designated location for Konoha, Hashirama looked at Taijima, patting his shoulder once more. Understood, father. Taijima replied with a slight smile, nodding in agreement. Let us commence. Wood release, grand large-scale house technique. With that, Taijima and Hashirama assumed their stances. Suddenly, both of their chakras surged, causing the ground to sink several centimeters beneath their feet. Boom. As they unleashed their wood-release chakra, the once wooded center of Konoha transformed into a collection of luxurious homes. These structures formed the foundation of Konoha, numbering over 1,000, ample for many, with the option to expand later if needed. Wow. I never imagined that the young leader of the Senju clan could wield wood release. I must ensure that my Han marries him. Such convenience in wood release. Its power is simply unfathomable. Thankfully, we chose to cease hostilities. Otherwise, could we have withstood even one of their wood releases? Indeed, we should be grateful. Otherwise, we might have perished in this conflict. Seeing the display of might from Taijima and Hashirama, the Uchiha clan members were left astounded. They felt fortunate for not being foolish enough to engage the Senju clan again. One wood release would have been sufficient to overwhelm them, let alone two. They were like monstrous beings. I cannot believe Hashirama's son possesses such talent. What of my own child? Will he not also be gifted? I shall ensure I father a son even more extraordinary than yours. Uchiha Madara, driven by his competitive spirit, refused to accept inferiority to Hashirama. But now he felt eclipsed by Taijima's prowess. He resolved to marry and have a child who would surpass Taijima. All right, let us proceed. We shall explore and select our homes. In due course, they would invite other clans and villagers to reside, ultimately constructing a grand village of their own. Beneath that rock, we shall establish an office to manage affairs. Once everything was arranged, Hashirama was filled with joy, eagerly pointing out different areas, articulating his delight. Uchiha Madara, however, exhibited a rather nonchalant demeanor, casually responding before entering the village. So this is our village? Haha. Here, I can protect my brother and clan. Together, we shall strive for peace, fulfilling my aspirations. As he surveyed the surrounding homes, Madara's lips curled into a slight smile, though internally, he was far from calm. Excitement surged within him. Taijima noticed Madara's indifferent facade and felt a fleeting sense of defeat, a bead of sweat trickling down his face, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Haha. Father, your expression was truly comical just now. Taijima chuckled. Having witnessed his father's missteps before, he could not help but find humor in the awkwardness. Is it amusing? Bang. Ow. Father, why do you strike me? That hurt. I shall tell mother. Bang. Ouch. You strike again. All right. I concede. Please stop. Before long, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan signed the ceasefire agreement and announced their union. They also gained the recognition of the Land of Fire's daimyo, who had no choice but to acknowledge them, as their military presence rendered any dissent negligible. All members of both clans, young and old, were relocated to Konoha village, and peace was established, culminating in the genuine formation of Konoha village. The Uchiha clan's members, along with the Senju clan, filled the village with life and activity. As they stood atop the Hokage rock, Uchiha Madara and Hashirama gazed down upon the newly established Konoha village, still small in size, with a relatively sparse population. Madara, do you recall the conversations we had as children while sitting here? Hashirama asked, looking at the village and the many homes still under construction. his heart brimming with excitement as he turned to Madara. Chapter 14. A good friend for a day, a good friend for a lifetime. Of course I remember. Heh. I never expected it to truly come to fruition. You once spoke of establishing a village that belonged to us here, where the children would not be compelled to fight against one another. Instead, a ninja academy would be built, allowing them to train and grow stronger, eventually choosing missions that suited their individual abilities and strengths. We would elect a leader capable of discerning the various levels of tasks, thereby ensuring our children would not be sent to battle. At that time, I thought you were foolish, yet I also believed such a village would be wonderful. Uchiha Madara gazed upon the village of Konohagakure, reminiscing about their youthful days spent in this very spot, watching the village before him, feeling a sense of incredulity. After all, he never imagined that he would actually realize a long-held wish. He chuckled, yes. What a splendid village it would be. We could safeguard all our brothers here, shielding them from any threats. Those who wish to harm them must first overcome us. Senju Hashirama looked at the smiling, joyful villagers, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though they had only established the village a little over a month ago, countless citizens had come to reside here, and they welcomed them without opposition. After all, a village devoid of people cannot thrive. They were continuing to expand their community. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and Uchiha Madara caught a fallen leaf in his hand. I initially thought this was merely a dream, unaware that through our efforts, we could indeed achieve it, albeit through the most unrefined means. He contemplated the leaf in his hand, reflecting on his past recklessness, finding it somewhat amusing. Had it not already become reality? Your brother, my brother, and our clansmen are all under our protection. No one shall ever destroy our village again. Within this village, I shall become the silent guardian of the land of fire, a leader known as the Hokage. What do you think of that name? Senju Hashirama smiled at Uchiha Madara, promptly designating the village leader as Hokage, believing it to be quite fitting. What are you saying? Hokage? What does it mean? Uchiha Madara inquired, puzzled as he looked at Senju Hashirama. The daimyo of the land of fire requires us to select a leader for the village, and I wish for you to become this leader, the Hokage. Your brothers and clansmen are here, but I also hope you will regard the other ninjas and citizens of the village as your brothers. I wish for you, as Hokage, to protect not only your siblings and clansmen, but also everyone within the village. Senju Hashirama recognized that Uchiha Madara was a kind and powerful individual. Appointing him as Hokage posed no issues, and he smiled as he spoke. Really? Can I truly do that? I have failed to protect my own brothers, and now only Izuna remains. Can I truly safeguard them? Uchiha Madara mused, gazing at the leaf in his hand, his voice barely above a whisper. He recalled the tragic deaths of his brothers, one after another, before his eyes, and a wave of profound sorrow washed over him. A sentiment he wished never to experience again. There is no time for you to hesitate now. You becoming Hokage is entirely deserved. The Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan are joining our village. Senju Hashirama remarked, smiling at Uchiha Madara, gesturing with open hands. Oh, is that true? Are you certain you are not jesting? Uchiha Madara was taken aback, astonished that the ninja village he and Senju Hashirama had founded would actually welcome others. This notion completely overturned his worldview, yet he felt a tinge of embarrassment and looked at him inquiringly. Of course not. You must not have ventured out recently, have you? Look at that area over there. It's all newly constructed, and over there as well. Many people have come to the village. It will continue to grow larger and stronger. By the way, we should give the village a name. What do you think it should be? Senju Hashirama smiled at him, pointing towards a previously forested clearing. A name? Uchiha Madara paused, contemplating, and then, noticing the leaf in his hand, he envisioned the entire village from its perspective. Let us call it Konohagakure. How about that? After a moment of reflection, Uchiha Madara stated with utmost seriousness. How simple. It lacks depth. And you simply named it after the leaf in your hand? Senju Hashirama's expression fell, disheartened by Uchiha Madara's choice. Does that even compare to the name Hokage, which carries significance? And when will you rid yourself of that tendency to succumb to despair? Uchiha Madara retorted, seeing Senju Hashirama's despondent demeanor, feeling quite indignant. Thus, the name Konohagakure was solidified, receiving the recognition of countless individuals. Although so much time has passed, our wars have finally ceased. Now, I feel as though I am witnessing our childhood once more. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, surveying the entirety of Konohagakure with satisfaction, reminiscing about the joyful moments shared years ago. Yearning for those youthful times. By the way, You mentioned Hokage. What exactly is the role of a Hokage? Is it merely to protect the villagers within the village? Uchiha Madara, having established the first ninja village, was uncertain about the responsibilities of its leader, realizing he had to start from scratch and was completely in the dark. Glancing at Senju Hashirama with curiosity, that is only a fraction of the duties. We must also consider expanding the village. We will accept missions from various nations and allocate ninjas to complete those tasks, ultimately reaping rewards. Our village is still undergoing construction, and we shall accelerate its development. Thus, as Hokage, you will find yourself increasingly occupied. One day, we shall carve your likeness into the cliffside below us, though you might want to alter your appearance. It's rather intimidating and not very welcoming. Ha! Senju Hashirama had already devised plans for their next steps, and, upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback. A cold sweat trickling down his spine. As a symbol of protection for the village? What nonsense! You dare say my handsome visage is frightening? Uchiha Madara retorted, feeling wronged at the suggestion. Surely, it is far superior to your woeful countenance. Uchiha Madara quickly countered, unable to tolerate the insult to his good looks. Is it truly that embarrassing? Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Hashirama lowered his head, muttering to himself in despair. Ha! Not at all, not at all. If anything, that would be truly embarrassing. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily at Senju Hashirama's plight. Is that so? Hee ha ha. The two shared a mutual glance, erupting into laughter. At that moment, Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama rushed over, exclaiming, Brother, you two are so hard to find. They approached Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, laughing as they joined their side, with Senju Tobarama following closely behind, standing beside Uchiha Madara. During this period, the reconciliation between two clans, coupled with the union of Senju Tobarama and the Uchiha clan, has significantly altered Senju Tobarama's perception of the Uchiha. He has forged a deep friendship with Uchiha Izuna. The Uchiha clan, often deemed the embodiment of love, revealed that their affection is rooted in protection. Their love is born from the desire to safeguard. This mirrors the bond he shares with his elder brother. Both embody a love that is protective in nature, just as he loves his brother. His brother is equally willing to sacrifice everything for him. It is quite simple. Ironically, two erstwhile adversaries have now become friends, a transformation that is quite remarkable. This transformation owes much to Senju Tobarama, who tirelessly explained and elucidated matters to alleviate his uncle's animosity towards the Uchiha clan, ultimately persuading Senju Tobarama through his eloquence. Moreover, Senju Tobarama believes that now that he has entered the world of Hokage, adhering strictly to the original storyline holds little significance. He aims to foster peace between the Uchiha and Senju clans, ultimately uniting them to confront the Otsutsuki clan. Considering Naruto and Sasuke's plight in the later stages, where they were overwhelmed by Kagaya Otsutsuki, he shudders at the thought. His current strength falls far short of that of six-paths Naruto and six-paths Sasuke. Encountering Kagaya would be akin to a swift defeat. Furthermore, he is currently residing within the body of Chizuru, unaware of her whereabouts. The enemy is formidable, far beyond what Kagaya could contend with. The ultimate invincible boss has yet to reveal itself, and he must prepare for the worst. After all, it remains uncertain whether there exists someone even more powerful than Kagaya Otsutsuki. Brother, why are you still wasting time here? The ministers from the Land of Fire are about to arrive for a meeting. You two should hurry and prepare, Senju Tobarama remarked, noticing the mirthful laughter shared between the two, while he and Uchiha Izuna were overwhelmed with tasks. Chapter 15. The Hokage and Deputy Hokage. Madara is the first Tobarama and Izuna. Uchiha Madara greeted with a slight smile upon seeing Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna, with Izuna still alive. He remained untainted by darkness and displayed a degree of kindness toward them. Indeed, brother, the feudal lords are awaiting us. They wish to elect a leader for the village. We will join you shortly, Uchiha Izuna replied, smiling as he nodded. Haha, you have arrived late. I suggested Madara should directly assume the role of Hokage, Senju Hashirama exclaimed, laughing heartily at Tobarama and Izuna. Really? Brother, you are to become Hokage? Uchiha Izuna expressed his delight at the prospect of his brother assuming such a role. TCH. What a hassle. I have no desire for that, Uchiha Madara retorted, though a hint of amusement and responsibility glimmered in his eyes as he spoke. Is that so? Senju Tobarama paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon reconciled with the notion, not reacting excessively. Senju Hashirama had been anticipating this moment. If he aimed to alter history, he must commence with the first Hokage. Thus, he sought to have Uchiha Madara appointed as Hokage, thereby rewriting history. He had been standing behind a small mound, casually awaiting the opportune moment to interject. Ding! The system has detected the host's ambition as a transmigrator to alter the history of the ninja world. The divine selection system is now activated. Option 1. Allow Senju Hashirama to remain as the first Hokage without making any changes. For the trajectory of history belongs to the Golden Finger. Would it not be delightful? Altering history may lead to unforeseen complications in future developments. Task reward: a pair of Byakugan. Option 2. Appoint Uchiha Madara as the first Hokage. As a transmigrator, how could one not change history? To remain a mere observer of a familiar timeline is pointless. Task reward: instantaneous mastery of sage techniques, akin to your father. Option 3. Designate Uchiha Madara as the first Hokage while elevating Senju Hashirama to the position of deputy Hokage. Having two leaders for a village poses no issue, as mutual support fortifies the village, thereby realizing your dream of fundamentally altering history. Task reward: a perfected version of the impure world reincarnation technique, requiring no sacrifices. Summoning powerful beings with 80% of their original strength. It seems that every time Senju Hashirama harbors a thought, the divine selection system activates. Byakugan? Wouldn't wielding a Byakugan lead others to believe I have taken the eyes of the Hyuga clan? They might very well attack Konoha. Instantaneous mastery of sage techniques is indeed impressive. Although I have signed a contract with a slug, my progress in cultivating sage techniques is rather slow. To achieve mastery akin to my father would require years of dedication. However, the impure world reincarnation is quite enticing. Possessing 80% of the original strength without requiring sacrifices is exceptionally advantageous. As Senju Hashirama contemplated the options before him, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he quickly formed a decision. Father, Uncle Azuna, Uncle Madara, may I interject? He boldly declared, leaping from behind the mound as he raised his voice. Oh, Tobarama, what brings you here? The four turned, clearly pleased to see him, as they greeted him warmly. Hee. I believe the village leadership does not necessitate a singular figure. Managing myriad affairs alone might drive Uncle Madara to insanity. Why not elect two individuals as Hokage? One as the primary Hokage and the other as the deputy. After all, the Senju and Uchiha clans are the true founders of Konoha, making it reasonable for the leaders to come from our clans. Should anyone oppose, let them leave Konoha. We seek comrades who promote unity and friendship, not those who covet power. Senju Hashirama articulated his thoughts with a slight smile. You, my boy, truly understand me. Indeed, Hashirama, I concur with Tobarama's words. How can I protect the village while managing trivial matters alone? Having two leaders to share the burden seems sensible. Uchiha Madara responded, appreciating the proposal. Yes, I find this method quite agreeable, Senju Tobarama mused, contemplating for a moment. This idea holds great merit, as having only Uchiha Madara as clan leader could adversely affect the Senju clan's progress. However, if both were Hokage, it would ensure mutual rights and foster growth for both clans. I too wholeheartedly support Tobarama's suggestion. If my brother were to handle village affairs alone, he would likely reach his breaking point. Thus, two leaders it shall be. Uchiha Izuna nodded in agreement, fully aware of his brother's temperament. Then it is settled. I shall assume the role of deputy Hokage, and Madara shall be the primary Hokage. With the unanimous agreement of the three, Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, content with the decision. Thus, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara jointly became the first Hokage, embodying both righteousness and malevolence, the harmonious fusion of yin and yang, heralding the true rise of Konoha. Upon realizing the successful selection of the host and the completion of the task, a reward was granted, the perfected Edo Tensei, requiring no sacrifices, enabling the summoning of formidable warriors possessing 80% of their former strength. In an instant, Senju Tobarama, having made his selection, found a flawless ninjutsu manifesting in his mind, the Edo Tensei. With just a single object belonging to the deceased, he could summon the spirits to fight on his behalf. What a splendid tool! It seems prudent to gather more DNA from the strong in the future, thus sparing himself from direct involvement. His grandfather's remains would suffice, he chuckled. Subsequently, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara met with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Kato In. Upon seeing the lord, they bowed respectfully, acknowledging that the feudal lord, while ostensibly ruling the village, was essential for receiving the financial and material support of the Land of Fire. Hence, mutual respect was imperative, though it did not imply fealty. The leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans, please take a seat. Kato and welcomed them with a smile, nodding slightly to invite them to sit. Your establishment of a village is acceptable to me. However, it necessitates the financial and material resources of our Land of Fire. Thus, you must also undertake the duty of protecting our realm and dispatch some ninjas to guard our capital. After all, should our land fall, the resources of your village would likewise be compromised. You have no objections to this, I trust? As they settled in, discussions commenced regarding the negotiations. The Land of Fire would not offer financial assistance without expectation. It was essential that the village provide protection in return. That is agreeable. We have no objections. You provide resources, and we shall ensure your safety. Additionally, you may issue missions within our village, and we will allocate personnel to fulfill them, thereby earning rewards. This arrangement poses no issues, Uchiha Madara, now the elected Hokage, remarked, observing the attentiveness of the assembly. During his tenure as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he had frequently dealt with assassination and protection missions from various nations, understanding that his clan's growth depended on completing such tasks for sustenance. Oh, you must be the appointed Hokage, remarked Kato recognizing Uchiha Madara's formidable reputation. Since you have no objections, neither do I. Let us formalize this agreement with the signing of the Hokage appointment contract, designating you as the Hokage of Konoha, and for the leader of the Senju clan. Here is the contract for the deputy Hokage position, please sign. With a wave of his hand, two attendants promptly presented the documents. They had prepared the appointment agreements in anticipation of the meeting, knowing that the village would be named Konoha. Swiftly, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama affixed their signatures to the documents, officially assuming the roles of the first Hokage and first deputy Hokage, respectively. Hashirama, I believe we should refrain from selecting our clansmen for the protective ninjas, Uchiha Madara proposed upon their return to Konoha. Given the uniqueness of the Sharingan, it could be misused by those with ulterior motives. Moreover, dispatching members of the Senju clan might provoke suspicion in the feudal lord. Indeed, I concur. Recently, many other ninjas have joined our ranks, particularly from the Shimura and Yamanaka clans. We could select 2 from among them, Hashirama agreed, furrowing his brow. Thus, the decision was made to appoint 6 elite jonin and 6 regular jonin for the task, ensuring that the feudal lord would feel at ease, as they would not be affiliated with either clan, thereby fostering trust and stability between the village and the Land of Fire. Let us finalize this arrangement. Dispatching 6 elite jonin and 6 regular jonin will suffice. No one in the ninja world would mobilize a shadow-level powerhouse for the assassination of a feudal lord. It is superfluous, Uchiha Madara stated, donning the Hokage hat and addressing Senju Hashirama. Hashirama, please coordinate with the Sarutobi and Shimura clans regarding their candidates. Tobarama and Izuna, gather some elite jonin and regular jonin, selecting 4 elite jonin and 6 regular jonin. Ensure a rigorous vetting process to exclude those with ulterior motives, if necessary. Probe their intentions. The Yamanaka clan will oversee the selection of personnel to accompany the feudal lord. Caution is paramount. Any misstep could jeopardize Konoha's economic stability. Quickly, Uchiha Madara assigned tasks, believing it wise for Hashirama to consult the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, recognizing that his own involvement could be counterproductive. Understood, I will speak with them. Hashirama nodded, fully aware of Madara's intentions, his reluctance to act harshly against their own kin. Yes, First Hokage. Yes, Lord First Hokage. Izuna and Tobarama responded promptly, and the 3 departed from the Hokage's office. It felt surreal to be the Hokage of the village, Hashirama mused, chuckling softly. Once alone, Uchiha Madara rose from his chair. Gazing out at the industrious workers and the artisans sculpting his and Hashirama's statues, a faint smile gracing his lips. Curse it, who has thwarted my plans? Everything was meticulously orchestrated. How could such complications arise? His brow furrowed in frustration. Those who should have perished had not, preventing him from unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It seems I must devise a new strategy. Time is still on my side. In a remote area outside Konoha, a shadowy figure cloaked in black appeared beside a great tree, half buried in the earth, glaring at the village with a furrowed brow, exclaiming in frustration before vanishing into the ground. The instigator of the wars, Kagayazwal, had been to unearth the strongest reincarnation of Ashura and Indra, igniting conflict after conflict in pursuit of the one who could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, over a millennium, not a single soul had managed to achieve it, let alone the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In this present era, having finally discovered Uchiha Madara, the reincarnation of Indra who awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, plans for a grand conflict were meticulously laid out. However, an unexpected revelation emerged. Uchiha Izuna was still alive. His survival thwarted Madara's opportunity to attain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, rendering the plan unfeasible. Knock, knock, knock. As Madara gazed fondly upon his beloved village, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Come in, he called out, swiftly turning toward the entrance. Creak. At that moment, Senju Tobarama entered. Hey, Uncle Madara. Tobarama exclaimed with a grin upon seeing Madara. Ah, it's you, brat. Hee. What brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be with your little wife? Madara responded, a glimmer of affection passing through his eyes as he regarded Tobarama fondly, for he had no children of his own and held a brotherly bond with Hashirama. Hee. I came to discuss something important, Tobarama replied, stepping forward and gracefully leaping onto the Hokage's desk. What is it? Speak, Madara said, showing no objection as he approached and took a seat, smiling as he inquired further. Uncle Madara, I found an ancient tome that details some intriguing matters. Take a look. Tobarama said, producing a scroll that appeared exceedingly weathered, as if it bore the weight of time. In truth, he had deliberately aged it by burying it for over a month, rendering it tattered and worn. What is it? Let me see, Madara said. Curiosity piqued as he accepted the scroll and began to read. The content revealed. In the first year of the Warring States period, chaos engulfed the world, with ninja factions vying for supremacy. The most formidable clans included the Kagaya, Uchiha, and Senju, each engaged in relentless battles for resources, mercilessly executing tasks for various nations, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. The populace harbored a profound hatred for the ninjas, believing the turmoil stemmed from their arrogance, yet unbeknownst to them. A sinister puppeteer lurked behind the scenes. This figure, devoid of a name, cloaked in darkness, could meld into trees, soil, or even inhabit human hosts without detection, inciting strife across the globe and pitting clans against one another. He was the source of all malevolence. Rumored to be the offspring of the Celestial Maiden, mother of the Sage of Six Paths, who was ultimately sealed away for her desire to annihilate the world. However, a child remained, wandering the earth, possessing an immortal body. His ambition was to resurrect the Celestial Maiden and wreak havoc upon the realm, a feat that necessitated the Rinnegan. The awakening of the Rinnegan required a prerequisite, the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yet, frequent use of the Mangekyo would lead to blindness. Only by obtaining the eyes of a close kin could one achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which would never succumb to blindness. However, merely possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was insufficient. It required the pure bloodlines of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Should the Kagaya bloodline be incorporated, a divine form could be achieved. Once the Rinnegan awakened, its usage would dismantle the Celestial Maiden's seal, heralding the world's destruction. Future generations must remain vigilant against this individual's deceitful schemes, lest they fall victim to his treachery. What? How could this be? The first year of the Warring States? That's a millennium ago. Who is this dark figure? And the Celestial Maiden? The Sage of Six Paths? Does he truly exist? Madara pondered, unable to dismiss the authenticity of the text before him, for who would fabricate such a tale? Moreover, Tobarama's decision to entrust it to him indicated the gravity of the matter, necessitating a subtle approach to convey the truth. Uncle Madara, upon discovering this tome, I realized that both you and Izuna are potentially in danger, which prompted my visit, Tobarama remarked, observing Madara's astonishment, a smirk gracing his lips. Danger for Izuna and me? Why? Madara inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion, still grappling with the shocking revelations contained within the tome. Uncle Madara, look, it's all clearly stated. It speaks of a celestial maiden intent on annihilating the world, sealed away by the Sage of Six Paths. Yet, she left behind a dark figure, her son, who cannot die, implying he still exists. You have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and so has Uncle Izuna. This means that this dark figure may seek to ensure you awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan by eliminating you or finding a way to take Izuna's life. This would allow either you or Izuna to acquire the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and subsequently request some of your father's pure Senju bloodline to achieve the Rinnegan. That dark figure is here for your Rinnegan. He can possess anyone, and should he inhabit you, he could unleash the Celestial Maiden, leading to the demise of all. Tobarama began his persuasive discourse, observing Madara's grave expression as he spoke with a chilling authenticity. Is that so? Your words hold a semblance of truth. Are you suggesting that someone wishes to harm me or Izuna? No, I will not allow anyone to harm Izuna. If they do, I shall ensure they meet their end. Madara declared fiercely, for Izuna was his Achilles heel. Anyone daring to threaten him would have to step over Madara's corpse first. Indeed, Uncle Madara. This dark figure likely lurks in the shadows, plotting our downfall. The fact that he can achieve immortality speaks volumes of his strength. We must tread carefully. If he remains immortal, the Celestial Maiden will undoubtedly elude death as well. Should she steal your Rinnegan, she could be unleashed. It's not just about me. Even Izuna could be in peril. Moreover, the text mentions the Rinnegan's ability to resurrect the dead, indicating that these eyes must be profoundly terrifying. Tobarama remarked, fully aware that Madara would never covet Izuna's eyes for the sake of awakening his own Rinnegan, even at the cost of his own life. He would never betray his brother. I have encountered similar information within our clan's territory, but the meaning could only be deciphered using the Mangekyo Sharingan. It stated, a deity, in pursuit of stability, divided yin and yang into two opposing forces, interplaying to create myriad phenomena. This aligns with the previous text, which emphasizes the necessity of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines intertwining. It appears this is not a fabrication. It may very well be true. Thank you, Tobarama. I shall be doubly vigilant and keep a close watch on Izuna, ensuring he remains unharmed, Madara affirmed, nodding slightly, and then extended a hand to pat Tobarama's shoulder. Chapter 17. The immortal body he recalled the stele he had previously seen within the clan's territory, which bore a striking resemblance to the ancient tome's contents. This validated the tome's authenticity, indicating imminent danger for either himself or Izuna, compelling him to exercise heightened caution. Hee. It's no big deal. Uncle Madara is my idol, hee. Tobarama exclaimed, playfully patting his chest with a grin. Idol? What does that mean? Madara asked, perplexed by the unfamiliar term, momentarily taken aback. It means Uncle Madara is powerful and formidable. I aspire to become someone like you, Uncle Madara. That is what idol means, hee. Senju Fujin gazed at Uchiha Madara and smiled faintly. Hee, you rascal. Let me discuss with your father how we can better protect the village and safeguard Izuna. I will not allow anyone to harm Izuna or any member of our village. No one shall do so. Uchiha Madara found himself at a loss, unable to devise a solution to the pressing matter. Thus, he prepared to consult Senju Hashirama on how best to protect the village and Izuna. All right then. We shall wait here for Father's return, Senju Fujin chuckled, idly anticipating his father's arrival to see if any solutions would present themselves. In the original narrative, Kagaya could only be sealed away through the use of the Rinnegan and the Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star technique. Senjutsu should be able to harm him. He is likely a product of yin-yang release and may be susceptible to some extent. However, it remains uncertain whether the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan could effectively contain him. The extermination of the Uzumaki clan was presumably connected to Kagaya, suggesting they possessed methods to seal him away, possibly known only to the clan's patriarch. I must return to inquire if there are any secrets that have not been imparted to me. I feel that the techniques I have learned may not suffice to seal Kagaya. Reclining on a nearby chaise, Senju Fujin found his thoughts wandering as he awaited Hashirama's return. An hour later, the door creaked open, and 3 figures stepped inside, evidently having made the necessary arrangements. You're back? Is everything in order? Uchiha Madara greeted them with a slight smile upon their return. Yes, everything is set. They have begun to pack for tomorrow's departure, Hashirama replied, nodding with a grin. Fujin, what brings you here? He noticed Senju Fujin seated in his usual spot and smiled gently. Hee. I came to discuss something with Uncle Madara, Fujin responded with a grin. Oh, what is it? Hashirama queried, glancing at Madara with a curious smile before hanging his hat on the wall and moving towards a stool. Fujin quickly stood up and made way, taking a seat by the window instead. Now that you are all here, I have something important to discuss. This matter was uncovered by Fujin, and I believe it warrants our attention, Madara stated, his brows furrowing in concern. Oh, what has occurred? Hashirama and the others inquired, their expressions turning inquisitive. Fujin has just provided me with some intelligence. I believe you should all take a look. See what you think. Madara said as he handed the tattered document to them. The 3 examined its contents intently, their brows knitting tighter with each revelation that sparked a flicker of shock in their eyes. Ding. The system has successfully detected the host's choice and completed the task, granting a reward. You and Uchiha Madara have become close friends, and Madara will not harm you under any circumstance. Additionally, you receive a special reward. Ding! Congratulations! The host has received a special reward. The immortality of the Otsutsuki clan, able to recover from any damage sustained and absorb any ninjutsu, excluding senjutsu. Suddenly, as Senju Fujin shared everything with Uchiha Madara and made his choice, the system bestowed upon him a mysterious reward that fundamentally transformed his physical form into that of an immortal being of the Otsutsuki clan. This immortality is infinitely more powerful than the sage body of the Senju clan, representing an eternal existence. This is why Kagaya could only be sealed away and never truly killed. Hiss! Why does my body feel itchy? There is a warm current, as if it is reshaping my very being. Is this the essence of immortality? This power is overwhelmingly intoxicating, haha. Senju Fujin reveled in the extraordinary force that continuously reformed his body, endowing him with immense chakra and unparalleled strength. He had never anticipated such a bountiful reward, granting him eternal life, and he felt an exuberant thrill within. He had previously doubted his chances of surviving to witness the later eras, yet it seemed the system had foreseen this, intending for him to partake in the unfolding history. However, the prospect of immortality brought him great joy. While he had once possessed the sage body, living to see the fourth great ninja war would have left him aged and frail. Now, the system had gifted him eternal life, erasing any concerns of mortality. As Senju Fujin continued to marvel at the vast chakra and eternal life coursing through him, the four high-ranking members of Konoha erupted into fervor. Madara, during this time, I will have Mito instruct and research a large-scale barrier for Konoha. This will provide maximum protection for the village while monitoring any intruders. The ancient text contains some truly astonishing information. When combined with the records from your clan's territory, it is indeed quite credible. However, I cannot help but wonder what would happen if both of us awakened the Rinnegan. Hashirama pondered, his brow furrowing as he contemplated the implications of the ancient texts alongside the Uchiha clan steel. Yet, if such powerful entities existed, what would they do if they found themselves unable to prevail? Their newly formed Konoha still sought world peace, enabling its citizens to live in harmony. But now, a formidable unknown enemy loomed, threatening to dismantle the village they had painstakingly built. Suddenly, Hashirama had an epiphany. The Rinnegan. If their powers combined, they would awaken the Rinnegan. But if both of them awakened it, could they possibly confront the unknown adversary? Ding! Special thoughts detected from Hashirama. The divine selection system has activated. Option 1. Let this matter gradually fade from memory, allowing Kagaya to continue her plans, ultimately resulting in the demise of either Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Izuna, leading one of the brothers to successfully awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, eventually becoming 6 Paths Izuna or 6 Paths Madara. Completion reward, a pair of Byakugan. Option 2. Step forward and declare that the ancient text is entirely fabricated, nothing but a prank. Completion reward, a thorough beating from Uchiha Madara, Izuna, Hashirama, and Tobirama, during which the system will enhance your pain sensitivity by 1,000-fold, allowing you to experience exquisite agony. Option 3. Assist Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in successfully awakening the Rinnegan, leading both the Senju and Uchiha clans toward greater strength. Only with immense power can they confront the Otsutsuki clan. Completion reward, a formula for a bloodline enhancement potion, enabling clan members to evolve their bloodline to that of the Otsutsuki clan. At that moment, due to a proposal from Senju Hashirama, the God selection system was unexpectedly activated, a first triggered by someone else's words, leaving Senju Tobirama astonished. Could it be that even spoken words could activate the system? Has it undergone an upgrade? How curious indeed. However, the bloodline enhancement potion seems incredibly potent. Consuming it could directly elevate one to the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan, which implies a significant surge in power. Moreover, the fact that the Otsutsuki bloodline is categorized into multiple grades is astonishing. Even our Senju clan sage body is deemed inferior? The might of the Otsutsuki clan is beyond comprehension. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but marvel at their overwhelming strength, particularly since the true power of Kagaya Otsutsuki has never truly been revealed. Even her resurrection in later times did not reflect her genuine prowess. It appeared more akin to a puppet reanimated by the impure world reincarnation technique. Nonetheless, this is somewhat reasonable, as the Sage of 6 Paths is the offspring of Kagaya Otsutsuki, an immortal, making him a hybrid. Ashura and Indra being half-bloods themselves, further diluted the Otsutsuki bloodline, especially given that we are now a millennium later. While the Senju clan's bloodline appears incredibly formidable, it is utterly inadequate against the Otsutsuki clan. However, if I were to obtain the bloodline enhancement potion, I could elevate the bloodline ranks of both the Senju and Uchiha clans, thus amplifying our strength. I find myself increasingly eager for the impending confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan. A subtle smile crept across Senju Tobarama's lips. The prospect of facing the formidable Otsutsuki clan filled him with anticipation. Chapter 18. Contest for Experimental Order Hashirama. Are you suggesting? Uchiha Madara expressed surprise at Hashirama's proposal, which entailed awakening the Rinnegan in 2 individuals to potentially counter Kaguya. But what if this ancient text is inaccurate? Acting hastily could lead to unforeseen consequences. No one has attempted this before. If both of you undergo bloodline transplantation and something goes awry, it could be perilous. Senju Tobarama was astonished by Hashirama's readiness to resort to such extremes for the sake of protecting Madara and the village. The mere thought of conducting an experiment based on an ancient text to awaken the Rinnegan was terrifying. What if something went wrong? Indeed, brother, if you both proceed with the experiment and it backfires, how shall we respond? Uchiha Izuna frowned, echoing Tobarama's concerns. This ancient text may not even be authentic. We cannot ascertain the truth of its contents. Father, Uncle Madara, Uncle Tobarama, Izuna interjected, I believe Father's proposal has merit. Regardless of the potential danger to him, we could conduct initial experiments with the bloodline transplantation. If successful, then we can decide on the full transplantation. However, we must not disregard the risks. Should a powerful adversary be observing us, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. After all, what might the capabilities of an immortal being be? We cannot afford to ignore the possibility. If our assumptions lead to the destruction of the village we have painstakingly built, I doubt Father and the uncles would accept it lightly. Hearing their discourse, Senju Tobarama quickly voiced his perspective, knowing that Uchiha Madara could awaken the Rinnegan after merging with his father's bloodline. Likewise, Hashirama would surely awaken the Rinnegan upon merging with the Uchiha bloodline. There was mutuality in this, and both belonged to the third incarnation of Otsutsuki, posing no danger. Indeed, Tobarama speaks wisely. I shall not permit harm to befall you or the villagers. I concur with Hashirama's proposal to proceed with the experiment. Upon hearing Tobarama's words, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow, but a glint of resolve shone in his eyes. As a protective brother, he deemed it imperative to eliminate any threat to his sibling. Even the slightest risk was unacceptable. Thus, he decided to join Hashirama in the experiment to ascertain the potential for awakening the Rinnegan. What? Tobarama and Izuna looked on as Madara's determination solidified, rendering them at a loss for words. While they acknowledged the logic of their arguments, the inherent danger was palpable. Yet, they found it difficult to counter their resolve. Let us finalize this decision. You two should hold your tongues. As Hokage, I shall undertake this experiment first. With my sage body, I should encounter no mishaps. Once I am certain of its safety, then Madara may proceed. A glint of determination flashed in Hashirama's eyes. His love and dedication to the village were profound, and he would permit no one to jeopardize it. While he could handle ordinary foes with his strength, he felt uncertain when facing the divine eye of the Rinnegan, an ability attributed to the legendary sage of 6 paths. He did not consider himself a god, but rather a powerful mortal. Yet, if he were to awaken the Rinnegan, he might ascend to a divine status, potentially capable of confronting Kaguya. No, Hashirama, as Hokage, I must be the one to conduct the experiment first. Do not interfere. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing Hashirama's words, shook his head vigorously. He believed that as the Hokage of Konohagakure, it was his duty to contribute, thus competing with Hashirama for the opportunity to undertake the experiment. No, I shall do it. I am Hokage, and my word is law. I too am Hokage, and my word is law. This led to a rather comical scene, as the two argued vehemently over who would conduct the experiment, gritting their teeth and rolling up their sleeves, prepared to clash. Senju Tobarama, observing his father and Uchiha Madara, couldn't help but feel as though he were watching two fools. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he sighed, glancing at Tobarama and Izuna with exasperation. These two are truly something. Tobarama chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Such a rare sight indeed. A quarter of an hour later. All right, Father, Uncle Madara, let us decide by vote. The majority shall prevail. We 3 shall cast our votes, and you 2 will each count as 1. Senju Tobarama, slightly exasperated, directly addressed Uchiha Madara and Hashirama, proposing this solution. I agree. I concur. Tobarama and Izuna raised their hands in agreement, signaling their support. Very well, let us vote. Izuna, cast your vote for me, and Tobarama. You must vote for me as well, humph. Uchiha Madara huffed, settling into a recliner, eyeing Izuna and Tobarama. Humph. Senju Hashirama let out a cold snort and took his seat. Haha, let us proceed with the voting then. Uncle, Izuna, let us prepare. Upon seeing the two young boys, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but chuckle, glancing at Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Izuna. Very well. Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna slightly nodded in agreement. Now let us begin. Those in favor of Uncle Madara being the first to conduct the experiment, please raise your hands. With that, Senju Tobarama called out. As soon as his words echoed, silence enveloped the room, with Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara fixating on the three, their eyes unblinking. All right, the results are in. Uncle Madara received 0 votes. This indicates that the victor of this vote is none other than the Deputy Hokage. Senju Tobarama surveyed the two, astonished that not a single hand was raised, and smiled at Uchiha Madara. Izuna, Tobarama, you too. Uchiha Madara huffed, although he was willing to accept defeat. Witnessing both Izuna and Tobarama not raising their hands provoked a cold snort from him as he turned away, harboring deep reluctance. Haha, I told you so. My position as the experimenter is well-deserved. Senju Hashirama burst into laughter at the sight of Uchiha Madara's dismay. Humph, consider yourself lucky. These traitors infuriate me. Uchiha Madara retorted disdainfully, casting a fierce glare at Uchiha Izuna. However, Uchiha Izuna merely smiled, unfazed. Brother, you are the sole hope for our clan. You must not come to harm. Forgive my choice this time. In truth, Uchiha Izuna's thoughts dwelled on the fact that in the face of unknown dangers, he wished for Uchiha Madara to avoid taking risks. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards Senju Hashirama, the safety of his brother was paramount. His elder brother was formidable enough to face potential mishaps, but allowing Uchiha Madara to experiment first was out of the question. If Uchiha Madara succeeded and awakened the Rinnegan, the Senju clan would stand no chance against him. Brother, you must persevere. Senju Tobarama also had his concerns. While he had come to trust the Uchiha clan, he could not relinquish the fate of his family to mere faith in the unknown. Should Uchiha Madara obtain the Rinnegan and become arrogant, believing himself invincible, significant troubles could arise. Thus, it was better for his elder brother to undertake the experiment, as he held a keen interest in researching forbidden techniques, believing it would not pose too great a challenge. Well then, the results have been determined. Next, it shall be my father who conducts the experiment. However, Madara, if it is indeed necessary to use the eyes of a close relative to achieve the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, do you think your father's eyes could also enhance your Sharingan? Senju Tobarama posited, considering that even if they did not awaken the Rinnegan, possessing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would still provide formidable power. Senju Tobarama turned his attention towards Uchiha Taijima, suggesting that awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan merely required the eyes of a close relative. Why not utilize Uchiha Taijima's eyes? Not to mention those of his deceased brothers, which could also be employed. What? No, Tobarama, those are my father's eyes. This is... Uchiha Izuna was taken aback by Senju Tobarama's suggestion, shaking his head vehemently. He was deeply unwilling, as his father had already passed, and the remaining eyes were not something he wished to exploit. Due to the unique bloodline of the Uchiha clan, the Sharingan of those who died in battle or from illness were preserved and stored carefully. After all, if their remains were desecrated for research, it could expose the secrets of the Uchiha bloodline and its Sharingan to the world. Thus, after every battle, they would collect the bodies of their clan members, ensuring their eyes were removed and preserved accordingly. Otherwise, no one in the ninja world would know how many Uchiha Sharingan had been born into other clans or among common ninjas. Chapter 19. The fusion of Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. Tobarama. Is it truly necessary to utilize the eyes of our ancestors? Uchiha Madara, the reluctant, understood that if it was essential for the safety of his brother, he would make that sacrifice. Indeed, ancient texts state that the eyes of close kin are required. If both Uncle Madara and Uncle Izuna become blind, how can they protect our village? We must resort to the eyes of our ancestors. Attaining the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will undoubtedly bolster the strength of Konoha. Senju Tobarama furrowed his brow as he spoke to Uchiha Madara. Knowing that Uchiha Madara had begun to waver, desiring the Uchiha Sharingan to see if he too could awaken the Rinnegan. If he could indeed awaken the Rinnegan, he would be invincible in the ninja world, unless he encountered the monstrous Otsutsuki Kagaya, who had once suppressed Naruto and Sasuke effortlessly. After all, even the two protagonists struggled against her. What chance did he have, given that he had yet to attain the Six Paths power? Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Uchiha Madara was evidently intrigued. After all, his vision had indeed begun to decline with the frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he could still see clearly enough to engage in battle, though should he lose his sight entirely, he would be rendered powerless, a mere shell of his former self. Very well, I shall consent to be the first to undergo the experiment. If it truly leads to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, then we can allow Izuna to merge with that power afterward. Uchiha Madara internally wrestled with his decision, as this was the last remnant of his father and several brothers. However, to protect Izuna, he had to make the choice to proceed with the transplantation of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Brother, this. Although Uchiha Izuna sensed changes in his own eyes, they were not as pronounced as Uchiha Madara's, nor did he perceive the gravity of the situation. Seeing his brother agree to Senju Tobarama's proposal surprised him. Izuna, in order to protect you and the village, I would sacrifice anything, even my own life. What more are the eyes of our father? They have departed. Let their remaining strength serve to protect us. This is a manifestation of their love for us. Is it not? Uchiha Madara resolved firmly, gesturing reassuringly to Uchiha Izuna. This. Uchiha Izuna understood that his brother had made up his mind and that it would be difficult to change it. Ultimately, he could only agree. All right then, Madara. Retrieve the Sharingan, and we shall proceed with the research surgery. Additionally, bring a few pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan. Should father wish to awaken the Rinnegan, perhaps having a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan could enhance the chances of success. Senju Tobarama's current objective was to ensure that both individuals awakened the Rinnegan, and ideally, he himself would also achieve that. Therefore, asking Uchiha Madara to bring additional pairs for research was imperative, as this remained their secret, one that must not be divulged to others. Understood. Izuna, go fetch our father's eyes and also bring 3 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara nodded slightly and then addressed Uchiha Izuna, saying, I understand, brother. Uchiha Izuna, left with no choice, turned and departed from the office, heading back to the clan to retrieve the eyes. Just 2 months after the establishment of Konoha, all nations witnessed the results and began to emulate Konoha by founding their own ninja villages. The land of lightning birthed Kumogakure, led by its first Reikage. The land of water saw the emergence of Kirigakure, with its leader claiming the title of Mizukage. The land of wind established Sunagakure, presided over by the Kazekage. The land of earth created a Wagakure, with its own Tsuchikage. They were all the first generation of Kage, and a wave of village creation swept through the entire ninja world, with countless small nations following suit. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna made significant progress in their research on the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I feel my vision has strengthened, and my ocular power is becoming more abundant. I suspect I am not far from achieving the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Madara mused, feeling the power emanating from his eyes, almost entranced by such formidable strength. However, due to Uchiha Taijima's eyes only reaching the pinnacle of the 3-tomo level, Madara's transformation into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was somewhat delayed, preventing him from attaining the eternal eye immediately. Brother, my eyes are the same. I sense a more powerful force awakening within me, Izuna replied. It seems the ancient texts were indeed accurate, indicating that someone intends to use our awakening of the Rinnegan to possess us, aiming to unleash that so-called heavenly maiden. I wonder who possesses such strength that they could instigate a war across the ninja world for millennia. Such a person is terrifying. I cannot help but question whether our current powers could vanquish them. Izuna also felt his Sharingan growing stronger, further believing in the events recorded in the ancient texts. Anger welled within him at the thought that Kurizetsu had incited war and sought the demise of either himself or his brother. Such an act was utterly unforgivable. I will not allow you to come to any harm. You are my only remaining brother, and I will protect you at all costs. If anyone seeks to kill you, I will ensure they perish first. Madara was consumed by a raging fire of anger, realizing that there were those who wished to take his brother's life. Everything was gradually confirming the records of the ancient texts, indicating that someone sought either his or Izuna's life. Such individuals could not be allowed to live. No matter the circumstances, they must be eradicated. How is Hashirama's experiment progressing? Madara inquired, glancing at Izuna, eager to learn of Senju Hashirama's research outcomes and whether it could truly succeed. I just visited. The 3-tomo that Hashirama transplanted has transformed into a Mangekyo Sharingan due to the stimulation of the Senju bloodline, though its specific abilities remain unclear. Moreover, after the transplantation of elder brother's cells, his aura has grown significantly stronger, at least several times more powerful than before. The contents of that book are being verified one by one, Izuna explained. It is highly likely that Hashirama will awaken the Rinnegan. Once he does, with both of you awakening the Rinnegan, I believe the two Rinnegan will surely be able to obliterate that accursed Kurizetsu. Izuna had also previously visited and confirmed that Senju Hashirama's Mangekyo Sharingan had activated, and his physical prowess was steadily increasing at an astonishing rate. Once Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara awaken their Sharingan, they would undoubtedly be capable of defeating Kurizetsu, eliminating the threat once and for all. Indeed, splendid. The Rinnegan, as the ultimate evolution of the Mangekyo Sharingan, will undoubtedly surpass the eternal we are on the verge of awakening. I am truly eager to behold the powers it possesses. Madara's eyes gleamed with golden light. Already content with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but curious about the heights he might achieve with the Rinnegan. With such powers, he and Hashirama would be invincible, potentially reaching a divine existence. Haha, with you saying that, I find myself even more excited. Izuna chuckled as they sat atop the Hokage rock, gazing over the village with faint smiles. In Konoha Hospital, Senju Tobarama personally performed the operation on Senju Hashirama. Among the Senju clan, only Hashirama possessed the strongest medical ninjutsu, prompting Tobarama to take charge. Father, how do you feel? Tobarama asked as he observed Hashirama's condition. I feel fantastic. My power has surged several-fold. Now, even without using sage techniques, I am stronger than I was before when utilizing them. Moreover, this Mangekyo is indeed formidable. Each eye possesses unique ocular techniques. Even more mysterious than Madara's, Hashirama replied with a smile, feeling the extraordinary capabilities of his eyes. That is excellent to hear. Father, do you feel the Uchiha bloodline within you stabilizing? If so, I will increase the dosage of DNA I administer to you, Tobarama remarked. Initially, he had been cautious about infusing too much of Madara's bloodline into his father, not wishing for Hashirama to end up like Madara in the original story, bearing a face on his chest, which would be quite unsightly. Thus, he administered the Uchiha bloodline gradually, ensuring that Hashirama could adapt and absorb it before further infusions. Although the process was slow, it was steady and facilitated easier absorption. Yes, that should suffice. Please continue, Hashirama nodded, smiling at Tobarama. All right. I shall administer another injection and see if it proves effective. Tobarama quickly complied, inserting the syringe into Hashirama's body. Father, that's enough. Take your time to adapt. Notify me once you are ready. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye. Soon, Tobarama implanted Madara's DNA into Hashirama once more. After completing the injection, it was up to Hashirama to digest and assimilate it. Chapter 20. The Nine-Tails Assault on Konoha. The Senju bloodline must completely consume the Uchiha bloodline to forge a new lineage, allowing Hashirama's Mangekyo Sharingan to ascend directly to the Rinnegan. Understood, Hashirama nodded slightly, beginning to observe the changes within his body. Tobarama then utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the hospital, and in the next moment, he arrived at his secret base. This clandestine location was dedicated to his research, where he had previously transplanted a pair of 3-Tomo Sharingan into himself. He had successfully transformed them into Mangekyo Sharingan and was now rapidly evolving. The Mangekyo Sharingan was on the brink of evolving into the eternal Mangekyo. Such an immortal bloodline was indeed powerful. This was akin to the ancestral lineage of Kagaya Otsutsuki, enabling continuous evolution of the Sharingan after its activation. Upon returning to his secret base, Tobarama instantly activated his captivating Mangekyo Sharingan, feeling the transformation of his bloodline, and could not help but laugh heartily. If Uchiha Sasuke were present, he would undoubtedly observe that Senju Tobarama's Mangekyo Sharingan bears a striking resemblance to his own, both featuring a hexagram, yet devoid of intricate lines, instead possessing only a hollow point. Within the hexagram, there exists a faintly discernible four-cornered shuriken, reminiscent of Uchiha Shursue's reflection in the Mangekyo Sharingan. Possessing this immortal form, the complete manifestation of Susanoo encounters no strain, and its power continues to surge, with ocular strength escalating every second. The capabilities of both eyes also please him considerably. However, is it not said that the Mangekyo Sharingan reflects the soul of its bearer? The thoughts of the heart dictate the abilities of the Mangekyo. Why then, does one of my eyes possess the power of protection? It perplexes me. Whom am I meant to guard? Despite Senju Tobarama's satisfaction with his Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities, The presence of a protective power confounds him. At least for now, he does not perceive anyone worthy of his guardianship, someone for whom he would sacrifice his life. The left eye's ability is a spatial barrier, permitting him to control a specific space at will, sealing it so that none may enter. Any harm inflicted within this domain is rendered null, persisting indefinitely unless he chooses to dismantle the spatial barrier. This bears a slight similarity to Obito's eye. Yet he concealed himself within Kamui's realm. In contrast, my ocular ability obliterates a chosen space without any limitations, even achieving permanence. Only if someone shatters the space or if I desire to release them can they emerge. While this ability could serve as a formidable form of protection, it would prove futile in an offensive context. I cannot simply confine adversaries within the void, allowing them to starve. The ability bestowed upon Senju Tobarama is unequivocally one of defense, a veritable absolute safeguard. In this ninja world, none possess the capacity to shatter space. Thus, he can protect those he cherishes with but a glance, determining the size of the space himself. The capability of his right eye, however, is somewhat more grotesque. It grants him the power to manipulate time, albeit for a fleeting 10 seconds. During this brief interval, he can accomplish a multitude of tasks. It resembles the laws of time, albeit significantly weaker, with a duration that lacks endurance. Its range extends to a kilometer, allowing him to freely adjust the flow of time within the confined area. This marks his first encounter with such an extraordinary ocular technique. If applied to another, 10 seconds could potentially erode decades of their existence, even leading to a depletion of their vitality. He wonders whether awakening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan will alter his ocular techniques. How intriguing. Observing his hands, Senju Tobarama's lips curl into a slight smile before he dispels the Sharingan, reverting to his normal state, and vanishes from the base. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived in Kanahagakure, draped in a black cloak that obscured their form, instantly employing the summoning technique. With a thunderous boom, a massive crimson figure emerged outside the village. It was the Nine-Tails Fox. For reasons unknown, it had inexplicably manifested in Kanahagakure. What on earth? Such an overwhelming presence. What is happening? Is that a fox? How can such a colossal creature exist? As the Nine-Tails appeared, its immense size crushed countless homes and unleashed a powerful aura, creating storms that sent nearby villagers flying. Help! Run! The villagers of Kanahagakure, having never witnessed such a vast and terrifying tailed beast, were in a state of shock and chaos, fleeing in all directions. The Nine-Tails, summoned without reason, was filled with rage upon seeing the illuminated village, unleashing its fury by thrashing its claws and 9 tails, wreaking havoc upon the structures of Kanahagakure. At that moment, Uchiha Madara furrowed his brow. Sensing a formidable presence at the village entrance, its chakra overwhelming to the point of shock. Lord First Hokage. A terrifying summoning has appeared in our village, a colossal fox with 9 tails, causing countless casualties among the villagers. Its strength is insurmountable. Our jutsu are utterly ineffective against it. As he pondered the source of this malevolent energy, a masked ANBU ninja appeared before him, delivering the grim news. The formation of the ANBU was, of course, initiated by Senju Tobarama, who had guided Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama in establishing the root and ANBU divisions within the village. The ANBU was directly overseen by the 2 Hokage, while the root was managed by Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna, tasked with intelligence gathering and assassination missions. Summoning beasts? How can it possess chakra greater than Hashirama's? And this aura, so sinister. Immediately send ANBU members to safeguard the villagers and escort them to shelters. Lower-ranked ninjas should retreat, while the Chunin are responsible for evacuating the populace. Upon hearing the ANBU's report, Uchiha Madara felt the overwhelming chakra, recognizing it as deeply malevolent, and promptly commanded, understood. The ANBU vanished in an instant. Uchiha Madara too disappeared, reappearing atop the Hokage office building. This monster shall not be permitted to disrupt our hard-earned peace. Everyone go! Halt its advance and buy time for the villagers. We must contain it and prevent further destruction. Ninjas from numerous clans within Kanahagakure, all of whom had just begun to enjoy a fragile peace, assembled before the Nine-Tails, their expressions fierce and resolute. Suddenly, countless shuriken flew toward the Nine-Tails, each equipped with explosive tags. Yet these attacks were utterly ineffective, only serving to enrage the beast further. With a swift motion, the Nine-Tails struck down upon the source of the shuriken, resulting in a massive explosion. Several ninjas caught off guard were thrown back, some meeting their demise under the creature's might. What a terrifying fox! Do not falter. Hold it off as best you can. The first Hokage will arrive imminently. Yes, let us persevere. Even if we cannot stop the Nine Tails, we must ensure the villagers reach safety and buy them time. Do not act recklessly. Let us combine our jutsu to restrain it. At the inception of Konohagakure, the ethos was one of peace, and the ninjas strove to utilize their remaining strength, even if they could not overpower the Nine Tails, to secure an escape for the villagers. Summoning technique. Come forth, King of the Monkeys, Inma. With a resounding thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared before the Nine Tails, having bitten his finger to summon forth the beast of the Sarutobi clan. Instantly, a gray-haired monkey clad in ninja attire appeared, whimsically swinging a white tail behind it and sporting a forehead protector emblazoned with the symbol of Konohagakure. The Nine Tails? How is it possible for the Nine Tails to be here? After the emergence of the ape demon, it crossed its arms and fixed its gaze upon the Nine Tails, a hint of gravity flashing in its eyes. Ape demon. Expel him from the village, lest it faces destruction, intoned Sarutobi Sasuke in a solemn voice. Understood, transform. With a resounding thud, upon hearing Sasuke's command, the ape demon instantly morphed into a plume of smoke, taking the form of a black staff. The staff whirled in the air before being grasped firmly by Sarutobi Sasuke. Ape demon, extend and push the Nine Tails away, he bellowed, directing his focus on the formidable beast. Chapter 21. The Sage Art of the Bright Divine Gate. In an instant, an eye appeared on the Rui Jingu Bang, which then elongated infinitely. With a resounding crash, the staff collided with the Nine Tails' abdomen, forcefully propelling it away from the village. Finally expelled, that accursed Nine Tails has inflicted such immense damage upon the village. Sarutobi Sasuke seethed, glaring at the massive creature before him. They had only recently joined Konoha in pursuit of peace, yet the Nine Tails had ravaged numerous structures and claimed countless lives. What manner of beast is this nine-tailed fox? Why is it so colossal? As the Hokage, I cannot allow such audacity against my homeland and village. You shall pay dearly for your destruction. Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed upon witnessing the Nine Tails, his heart ablaze with fury as he surveyed the devastation and casualties. He had never encountered the Nine Tails. Ancient legends spoke of it, yet even the Sage of Six Paths had merely heard of its existence, never having laid eyes upon the beast. Had the former Uchiha Madara not awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have been as vulnerable as any other in the face of the Nine Tails. Without the Mangekyo Sharingan and would release, controlling the tailed beasts was impossible, let alone sealing them. The power to seal tailed beasts resided solely with the Uzumaki clan. Yet even they could not compel these creatures to submit quietly for sealing, despite not being inherently malevolent. The Nine Tails cherished its freedom and did not require human flesh for sustenance, leading it to dwell in secluded mountains, living a carefree existence. The nine-tailed beasts, due to their differing temperaments, resided in disparate locations, rarely seen by human eyes. Indeed, those who had glimpsed them had long since perished, and in this era, few could contend with the tailed beasts, let alone the Nine Tails, the most powerful among them. The reason for its sudden appearance in Konoha remained a mystery to all. There is no other option. I can only hope the Nine Tails proves formidable and annihilates either Uchiha Madara or that Uchiha Azuna. Even blinding him would suffice. Then I could acquire an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and subsequently evolve into the Rinnegan. The Sarutobi clan's monkey possesses a certain intrigue, humph. At that moment, a black figure suddenly emerged from atop the Nine Tails' head. It was none other than Black Zetsu, who surveyed Konoha with a cold snort, eyeing the staff in Sarutobi Sasuke's hand. Since the Uchiha and Senju clans had forged an agreement to establish Konoha, it had become increasingly difficult for him to instigate chaos. He could not appear before Madara, lest it raise questions. His role was to provide subtle hints. However, Madara had not yet gone blind, thus failing to awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, making the awakening of the Rinnegan even more challenging. Suddenly, the expelled Nine Tails opened its mouth wide, a massive black sphere forming before it, which it swallowed whole, then launched directly toward Konoha. How dare you wreak havoc in my village? You wretched beast, who gave you the audacity? As his words fell, a domineering figure clad in Hokage garb descended from the sky, witnessing the tailed beast bomb shot forth by the Nine Tails. Susanoo, with a furious roar, Uchiha Madara summoned a towering blue giant that appeared at the entrance of Konoha, drawing his sword and cleaving the tailed beast bomb in two. With a thunderous crash, Madara's sword sent the Nine Tails bomb hurtling away. Finally made your entrance. Use it. The more you employ your Sharingan, the faster you shall lose your sight. Ha ha ha. Black Zetsu smirked at Madara's words, observing the Susanoo with delight. Utilizing Susanoo drained ocular power significantly and accelerated blindness. He aimed to ensure one of them either perished or went blind, thus securing the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Wait, what? How is this possible? Black Zetsu's expression shifted as he realized that Uchiha Madara had already awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He stood dumbfounded, as if all his efforts had been in vain. Cursed be this awakening. I wasted so much time seeking the Nine Tails. Yet, this may save me time. Ha ha ha. Staying here holds little significance now. You may entertain yourselves. Uchiha Madara, I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. Do not disappoint me. Black Zetsu had initially sought to induce Madara's awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And now that it had occurred, all the better. He merely needed to incite discord between Madara and Senju Hashirama, allowing him to extract Hashirama's cells and cultivate new Rinnegan. In time, he would resurrect his mother, content with Madara's awakening of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and thus departed unnoticed, with an unidentified entity concealed upon the Nine Tails. Boom. The tailed beast bomb was sent soaring by Madara, exploding miles away, the shockwave reverberating through Konoha as if the earth itself trembled. The first Hokage has arrived. The first Hokage is here. The villagers exclaimed, marveling at his formidable presence as the attack was effortlessly deflected. Indeed, who could forget? That is our leader, our first Hokage. The aura of the first Hokage's Susanoo was overwhelming, making it difficult for those nearby to breathe. This was the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique, Susanoo, a power rivaling that of a deity, only matched by the second Hokage. With Madara's arrival, the beleaguered ninjas of Konoha revealed expressions of relief, reassured by the sight of the colossal blue figure before them. Who dares to desecrate my village? You shall meet your demise. Madara's Sharingan spun wildly as he wielded the Susanoo's katana, charging toward the Nine Tails. With a fierce roar, the Nine Tails howled in pain as Madara's blade severed one of its tails, its eyes flashing with fury. An invasion of Konoha? At Konoha Hospital, Senju Hashirama sensed the immense power of the Nine Tails' arrival, swiftly yanking out the needles embedded in his body before vanishing from sight. What manner of beast is this nine-tailed fox? How dare it ravage my village? It is seeking death. At the village entrance, Senju Hashirama beheld the colossal Nine Tails and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. His brow furrowing as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he activated his sage technique. A circular mark appeared on his forehead, centered by a black dot, followed by the emergence of panda-like eyes, with curved black lines extending from beneath each eye to his ears. This was the sage art, Myojin Gate. Suddenly, Senju Hashirama summoned numerous wooden stakes shaped like the character for open, descending rapidly toward the Nine Tails. Boom. Roar. Damn humans. Let me go? Soon enough, the Nine Tails' tails and limbs were all restrained by the massive stakes, rendering it incapable of resistance as it roared furiously at Hashirama and Madara. The first Hokage's deputy had also arrived, marveling at the sight. Amazing. He has subdued the Nine Tails instantly. It cannot move at all. The two original Hokage were formidable beings indeed. It was no wonder they could contend with the powerful Nine Tails with such ease. When will I ever possess such strength as the first Hokage? It is truly awe-inspiring. With the Nine Tails under Hashirama's control, everyone felt a profound sense of shock. Their gazes filled with endless admiration as they looked upon Hashirama and Madara, their hearts filled with longing. Hashirama, how should we deal with this Nine Tails? Madara inquired. Turning to Hashirama, seemingly unfazed by the Nine Tails' cries for freedom. Hashirama, taken aback by Madara's question, found himself at a loss. They had never encountered such a situation before. The power of the Nine Tails was immense, and if not managed properly, it could wreak havoc again. However, my Myojin Gate can only suppress it, not control it. Hashirama then looked at Madara, explaining, to control such a powerful tailed beast would require an enormous amount of chakra. Then we shall seal it. I wonder if the Uzumaki clan can manage to seal it, Madara replied, nodding slightly. He could use his Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. But that was not a long-term solution. A temporary seal was necessary. Indeed, that is a wise approach. We cannot allow it to cause devastation again. Wait for me. Hearing Madara's suggestion, Hashirama nodded, deciding that sealing the Nine Tails was the best course of action to prevent future calamities. He then vanished from the spot, returning home. Kushina. Come with me, he said upon arriving, pulling Uzumaki Kushina away without further explanation. Chapter 22. Sealing the Nine Tails. The first Jinchuriki. Hashirama, what are you doing? Kushina, bewildered by Hashirama's sudden departure, questioned him. Though she had seen the Nine Tails, she had not rushed out, and now she found herself being taken away. Kushina, we must seal it. If we fail to do so, it may escape and wreak havoc again. To prevent such a scenario from recurring, we must seal it immediately. Hashirama brought Kushina to the village entrance, gesturing toward the Nine Tails as he spoke solemnly. Sealing it? Its chakra is far too vast. To completely seal it, I would have to contain it within my own body, Kushina replied, frowning as she looked at the Nine Tails. However, what is it? Hashirama asked, relieved to hear that Kushina could seal the Nine Tails. He could only temporarily control it with style. He had no sealing technique capable of fully containing it. Yet, that was also not a permanent solution. If he were to perish, the Nine Tails would be released. It must be passed down through generations. When I can no longer maintain it, another must take my place, and so on. Kushina understood that while she could seal the Nine Tails, the question remained, who would contain it after her own passing? Should the Uzumaki clan forever serve as vessels for sealing the Nine Tails? This dilemma weighed heavily on her heart. Ding! The system detected that the Nine Tails was about to be sealed, and the divine selection system activated. Option 1. Make Kushina the first Jinchuriki without interference. Task reward. Secret recipe for Ichiraku ramen. Option 2. Sign the summoning contract with the Nine Tails, making it your summoning beast and befriending it to solve Hashirama's dilemma. Task reward. Tailed Beast Affinity 10. Option 3. The host becomes the first Jinchuriki, emerging as a hero of Konohagakure. Task reward. Otsutsuki clan's transformation ability. Suddenly, as he returned to the village and headed toward the entrance, Hashirama was presented with the selection screen. Ichiraku ramen secret recipe? I'm not selling noodles. Clearly, this option was of no relevance to him and was promptly disregarded. Tailed Beast Affinity 10? What on earth is that? Am I supposed to hold hands with the tailed beast and play games together? Or perhaps pick up soap with them? Ugh. Option 3 it is. The power of the Nine Tails is no trivial matter. It possesses various forms, and the Kurama mode is particularly striking. I quite like it. Heh. Most importantly, the transformation ability can extend one's lifespan. Does that mean immortality? Though I already possess an immortal body, it holds little value for me. However, enhancing my power is certainly advantageous. Ultimately, Hashirama made his decision and vanished from his spot, reappearing at the village entrance. Mother, allow me to seal it. At that moment, he stood before the three, gazing at the Nine Tails with a slight smile on his lips. What? Nonsense! Kushina exclaimed, turning around as if to slap him. Hashirama and Madara exchanged glances. This boy was truly relentless, always charging ahead regardless of the situation, a true embodiment of determination. Hashirama, I believe it is a good idea. Tobirama possesses immense chakra and may well befriend the Nine Tails. Although the Nine Tails harbors malevolent chakra, it does not seem to exude much malice. It appears to have been summoned. Evidently, someone seeks to challenge us in Konoha. Madara observed the Nine Tails, noting that it had not appeared spontaneously but had been conjured. If Tobirama could seal the Nine Tails and forge a bond with it, that would be a lasting solution. Very well, Kushina, let Tobirama give it a try. As the son of the Hokage, he has the duty to protect our village. Becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is imperative, regardless of whether it is him or Tobirama. The outcome remains the same. Tobirama's strength was formidable. Even if complications arose, he could suppress the Nine Tails with his power. Hashirama pondered for a moment. Ultimately, he understood that when it came to the village, his priority was its safety, even above the lives of his loved ones. Anyone who harbors the intent to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village shall inevitably pay a grievous price. Sacrifices made for the village are an inescapable duty. Uzumaki Kushina and Senju Hashirama are his most cherished individuals. Yet, for the sake of the village, he must yield them as vessels for the sealing. No need for that. Since you have all made your decisions, then seal it within me. Uzumaki Kushina understood that sealing the Nine Tails was unavoidable. She did not wish for her son to bear this burden. Upon hearing that they intended to make Senju Hashirama the Jinchuriki, she immediately stepped forward, resolute in her decision to become the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails herself. Mother, I am already an adult. I too wish to protect the village. You have endured so much in bearing and raising me. Allow me to share this burden. I have made up my mind. I shall become the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Father, allow me to take this on. I will ensure that he will no longer harm anyone. A determined glimmer crossed Senju Hashirama's eyes as he gazed at Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Kushina. This was the first time Uzumaki Kushina had seen such resolve in Senju Tobirama. Hearing her son's words stirred her deeply. A flicker of maternal love and joy shone in her eyes, and she exchanged a glance with Senju Hashirama, who mirrored her sense of pride and comfort. Indeed, he is truly my son. Then I shall release the sealing barrier. You will immediately seal him within yourself. Senju Hashirama said, placing a reassuring hand on Tobarama's shoulder. Understood. Senju Tobarama nodded subtly. Then in an instant, he appeared before the Nine Tails. Release. With a swift motion, Senju Hashirama liberated the Nine Tails from its restraints. Curse you, humans. Die. With the barrier's dissolution, the Nine Tails regained its freedom of movement and chakra, unleashing a torrent of dark chakra, preparing to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Humph, Uchiha Madara scoffed. And in an instant, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. The Nine Tails felt itself ensnared in an illusion, its pupils morphing into the pattern of the Sharingan, leaving its body frozen in place, devoid of any rebelliousness. Tobarama, begin the sealing. Uchiha Madara instructed calmly. Understood. Secret technique, adamant and sealing chains. Instantly, the chakra within Senju Tobarama transformed into 5 chains that ensnared the Nine Tails, drawing it toward him. Sealing technique, 8 trigrams sealing. Senju Tobarama swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a colossal 8 trigrams array beneath him and the Nine Tails, enveloping them both. Seal. With a powerful shout, Senju Tobarama exerted immense pulling force on the chakra chains, which began to constrict with increasing speed. The 8 trigrams array beneath their feet began to whirl rapidly, forming a smaller array atop it, amplifying its suction power, distorting the Nine Tails form. Once the Nine Tails was fully absorbed into the array, the smaller 8 trigrams flew towards Senju Tobarama, burrowing into his body. In an instant, a sealing formula appeared on his abdomen, signifying the completion of the seal. Now for another. Sealing technique, for symbol seal. In order to perfectly absorb the power of the Nine Tails, Senju Tobarama reinforced the seal with a 4-symbol seal, extending his claw-like hand to his abdomen, rotating it clockwise by approximately 90 degrees to solidify the sealing. Thus, the sealing of the Nine Tails concluded. A fierce wind swept through the previously ravaged area, stirring up clouds of smoke amidst the chaos. Yet at last, this tumultuous affair had come to an end. The Nine Tails has been sealed? Lord Tobarama sealed the Nine Tails. How impressive! Long live Lord Tobarama! Long live Lord Tobarama! The villagers rejoiced, marveling at Tobarama's formidable power, their expressions glowing with admiration for their village's guardians. Chapter 23. The opportunity to become the perfect Jinchuriki Ding. The host has successfully made a choice and completed the task, receiving the reward of Otsutsuki clan transformation ability. Please continue your efforts. As the knowledge of the Otsutsuki clan's transformation technique flooded into his mind, a faint smile graced Senju Tobarama's lips. Pleased with the system's choice this time, pleasantly surprised that it had not led him astray. All right, everyone disperse. Assist the villagers in rebuilding their homes. Let everyone emerge from the shelters. Uchiha Madara commanded as he turned to the assembled ninjas. Yes, Lord Hokage. The group respectfully bowed before turning to enter the village. Brother. Big brother. At that moment, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuno approached, having refrained from intervening, knowing that if neither Uchiha Madara nor Senju Hashirama could handle the situation, their involvement would be futile. You've arrived? It is all settled now. You two lead the villagers in repairing the village. What a nuisance. I wonder who summoned the Nine Tails. Senju Hashirama shook his head, pondering the identity of the one responsible for summoning the beast. Dad, I have a feeling it might be Kagaya's influence. Senju Tobarama stepped forward, addressing the group, asserting that aside from Kagaya, he could think of no one capable of subduing the Nine Tails. As the mightiest of tailed beasts, even a fraction of its power could easily overpower the 8 tails, let alone its complete form. In this era, no one but Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could hope to tame the Nine Tails. It was an invincible entity. Although Madara and Hashirama were revered as gods, they were not immortal. The Nine Tails, on the other hand, resembled a divine being, incapable of death. Even if it perished, it could resurrect, and should it become the 10 Tails, it would merely represent a merging of its original power, not true death, as it could easily reincarnate. Kagaya? Is it that individual? Uchiha Madara's brow furrowed, a fiery anger igniting within him at the mere thought. It seems the Tails were not mistaken. Someone is indeed plotting against you two brothers. Moreover, their strength is formidable. Had it not been for our unique abilities, we would have been unable to subdue the Nine Tails. Their power is unfathomable. We must remain vigilant. Senju Hashirama concurred, recalling the dread of Kagaya and the sight of her ability to control the Nine Tails, a concept that left them both incredulous. The Nine Tails was no trivial foe. It was likely that few in the entire shinobi world could rival its might. It appears we must accelerate the evolution of our Rinnegan. This individual poses too great a threat. This time, the devastation caused by the Nine Tails has left our village in dire straits. If such occurrences were to happen again, how could our village possibly endure? I am determined to unearth Kurizetsu and make him experience a fate worse than death. Uchiha Madara was consumed by anger, wishing to eradicate anyone who dared threaten the safety of his brother and their village, ensuring their eternal downfall. Let us proceed. Our research must indeed accelerate. The unseen enemy is the most formidable, lurking in our midst, while we remain oblivious to his presence. Senju Hashirama nodded in agreement, surveying their surroundings. He suspected that Kurizetsu might be nearby, a presence that was elusive and intangible, rendering it impossible to anticipate. Let us quicken our pace and return. Senju Tobarama chuckled, leading the way back to the village. Kurizetsu is not easily dealt with. His absence makes him difficult to locate, and it is unnecessary to pursue him deliberately. It serves no purpose. He will reveal himself when the time is right, and Tobarama harbored no concerns about that. Is this fellow not at all worried? Uchiha Izuna remarked with a slight smile as he observed Tobarama's demeanor. Indeed, we older folks may be overthinking things. Let us face challenges as they come. Onward. Hashirama smiled gently at his companions before taking his leave. Soon, the villagers and ninjas of Konoha began to engage in the reconstruction of their village. They incorporated the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to activate the village's barriers, enveloping the entirety of Konoha within. This was the fruit of their recent research. They established a barrier unit tasked with monitoring and maintaining the village's defenses. This barrier proved advantageous. Anyone below the rank of Jonin attempting to enter Konoha would be immediately detected, while even those of the Kage level would only be able to force their way in, making them vulnerable to detection. It was indeed practical, yet it could only repel ordinary Kage level assaults, indicating that further research was necessary. As Hashirama observed the barrier before him, a faint smile graced his lips. He conducted a personal test and found the barrier commendable, albeit in need of further refinement. There is no pinnacle, only a continuous journey toward improvement. It is time to visit the Nine Tails. Without his cooperation, harnessing his full chakra will prove challenging, he mused upon returning to his chamber. Ding! The host's intentions have been detected. The divine selection system is activated. Option 1. Punish the Nine Tails severely, domesticate him as a pet. Task reward: 100 favor points from the tailed beast. Option 2. Release the Nine Tails, advising him to be cautious of humans and to hide. The host possesses an immortal body. The tailed beast will not perish upon separation, so there is no cause for concern. Task reward: favor from the Nine Tails, with an additional reward of the special ninjutsu, reverse harem technique. Option 3. Become friends with the Nine Tails, forging a bond of life and death brotherhood. Task reward: achieve perfect Jinchuriki status, with an additional special reward. As Senju Tobarama concluded his thought of visiting the Nine Tails, the divine selection system activated once more. Option 1. Beat the Nine Tails for a negative favor of 100? Utterly useless. Upon glimpsing the first option, Tobarama dismissed it outright. It offered no benefit. Reverse harem technique? Is this not the upgraded version that astonished Kagaya Otsutsuki, a super SSS-level ninjutsu? Suddenly, a disturbing image flashed through Tobarama's mind, almost causing him to spew blood. Perhaps I should forego that option and choose the third one instead. The special reward piques my curiosity. Let us take a gamble. A bicycle transformed into a motorcycle. If the third option yields nothing of value, it would be a tremendous loss, for merely befriending the Nine Tails would already grant him the status of a perfect Jinchuriki. He could only hope for the promised special reward. With a decision made, Tobarama's consciousness delved into his ceiling space. Tick-tock. He appeared before the Nine Tails. In a sewer-like chamber filled with flowing water, the reason for which remained a mystery. Come in, the Nine Tails urged, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes upon seeing Tobarama. Kyubi! Tobarama exclaimed, gazing up at the immense creature before him with a smile. How do you know my name? Who are you? The Nine Tails questioned. Astonished that Tobarama knew the name bestowed upon him by Sage of Six Paths, a name known only to a handful of tailed beasts. Calm yourself. I merely wish to engage in conversation, with no ulterior motives, Tobarama reassured, his smile unwavering. Humans are eternally malevolent. I sense an evil power within you. It is truly repugnant. The Nine Tails, feeling the ominous aura of Tobarama's Sharingan, scoffed disdainfully. Yet, Tobarama's words struck a chord within the Nine Tails, reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths, whom he hadn't thought of in ages, causing a flicker of melancholy in his gaze. Do not be so glum. I only wish to be your friend, nothing more. Tobarama observed the glimmer of nostalgia in the Nine Tails' eyes and smiled gently. Friends? Is this how you treat your friends? If you wish for me to be your friend, you must first set me free, the Nine Tails retorted, a smirk gracing his lips. Release you? That is not impossible. But you are not my friend. Thus, I cannot let you go. You have already taken the lives of many villagers. Should I set you free? I would be hunted down, Tobarama replied with a subtle smile, instantly appearing atop the Nine Tails' head. Get off me, this is not your seat. The Nine Tails roared in fury, swiping at Tobarama with his paw. Hey now, no need for such anger. Tobarama remained unmoved as a sturdy wooden vine suddenly emerged, ensnaring the Nine Tails' paw, preventing any advance. Would release? The Nine Tails furrowed his brow, perplexed by Tobarama's ability. Why does this person possess two bloodlines? One of Ashura's and the other of Indra's? The perfect fusion of the two is indeed remarkable. Familiar with the sons of Sage of Six Paths, the Nine Tails sensed the Uchiha power within Tobarama. Now witnessing his would release, an embodiment of both Ashura and Indra, leaving him astonished. Chapter 24, a request? First, offer me 1,000,000. I aspire to transform this world, to eliminate strife, enabling peaceful coexistence among people and tailed beasts alike. You were separated from the 10 Tails by the Sage of Six Paths, and each of you is now an independent entity. You have done no wrong. The moment you are discovered, countless individuals will seek to obtain your power to dominate the world. You can only resist with all your might, ultimately becoming something that instills fear in the hearts of humanity. I understand that all you desire is a stable life. Senju Tobarama sat atop the head of the Nine Tails, gently stroking its soft fur, and slowly spoke. Therefore, I wish to be your friend. Only by forging this bond can we rely on my strength to foster harmony among all. I abhor a world riddled with conflict. I yearn solely for a peaceful existence. So, Nine Tails, do you wish to be my friend? Senju Tobarama gazed at the Nine Tails with the utmost sincerity, his eyes radiating earnestness, while a charm of persuasion began to subtly weave its magic, coaxing the Nine Tails into a different perspective. Peace. Friendship? Humans wish to befriend us, the tailed beasts? Are you certain you are not lost in delusion? The Nine Tails, taken aback by Tobarama's words, froze momentarily and inquired with a hint of incredulity. No, I am diligently striving to achieve the same, and you are my first target. I long to be your closest companion, for I too am devoid of friends. Despite my status as the young clan leader of the Senju, appearing esteemed within the village, I genuinely lack a true friend. Will you be my first good friend? Haha. Senju Tobarama then appeared directly before the Nine Tails, his gaze imbued with sincerity and a radiant smile. He extended his right hand. The Nine Tails felt a flicker of emotion. For millennia, countless individuals had sought to hunt him down for his formidable power. Some stumbled upon him inadvertently, while others were lured by tales passed down through generations. Yet, without exception, all those who sought to strip him of his freedom and turn him into a weapon of war met their demise at his hands. Never had he heard of someone proposing friendship with a tailed beast. It seemed utterly ludicrous. I do not require friends. After contemplating Tobarama's words for a considerable time, the Nine Tails exhibited a moment of struggle in his gaze, ultimately succumbing to weariness and languidly resting on the ground, softly uttering his refusal before closing his eyes. Haha. Senju Tobarama was unperturbed, retracting his hand and quietly sitting atop the Nine Tails' head. This time, the Nine Tails made no move, seemingly acquiescing to his presence. It was not entirely without effect. Progress would come step by step. Haha. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama reclined atop the Nine Tails' head, gazing at the ceiling space, murmuring to himself. Time passed, and unexpectedly, Senju Tobarama fell into a deep slumber atop the Nine Tails' head. As he slept, the Nine Tails pondered, "This child is remarkably bold. Does he not fear my potential wrath?" Upon seeing Tobarama asleep on his head, the Nine Tails felt a strange sense of amusement and allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. He chose not to act harshly and closed his eyes once more, and the two of them drifted into slumber within the ceiling space. Oh, when Senju Tobarama awoke, night had fallen. Observing his continued safety, a faint smile emerged on his lips. I shall take my leave now, Nine Tails, it is getting late. I will return tomorrow to play. With that, Senju Tobarama stood, stretched, and addressed the Nine Tails. Leave. The Nine Tails did not even lift his eyelids, dismissing Tobarama with a curt reply. Hee. still as fierce as ever, but I believe we will soon become good friends. Senju Tobarama smiled softly at the Nine-Tails before departing the ceiling space and returning to his own body. TCH, what an intriguing little rascal. After Tobarama's departure, the Nine-Tails gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of amusement dancing in his gaze as he shook his head. Ninja Academy? Father? With my abilities, do I truly need to attend school? Surely, you jest. Tomorrow marks the beginning of the Leaf Village Academy. It has finally been established and is now open for enrollment, welcoming all who wish to attend. At the age of 10, Senju Tobarama, despite lacking the necessary strength, should indeed be attending the Ninja Academy. However, given his current prowess, he could easily surpass even the likes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, not to mention Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Izuna. It was no wonder he was astonished by Hashirama's insistence on his schooling. Indeed, haha, our newly established Ninja Academy is just beginning, and the village is still small. So classes remain under-enrolled. Why not draw lots? Senju Hashirama smiled gently at the astonished Tobarama. In this inaugural year of their village, the academy had just opened its doors. Many commoners wished to enroll, but the physical requirements posed a significant barrier. Those who could not meet the standards were often left behind, making it exceedingly difficult for civilian ninjas to rise. In contrast, children from prominent clans would undergo medicinal baths to enhance their physical capabilities. However, commoners lacked the financial means for such luxuries. Father, are you suggesting I serve as mere filler? Are you certain I am the only one you require? Upon hearing Hashirama's words, a bead of sweat trickled down Tobarama's forehead, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the reasoning. As the young clan leader of the Senju and the son of the Hokage, you must set an example. This will encourage the children of other noble families to trust the school with their education. Hashirama nodded in affirmation. Oh, I see now. Is it that the influential families refuse to acknowledge your authority? After Hashirama's clarification, Tobarama understood that those esteemed families were reluctant to send their children to the Ninja Academy. After all, they had their own legacies and mentors guiding their offspring, ensuring a level of education that rivaled that of the academy. However, Hashirama wished to foster participation from all, which is why he sought to lead by example. Ding! The selection system has detected a choice faced by the host. The divine selection system is now activated. Option 1. Refuse to attend the Ninja Academy. At this age, what purpose does it serve? Shouted Hashirama 3 times. I refuse to go. Completion reward. Banishment, resulting in a month of sleeping on the streets. Option 2. Decline entry into the Ninja Academy, claiming that learning is unnecessary. If Hashirama disagrees, Uzumaki Mido will immediately appear. Completion reward. A set of mixed doubles. Option 3. Agree to attend the Ninja Academy, obediently complying with parental wishes. Completion reward. Nothing. As the matter of attending the Ninja Academy arose, the divine selection system was instantaneously activated, presenting 3 options before him. A system? Are you jesting with me? One option leads to sleeping on the streets, another to mixed doubles, and the third offers nothing but empty promises. You are truly ruthless. Faced with these 3 options, Tobarama felt an urge to spit blood in frustration. There were no benefits to be had. It would have been better had the system not appeared, all for the sake of compelling him to attend the Ninja Academy. Indeed, the families possess their own legacies, hence their reluctance to allow their children to learn. Therefore, the Senju and Uchiha clans must set an example. It is imperative that everyone participates in the Ninja Academy to facilitate future registration and task allocation. Hashirama nodded slightly. While the Senju and Uchiha clans posed no issues, other families, such as the Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Inuzuka clans, which each boast unique traditions, were generally unwilling to send their children to the academy. Hashirama had conferred with Uchiha Madara, urging that both clans members attend the academy to encourage participation from others. Since the system does not reward me, shall I not earn it myself? Dear father, I appreciate your efforts. Although the system has not provided any rewards, it is akin to Hashirama seeking assistance from Tobarama, naturally allowing for some benefits in return. Since the system fails to provide, he has resolved to demand for himself. Father, I understand. I shall attend school. But what benefits do you offer me? Hee. Tobarama extended his right hand, smiling at Hashirama. What do you desire? Hashirama, taken aback by Tobarama's boldness, inquired. 1,000,000 ryo. Tobarama audaciously requested, reaching out. In the world of Hokage, the currency has never been stable. There is no fixed price. However, during this early period of conflict, 1 million ryo is indeed a considerable sum. When Naruto and Jiraiya sought Tsunade, Jiraiya took all the money with him, leaving Naruto only 300 ryo. Yet, Naruto splurged on food and entertainment, indicating that at that time, 300 ryo was roughly equivalent to 100 of our currency. Tobirama's demand of 1 million ryo is akin to a child asking their father for 3 or 400,000. The amount is undeniably substantial. An S-rank mission usually rewards just over 1 million ryo, and such tasks can only be undertaken by elite ninjas. What? 1 million ryo? What does a mere child need such a sum for? No, but you need not attend the Ninja Academy. Hashirama was astonished that Tobirama would directly ask him for such a vast sum. How could he part with such a large amount so easily? My allowance is only 300,000 ryo a month. If I give you this, how will I have money to gamble? Hashirama contemplated, feeling the weight of his limited resources. This would be a third of his earnings. If he surrendered at all, how would he fund his gambling? Father, though I am only 10 years old, I must save enough for my future bride's dowry, right? You gamble daily, losing everything. If you do not give me the money, I shall not attend the Ninja Academy. You can decide what to do. Hehe. Tobirama was well aware of his father's gambling habits, often referred to as a cash cow by the villagers. He always lost, lacking any luck, excelling in everything except gambling. You, come back here. Hashirama's face flushed with embarrassment as his son exposed him, pointing a finger at Tobirama. Hehe. Father, have you changed your mind? Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Tobirama promptly turned back, smiling at him. Absolutely not. I command you to leave. Hashirama shouted angrily, clutching his pouch tightly. Oh, then I shall take my leave. Farewell, father. Tobirama smiled, waving as he turned to depart. You. Hashirama watched as Tobirama walked away, a bitter pang in his heart. My money, he lamented, feeling guilty for not being able to take his sons into battle. Lowering his head, he retrieved a scroll from his arms, where he kept most of his money. He decided to sacrifice a third of his wealth for Tobirama's education. Kid, come back. Hashirama, blushing furiously, called out to Tobirama's retreating figure, feeling as if his heart was shattering. Hehe. Father, have you made up your mind? Upon hearing Hashirama's call again, Tobirama instantly reappeared in front of him, grinning widely. Here. Hashirama gazed at his son's smile, tempted to strike him. The thought of losing a third of his money was unbearable. Haha, then I shall graciously accept it. Tobirama laughed, swiftly grabbing the scroll that Hashirama offered. Huh, father, why are you holding on so tightly? This is my money now, let go, let go. As Tobirama attempted to take the scroll, he felt a powerful resistance and quickly urged Hashirama to release it, slapping his hand with his left. Ah, my money. Hashirama, though unwilling to part with it, ultimately succumbed to the decision, sacrificing a significant portion of his wealth to ensure Tobirama could attend the Ninja Academy. Finally, Hashirama relinquished his grip with great reluctance, letting out a cold snort while his gaze remained fixed on the scroll, his heart bleeding. Hehe. I shall not be rude and accept this. I will definitely report to school tomorrow, haha. Tobirama tucked the scroll away, bursting into laughter before disappearing. My money, my money. After Tobirama left, Hashirama cried out in despair, looking skyward. Which madman? Is it merely money lost? Must one grieve so deeply? Did he lose several million ryo? Haha. Perhaps someone did lose millions. Hashirama's lament echoed far, drawing the attention of many who began to speculate. Haha. 1 million ryo is enough for me to live lavishly for several years, hehe. Thus, Tobirama's choice was completed, successfully evading the system's rewards and transforming an absence of reward into 1 million ryo, reveling in his newfound wealth. Ding. The system acknowledges the host's successful choice and task completion, granting the reward. Empty, nothing. Ding. The host's opportunistic behavior has resulted in the accumulation of 1 million ryo. The system has imposed a sanction, confiscating 900,000 ryo. Ding. Confiscation successful. The remaining 100,000 ryo is stored in the system's package, available for the host to claim. Recharge 900,000 ryo to exchange for the chakra absorption function, allowing the absorption of any elemental chakra, including Sage Chakra, in release and Yang release. Just as Tobirama felt elated, the system notification appeared, and the scroll containing 1 million ryo vanished, consumed by the system. System, I curse you. However, the subsequent conversion to chakra absorption was a meager consolation, at least mitigating some losses. If you wish to use my money to purchase your chakra absorption technique, just say so. Upon hearing the system's notification, Tobarama spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly fainting, but was relieved by the additional reward from the system. Otherwise, he would have suffered a significant loss. Thus, both father and son were engulfed in sorrow. Who truly profited from this exchange? What is wrong with this kid today? Shouting and ranting, what is this system? The nine tails within Tobarama's body, having been roused from slumber by his outburst, murmured in confusion. Fortunately, the nine tails was unaware of what the system was. Otherwise, secrets would have been divulged. Esteemed clan leaders, I have given you 3 days to consider. What conclusions have you reached? Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy, and I hope for a definitive answer. Within the Hokage's council chamber, the space was filled with individuals, each a clan leader from the prominent families. Uchiha Madara was the first to broach the topic, a matter that had been deliberated 3 days prior, yet many clan leaders expressed their dissent. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, serving as the Hokage duo, occupied the foremost seats, observing the leaders of various clans below. Among them were the Hitaki clan, Hyuga clan, Sarutobi clan, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, Senju clan, Senju Tobarama, Uchiha clan, Uchiha Izuna, Shimura clan, Yamanaka clan, Inuzuka clan, Kurama clan, and the Uzumaki clan, branch, invited by Senju Tobarama to prevent the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. As for the smaller clans, they submitted unconditionally, sending their children to the Ninja Academy for study. It was primarily these larger clans that harbored reservations. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's remarks, the clan leaders exhibited varying degrees of uncertainty, some merely observing, ready to align with the majority should others consent. The Yamashiro clan expressed their agreement. The Nara clan concurred. The Akimichi clan signaled their approval. The Senju clan agreed, allowing Senju Tobarama to enroll in the academy. The Uchiha clan voiced their consent, permitting Uchiha Kagami to join. Subsequently, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans commenced the first wave of agreement, their clan secretaries being relatively uniform, allowing them to learn effectively within the academy. Then, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara made a startling declaration, noting that Uchiha Kagami represented the strongest of the Uchiha's younger generation. As for Senju Tobarama, there was no need for elaboration. Among the assembly, aside from the two Hokage, none could rival him. It seemed that both Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama found themselves somewhat challenged when it came to Senju Tobarama. After all, Senju Tobarama now possessed the nine tails. Its chakra, combined with his own, formed a formidable alliance, vastly exceeding even Naruto's chakra. While Naruto's chakra was indeed substantial, as the progeny of the god of Shinobi and the first Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki clan, Senju Tobarama's chakra was undeniably grander. Furthermore, he harbored a complete nine tails, unlike Naruto, who contained merely half. With the wood release and the Mangekyo Sharingan at his disposal, he stood unrivaled beneath the divine. It was unexpected that the Senju and Uchiha clans, in their endeavor to facilitate the education of their clan's children at the academy, would directly allow Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Kagami to enter. It seemed that the enrollment of their children was indeed an inevitable course of action. However, retreating into a shell was not a viable strategy. This was not a time of war, and if necessary, they could have their children trained diligently within their families during their free time. The current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Tenji, furrowed his brow but ultimately reached a decision, consenting for the Hyuga clan to enter the academy. The Hyuga clan affirmed their agreement. In the end, Hyuga Tenji consented, recognizing that the two most powerful clans had already voiced their support. The Sarutobi clan agreed, sending Sarutobi Hizashi to the academy. Soon, Sarutobi Sasuke also concurred, facilitating Sarutobi Hizashi's enrollment. Upon hearing Sarutobi Sasuke's words, Senju Tobarama paused momentarily, then lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Ultimately, one clan after another expressed their agreement, culminating in a successful conclusion that allowed all clan children to enter the Ninja Academy. Excellent. The following day marks the commencement of classes. I eagerly anticipate seeing the children of each clan at the opening ceremony. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama exchanged satisfied glances and then stood to address the assembly. This outcome greatly pleased them, as their former aspirations were gradually materializing, bringing them a sense of solace. When the dawn of the next day arrived, Senju Tobarama strolled toward the school, hands in pockets, whistling cheerfully. Along the way, numerous parents accompanied their children to school, each face adorned with joyous smiles. The Ninja Academy represented a novel establishment in this world. Previously, commoners had little opportunity to become ninjas, but now, with the advent of the school, everything had changed. Is that Lord Tobarama? What brings him to the Ninja Academy? Did you not hear? This news spread like wildfire yesterday. Lord Tobarama is set to begin his studies at the academy today. What? How was I unaware of this? If only my daughter could share a class with Lord Tobarama and something could blossom from that. What are you thinking? Lord Tobarama is already engaged to someone from the Uchiha clan. How could he possibly be with your little girl? Don't harbor such hopes. What a pity. If only my daughter could capture Lord Tobarama's heart, it would be splendid. Many parents bringing their children to school were awestruck upon seeing Senju Tobarama. Many had witnessed his prowess firsthand. Such a formidable figure, clearly at least of Jonin caliber, was attending school. However, this did not hinder their imaginations. If their daughters were to win the favor of Senju Tobarama, perhaps they could truly soar to greatness. Tobarama and I, over here. At that moment, on the school grounds, a young boy resembling Senju Tobarama waved enthusiastically at him. Little monkey, what brings you here? Senju Tobarama, upon recognizing Sarutobi Hizashi, future third Hokage, was momentarily taken aback, slowly approaching to inquire. Hey, my dad sent me here, saying I should come to school. I wasn't too keen on it at first, but when he mentioned you were coming too, I decided to join. Sarutobi Hizashi sported a spiky hairdo akin to Senju Tobarama's, differing only in color, perhaps influenced by the Sarutobi family's traits. Dressed in a blue short-sleeve shirt, he smiled at Senju Tobarama. Well, young one, how has your strength progressed lately? Senju Tobarama regarded Sarutobi Hizashi, contemplating whether he should express gratitude for the honor of his presence here. By familial ties, Sarutobi Hizashi was his cousin, a future Hokage. While his later actions may not have been commendable, one could not deny his leadership abilities were formidable. I've been practicing the jutsu you taught me, Tobarama and I. Now, taking down a Jonin is a piece of cake. Sarutobi Hizashi beamed with pride. Despite only being 8 years old and already possessing Jonin-level strength, a remarkable feat indeed. It should not go unnoticed that in this era, the speed at which ninjas enhanced their capabilities was not swift. An 8-year-old achieving Jonin status was considered a prodigy. Even among the Uchiha and Senju clans, those attaining such prowess at this age were few and far between. Furthermore, the Jonin of this era wielded strengths that could hardly be compared to those of later generations. Their capabilities were akin to those of Halcyon Shadows today. Their battle experiences were honed through relentless conflict, unlike the later periods where wars were infrequent. In this era, skirmishes were a daily occurrence. If a year passed without dozens of battles, that clan would be deemed woefully inadequate. This phenomenon is why the number of ninja inheritors dwindled during the Warring States period, unable to sustain growth. Conversely, during the Great Ninja Wars, armies of thousands would mobilize, illustrating the stark contrast. Taking down a Jonin? Your strength has indeed improved. Next time, brother, I shall present you with a remarkable treasure that will undoubtedly enhance your prowess. Senju Tobarama, slightly taken aback, gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and, after giving his shoulder a gentle pat, remarked, Hee, it is quite a rare honor to receive praise from you, Tobarama. Ahaha. In the eyes of others, Hiruzen appeared as a proud young man. However, in the presence of his cousin, he felt rather insignificant, and receiving such commendation was indeed commendable. Just then, several individuals approached, all of whom seemed to be of similar age to Hiruzen and appeared to be familiar with him. Oh, Danzo, Minato, and Koharu, you have arrived as well? Upon hearing his name called, Hiruzen swiftly turned to find 2 boys and a girl making their way towards him. These 3 would later become members of the esteemed elders of Konoha, explaining why they were already acquainted and why their bonds would grow so strong, ultimately leading them to elder status. Among them, Danzo possessed some noteworthy abilities, while the other 2 were somewhat lacking in comparison. Of course, this disparity stemmed from Danzo's acquisition of Hashirama cells and the Sharingan. Otherwise, their strengths would have been more evenly matched. Indeed, this is my first day at school, and as soon as I learned you were here, I rushed over. Mito Minato chuckled as he looked at Hiruzen. Ah, so it is these 3 miscreants. Tobarama mused to himself as he observed the trio. Is school truly that enjoyable? Allow me to introduce you. This is my brother Tobarama, the young head of the Senju clan, possessing formidable strength. You are indeed fortunate to meet him today. Hiruzen, indifferent to the notion of school, quickly began introducing Tobarama to his friends. What? He is Senju Tobarama? He looks quite handsome. The young Koharu, only 8 years old, was a budding beauty herself, and upon seeing her idol for the first time, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in her eyes. Despite her future being marked by a rather stern demeanor, She was indeed a flower of Konoha in her youth, especially when she made her appearance during the second Hokage's decisive moments, rivaling any woman in beauty. Possessing a calm intellect and a statuesque figure, she exuded an air of maturity. "Ah, so you are Lord Tobarama. Greetings, I am Mito Minato. It is a pleasure to meet you," he said, approaching with eagerness upon realizing he stood before Senju Tobarama. "Yes, hello," Tobarama replied with a faint smile. "Lord Tobarama, I am Koharu, and it is a great pleasure to make your acquaintance," she managed to stammer shyly, her bashfulness appearing rather endearing. Tobarama noted her modest beauty and smiled slightly at her. "Ah, Lord Tobarama is so gentle. I feel as though my heart has melted. I truly admire him," Koharu thought. Lost in the ocean of her infatuation, her heart racing and cheeks flushed with shyness. "Humph." Danzo, observing the crowd gathered around Tobarama, felt a surge of disdain. He did not regard himself inferior to Tobarama, yet the attention lavished upon him irked him. What is so impressive about him? Is it merely because of his father? Without his lineage, he is nothing. The way they fawn over him is repugnant, truly a display of arrogance. Danzo's jealousy brewed within him. He could not comprehend why everyone gravitated towards Tobarama while he found himself devoid of admiration. He deemed Tobarama merely a product of fortunate parentage, believing that without Hashirama, he would amount to nothing. Tobarama, noticing Danzo's attitude, felt a flicker of disdain. Such an individual was hardly worthy of his regard. His irritation towards Danzo had only intensified since his anime days, and now that he faced him in person, he felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a sound thrashing. Ding! The system detected the host's loathing, activating the divine selection system. Option 1. Eliminate Danzo, the root of Konoha's turmoil. His demise will quell the public's anger. Task reward. The Danzo clan will depart from Konoha, and you will become a rogue shinobi alongside Hashirama and Madara's dual threat. Option 2. Disable Danzo. If killing him is not an option, incapacitate him so he dares not wreak havoc again, fulfilling the desires of the audience. Task reward. The wrath of the Danzo clan, along with becoming a rogue shinobi with Hashirama and Madara's combined might. Option 3. Give Danzo a sound thrashing, since the first two options are perilous. Choose this relatively safe resolution. Task reward. Danzo's ire, marking you as an eternal enemy. A choice must be made. Failing to do so will result in the opportunity for divine selection vanishing, and the host's chakra will be halved. Tobarama was exasperated by the system's incessant torment. There is no distinction between options 1 and 2. Both lead to becoming a rogue shinobi and facing punishment. What nonsense is this? And what is this last option? It is better to offend a gentleman than a petty man. You prevent me from eliminating him, yet expect me to tolerate his presence and schemes? And if I refuse to choose, my chakra will be deducted? You are truly relentless. Tobarama suspected that this system was designed solely to vex him, offering no benefits while subjecting him to such trials. Yet, he had no choice. Calamity could strike at any moment. Reluctantly, he resolved to make a choice. Chapter 27. A sound thrashing for Danzo. You seem rather disgruntled? Having made a choice, it was only natural to seek trouble. Tobarama approached Danzo with a mocking gaze and inquired, "What is your problem?" Danzo furrowed his brow. He was a shrewd individual who never pursued uncertain ventures. Though he felt comparable to Tobarama, he could not deny the truth of their disparity. However, he could not afford to appear weak in front of Tobarama, who evidently held disdain for him. He thought, regardless of whether I strike, I cannot lose my composure. That was Danzo's inner monologue. He turned to Tobarama, huffing dismissively before falling silent. "Danzo, what are you doing? You need to temper that temper of yours. Apologize to Tobarama, and let this matter rest." "Do not stir up trouble," Hiruzen interjected, attempting to mediate. He wished to avoid conflict between the two and was perplexed by Tobarama's sudden confrontation. "I did nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" "This is absurd," Danzo retorted, his frustration evident as he glared at Hiruzen. In an instant, Tobarama moved, delivering a punch that sent Danzo flying. Due to the instantaneous action of Senju Tobarama, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others were momentarily stunned, at a loss for how to respond. "You seem rather unconvinced. I detest being addressed with such disdainful eyes and tone. You are the first to do so. Therefore, brace yourself for the consequences of my wrath." Senju Tobarama, lacking any justification, could only fabricate reasons, casting a languid glance at Danzo. Cough, cough, cough. How infuriating. Danzo was unexpectedly sent flying, taken aback by Tobarama's sudden strike. Having no time to react, He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, his gaze filled with malice. Still unconvinced? Then you shall experience it again, Tobarama coldly stated as he observed Danzo's defiance. In an instant, without even forming hand seals, massive vines erupted beneath Danzo's feet, ensnaring him completely. When did this happen? Danzo, now prepared for battle, found himself inexplicably bound by a vine, leaving him utterly astonished. Do you concede? Tobarama vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Danzo, coldly interrogating him. Unconvinced? Then so be it. Your ambush counts for nothing, Danzo shouted defiantly at Tobarama, as a throng of newly admitted students gathered around. Aware of his inferiority to Tobarama, Danzo knew he must not show weakness. I maintain that you resorted to ambush. What of it? Are you proud of your victory? If everyone were to know that the young leader of the Senju clan relies on ambush tactics, I would relish witnessing who truly becomes the laughingstock. Look, isn't that the young leader of the Senju clan? I have heard of his formidable strength. Did you not hear? That person just claimed Tobarama used an ambush to ensnare his opponent. Surely not. My father told me that Lord Tobarama is immensely powerful. He was the one who sealed the Nine Tails. Nonsense. He is merely a year or two older than us. How could he possess such strength? My father said the two original Hokage were the ones who subdued the Nine Tails. I heard it was the first Hokage who captured the Nine Tails. How could it have been Tobarama? Indeed. Look, he is still bullying Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo? Is that not the young leader of the Shimura clan, reputed for his strength? With Danzo's proclamation, countless individuals began to point at Tobarama. They had sought refuge and had not witnessed the ongoing war outside. Even if they had, they would attribute his success to the suppression by Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, dismissing it as his own prowess. Thus, the younger generation harbored only a vague understanding of Tobarama's strength. Is that so? Very well, I shall release you and witness your true power. Acknowledging the gathering crowd, Tobarama, smirking slightly, waved his right hand, retracting the wood release and releasing Danzo. How vexing. The moment Danzo was freed from the wood release, he swiftly drew a kunai and launched it at Tobarama. In an instant, without making a move, trees automatically countered, blocking the kunai effortlessly. One must admit, the wood release is indeed remarkably convenient. During the battles between Hashirama and Madara, trees would fly about without need for control, as if they acted autonomously, launching incessant assaults. The wood release, embodying both offense and defense, is a product of an era that cannot be underestimated. What an infuriating fellow. Wind release, vacuum wave. Seeing Tobarama remain unmoved while effortlessly nullifying his attack, Danzo cursed, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing an invisible gale towards him. Humph, I expected something more substantial. How utterly dull. Your attack would not even breach my wood release defenses. Tobarama shook his head in boredom as he observed Danzo's futile assault. Suddenly, countless vines appeared before Tobarama, surging toward Danzo. Boom. Danzo's vacuum wave was swiftly intercepted by the wood release, with the trees continuing their relentless advance. How infuriating. Such formidable wood release, and I cannot even breach his defenses? Summoning technique. Realizing his attack was ineffective, Danzo immediately formed hand seals, attempting to summon his spirit beast. Snap. A vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring Danzo's arms and legs, leaving him no time to complete his seals and shattering his attempt. You, such a worthless adversary. Dare to accuse me of ambush? I have yet to unleash even a fraction of my power, yet you falter so easily? Haha, given your arrogant words. Prepare to face punishment. Wood release, vine whip. Tobarama observed Danzo, once again ensnared by the wood release, a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes flashing with disdain. Chakra surged into the ground, causing two vines to sprout and transform into whips that struck Danzo mercilessly. Crack. How infuriating. Danzo found himself utterly defenseless, enduring a barrage of blows from Tobarama, his face a mask of humiliation and rage. Ding. The host has successfully completed the task and earned the reward, Danzo's fury, marking him as an eternal enemy. At that moment, the farce was destined to conclude. Hee, do you now comprehend the chasm between us? I shall no longer indulge you. This must come to an end. Tobarama smiled at Danzo, then clapped his hands. What is wrong with Danzo? He stands there, motionless, with his legs trembling. He has fallen under an illusion. Lord Tobarama has ensnared him in a jinjutsu, after he had just boasted of Tobarama's ambush. This is hilarious. He was knocked down by an illusion after throwing a kunai. How shameless. Is this the disparity between powerful clans and lesser ones? I must strive to become a formidable warrior. Countless newcomers pointed at Danzo, incessantly criticizing his arrogance. Others, witnessing the scene, felt their determination ignite. They did not wish to endure humiliation as Danzo had, and thus resolved to strengthen themselves. Just then, the Jinjutsu enveloping Danzo was suddenly dispelled, leaving him hunched over and gasping for breath, utterly disheveled. How is this possible? Was that all an illusion? Impossible. Danzo could hardly believe he had fallen victim to an illusion, especially without any awareness of it. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. Tobirama, of course, would not explain why Danzo had unwittingly succumbed to an illusion. In reality, when Tobirama had blocked the kunai, Danzo's surprise and fear of the wood release had already allowed him to cast the Jinjutsu. He had been unaware, trapped within the illusion multiple times until the system deemed his internal anger at its peak, marking the task as complete. Given that they were still within the school, he could not cause widespread destruction, or else the painstakingly constructed Konoha Ninja Academy would be obliterated by his wood release. Danzo, are you alright? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed over to Danzo's side, inquiring with concern. This is none of your business, feigning concern. After hearing the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo did not express any gratitude. Instead, he brusquely swatted away the outstretched hand and turned away. That despicable Senju Tobirama. I shall repay this grievance without fail. Just wait. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will ensure your demise, and you shall become a specter beneath my blade. Laugh now. Go ahead and laugh. We shall see who has the last laugh. As Danzo strode away, his heart seethed with anger, his countenance darkened, and a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling somewhat helpless, had not anticipated his cousin's impatience, which had escalated to a confrontation between the two. How would they coexist in the future now? Chapter 28. Acquisition of the Corpse Bone Path. What transpired? At that moment, a Chunin teacher approached, noticing a crowd gathering and quickly inquiring about the situation. It's nothing. We were merely stretching our limbs, Senju Tobirama replied with a smile upon seeing the Chunin approach. Lord Tobirama, the Chunin greeted with a bow. Everything is fine now, disperse. Tobirama nodded and led Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others away. Everyone, gather at the front. The Hokage will be delivering a speech shortly. The Chunin teacher did not press further, as Tobirama had already dismissed the matter, and with the opening ceremony about to commence, he called upon the students to assemble at the front. The opening ceremony officially began, featuring Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama delivering speeches on the will of fire and the legacy of Konoha, discussing various topics similar to most ceremonial addresses. The ceremony lasted over an hour before concluding, with students assigned to their respective classes, and classes would officially begin the following day. The tentative duration for all ninjas to attend school was a maximum of 6 years, from the start of their ninja education. They must pass the Genin examination within 6 years, or they would no longer qualify to become ninjas. Most students entered at the age of 6, and by 12. If one could not become a Genin, they would be deemed nearly useless. In times of peace, this was the norm. However, in times of war, the circumstances would differ significantly, as those who had recently enrolled might be thrust into battle, provided they could wield kunai. The next morning, Senju Tobirama awoke and headed directly towards the Ninja Academy. Tobirama-kun. At that moment, a young girl with long purple hair, clad in a black vest adorned with the Uchiha clan emblem, approached him, greeting him eagerly. Tobirama turned upon hearing a girl call his name, and he noticed the shy Uchiha girl approaching him. Shizune, what a coincidence. He smiled upon recognizing her. The girl approaching was his fiancée, Uchiha Shizune, now 10 years old, of similar age to him, and the daughter of Uchiha Shurtake, one of the clan's elders, thus possessing some status. Tobirama-kun, this is the breakfast I made for you. Uchiha Shizune said, her cheeks flushed as she presented a bento she had hidden behind her back. It was curious how the men of the Uchiha clan tended to be proud and arrogant, yet the women exhibited such gentleness. The disparity was striking. Notable examples included Uchiha Makoto, the mother of Sasuke, and Uchiha Izumi, Itachi's beloved, both of whom were remarkably gentle and charming women, truly exceptional wives. Thank you. Have you eaten breakfast? Tobirama accepted the bento without hesitation, recognizing it as a token of affection from his fiancée, and smiled warmly at her. And no, not yet. I have another portion here, Uchiha Shizune replied, feeling breathless under his intense gaze and gentle smile, her face growing increasingly crimson as she spoke softer. Then let us eat together. Tobirama chuckled, noticing her bashful demeanor, and took her hand, vanishing from the spot in an instant. When Uchiha Shizun regained her senses, she found herself in the Konoha forest, having just been in the village. A hint of pride flickered in her eyes. Tobirama-kun, your grip. It's a bit tight, she stammered, blushing as she looked at him. I'm sorry, I didn't realize, Tobirama responded, having inadvertently held her too tightly, and quickly released her, his expression filled with regret. It's fine, Uchiha Shizun reassured him, lowering her head, unsure of what to do, momentarily lost in thought. Come, let us sit and enjoy breakfast. I must taste the flavors of my wife's cooking, hee. Tobirama, delighted by Shizun's shy demeanor, pulled her down beside him. Tobirama-kun, you called me your wife. Uchiha Shizun's face turned even redder upon hearing him, and she fidgeted with her fingers, murmuring to herself, feeling both shy and elated. Wow, what a beautiful bento. And this rice ball, is that not me? Tobirama exclaimed as he opened the bento box, astonished to find various sushi rice balls, particularly two specially shaped like him. I'm going to dig in now. Crunch. He took a hearty bite of the rice ball. Delicious, Tobirama exclaimed. Savoring the unique flavors, it was evident that Uchiha Shizun had awakened early to prepare this meal for him, showcasing her dedication. Shizun, you will undoubtedly make an excellent wife, he remarked, smiling as he turned to her after relishing a bite. Wife? Uchiha Shizun's cheeks flushed even deeper, her face nearly resembling a ripe apple, as she turned away shyly. Tobirama-kun, as long as you're happy, that's what matters, she replied softly, lowering her head bashfully. Let us eat together. We need to head to school afterward. Tobirama, amused by Shizun's bashfulness, offered her a rice ball. Okay. Uchiha Shizun, gazing dreamily at Tobirama, reached out to accept the rice ball, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Everyone yearns to marry a strong hero, and Tobirama represented that strength and heroism. For Uchiha Shizun, this was already a stroke of good fortune and immense happiness. Ding! The system detected the host's overwhelming joy and activated the divine selection system. Options have appeared. Option 1. Everyone has an appreciation for beauty. Directly kiss Uchiha Shizun and claim her first kiss. Task reward, 1 charisma point. Option 2. Tell Uchiha Shizun, I'm sorry, I don't love you, and I do not wish to marry you. Task reward, corpse bone path. Option 3. Spend the day playing with Uchiha Shizun, skip school, and enjoy a day in each other's company. Task reward, a beating from Senju Hashirama and 1 ice cream delivery, refreshingly cool, heart soaring, a song of coolness dedicated to you. The inexplicable system reappeared, presenting options on the large screen before Sensei Fujikane, leaving him somewhat speechless. System, do you really think that by tempting me with the bone pulse, I would utter those words? You underestimate me far too much. If I were to say that, how heartbroken would Shizuka be? Is charm really that useful? With my handsomeness, wouldn't finding a wife be a breeze? No, my wife is right before me. Why would I fear a decrease in charm? Let me reiterate, I have no masochistic tendencies, and I will resolutely not choose option 3. Save the ice cream for yourself. Let it cool you down. Fujikane frowned at the options displayed on the screen, thinking how utterly cliché this system was, always digging pits for him to fall into. He must not be fooled. Falling for it would lead him deeper into the system's traps. Shizuka, I have something to say to you. Suddenly, he turned to face Uchiha Shizuka, offering a faint smile. Fujikane-kun, is there something on your mind? Shizuka, slightly shy, turned her gaze towards him upon hearing his words. I'm sorry, but I don't love you, and I don't wish to marry you. Fujikane looked at Shizuka, who seemed quite serious, and spoke sincerely. System, the slap to the face came swiftly, TSK. Ding. The system registered the host's successful choice and completed the task, granting the reward of the bone pulse. Ding. The bone pulse was successfully transplanted. Congratulations, host. Your vile countenance has been upgraded. At the moment Fujikane uttered those words, the system deemed the choice valid and instantly released the reward, flooding his mind with all the abilities and usages of the bone pulse. What? Shizuka was stunned upon hearing Fujikane's words, tears streaming down her face, as if she could hear the sound of her heart shattering. Fujikane-kun doesn't like me? He doesn't want to marry me? What should I do? This revelation was truly difficult to bear. She never expected her fiancé to say such things, and she felt humiliated, even contemplating despair. Fool, I was just joking. How could I not like someone as adorable as you? Besides, I know you will make a wonderful wife in the future. I could hardly wait to marry you. Seeing Shizuka's distress, Fujikane felt a pang of guilt and pulled her into his embrace, speaking tenderly. He chided himself for having slapped her with such words so quickly, causing this sweet girl to suffer heartbreak. Fujikane-kun? Woe is me. I thought you no longer wanted me. Shizuka cried, clutching him tightly, her sorrow palpable. Fool. It was just a jest. Smack. As Fujikane saw Shizuka's sorrowful expression, he wiped away her tears and leaned down, pressing his lips against hers. Huh. Fujikane-kun is kissing me? Oh dear, how embarrassing. What should I do? The moment he kissed her, Shizuka forgot all previous troubles. Her mind clouded with the strangeness of the sensation. She stood there, wide-eyed and dazed, unsure of how to react. Yet she felt that this sensation was enchanting and offered little resistance. Ding! A bug was detected in the hostess system, causing a temporary disruption. Restoration in progress. Ding! System restoration successful. Due to the host's violation of the system's option settings, the bone pulse within the host's body will be retracted, and it is assumed the host chose to kiss Uchiha Shizuka, charm value 1. At that moment, as Fujikane kissed Shizuka, believing he had achieved a dual victory, he inadvertently triggered a bug in the system, which was quickly rectified. Consequently, the bone pulse he had just acquired was retracted, and his charm value was reduced by 1. This turn of events felt like a significant loss. System, you are truly ruthless. As he kissed Shizuka's cherry lips and heard the system's voice in his mind, he froze, nearly choking on his own breath, feeling utterly betrayed. Damn it, the bone pulse within me has been extracted. Instantly, Fujikane felt a change within himself. The bone pulse had indeed been removed, and the information in his mind had inexplicably vanished, leaving him with a simmering resentment towards the system. I must say, this system is merciless. Ding. Host's malice detected. The divine selection system has been activated. Option 1. Eliminate Uchiha Shizuka and unleash the Nine Tails to join forces against Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, successfully defecting from Konoha. Task reward, 6 paths mode. Option 2. Sever your own limbs and remain incapacitated for 1 hour, after which you may utilize eternal power to restore them. Task reward. Enhanced version of Uchiha Shirsue's ultimate ocular technique, Kodo Amatsukami, known as the strongest illusionary eye, capable of altering anyone's will, including Kaguya, with a 10-year cooldown. Option 3. Sexual desire sealed for 15 years. No sexual activity permitted until the host is 25. Task reward. Kaguya Otsutsuki will be unsealed and become your wife. Eternally loyal. Special note. The host must make a choice today or face 3 penalties. Not only will Uchiha Shizuka perish, but your limbs will be severed, and your sexual desire will vanish for 15 years. The system immediately sensed Fujikane's malice and presented him with 3 even more sinister options, laid bare before him. Seriously? System, do you truly wish to end me? You want me to kill my wife and face Uchiha Madara and my father head-on? How much do you desire to see me suffer? The task reward seemed to taunt him. 6 paths mode was a cruel joke. The other 2 options were equally atrocious. Severing his own limbs for a mere enhancement of Kodo Amatsukami? It was as if the system wanted him to endure unbearable pain. Despite his longing for Kaguya Otsutsuki as a wife, did it truly necessitate such a drastic sacrifice? System, you are merciless. Who created you? Why do you wish to harm me? Who have I offended? Fujikane surveyed the 3 options before him, each one more tormenting than the last. Yet the rewards were undeniably enticing. Kaguya Otsutsuki as a wife, 6 paths mode, and the enhanced Kodo Amatsukami. The allure of these rewards was immense. But the accompanying suffering was equally daunting. Killing his wife was out of the question. His manhood must be preserved as well. So what to do? Severing his limbs? This system is truly insidious. The mandatory choice loomed over him, threatening to impose all 3 penalties should he hesitate. Fujikane pondered deeply, weighing his options, knowing that each was fraught with difficulty. If he were to seal his desires for 10 years, he could somewhat accept that, especially since he would only be 20 at that time, with the prospect of marrying Kaguya afterwards seeming like a tremendous gain. Yet this was a 15-year commitment, not 10. By the time he reached 25, he would be too old, and people might assume he was incapable of marriage. Silence. The time is nearly upon us. Let us return to class. With no other choice, Senju Fujin could only take Uchiha Jing back to school. Parting her lips, he looked at her and spoke. Uchiha Jing felt an overwhelming shyness, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Her first kiss had vanished just like that. It was simply too embarrassing. Bowing her head, she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, mumbling shyly. Let us go. Subsequently, Senju Fujin grasped Uchiha Jing's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from their spot. Soon, they arrived at the school gate and entered. Jing, you go to class first. I need to use the restroom. Upon entering the school, Senju Fujin feigned the need to relieve himself and then walked away. Wood clone technique. Inside the restroom, Senju Fujin immediately created a wood clone to attend school in his stead, disappearing from the restroom and heading straight into the Konoha forest. Damn system. Don't give me any chance. I will surely give you a good beating. He thought angrily as he arrived in the forest, recalling the options given by the system. Wood clone technique. He again created another wood clone, the purpose of which he did not know nor dared to say. Kagaya, wait for me. Ultimately, what choice would Senju Fujin make? Upon recalling the appearance of Otsutsuki Kagaya, he believed everyone would adore her, and he was no exception. Crack. Suddenly, it seemed something had fallen to the ground with a sound. Do it again, Senju Fujin said hastily to the clone before him. The wood clone then produced a wooden knife and severed one of its own hands. Crack. Not painful. Crack. Still not painful? Is this a trick? So it was merely the system scaring me? Before long, all of Senju Fujin's limbs were severed by his wood clone, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Huff, huff. Must collect the blood. It cannot go to waste. The wood clone quickly gathered the spilled blood and promptly began to staunch the bleeding. Hiss. I thought it would hurt. But it doesn't. However, this is truly not a human act. Who would have thought the system would deceive me? Although I possess an immortal physique and could regenerate or reattach my limbs, the system forbids it. Damn it. You nearly scared me to death. I truly am putting myself through torment. One day, I shall take my revenge. Just you wait. The poor Senju Fujin lay quietly on the ground. The blood now fully staunched, yet he must endure for an hour. Although it was painless, time dragged on interminably. This period felt like a torment of time. A true test of endurance, truly befitting of the system's ingenuity. Fortunately, with his immortal body, he could not die, only be sealed away. And thus his suffering was considerably less than others. Before long, an hour passed, and Senju Fujin kept calculating the time in his mind until finally, it was over. Ding. The host has successfully made a choice. Congratulations, host, you have passed the trial and completed the task, earning the reward, the enhanced version of Tsukuyami. Known as the strongest illusionary eye, capable of altering anyone's will, including Kagaya's, with a cooldown of 10 years. Boom. Instantly, Senju Fujin felt a surge of dark, malevolent energy flooding into his mind, suddenly revealing the usage of the enhanced Tsukuyami, which directly reflected in his left eye, causing it to evolve into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. In that moment, Senju Fujin transformed into one possessing an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, endowed with 3 powerful ocular techniques. Cough, cough, cough. I suppose this can be considered a blessing in disguise. It was merely a trial to test me. I was taken aback. Did they wish to see if I would betray Jing for Kagaya and the Sage Mode? Yet, I awakened an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan ahead of time and obtained such an illusionary technique as Tsukuyami. It was indeed worth it. The moment Senju Fujin heard the system's prompt, he swiftly reattached his limbs, quickly restoring himself to perfect condition as they seamlessly knitted back together. Bang! As soon as Senju Fujin was restored, he dispelled the wood clone in front of him. Huff, huff, that hour felt exceedingly long, as if a century had passed. However, the outcome is favorable. Kagaya can wait for a later time. Eventually, I shall release her. Until then, everyone has fantasized about possessing Otsutsuki Kagaya, without exception, including Senju Fujin. Feeling severely drained, he decided to catch a fish for sustenance. After completing his task, Senju Fujin felt a pang of hunger and headed toward the river within the forest. Chapter 30. Yamada no Orochi, the father of Snake Lady? Why was my physique not chosen? Why can't I become a ninja? I must become a ninja. Otherwise, I am merely meat on the chopping block. Without becoming a ninja, I lack the strength to protect what I wish to safeguard. Damn it. Bang, bang, bang. Senju Fujin had not walked far when he heard a furious roar from not far away. The voice hinted at deep sorrow. Drawn by the sound, Senju Fujin approached the source and saw a youth of similar age to himself, relentlessly pounding his fists against a massive tree. Bang, bang. As Senju Fujin drew near, the boy remained unaware of his presence. His hands were a bloody mess, and his eyes were filled with despair. Why? The boy, having punched for what seemed like an eternity, finally ceased, dropping to his knees and howling towards the sky. Do you long to become a ninja? At that moment, Senju Fujin gazed at the despondent boy and asked softly, Is there someone there? Who? Startled by Senju Fujin's voice, the boy abruptly turned around, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. You? Who are you? Upon seeing Senju Fujin, the boy, perplexed by the presence of someone of similar age, inquired. Snake eyes? Who is that? As the boy turned his head, his snake-like pupils caught Senju Fujin's attention, leaving him momentarily astonished. I am Senju Fujin. I heard you express your desire to become a ninja, yet your physique is too weak to be chosen. Is that correct? Senju Fujin inquired calmly, retracting his surprised gaze. Senju Fujin? The young clan leader of the Senju clan? Yes, indeed, I wish to become a ninja. When the Ninetales attacked, my parents were killed. I want to become strong. I refuse to let my life be controlled by others. I must grow stronger to protect myself and those I care about. But I was rejected. Why is it so difficult to become a ninja? The boy realized he stood before one of the most esteemed individuals in Konoha village. While he himself was merely an unnoticed orphan, a flicker of gloom crossing his eyes. He recalled the day of the Ninetales attack, which had taken his parents, leaving him alone to survive in this world, solidifying his resolve to become a powerful individual. Unfortunately, he had been rejected, leaving him feeling utterly powerless and resentful of his own inadequacies. Becoming a ninja is not an impossible feat if you are willing to become my subordinate. I can teach you ninjutsu. What do you think? Senju Tobarama gazed upon the man before him, who possessed serpentine eyes, likely the father of Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru was a commoner without a clan, so it was plausible that the one sharing such traits was his father or perhaps a relative. Tobarama found a certain enjoyment in the presence of a mad scientist like Orochimaru. Not only was he immensely powerful, but his expertise in scientific research was unparalleled, transcending all others. There was nothing he could not create, even the coveted Mangekyo Sharingan, a rarity that only a select few could cultivate. Become my subordinate? You believe you can transform me into a ninja? The boy, upon hearing Tobarama's words, felt a surge of excitement and yearning. After all, no commoner would dare to forsake such an opportunity, especially one who had been expelled from the Ninja Academy. Indeed, as long as you pledge your allegiance to me, I assure you will become a ninja, and a formidable one at that. What do you say? This is quite the bargain, is it not? Tobarama observed the boy, aware that he was intrigued, and smiled as he inquired. Very well, Lord Tobarama, I shall be your subordinate. I hope you will teach me the ways of ninjutsu. The boy, having lost hope of entering the Ninja Academy, felt a flicker of hope ignite within him thanks to Tobarama's offer. He knelt before him, bowing deeply in gratitude. In this era, a commoner aspiring to become a ninja faced considerable challenges, let alone an extraordinary one. Without innate talent, one would hardly gain recognition. Excellent. What is your name? Do you have any family? Seeing the boy capitulate, a slight smile graced Tobarama's lips as he questioned him. I am Yagike's, Lord Tobarama. 10 years of age, and I am alone. There are no others in my family. As Yagike's reported his solitary status, a flicker of anger and regret flashed in his eyes. Yagike's, 8-headed serpent? Is it possible that Orochimaru possesses a hidden lineage? Perhaps he has fallen from grace, becoming a commoner. Otherwise, how could such traits be passed down? Upon hearing Yagike's introduction, Tobarama was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the surname was rare among commoners. He then considered the secret techniques of Orochimaru, pondering whether their serpentine eyes were indeed the key to unlocking such powers. Then you shall remain by my side. Tomorrow, I will arrange for your identity, and you will attend the Ninja Academy for your studies. Tobarama produced a red pill from his system pouch, a chakra pill crafted from the chakra of the Nine Tails. It was the smallest and his first creation, infused with the least amount of chakra, yet its potency should not be underestimated. Anyone who consumed this chakra pill would instantly elevate from a commoner to a chunin, even without any combat experience. Its strength was sufficient to demonstrate his prowess, and it also possessed longevity-enhancing properties, though the extent of such benefits remained uncertain. Yes, Lord Tobarama. Yagike's accepted the pill without hesitation, trusting in Tobarama's intentions. He swallowed the chakra pill with a gulp. What? This surge of power? Suddenly, as Yagike's ingested the chakra pill, he felt an explosive growth of strength within him, continuously enhancing his constitution, propelling him to the Chunin rank. In this context, rank was merely a representation of strength, facilitating the distinction of combat prowess. Otherwise, in the original narrative, power could not be quantified, as even Genin could defeat Kage, complicating the matter. Such overwhelming power. Lord Tobarama? Yagike's gazed at Tobarama with immense gratitude, astonished at the ease with which he had acquired strength and improved his physique. Unbeknownst to him, he had also absorbed the chakra of the nine tails, which might yield unforeseen effects in the future. Barely adequate, still not too shabby. The Chunin level of strength is sufficient for your current needs. Strive diligently to become an even more formidable entity, for I have no use for the weak. Tobarama smiled slightly at Yagike's. His words, though harsh, were pragmatic, designed to ignite the spirit of ambition in his subordinates, compelling them to pursue greater power. Yes, Lord Tobarama, I will certainly endeavor to grow stronger. Yagike's bowed his head respectfully, acknowledging his commitment. Come, follow me back to the clan. Tomorrow, I will ensure you are well prepared for your studies in the fundamental knowledge required at the academy. At this stage, you possess chakra, yet cannot harness your full strength. Mastery will require practice. Tobarama nodded slightly before turning to lead the way, with Yagike's quickly following suit. Ben, arrange a room for him. Upon returning to the Senju clan grounds, Tobarama hastily instructed the man before him. Young clan leader, Ben exclaimed, turning around and bowing deeply, then regarding Yagike's with curiosity. Who is he? This individual is not of our Senju clan. Why would you have me arrange a room for him? Unnecessary inquiries should be avoided. How many times have I told you this? Tobarama frowned at Ben, reprimanding him sharply. Yes, young clan leader, it was my fault. Ben felt a chill run down his spine at Tobarama's anger and quickly knelt in contrition. Enough, make the arrangements promptly. Additionally, ensure he is placed in a class alongside mine. His name is Yagike's. Now hurry. Noticing Ben's trepidation, Tobarama refrained from further rebuke and simply issued his commands. Yes, young clan leader, I will attend to it at once. Ben, relieved by Tobarama's lack of reproach, stood up and gestured for Yagike's to follow. Yagike's, come with me. Ben beckoned to Yagike's, who, while unsure of why the young clan leader had brought a 10-year-old child back, felt obliged to comply as a subordinate. Thank you. Yagike's bowed respectfully towards Ben, acknowledging his seniority, understanding that he was a guest in this household and should maintain a courteous demeanor. Chapter 31. The vortex of heavenly fragrance. Before long, Ben led Yagike's away, and just as Tobarama intended to depart, he encountered the very person he wished to avoid most. Do not notice me, do not notice me. The 36 stratagems dictate retreat as the best policy. Spotting the approaching figure, Tobarama quickly turned away and stealthily attempted to slip away. Where do you think you're going? Yet, before Tobarama could escape, an irate voice rang out. Mother, it's nothing. I merely missed you and wanted to check in, haha. Tobarama stammered upon hearing Uzumaki Mito's voice, quickly turning to face her with a forced smile. Is that so? What time is it now? From whom did you learn this? Have you taken to skipping class? Planning another escape, are we? Is your bottom itching again? The Uchiha Waterhouse erupted in anger, as if an invisible flame were sweeping over him. The dignified and noble demeanor he usually exhibited vanished completely in front of Senju Tobarama. Before he knew it, a chakra chain had appeared in his grasp, flinging itself towards him with reckless abandon. No, please. Not here, with all these people around. This is inappropriate. I am the young clan leader of the Senju clan. I deserve respect and dignity. Seeing Uchiha Waterhouse in such a fury, Senju Tobarama quickly used a body flicker technique to evade his mother's chakra chain, awkwardly saying, You know how to be embarrassed, huh? And yet, here you are, skipping school? What would your father think if he saw you now? You little rascal. Dare to hide from me again and see what happens. Uchiha Waterhouse did not care about Senju Tobarama's status. She only knew that she was his mother, and it was her duty to discipline her son, especially one as unruly as he was. Realizing Tobarama was still dodging her, her anger flared, and she spoke icily. Oh, what a terrifying gaze. Father, how do you endure such a wife? It's truly frightening. Tobarama trembled at the sight of Uchiha Waterhouse's cold and ferocious expression, feeling as though he had encountered his nemesis and stood frozen in place. He was soon ensnared tightly by Uchiha Waterhouse's chakra chain, letting out a pitiful cry. See, you think you can escape? Today, I will teach you a lesson, and perhaps you'll think twice about underestimating me. With a crack, Uchiha Waterhouse used the chakra chain like a whip, striking him on his rear end, producing a crisp sound. Ouch! Ouch! Mother, be gentle. I can't take it anymore. Tobarama was taken aback by his mother's audacity to administer such discipline in broad daylight. It felt utterly unjust, and he couldn't help but cry out. Just then, Senju Hashirama approached, witnessing Uchiha Waterhouse mercilessly beating Tobarama, and awkwardly inquired, sister-in-law, what is happening here? Uncle, save me. I did nothing wrong. Mother is just hitting me. You must help me. As the young clan leader, I cannot afford to lose face like this. Tobarama's eyes gleamed with hope upon seeing Hashirama arrive, and he quickly called out for help. Hashirama, do you have something to say? Uchiha Waterhouse turned her cold gaze upon him, her tone icy. Brrr. It's so cold. I must return home for a warmer coat. The weather is truly peculiar, turning cold so suddenly. Hashirama, feeling the weight of Uchiha Waterhouse's terrifying glare, shivered and muttered to himself, ignoring Tobarama's cries for help, before swiftly turning and fleeing. What the heck? Uncle, how can you abandon me like this? How can a dignified god of the sea be afraid of the cold? Tobarama shouted in frustration as he watched his uncle retreating in dismay. A god of water, indeed. Afraid of the cold. What a ludicrous sight. As the moments dragged on, Tobarama inevitably faced the consequences of his actions. So, do you still dare to skip school? After what felt like an eternity, Uchiha Waterhouse finally ceased her chastisement, fixing her cold gaze upon Tobarama once more. Mother, I promise I won't do it again. Please let me go. I'll head to school right now. If you hit me again, my rear end will truly burst. Tobarama, utterly drained of resistance, gazed up at Uchiha Waterhouse with pleading eyes. Humph, I doubt you'll dare again. Tianxiang, escort the young master back to school. Ensure he enters safely, and then return to report to me. Uchiha Waterhouse commanded her young maid with a disdainful snort. Yes, ma'am. Tianxiang, originally named Uzumaki Tianxiang and a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan, had been kept close by Uchiha Waterhouse due to Tobarama's concerns about the Uzumaki clan's potential extinction. Since she was of similar age to Tobarama, Uchiha Waterhouse often took her along. Upon hearing the command, she quickly agreed. Humph. Uchiha Waterhouse retracted the chakra chain binding Tobarama and turned to leave. Are you all right, young master? Once Uchiha Waterhouse had departed, Tianxiang looked at Tobarama with concern. Tianxiang was around 12 years old, about 5'8", with long red hair adorned with a pink panda hairpin, dressed in a gray and white short-sleeved jumpsuit and fishnet stockings, giving her an endearing appearance. I'm fine, Tianxiang. Let us hurry. The mother tiger will be back soon. Tobarama grasped Tianxiang's hand and dashed out, anxious not to be caught by Uchiha Waterhouse again. Tianxiang giggled at Tobarama referring to Uchiha Waterhouse as a mother tiger, quickly covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes squinting in amusement. The young master is truly handsome. How wonderful it would be to marry him. But as a branch family girl, I have no right to such dreams. The social gap between us is insurmountable. She sighed inwardly. As they ran towards the school, she yearned for a future that seemed impossible, wishing the world could remain in this moment forever, allowing them to run freely. Hey, that hairpin is quite cute. As they approached a boutique, Tobarama spotted a hairpin shaped like a shadow grass adorned with red pearls and long ribbons. He paused, holding it up and turning to Tianxiang. Do you like it? Huh, what? Tianxiang, lost in her thoughts, only realized they had stopped when Tobarama pulled her to the entrance. Hee, let me help you put it on. With a gentle smile, Tobarama took the hairpin from his hands and placed it in her hair. It's beautiful. Soon, he removed Tianxiang's original pink panda hairpin and put on the new one with a soft smile. Young master? You. Tianxiang finally came to her senses, her heart racing as she touched the hairpin he had placed on her head, her cheeks flushing, unsure of what to say. Boss, how much for this? Tobarama turned to the shopkeeper, noticing Tianxiang's rosy cheeks and smiling softly. Hee, young master Tobarama, consider it a gift for your little girlfriend. Feel free to choose anything else, it's all in the house. The shopkeeper smiled, grateful to Tobarama for sealing the 9 tails, which allowed their business to thrive, and thus offered his respect. Hee, that one tea do. It's tough for you to earn a living too. Here's 1,000 Rio, please accept it. Tobarama shook his head at the shopkeeper's words and produced 1,000 Rio, handing it over. There is truly no need for that, Master Fujima. You are our savior and cannot accept your money. However, the jewelry shop owner insisted on refusing the payment, shaking his head repeatedly. But please, take it. Kanpachi Fujima shook his head. Though he appreciated the owner's goodwill, he was not in need of money. He directly handed over the 1,000 taels, placing it firmly in the owner's hand before taking hold of Uzumaki Tenku and departing once more. Little girlfriend? Are you talking about me? She exclaimed, her face flushing with embarrassment at being mistakenly identified as Master Fujima's girlfriend. If only that were true. Upon hearing the shop owner's words, Uzumaki Tenku's cheeks deepened in color, and she lowered her head, unable to look up. Master Fujima, I truly cannot accept your money," the shop owner insisted, but at that moment, Kenpachi Fujima had already pulled Uzumaki Tenku away, and he could only shout in vain as they hurried off. "Hee, Tenku, from now on, wear it like this. It looks beautiful. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry our lovely little Tenku." Kenpachi Fujima chuckled, admiring the gentle beauty before him. "Oh no, I have vowed to remain with the Senju clan for life, to serve the lady and never marry," Uzumaki Tenku murmured, her face reddening even more at his words. "Haha, how could someone as lovely as you not marry? You must listen to me and ensure you marry a man who truly cherishes and loves you." Kenpachi Fujima assumed her blush was due to his mention of marriage and laughed heartily. Yet, in her heart, Uzumaki Tenku wished to marry him. But such a thought seemed far-fetched. Kenpachi Fujima had never contemplated making her his partner, as she was of his own clan, adhering to the principle of not taking advantage of one's kin. Time passed, and the two finally arrived at the school gate. "Tenku, I will go in first. You should head back," Kenpachi Fujima said to Uzumaki Tenku. "Master, the lady said I must wait until you enter before I can leave," she replied, unwilling to depart, standing her ground to watch him enter. "All right then, I will go in. You can return by yourself." He nodded slightly and turned to walk inside, waving goodbye. "I just want to see you one more time, even if only for a moment," Uzumaki Tenku whispered, her gaze fixed on Kenpachi Fujima until he disappeared from her sight, before reluctantly making her way back to the Senju clan territory. Phew, another dull day, forced to attend classes, it's utterly boring. Upon returning to school, Kenpachi Fujima retracted his wood clone and sat at his desk, feeling listless. "Humph, boy, what brings you back here again?" In the damp underbelly, Kenpachi Fujima reappeared, quietly sitting atop the head of the Nine Tails, who merely scoffed, a flicker of something unusual in his eyes. "Boredom. I came to keep you company," Kenpachi Fujima said, reclining comfortably. "TCH, I do not require your company," the Nine Tails scoffed disdainfully. "Oh, I thought you might miss me. I guess not at all, huh?" Kenpachi Fujima chuckled lightly at the Nine Tails' words. "Nine Tails, do you wish to go outside?" he asked, gazing at the pitch-black ceiling. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to release me?" "You do realize that if you do, you will suffer greatly," the Nine Tails replied, momentarily taken aback, his eyes flashing with a glimmer before quickly dimming again. During the last incident when Kenpachi Fujima severed his limbs, sealing the space, the Nine Tails had been oblivious to everything outside and remained unaware of his host's unique constitution. Of course, I do not mean to send your original self out. Can't you split yourself? Create a small Nine Tails to go out. It would certainly be better than being stuck here all day," Kenpachi Fujima suggested, sitting up with a grin. Split? The Nine Tails had not anticipated such a notion from Kenpachi Fujima. He could indeed split and retain his consciousness, which seemed a far better option than remaining in this desolate place. That plan could work, but I would still need to extract a significant portion of my soul. The Nine Tails mused, intrigued. If Kenpachi Fujima was willing to release him, he could convert a portion of his chakra into his original form and infuse a large part of his soul into it, thus achieving freedom. That sounds like a splendid idea, doesn't it? If you wish to go out, this is indeed a viable option. Kenpachi Fujima smiled slightly at the Nine Tails, affirming that it was a good plan. "Humph, why are you so kind?" The Nine Tails looked at Kenpachi Fujima, snorting dismissively. "We are friends, are we not?" Kenpachi Fujima appeared before the Nine Tails, standing on the damp ground, gazing at him with sincerity. "Friends?" The Nine Tails hesitated at the term, his eyes brightening momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. Ding! The system detected that the host had successfully chosen and completed a task, granting the reward, becoming a perfect Jinchuriki, unlocking all Nine Tails modes, and an additional special reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, the activation of the Kagura Hard Eye. Instantly, the system recognized the Nine Tails had regarded Kenpachi Fujima as a true friend, promptly issuing the previously selected reward and unlocking the Kagura Hard Eye. "Oh, the Kagura Hard Eye? That is quite remarkable. I recall it can detect chakra within a 10-kilometer radius, truly a divine artifact. It resembles the spiritual awareness found in those cultivation novels, with an impressively wide range." Upon hearing the system's notification, Kenpachi Fujima's mind filled with the method to activate the Kagura Heart Eye and establish a connection with the Nine Tails, allowing him to unlock the Nine Tails mode, which left him pleasantly surprised. "Nine Tails, gather your chakra now, and I will unlock the seal, allowing you to release this portion of chakra," Kenpachi Fujima instructed the Nine Tails, planning to let him directly split his chakra and be set free. Alright, for reasons unknown. The Nine Tails' perception of Kenpachi Fujima had shifted, viewing him as a trustworthy individual, gradually regarding him as a good friend. Whoosh! In an instant, the Nine Tails' chakra surged forth, taking form as a miniature Nine Tails, reminiscent of his younger self, but significantly smaller, no larger than a plush toy, only the size of 2 palms. Soul division. The Nine Tails then split his soul into 2 parts, with the larger portion merging into the small Nine Tails, instantly invigorating it. All set. You can now unlock the seal. And I'll be on my way. The small and large Nine Tails spoke in unison, looking at Kenpachi Fujima. Hehe. Isn't he quite adorable? Unexpectedly. The Nine Tails was so adorable and charming in his youth, haha. Senju Tobarama couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing the diminutive Nine Tails, which was no larger than the palms of his hands. Humph, this is called ferocity, not cuteness, the Nine Tails retorted, a flicker of indignation crossing his eyes as he glanced at Tobarama with a disdainful pout. Yes, indeed ferocity, Tobarama laughed heartily, noticing the Nine Tails' stubborn denial. For symbols reversal. Release. He then appeared outside the seal, extending his 5 fingers into the confinement and rotating them counterclockwise by 90 degrees. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, a breach in the seal was opened, and the little Nine Tails swiftly darted out. Hehe. Nine Tails, we shall take our leave first. Tobarama, observing the small Nine Tails beside him, closed the seal while waving goodbye to the larger Nine Tails still confined within. Humph. The Nine Tails pouted, immediately lying down and falling into a deep slumber. With a significant portion of his spirit absent, the larger Nine Tails also succumbed to sleep. However, he would awaken automatically when Tobarama sought to use his powers. Hehe. The air outside is so refreshing. Your filthy seal is truly disgusting, remarked the Nine Tails as he emerged, stretching his paws to embrace the open air. His 9 adorable tails swaying freely, a glimmer of long-forgotten delight in his gaze. It feels wonderful outside, doesn't it? But don't wander off. Perhaps I should place a seal on you for safety. That way, if you find yourself in trouble, I can rush to your aid. Tobarama, smiling at the Nine Tails perched on his shoulder, swiftly slapped his right hand against the creature's belly, invoking a flying thunder god technique as a precaution. Humph, do you think I could be captured? You underestimate me. The Nine Tails protested vehemently, crossing his arms defiantly as he tilted his head back. If I hadn't been summoned inexplicably by someone else, who could possibly capture me? Admittedly, your father and that Uchiha Madara are formidable. I concede that I am inherently at a disadvantage against Wood Release and the Sharingan. However, no one else could hope to ensnare me. Tobarama laughed. Oh, Nine Tails. Your adorably ugly demeanor is quite amusing. It was Tobarama's first time witnessing the Nine Tails in such a light-hearted state, and he burst into uncontrollable laughter. Am I ugly? How dare you say such a thing? The Nine Tails exclaimed, incensed, and leaped into action, swiping a claw at Tobarama. Smack! Although the Nine Tails moved swiftly, Tobarama was quicker, seizing the creature's claw. Hehe. Don't forget, I possess the means to counter you as well. Haha. Even at your peak, you could never best me, let alone now. With a gleeful grin, Tobarama held the Nine Tails firmly. Release me. You are fortunate this time. Don't give me the chance, or I will certainly unleash my pent-up frustration upon you. The Nine Tails huffed, glaring at Tobarama. Haha. Wait, isn't that phrase oddly familiar? Tobarama chuckled at the Nine Tails' disgruntled expression, suddenly realizing that he had heard those words before, pausing momentarily. The system muttered weakly, Isn't that what you previously said to me? Have you forgotten so quickly? Your memory is truly lacking. Wow, what an adorable pet. I absolutely adore it. It's so cute, cuteness overload. Tobarama-kun, may I play with it? Tobarama-kun, can I touch it? The Nine Tails and Tobarama suddenly forgot they were in class, unabashedly conversing while disregarding their classmates. Ugh. Tobarama was startled by the chorus of girls' voices nearby. Turning his head to see the female students in the classroom, their eyes sparkling with admiration for the Nine Tails in his hands, clearly captivated. Tobarama, you are disrupting the order of the classroom. Leave this instant. Their teacher, Irika, was furious. Although Tobarama was the young clan leader of the Senju, once in school, he fell under Irika's authority, who saw only students, devoid of hierarchical distinctions. Seeing Tobarama playing with his pet so brazenly in class, Irika shouted at him. His face flushed in anger, reminiscent of the way he reprimanded Naruto. Ah ha ha. My apologies, Irika-sensei. I completely forgot. Hehe. I'll just step outside and not disturb your lesson any further. Please don't be angry. Tobarama quickly laughed, grabbing the Ninetales and dashing for the exit. Though he was unafraid of Irika, he was concerned that Irika might inform Kushina, which would lead to dire consequences for him. It was best to avoid offending the teacher. After all, it was only himself that would suffer. Tobarama-kun. Uchiha Shizun cast a worried glance at Tobarama, wishing to accompany him outside, quietly murmuring her concern as she observed him being scolded. As Tobarama exited, he winked at Shizun with a cheerful smile, causing her to shyly lower her gaze. Her rosy cheeks adorably charming. Chapter 33. The Adorable Ninetales. Wow, Tobarama-sama is so handsome, and even his pet is striking. I really like it. Indeed. I envy Shizun. She is actually engaged to Tobarama-sama. How wonderful it would be if I were the one engaged to him. With your looks, who would want you? Have you even considered your weight? You, with hardly any meat on your bones, have the audacity to criticize me? Tobarama-sama might prefer someone with a bit of softness. The girls had already idolized Tobarama as their dream man, not only due to his wealth and power, but also his formidable strength and striking appearance. What woman wouldn't be enamored? Due to this situation, the girls almost came to blows over Tobarama. Tobarama-kun. Uchiha Shizun, overhearing the chatter, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Fidgeting with her fingers, unsure of what to say, her heart pounding with shyness. Humph. Irika gradually calmed down as he watched Tobarama leave the classroom. Everyone, settle down and pay attention. We will now discuss the hand seals and application techniques of the shadow clone technique. Mastering the shadow clone technique can effectively confuse your enemies. Even a mere second can provide enough time for you to formulate your next plan. Once Tobarama departed, the previously restless students quieted down somewhat, though whispers still lingered until Irika's stern voice cut through, compelling everyone to focus on their studies. How cowardly! If they dared to insult me, I could flatten them with a tailed beast bomb, yet they cower in fear. The Ninetales stood on Tobarama's shoulder, recalling Irika's earlier reprimand, unable to resist a mocking remark. Haha, it's nothing. Let's give him a break. After all, he is the teacher. If I were to fight in school and my father found out, I'd be in serious trouble. I'm not that foolish, haha. Upon hearing the Ninetales' words, Tobarama laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. Humph. Cowardice is cowardice. There's no need for explanations. The esteemed gentleman knows but a single adage. If one does not comply, then let them be confronted, and if defeated, let the confrontation persist until they are vanquished. The Ninetales curled its lips in disdain, a flicker of contempt flashing in its eyes as it scoffed. Huh, say what you will. I have no inclination towards masochism. Upon hearing the Ninetales' derision, Senju Fujin merely smiled, unfazed. Soon, the class concluded. Lord Fujin, please do not take offense at my earlier conduct in class. After all, this is a school, a place of learning, and one must not disrupt the order of the classroom, Irudi said as he exited first, bowing respectfully to Senju Fujin. He understood the balance of seriousness and leniency, knowing when to be stern and when to be forgiving. Not at all, Teacher Irudi. Here in school, I am but your student. It's of no consequence, so please do not dwell on it, Senju Fujin replied with a gentle smile, dismissing any concern. The fundamental lessons held little value for him, and he felt no need for extensive training at the moment, focusing instead on augmenting his chakra and merging the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines within. The awakening of the Rinnegan would herald his ascension to the Six Paths level of power. His current strength was already nearing the divine realm, and with the Ninetales by his side, he was on par with the likes of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Well then, I shall take my leave, Irudi said, feeling a sense of relief at Senju Fujin's words. As a common ninja, attending the Ninja Academy was a significant privilege, ensuring a better education for his children in the future. Although offending Senju Fujin was undesirable, he held firm to his principles and would not compromise his sacred duty as a teacher simply because Fujin belonged to the Senju clan. Understood, Senju Fujin nodded slightly, prompting Irudi to turn and depart. Fujin-kun, Uchiha Shizun timidly approached him after class, her voice barely above a whisper. Shizun, you're out now? Senju Fujin observed her with a warm smile. TCH, only humans exhibit such complex emotions, the Ninetales muttered disdainfully from Fujin's shoulder. Are you all right, Fujin-kun? Shizun asked with genuine concern. Of course not. What are you thinking? Do you think my mental fortitude is so fragile? Fujin chuckled, ruffling her hair playfully. Shizun did not shy away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she wished to leap forward and embrace him. Fujin-kun, What is this pet? She inquired, her eyes sparkling with delight as she noticed the nine-tails perched on his shoulder. Huh. His name is Kurama, a rather unique pet I managed to catch. Do you like him? Would you like to hold him? Senju Fujin offered, noticing Shizun's fondness for the creature. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm not a pet. You can't expect me to amuse your little girlfriend. Kurama protested vehemently, glaring at Senju Fujin with a threatening gaze. Haha, it's fine. We'll all be friends from now on. No need to be upset. Fujin chuckled at the nine-tails' disgruntled demeanor, ignoring its struggles as he handed it over to Shizun. Fujin-kun, he is so adorable, but he doesn't seem to want me to hold him. Perhaps I should let it be, Shizun said with a gentle smile, not wishing to force the matter. Not at all. It's yours, Fujin said dismissively, placing the nine-tails into her embrace. Eek, Kurama, your fur is so soft and delightful. I adore you, Shizun exclaimed as she cradled the nine-tails, running her fingers through its fur, her eyes narrowing in blissful joy. Chapter 34. The Nine Great-Tailed Beasts? They must all be captured, humph, Kurama sighed, feeling quite put upon as it lay in Shizun's arms, appearing quite displeased. Haha. Senju Fujin couldn't help but laugh at Kurama's predicament. What? There's more than just the nine-tails? 8 others? At that moment, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama sat in their office, along with Sarutobi Sasuke, who reported shocking information based on what the Monkey King had relayed. Indeed, though we have not witnessed them ourselves, we are well aware of the spirit beasts of the Monkey King's lineage. It is said that a millennium ago, an immensely fearsome ten-tails existed, but for reasons unknown, it was forcibly split into 9-tailed beasts by the Sage of Six Paths. The nine-tails is the most powerful among them. The strength of the others remains a mystery, Sarutobi Sasuke conveyed, indirectly warning Hashirama and Madara that the 8 remaining beasts could potentially be summoned by the entity known as Black Zetsu at any moment. Understood, Sasuke. Thank you for your diligence. You may return now, Hashirama said, nodding appreciatively at Sarutobi Sasuke, who then took his leave. Madara, what do you think would happen if all 8-tailed beasts were summoned simultaneously? Hashirama asked, his brow furrowing in concern after Sasuke departed. If they appeared one by one, we would not fear them. However, if all 8 emerged at once, we would be overwhelmed. It is likely that the entirety of Konoha would face annihilation. Even if we survived and managed to capture the beasts, it would be of little consequence, Madara replied, his expression grave. He was acutely aware that if all 8 were to appear within the village, their chances of dealing with them would diminish significantly, especially if they manifested in the heart of the village, leaving the ordinary villagers, even the Chunin and Genin, with virtually no chance of escape. This realization weighed heavily on both men, particularly as they had yet to awaken the Rinnegan and had no immediate means to combat Black Zetsu, leading to a sense of disarray. Indeed, if we do not take preemptive measures, Black Zetsu could summon all 8-tailed beasts in one fell swoop. While we might manage for ourselves, the potential casualties among the villagers would be catastrophic. We must take action to ensure that Black Zetsu does not summon all the tailed beasts at once, Hashirama affirmed, his brow furrowed in determination. What plan do you have? We do not even know where Black Zetsu is, Madara inquired, feeling momentarily at a loss. The elusive nature of Black Zetsu made it difficult to devise a defense, leading to a sense of unease, as they could not predict when he might strike. I believe I have conceived a promising strategy. However, its feasibility remains uncertain. I intend to consult Izuna and Tobirama about it, Hashirama stated, already forming an idea in his mind but wanting to await consensus before proceeding. What plan? Madara asked, intrigued, turning his attention to Hashirama with keen interest. Although we have established the Hidden Leaf Village, for other great nations have founded their own villages, the Sand, Cloud, Rock, and Mist. However, these villages continue to engage in relentless conflicts, vying for dominance, and they cast covetous glances toward our land of fire, eager to seize its abundant resources. Given that there are only 9-tailed beasts, we shall capture all of them and distribute them equitably according to their strength. Since the 9 tails is the most formidable, retaining just this singular beast should suffice. The remaining 8 can be evenly allocated, with each village receiving 2-tailed beasts. This way, every village will possess a tailed beast, creating a mutual deterrent among them. If we disperse the tailed beasts, each village will undoubtedly safeguard its own, alleviating our concern that Black Zetsu might summon all 8 beasts simultaneously. Perhaps this strategy could usher in an era of peace, free from the scourge of war. What do you think? Senju Hashirama expressed his thoughts, preparing to capture the tailed beasts for a harmonious distribution among the four great nations, envisioning it as an ideal resolution. Impossible. Why should we capture the tailed beasts only to distribute them to them? Shouldn't we leverage our possession of all 9 tailed beasts to compel their surrender to the leaf? Why can't you think outside the box? We possess immense power, which could bring an end to this chaotic era. If we distribute the beasts, they might wield them to wage war against US, which would be detrimental to our interests. At the very least, if they harness the power of the tailed beasts, our lower-ranked ninjas would face slaughter. This arrangement seems ill-conceived. We must retain all 9 tailed beasts within our grasp. Uchiha Madara, having listened to Hashirama, furrowed his brow as he grasped his perspective but held a differing view. He believed that if the other villages acquired tailed beasts, they would become even more reckless, leading to unnecessary casualties among lower-ranked ninjas in the event of conflict. This would significantly heighten the likelihood of war, making equitable distribution impossible. Your arguments carry merit. Thus, let us consult Tobirama and Izuna for their testimony. Majority rules, as it has always been. Do you dare? Hashirama pondered Madara's words, recognizing their validity, yet agreed that a thorough discussion was necessary before proceeding. What is there to fear? They will undoubtedly concur with my proposal, Madara asserted confidently, believing his decision would garner the approval of his brother and Tobirama. Where does your confidence stem from? Do you recall the last time you faced me? You lost, Hashirama exclaimed, amused by Madara's unwarranted self-assurance. Last time was merely a stroke of luck on your part, Madara retorted, somewhat begrudgingly. Fetch Tobirama and Izuna. Also, summon Fujin, Madara instructed, his tone calm, yet commanding. Yes, Lord. First, came the swift response, as a dark figure vanished from the Hokage office. Lord Tobirama, the 2 first Hokages request your presence. As Tobirama strolled through the streets with Sarutobi Shinsaku, a member of the Umbu appeared before them, bowing respectfully. What is it, brother? Tobirama inquired, his brow furrowing at the interruption of a rare outing with Shinsaku. Reporting to Lord Tobirama, it seems the matter pertains to the tailed beasts. The other subordinates are unaware. The Umbu responded promptly, though he lacked the full context, merely relaying Madara's summons. Tailed beasts? I see. I shall go at once. Tobirama acknowledged, his expression turning serious. Yes, Lord Tobirama. In a flash, the Umbu disappeared from sight. My apologies, Shinsaku. My brother has summoned me. I cannot accompany you today, Tobirama expressed regretfully to Sarutobi Shinsaku. That's all right. I'm just happy you could spend time with me today. If your brother needs you, you should go quickly. I'll be fine, she replied with a warm smile, her kindness evident. Very well. Enjoy your time, and if I can, I will return soon. Tobirama nodded, placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead before vanishing. So many people. My husband is truly something else. How embarrassing, Shinsaku thought. Her cheeks flushed from the public display of affection. Meanwhile, Uchiha Izuna received the summons as well. He and Tobirama generally alternated shifts at the route headquarters, ensuring one was always present to oversee operations. Today was his turn to guard the headquarters, and upon receiving the message from Uchiha Madara, he promptly disappeared from his location, making his way to the Hokage office. Lord Fujin. At the same time, a member of the Umbu appeared before Senju Fujin, bowing respectfully. What is the matter? Fujin asked, turning away from his playtime with the Nine Tails and Uchiha Jitsu, curious about the interruption. Both first Hokages request your presence at once. Please proceed immediately, the Umbu relayed. Oh, what could Father and Uncle Madara want with me? Fujin mused, momentarily taken aback. Understood. You may leave now. I shall arrive shortly. Fujin waved the Umbu away. Yes, Lord Fujin. The Umbu bowed and vanished. Jitsu, you play by yourself for a moment. When class starts, be sure to ask for my absence. My father requires my attention. Fujin instructed after the Umbu departed. Very well, Fujin-kun. I will let Master Irudi know, Jitsu assured, her shyness having diminished in their time together, now speaking more comfortably and tenderly. All right, Nine Tails, let's go, Fujin declared, gently grasping the Nine Tails and disappearing from sight. Hey, kid, I don't want to see those 2 freaks, protested the Nine Tails, instinctively resisting the summons to meet Madara and Hashirama, but before it could finish its protest, Fujin had already transported them away. In an instant, Fujin appeared within the office, having already placed seals for swift travel, arriving seamlessly at the Hokage's office. Oh, that was quick. I see you've set up seals in the office. I should have known you'd make traveling so convenient. Madara remarked with a slight smile upon seeing Fujin, an inexplicable warmth filling him, akin to that of a father witnessing his child. Indeed, Uncle Madara. You wouldn't believe it. I've inscribed seals throughout the entirety of Konoha, allowing me to traverse anywhere with ease. Fujin replied with a proud grin. Upon hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Fujin smiled slightly, then pushed off with his right foot, causing a wooden bench to materialize behind him, onto which he promptly sat. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Come in. Senju Hashirama called out eagerly. With a creak, the office door swung open, and Uchiha Izuna along with Senju Tobarama entered. Please, take a seat. Hashirama waved his hand, and 2 wooden benches appeared in front of the desk. Brother, is there something you need? Tobarama and Izuna asked curiously as they settled into their seats. Indeed. Father, what is it that you wish to discuss? I am still in the midst of my lessons. Fujin added, equally puzzled as he gazed at Hashirama and Tobarama. The 9 tails? Fujin, how did you manage to release the 9 tails? At that moment, all 4 present noticed, to their astonishment, that the 9 tails was nestled in Fujin's arms. Not to worry. This is merely a fragment of Kurama's chakra. He has become my friend, and I cannot coddle him forever. Kurama is quite obedient. You need not fret. Fujin replied nonchalantly, a grin spreading across his face. Friend, the 9 tails? Izuna and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Upon hearing Fujin's words, the 9 tails turned its head with a huff, but felt a warmth in its heart at being referred to as a friend. No doubt he is my son. Splendid indeed. Chapter 36. The system begins to cause trouble again. Who says tailed beasts cannot coexist peacefully with humans? Look, Fujin has achieved just that. Furthermore, if even-tailed beasts can forge friendships with humans, why can we not coexist harmoniously as well? Hashirama was filled with joy, having witnessed this precedent, and was greatly pleased to see Fujin and the 9 tails bond. All right, Hashirama, let us set aside the pleasantries and discuss the matter at hand. Madara, indifferent, regarded the 9 tails as nothing more than a nuisance, having never held anyone in high esteem apart from Hashirama. Yes, let us deliberate on the issues we must address today. Both Madara and I have our respective opinions. It would be prudent to ascertain whose viewpoint to adopt. Hashirama nodded slightly at Madara's statement, and the 5 began their discussion. Subsequently, Hashirama and Madara presented their opinions, noting that there were 9-tailed beasts and pondering which course of action to take next. Brother, I find Madara's proposal more feasible. Greed can lead to disastrous outcomes, and we cannot assume the other nations are benevolent. If we distribute the tailed beasts equally among them, it is highly likely they will incite war, and I cannot endorse that. I concur. We should gather all 9-tailed beasts in Konoha, transforming them into weapons of war to deter other nations from acting recklessly. This is the optimal choice. Without such strength, true peace will forever elude us. We must possess overwhelming power to ensure that the other nations fear us, and with that deterrence, we can command them to refrain from conflict. This is the essence of peace. Possessing absolute strength is paramount, regardless of whether we utilize the power of the 9-tailed beasts. Tobarama also strongly supported Madara's opinion, marking the first time he believed Madara was correct. After all, possessing power without using it is vastly different from having powerful forces and choosing to wield them. Standing atop the world, they could command adherence to peace, which he considered the most effective strategy. Indeed, I share the sentiments of Tobarama and my brother, Hashirama. Your proposal seems somewhat idealistic. I have recently received intelligence from the root that the other 4 nations are at war, with Konoha remaining untouched. Their mutual assaults are driven by the pursuit of profit. If they acquire the tailed beasts, it would only exacerbate the situation. The ensuing conflict could be even more terrifying than what we currently face. Therefore, I believe that such formidable power must remain in our hands. Izuna echoed this belief, realizing that true world peace cannot be achieved through mere goodwill, but rather through strength. With power, others would think twice before bullying them. When faced with oppression, they would resist, as possessing power equates to having absolute authority over peace. Is my idea truly so untenable? Hashirama lowered his head, feeling disheartened, as if he had failed in his role as Hokage. Ding! A historical event has been detected, and the divine selection system has activated. Option 1. Support Madara's approach. gathering all 9-tailed beasts in Konoha and creating 9-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Task reward, Kai's fitted sports attire. Option 2, support Hashirama's proposal, distributing the 9-tailed beasts evenly among other nations and charging a hefty fee for their release. Task reward, Lee's fitted sports attire. Option 3, propose your own idea, gathering all 9-tailed beasts in Konoha and sealing them within the Uzumaki clan members, allowing them to coexist peacefully as pets, while compelling the Sand, Rock, Mist, and Cloud villages to sign a peace treaty. Task reward, favor from the 9-tailed beasts. At that moment, the divine selection system intervened once more, presenting options before Fujin. Madara, father, uncle, Izuna, allow me to share my perspective. Upon hearing the system's voice, Fujin's lips twitched. Was there truly no distinction between Lee's and Kai's fitted sports pants? It felt as if the system was withholding benefits from him, a rather shameless act. Oh, Fujin, do tell. Hashirama, as if encountering a savior, eagerly anticipated that his son would choose his plan. Tobirama and others turned their gazes toward Fujin, eager to learn his answer. Given that his previous proposals had proven effective, granting him a measure of respect among them. Father, Madara, uncle, Izuna, I believe we can coexist peacefully with the tailed beasts. Just as we have with Kurama, I propose that we gather all 9-tailed beasts and seal them within the Uzumaki clan members. The Uzumaki possess formidable vitality, making them ideal candidates for Jinchuriki. Moreover, we should allow the 9-tailed beasts to condense their forms, similar to Kurama, as their current size makes them challenging to manage. By reducing their size, they become easier to control and will not roam freely, causing chaos. They could even serve as Konoha's mascots, helping more people understand and appreciate them, allowing for true integration into our human home. Should we treat them solely as weapons, their resentment will only grow, and if left unchecked, they could unleash endless turmoil upon the ninja world. Thus, I believe it is essential for us to forge friendships with them, as this represents the most favorable solution. Subsequently, Senju Fujin articulated his thoughts in their entirety, opting for the third choice, deeming the first two ineffective. By garnering the goodwill of the 9 tails, he reasoned that even if he were to merge them into the 10 tails for battle, he would still be able to separate them once the conflict concluded. Chapter 37. A show of hands. Victory for Fujin. This approach would not only establish them as our guardians, but also prevent others from seizing the 9 tails, keeping them securely within our grasp. Why not embrace such an opportunity? This lad is indeed different from other humans. How delightful to have made such a friend. The 9 tails, overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of anger, as they viewed the tails as mere instruments of war, as if they were born solely to be sealed and exploited. How could this not infuriate him? However, upon hearing Senju Fujin's words, a slight smile graced his lips, indicating that perhaps this friend was not so bad after all. Indeed, I concur with Fujin's sentiments. We already possess formidable power and have no need for the strength of the 9 tails. Was our initial aim not to prevent Kagaya from acquiring the other 8 tails? They would unlikely be captured under our watch, yet in other villages, with his stealthy prowess, they could easily be abducted. If that were to happen, an assault by the 8 tails on Konoha would leave us with no time to respond. Uchiha Madara fully endorsed Senju Fujin's perspective, as it closely mirrored his own, asserting that it would be far better to maintain control over all 9 tails. Turning to Senju Hashirama, he boldly declared his agreement. Upon hearing Fujin's remarks, Hashirama fell into contemplation, pondering the viability of the world Fujin envisioned. I too am in agreement, Uchiha Izuna said after a moment of reflection. Nodding slightly, I concur as well, added Senju Tobirama, indifferent to the fate of the tails, provided they remained securely in Konoha, allowing him peace of mind. Fujin, are you certain that, aside from the 9 tails, the other tails can coexist with us humans in peace? Senju Hashirama's final doubt lingered. If the 9 tails could live harmoniously with them, could the other tails as well? Indeed, his prior thoughts had been somewhat naive. For the tails had their own consciousness and were not mere weapons of war. If they could genuinely coexist peacefully, it would significantly reduce conflict and casualties. As long as they existed in this world, bolstered by the deterrent of the 9 tails, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult for adversaries to instigate a fight. There is no issue here. We are not inherently malevolent. It is merely your greed as humans that compels you to seek something from us. In the end, it is you who pays with your lives. If you possess the same sincerity as Fujin, then peaceful coexistence would not be a dream at all. It entirely hinges on your attitude. We have no objections. At that moment, the Nine-Tails interjected, addressing Senju Hashirama directly. Indeed, father, if you could treat them as living beings and friends, there would be no problems whatsoever. Senju Fujin smiled at Senju Hashirama, reaching out to ruffle the soft fur atop the Nine-Tails' head. Do not touch my head. The Nine-Tails swatted Fujin's hand away, somewhat displeased. Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd upon hearing the Nine-Tails retort. All right, enough chatter. Let us proceed to the voting. Let us declare whom we choose. We have 5 votes, and whoever receives the most will determine the proposal we adopt. Uchiha Madara, rarely amused, shared a rare smile before addressing the assembly. Let us begin. Senju Hashirama had come to his own conclusion, nodding slightly before stating, I choose Fujin. Fujin. In the end, all 5 members unanimously supported Senju Fujin's proposal. Well then, let us commence the capture of the other tails. Once we secure them, we shall proceed. Tobarama, Izuna, you 2 dispatch members from the route to search throughout the world. The moment they uncover any trace of the tails, they are to report back to us immediately. Fujin, during this time, refrain from attending school. Instead, venture forth to seek the other tails. Be cautious on your journey. You possess wood release, and the tails pose no threat to you. Besides, with the 9 tails at your side, I have no cause for concern. After confirming their course of action, Senju Hashirama promptly instructed Senju Tobarama and Izuna to deploy route members to locate the tails. Once they were found, he and Uchiha Madara would set out to subdue them, ultimately bringing them back for sealing. Understood, brother. I understand. Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Izuna nodded in agreement before turning to exit. Hashirama, what are you doing? Fujin is still so young. What if he encounters Kaguya? Uchiha Madara voiced his disapproval, asserting that it was unnecessary to send anyone else besides the route to search for the tails. I could control them with a mere glance and summon them back to Konoha. Why waste time sending Fujin out? It would be wiser for him to remain at home where it is safe. Uchiha Madara regarded Senju Fujin with the same care as his own child, feeling it imperative to protect him from potential danger. Hashirama was perplexed. Having suggested that Senju Fujin venture out, he believed the boy possessed absolute strength in the 9 tails, ensuring his safety against any adversary. Yet, Uchiha Madara opposed this vehemently, leaving Hashirama momentarily taken aback. Hey, Uncle Madara, you know my strength, right? It's fine. I've been longing for something to do. School is dreadfully dull, and since I have fulfilled your task of allowing the other clan's members to enter, I should have no further obligations, right? Moreover, with my flying thunder god technique, no one can catch me. I will not encounter danger. Right, father? Senju Fujin was eager to go out. Staying home was utterly uninteresting, especially with school looming. Chapter 38. The generous Uchiha Madara. No, I disagree. I am the Hokage. My word is final. Uchiha Madara remained adamant, turning away with a dismissive expression. Madara, it's fine. Fujin possesses space-time ninjutsu. He will be perfectly safe outside. I can even send a wood release clone to protect him. Senju Hashirama, witnessing Uchiha Madara's demeanor for the first time, chuckled heartily. That is acceptable. Realizing they would need funds for their venture, he added, here are 500,000 ryo. Take it and spend as needed. If it runs low, just ask Uncle Madara for more. Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara found it hard to refuse, ultimately acquiescing. He produced a scroll and handed it to Senju Fujin, which contained the substantial sum of money, far more generous than a father. Uncle Madara is the best, unlike his father, who is miserly to the extreme. Senju Fujin observed Uchiha Madara handing him 5 million ryo, and with a gleeful grin, he quickly accepted the sum, expressing his gratitude while casting a reproachful glance at Senju Hashirama. It's raining outside. I must return to gather my clothes. Yes. Upon hearing Fujin's words, Hashirama chuckled and made a hasty exit, determined to keep his money intact for gambling, unwilling to let his son squander it. TCH. Your father is just like that, loses every time he gambles. The whole village knows about it, and he still owes me a few tens of millions. However, Uncle Madara has plenty of money, and 1 TB as stingy as your father. Spend it freely. If you need more, just ask me, Uchiha Madara, witnessing Hashirama's hasty retreat, smiled faintly and reached out to ruffle Fujin's hair, chuckling. All right, Uncle Madara, I'll take my leave now. Clutching the 5 million ryo in his hands, Fujin felt elated. This was ample for indulgence over several years, traveling, dining, and enjoying life to the fullest. He waved goodbye to Uchiha Madara and set off. Yes, go ahead. Madara responded with a gentle smile, waving back, relishing the rare moment of warmth. 1. Ensure someone follows Fujin and safeguard his safety. Avoid unnecessary appearances, Madara ordered after Fujin departed, feeling somewhat reassured as he commanded his confidant to accompany him. Understood. Lord First Hokage, Uchiha when promptly acknowledged, vanishing from sight to follow Fujin. Kurizetsu? Humph, don't let me catch you, Madara seethed internally. His fists clenched in anger once everyone had left. The enigmatic figure of Kurizetsu posed a constant threat to Konoha, necessitating a well-thought-out strategy. Yet, Kurizetsu remained elusive, complicating his search and causing him considerable distress. Since you desire the Rinnegan, you will inevitably reveal yourself. Hashirama's experiment approaches success. It is time for me to commence mine. Once I awaken the Rinnegan, I shall see where you can hide, he mused. Madara harbored a deep-seated hatred for anyone wishing to take his brother's life. And since Kurizetsu sought his brother's demise, he must be eliminated to resolve the root of the issue. Meanwhile, Hashirama's bloodline fusion progressed rapidly, and soon both he and Hashirama would possess the Rinnegan, rendering them impervious to Kurizetsu. Yet, this awaited a lengthy period, necessitating the advancement of the experiment without delay. With 5 million ryo in hand, Senju Fujin felt exuberant, whistling and singing as he ambled toward the academy. He intended to inform his wife about his upcoming absence to alleviate her worries, ensuring she felt secure. Since he was summoned by the Hokage, Irika dared not question further, taking his time to return to school, where he found the day already concluded. Fujin-kun, you're back? Uchiha Shizun greeted him eagerly. Look, I envy Shizun for having such a wonderful husband. Why isn't there a union between our clan and the Senju clan? Many shared this sentiment, admiring Fujin's handsome appearance, formidable strength, and his status as a junior leader of the Senju clan, destined to be among the next Hokage. Indeed, I wish to marry Fujin-kun too. I envy Uchiha Shizun, who pretends to be so pure, yet rushes to Fujin-kun the moment he appears. The affectionate display between Fujin and Shizun sparked jealousy and admiration among the girls in the class, each wearing a different expression. Shizun, I must step out. My father assigned me a mission, and I will be away for a while. I wanted to let you know that I may not be able to accompany you to school, Fujin said, taking Shizun's hand and leading her to a secluded area. Turning to her with a smile. Really? Where will you go? Will it be dangerous? Shizun asked, momentarily taken aback and immediately concerned. Fear not. There will be no danger. Who do you think your husband is? Can't I escape if I can't win? Fujin chuckled, gently pinching her rosy cheek. Stop it, you're so annoying, Shizun exclaimed, feeling a rush of warmth and embarrassment, lowering her head and fiddling with her clothes. Shizun, you are truly beautiful, Fujin remarked seriously, observing her shy demeanor. Aye. Just then, Shizun felt her lips sealed as Fujin kissed her, her eyes widening in surprise, her face flushing crimson as she stood frozen, unsure of how to react. After an indeterminate time, Fujin finally released her, chuckling at her apple-red cheeks. Fujin-kun kissed me again. I'm so shy, Shizun stammered, still processing the moment. Come on. I'll walk you home, Fujin said with a gentle smile, gazing at the bashful Shizun. She murmured, her cheeks still flushed, whispering softly. Chapter 39. The Warrior of the Land of Iron. Soon after, Fujin escorted Shizun back to the Uchiha compound, bringing her to her doorstep. All right, we're home. I must leave now. While I'm away, be sure to behave, he said with a smile as they reached the Uchiha estate. Fujin-kun, Shizun replied, her expression a mix of hesitation and shyness as she gazed at him. What's wrong? Go inside. I must be off, Fujin encouraged, noticing her lingering thoughts. And no, nothing. Be careful on the road. I'll wait for your return, she said softly, shaking her head. I'll be back soon, he reassured her, giving her head a gentle pat before turning to leave. Fujin-kun, Shizun called out, rushing to embrace him tightly. He responded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Be good. I'll return swiftly, he said without turning, gently patting her delicate hand. Shizun's eyes shimmered with reluctance as she eventually released him, watching as he walked away. Fujin-kun, please come back safely. I'll be waiting for you, she murmured, tears brimming in her eyes as she watched his retreating figure. "Shizun, are you done with class?" At that moment, Uchiha Sanzo, Shizun's father, returned and greeted her with a smile. "Yes, father, I'm back." She quickly wiped her tears, adjusting her demeanor as she bowed to him. "He, go on home. Don't worry, Fujin is strong. Few can match him in this world." Uchiha Sanzo reassured her with a gentle smile. As the third elder of the Uchiha clan, he was naturally aware of Senju Tobarama's impending departure, having spotted him from a distance earlier. Upon noticing Uchiha Shizun's expression, he gleaned further insight. "I understand, father," Uchiha Shizun said, restoring her former smile and speaking softly. Acknowledging her return to form, he refrained from further conversation and proceeded directly into their home. "Lord Tobarama." Several ninjas guarding the village entrance exclaimed respectfully upon seeing Senju Tobarama emerge. "Yes, here is my pass. Please take a look," he replied with a slight smile, presenting a scroll as he needed to venture out on a mission. "Lord Tobarama, please, no need for checks," the ninjas responded, not daring to scrutinize him further. And they let him pass. "Thank you for your efforts." Tobarama nodded in appreciation before stepping outside. "Finally, I can roam freely. Spending every day in the village is stifling," he thought. "Capturing tailed beasts can wait. I shall first indulge myself. I've heard the hot springs in the land of water are splendid. Perhaps I shall visit them." Upon exiting the Hidden Leaf village, Tobarama found himself uncertain of where to go, as everything in this era felt foreign to him. After all, the tales of the ninja world primarily spoke of events decades in the future, leaving him with scant knowledge of the present. The only thing he knew to do was to enjoy the hot springs, yet the alluring beauties of this time remained elusive, rendering him unfamiliar with anyone. Ahead lay the land of iron, through which he must pass to reach the land of water. He had heard of the remarkable forging techniques there and wondered what made them so formidable. Upon spotting a town not far ahead, a smile crept upon his lips as he dashed forward, leaving traces of the flying thunder god technique on branches and the ground along the way. Hidden Leaf Ninja? Just as he was about to enter the land of iron, a melodious voice rang out, prompting him to glance in the direction of the sound. "Huh, this girl appears quite spirited. She seems rather cool," Tobarama mused, observing a girl not far from him, her left hand resting on her sword. Clad in a white samurai outfit adorned with pink stripes and sporting a long brown ponytail accented with 2 pink cherry blossom hairpins. She bore a fierce expression with slightly arched brows and light brown eyes, a sword at her waist, exuding an air of poise. "Miss, do you seek my attention for something?" Tobarama inquired, noting her fierce gaze but remaining unfazed as he smiled slightly. "Humph, I've heard tales of the prowess of Hidden Leaf ninjas, and I wish to witness it firsthand. Will you accept my challenge?" she declared, stepping closer. Her brow furrowed with determination. Having trained relentlessly upon hearing of the Hidden Leaf's strength and prodigies, she felt compelled to confront him upon spotting his leaf forehead protector. "A challenge? Beautiful lady, I believe we harbor no deep-seated enmity, do we?" "Your gaze seems rather peculiar," Tobarama remarked, puzzled by the resentment he perceived in her eyes. Despite not knowing her. "Humph, spare me your words. Will you accept my challenge? I wish to see the strength of your Hidden Leaf village ninjas," she retorted, impatience evident in her tone. "You seem rather odd, miss. What have I done to provoke you? Were it not for your undeniable charm, I might have already taken you down a peg," Tobarama scoffed, rolling his eyes at her perplexing demeanor. "Are you implying you can easily defeat me? Then let me witness your abilities," she replied, raising an eyebrow, indignation flickering in her gaze. Ding. Detecting Iron Always anger, the divine selection system has activated. Option 1. Reject Iron Always challenge and mock her before walking away. Task reward, a single Byakugan. Option 2. Reject Iron Always challenge, steal her first kiss. Leave her with an I love you, and utilize space-time ninjutsu to depart. Task reward, randomly remove one of the host's abilities. Option 3. Accept Iron Always challenge and defeat her, afterward placing her across your lap for a proper lesson. Task reward, Corpse Bone Path, no bloodline limit. Chapter 40. Iron Always vs. Senju Tobarama. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Tobarama's mind. A single Byakugan? What nonsense is this? System, are you certain that a single Byakugan would be of any use to me? You might as well grant it outright. He grumbled internally. You truly possess a peculiar sense of humor. It appears you wish for me to choose to thrash her instead, complicating matters unnecessarily. Having grown accustomed to the system's antics, he sighed and made his choice. System, I choose option 3. With a mischievous grin, Tobarama turned his attention to Iron Aoi, his gaze drifting toward her rear. What are you staring at? Will you accept my challenge or not? Is this how your hidden leaf village thrives, relying on cowards like you? Aoi snapped, inflamed by his gaze. Fine, I accept your challenge. But what do I gain if I win? I won't engage in a fruitless endeavor, Tobarama replied earnestly. Gain? Do you genuinely believe you can best me? What a delusion, Aoi retorted, her brow knitting in skepticism. Then I shall take my leave. Without benefits, what reason have I to engage with you? I have a journey ahead, he said, waving dismissively before turning to depart. What do you desire as a reward? Though you cannot possibly defeat me, propose your terms, Aoi urged, confidence in her swordsmanship evident as she pressed him further. If I win, you will become my subordinate. How does that sound? Tobarama suggested with a slight smirk. What? You dare suggest I become your subordinate? You? Aoi exclaimed, her anger flaring as she pointed an accusing finger at him. Did you not claim you wouldn't lose to me? If you are so confident in your victory, why not accept this condition? Tobarama observed her incredulity, a disdainful smile playing on his lips. Ah, I see. You know full well you cannot defeat me, hence your bravado. How dull it would be to fight you now. Farewell. He feigned enlightenment, casting an exaggerated glance back at her before turning away. You. Aoi fumed, her chest heaving with indignation, her cheeks flushed. Stop right there. I accept your terms, but I have my own request. Seeing Tobarama about to leave, she relented, calling after him. Oh, and what might that be? Do you wish for me to go easy on you? Certainly. I have always been one to cherish and protect delicate beauty. I would never harm you. Rest assured. How could I bear to wilt such a stunning flower? Upon hearing Iron K's words, Senju Fujin's lips curled into a slight smile, and he turned to her, jesting you? Humph. I shall not engage in a battle of words with you. Should you lose, you must inscribe your name upon the gates of the Iron Country and declare that the Leaf Ninja are scoundrels, the most wicked villains of all. If you agree, I shall concede to your request. What say you? Are you bold enough? Iron K regarded Senju Fujin with a cold gaze, a flicker of resentment crossing her eyes. Oh, what is this girl's predicament? Has a Leaf Ninja wronged her? Surely not. Our village has only recently been established. Have we begun to offend young maidens already? Senju Fujin pondered, noting the sorrowful glint in her eyes. Very well, I accept your challenge. After a moment's contemplation, he called out to Iron K. Excellent. Let us commence. Iron K furrowed her brow, casting a steely gaze upon Senju Fujin. The two took their stances. Senju Fujin appeared relaxed, while Iron K bore a serious countenance. I look forward to your guidance, she bowed slightly, embodying a warrior's spirit. Oh, I too look forward to your guidance. Taken aback by her respectful bow before the battle, Senju Fujin reciprocated, momentarily pondering the peculiar semblance of a couple exchanging vows. After the bow, Iron K slightly crouched, resting her right hand upon the hilt of her sword. Poised for action. How dare you underestimate me? Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Seeing Senju Fujin's apparent lack of seriousness ignited a spark of anger within Iron K. In an instant, she unsheathed her samurai sword, propelling herself forward with remarkable speed, swift enough to catch even a jonin off guard. Oh, she possesses some skill. However, it is of little consequence to me. Let us engage. Noticing Iron K charging towards him, Senju Fujin smirked and drew a specially crafted kunai. With a crackle, he unleashed a lightning release. The kunai enveloped in arcs of electricity, transforming into a sword of lightning, reminiscent of Tobarama's Raijin sword. Secret sword, lightning slash. Iron K, witnessing Senju Fujin brandishing his weapon, swiftly unleashed her own sword, summoning a torrent of blue blade energy aimed directly at him. Oh, impressive. She can project blade energy. He mused, unfazed by the incoming attack. With a casual flick of his lightning sword, he met her strike. With a thunderous clash, the blue blade energy collided with Senju Fujin's lightning sword, creating a resounding explosion that sent plumes of smoke billowing into the air. Fool. My blade energy is not so easily countered. Iron K, confident in her attack, refrained from pursuing further offense, believing no one could evade her strike within her range. Are you still willing to continue? Senju Fujin's voice emerged from the smoke, followed by a fit of coughs. Your attack may have been ineffective, but the dust it stirred is rather bothersome. Quite uncomfortable. As the smoke cleared, it revealed Senju Fujin entirely unharmed, feigning distress as he squinted at Iron K. How dare you insult me? Perish. Iron K, feeling a surge of indignation, gathered her chakra and infused it into her samurai sword. With a gust, a whirlwind formed around her, the gathered chakra intensifying as it enveloped her blade in crackling lightning. Flash! She cried out. In an instant, a ferocious gale erupted, and Iron K unleashed 3 spiraling lightning blades, hurtling towards Senju Fujin. Interesting, quite a formidable technique. It bears resemblance to Krillin's Spirit Slash, though I wonder if it can change direction. However, lacking swordsmanship, I shall not engage in a blade duel. As Senju Fujin observed the incoming strikes, a slight smile graced his lips. Water release, water torrent. With a clap of his hands, he conjured a swirling water vortex that ascended rapidly. The water vortex collided with the 3 spiraling lightning blades, erupting in a cascade of splashing water. The torrent surged forth like a waterfall, flooding the vicinity. What? Such a powerful water technique. How can someone so young wield such formidable chakra? The amount of water summoned must require an immense chakra reserve. Iron K, astonished, leaped gracefully onto the water's surface, gazing in disbelief at Senju Fujin. Her previous attacks dissipated against the formidable force of the water vortex. Shall we continue? You are no match for me, Senju Fujin declared, raising a massive wave of water beneath him, surveying Iron K from above. Humph, I refuse to concede so easily. Though astonished, Iron K steeled her resolve. Surrendering would mean becoming subservient to Senju Fujin, a fate she could not accept. Secret Sword, Wind and Snow Slash. In a flash, Iron K gripped her sword, unleashing her chakra in a dazzling display, her lightning chakra extending dramatically, illuminating a 3-meter radius around her. Boom! The lake erupted as the spiral of lightning surged skyward, conjuring a powerful storm. This girl is truly relentless, but her swordsmanship is rather impressive. I wonder how it compares to that of the Hitaki clan. Senju Fujin mused, watching as the water he summoned began to swirl chaotically around Iron K's tempest. Water release, water cutter. Senju Fujin swiftly expelled a concentrated jet of water, transforming it into a razor-sharp blade that sliced through Iron K's tempest with ease. Indeed, his water cutter could effortlessly sever even the roots of the divine tree, rendering Iron K's attack trivial in comparison, as it shattered her storm with a single strike. The tempest dissipated, and the water returned to calm. How could this be? I cannot seem to overcome him. Is my swordsmanship truly so lacking? Iron K's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart heavy with shock. What are you waiting for? Suddenly, a voice called from behind her. What? Iron K turned, sensing Senju Fujin's presence, and instinctively swung her sword. Gurgle, gurgle. In an instant, she felt herself being dragged underwater, his grip tight around her neck. Water release, wave strike. As Senju Fujin dragged Iron Aoi into the water before she could react, she found herself submerged, feeling as if she were a fish in its natural habitat, swimming even faster than the fish themselves. Gulping, she realized she was unable to breathe and choked on the river water, teetering on the edge of asphyxiation. You're young, yet you possess quite a bit of strength, don't you? Surrender now, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, you'll have no choice but to meet your demise, Senju Fujin declared, pulling her head above the water to allow her to breathe fully. Impossible. I will never concede. You shall die? Iron Aoi retorted fiercely, not backing down in the slightest. In an act of defiance, she unleashed a kick aimed directly at his groin. What? A low blow? You little vixen, are you that ruthless? Senju Fujin exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine as he swiftly trapped her leg between his own. Let me go? Release me. Iron Aoi protested, her voice laced with indignation. If you don't yield, I will truly resort to harsher measures. Although I dislike harming such a beautiful face, what shall I do if it becomes marred? Will you concede? Senju Fujin observed her with a slight smile. With no way to escape his grasp after a prolonged struggle, Iron Aoi let out a huff and gradually ceased her resistance. This is how it should be. A true warrior must accept defeat with dignity. Very well, let us leave, Senju Fujin said, a grin creeping across his face as he noted her concession. With a flick of his wrist, the river water receded, vanishing without a trace. Oh, I haven't completed my task yet. He remembered, a smirk playing on his lips as he carried Iron Aoi back to dry land. What are you doing? Let me go? Release me, she shouted, flustered as he positioned her across his lap, her face turning crimson with confusion and anger. This is what you get for being disobedient. Smack. This is for not listening. Smack. Smack. Senju Fujik and delivered a series of playful smacks to her backside, punishing her for her stubbornness. Chapter 42. The Determined Girl. I will kill you. I will end you. Iron Aoi cried out, feeling a fiery sting on her rear. Her face frozen in icy fury as a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Smack. Are you still defiant? From now on, you shall be my little follower. If you continue to disobey, do not blame me for the consequences. My discipline is quite stringent. Would you like to test it? Iron Aoi, having never endured such humiliation, felt her cheeks burn with anger, her spirit simmering dangerously as she glared at Senju Fujikan. Ding! The system confirmed the host's successful choice and task completion, granting him the reward of the corpse bone pulse, a bloodline without blood inheritance. As Senju Fujikan completed his mission, the system validated his choice, instantly bestowing the abilities of the corpse bone pulse upon him, revealing all its powers and applications in his mind. Haha, I'm back. This is the feeling I crave. The corpse bone pulse is indeed a remarkable ability. Bones grow at will and can transform into any shape. Splendid, splendid. Senju Fujikan reveled in the newfound power coursing through him, casting a glance at Iron Aoi, who suddenly seemed more appealing. Accepting defeat is merely a punishment for your unwillingness to honor your commitments. As long as you behave as my little follower, such incidents will not recur. By the way, I haven't yet asked your name, he inquired with a gentle smile, looking down at her. Humph, Iron Aoi, she replied coolly, struggling to rise from his lap. Her face still flushed. Iron Aoi, like an iron sunflower? Not a bad name. Senju Fujikan mused, having already known her name, but feigning ignorance since she had not introduced herself. You are the Iron Sunflower. Iron Aoi shot him an indignant glare, begrudgingly accepting her name despite her distaste for it, given her surname. Haha, look at you. Senju Fujikan chuckled heartily at her reaction. Humph, just wait. I will kill you one day. Laugh while you can. There will be a time for your tears. Iron Aoi warned, her brow furrowed as she glared at his unrestrained laughter. I am Senju Fujikan. You may call me Fujikan II. Now, let us proceed. I intend to visit the land of soup for a hot spring bath, he declared, leading the way into the land of iron, noting how much time had been wasted. Senju? Of the Senju clan? That name sounds somewhat familiar, Iron Aoi mused, momentarily taken aback by his introduction as it echoed in her memory. Come on. What are you thinking about? If you don't hurry, it will be dark. Senju Fujikan called back when he noticed she had fallen behind. Humph. I must inform you that once my strength increases, I will challenge you again. If I defeat you, you must let me leave. Otherwise, I will not accompany you. Even if I change my mind, Iron Aoi asserted, still holding on to a glimmer of hope. No problem. When you manage to defeat me, you may leave whenever you wish. But for now, you shall obediently be my little follower and heed my commands. Otherwise, your backside may face further consequences, Senju Fujikan warned, smiling as he raised his hand playfully. You, Iron Aoi began, only to recall the lingering sting on her rear, her face reddening further. Let us go. It is getting dark. Senju Fujikan smiled gently before turning to walk ahead. Sighing, Iron Aoi watched his retreating figure, glancing down at her sword and feeling a pang of disappointment. She sighed heavily, realizing she had underestimated her own abilities. I thought I was strong, but in comparison to others, I am insignificant. Yet, I shall continue to strive forward and defeat you. Despite her initial disillusionment, Iron Aoi rekindled her confidence, sheathing her sword before hastily catching up to Senju Fujikan. Hee. This girl is quite intriguing, Senju Fujikan thought as he sensed her movement behind him, a smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, Iron Aoi felt her chakra deplete completely, leaving her dizzy. Senju Fujikan noticed her weakened presence and swiftly turned, seeing her on the verge of fainting. This girl is truly reckless. She must have exhausted all her chakra with that last attack. Why go to such lengths? I am not your mortal enemy. In an instant, he appeared beside her, catching her in his arms to spare her the embarrassment of falling. Iron Aoi, on the brink of unconsciousness, caught sight of Senju Fujikan lifting her, her face flushing as she succumbed to the darkness. Very well, I suppose we shall sleep outside tonight. You truly are a handful, my dear. As Senju Fujin observed that Tekai had succumbed to unconsciousness due to a lack of chakra, he shook his head in resignation. He then leapt gracefully into the forest, searching for a secluded clearing. Utilizing the wood release, Grand Mansion technique, he stamped his right foot on the ground. And in an instant, a two-story wooden villa emerged before him. Rest for now, he said gently. You mustn't overexert yourself in the future. And you, my dear, are a bit foolish. Why do you always seek trouble when you see me? If it were someone else, you would have long since met your demise. He carefully placed Tekai on a wooden bed and retrieved a blanket from his spatial pocket, covering her with it while murmuring, "Let me help you recover." Employing the healing palm technique, he healed her numerous internal injuries accumulated over years of rigorous training. Chapter 43. The thought of helping the Ninetales transform into human form. Does this girl truly not regard herself as human? Such an abundance of hidden injuries. One wonders how she trains. That's not how one practices swordsmanship, is it? It seems she has no mentor. What a pity. While treating Tekai, Senju Fujin discovered the extent of her internal injuries, which evoked a sense of inexplicable sorrow within him. After all, she was merely an 11 or 12-year-old child, exerting herself to such extremes. The multitude of injuries indicated that her training methods had been flawed. Otherwise, she wouldn't bear such scars. When did I become so sentimental? She is merely my little subordinate. Nonetheless, as my companion, her strength must not be lacking. Otherwise, she won't be able to fight alongside me in the future. You must strive harder. He gently stroked Tekai's hair, a faint smile gracing his lips, before rising to exit the room. Humph, your father is a gambler. And you are a lecher. I've already discerned that, came a voice from within his clothing. Kurama, the Ninetales, poked its head out, addressing him. What? Kurama, what are you insinuating? I know my father is a gambler, but when did I become a lecher? I haven't done anything. Don't slander me, Senju Fujin exclaimed, feeling somewhat guilty as he caught the Ninetales in his grasp. Humph, I saw you secretly touching her hair just now, and while you were in the water, I could hear your thoughts. You didn't even shield your mind. You claimed it was quite intriguing, though I don't understand what you mean. However, I am certain you were thinking something unsavory. Aren't you just a lecher? Kurama retorted, its expression disdainful. And that Uchiha Shizen. Ugh, just thinking about it gives me chills. One word, disgusting. No, make that 2 words, Kurama added, glancing at Senju Fujin. You. Senju Fujin stammered, unsure how to defend himself, realizing that any explanation seemed futile. What do you mean, you? Humans are simply disgusting and vile. We-tailed beasts are far better. We only eat and sleep. How do you manage with so many complications? Kurama crossed its claws over its chest, looking at Senju Fujin with scorn. Do you know what is synonymous with only eating and sleeping? Pigs. Pigs. Senju Fujin burst into laughter at Kurama's words, the imagery of pigs firmly embedded in his mind. What? You dare compare our magnificent tailed beasts to mere livestock? I ought to slay you. Kurama growled, and a playful scuffle ensued between them. Time passed, and they lay on the grass, Senju Fujin's face adorned with scratches. Yet he was filled with joy. Kurama, what is your dream? He asked, resting his hands behind his head and gazing at the dimming sky. A dream? I have no such aspirations. As long as you humans do not disturb me, I will be grateful. However, you see, I am sealed by you, Kurama replied. Mimicking Senju Fujin's relaxed posture, a blade of grass in its mouth, its eyes deep in thought. Indeed, your power is too great. Your existence poses a threat. Thus, there will always be those who seek to capture and seal you. In the future, I will study how to allow your spirit to take human form. I have seen many creatures in my dreams attain sufficient power to transform. I believe you can too. If you can become human and conceal your aura, no one will ever discover you as a tailed beast. Then, you will no longer be disturbed, Senju Fujin remarked, glancing at the comical Ninetales beside him. A gentle smile on his face. Transform into a human? Is it akin to Jinchuriki? But the one controlling my body would be me, correct? How intriguing. However, our corporeal forms are chakra manifestations. Coalescing into human form is exceedingly difficult. Ordinary bodies cannot withstand our power. Only a body like yours can yield results. But in this ninja world, there are merely 2 such bodies. Even Uchiha Madara cannot endure my vast chakra, unless he possesses the bloodline of your Senju clan. That is no easy feat, Kurama remarked, exchanging a clear-eyed gaze with Senju Fujin, shaking its head. My body is not incapable. However, I will need to conduct research. Creating a clone is not a problem. When the time comes, I will use my cells to create a body for you, then transfer your spirit into it. This way, you will live as we do, normally. Fear not. I will find a way, Senju Fujin assured, a small smile on his face as he pondered the possibilities of cloning. Bolstered by his connection to his father, the snake sage. Let us leave it for now, Kurama replied with a faint smile, turning its gaze to the sky, choosing silence. Unbeknownst to them, the boy and the beast had drifted into slumber on the grass. Where am I? Where is everyone? Tekai awoke from her stupor, puzzled as she found herself covered by a blanket in a bed. My injuries. I feel as though my hidden wounds are healed. Could it be him? Why is he so kind to me? She shook her head and climbed out of bed, making her way to the door. Creaking open the door, Tekai was momentarily startled to see Senju Fujin and a fox lying on the ground, peacefully asleep. He gave me the room and kept watch outside? This man is truly peculiar. She shook her head, watching him with curiosity. Oh. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Senju Fujin awoke with a start, stretching his body. Chapter 44. The Beast of the Land of Soup? Up so early? He inquired with a gentle smile as he turned to see Tekai. Yes, she replied. Her cheeks flushed, nodding slightly. Freshen up, it's time to depart. You mustn't push yourself so hard in the future. Senju Fujin nodded slightly and retrieved a few rice balls from his spatial pocket, tossing them to Tekai. Thank you. Tekai took the rice ball, gazing down at it for a moment in slight astonishment, before saying softly, It's nothing. We must finish and be on our way. Senju Fujin remarked lightly, and then walked away, disregarding Tekai's expression. What a peculiar individual. However, this rice ball is quite delectable, reminiscent of the meals my mother used to prepare. Tekai extracted the rice ball and took a bite, finding it quite tasty. Suddenly feeling a wave of nostalgia for her mother. Wood release, wooden basin technique. Water release, face washing water. After Senju Fujin departed, he promptly conjured a wooden basin and released a small amount of water. Splash. Washing my face in the morning is rather refreshing. After cleansing his face, Senju Fujin smiled faintly. He then led Tekai towards the land of hot water. Given its maritime location, the land of hot water lies nestled between the land of thunder and the land of water, and they raced across the sea. Before long, Senju Fujin and Tekai arrived at the land of hot water. Have you heard? Many fishermen from the north have mysteriously failed to return. Failed to return? I am unaware. I haven't been out to sea recently. What has transpired? Rumor has it there is a massive sea monster that devours people, swallowing entire vessels whole. What monster? Are you speaking nonsense? There are no monsters here. You may not believe me, but I recently saw a giant mountain moving in the sea. A moving mountain? Why not say your home is flying? As Senju Fujin entered the land of hot water, he passed by the entrance of a casino, where a group of gamblers was engaged in raucous laughter. A monster? A mountain? Could it be the Three Tails? What a coincidence! Have I arrived just in time to be graced by the Three Tails? Upon hearing their conversation, Senju Fujin furrowed his brows, recalling the immense tortoise known as the Three Tails. Let us go inquire. He then took Tekai's hand and entered the casino. You, release my hand. Tekai blushed upon noticing Senju Fujin grasping her hand and attempted to break free. However, Senju Fujin's grip was formidable, leaving her no chance to resist. No matter how she struggled, she could not escape, reluctantly allowing him to lead her. This place is not for children. Go, stay where it is cooler. Upon entering the casino, a bouncer immediately spotted the duo and brazenly blocked their path. Step aside. Senju Fujin frowned, speaking coldly. Oh, you're quite bold, aren't you? Big brother, this kid is acting arrogantly on our turf. Let us teach him a lesson. Yes, big brother, let me handle it. I will slay him. The bouncers, unable to contain their anger at Senju Fujin's audacity, began to draw their swords. Finding the situation bothersome, Senju Fujin removed his Leaf Village headband, wishing to avoid recognition or disturbance. Thus, the bouncers were unaware that the individual before them was a ninja from the Leaf Village. Kid, this isn't a place for children. However, if you have money, I could permit you entry. The bouncer, referred to as Big Brother, spoke to Senju Fujin and Tekai indifferently. I will count to 3. If you do not leave, I will throw you out. Senju Fujin, irritated by the bouncer's incessant chatter, responded, I have already been quite polite. Do not provoke me further. The leading bouncer's displeasure grew at Senju Fujin's words. 1, 2, bang, bang, bang. Just as the bouncer attempted to speak again, Senju Fujin swiftly charged forward, effortlessly dispatching them all. You insolent brat, do you seek death? After being sent flying, the bouncers, now seething with rage, drew their swords, glaring menacingly at Senju Fujin. This is troublesome, Tekai thought, as she broke free from Senju Fujin's grasp and drew her own blade. Clang, clang, clang. No one saw Tiekaway strike. Yet the swords in the bouncer's hands were abruptly severed in two. What? Such terrifying swordsmanship. Quick, run. My goodness. This little girl is formidable. Let us flee. Big brother. Don't run. Wait for us. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Do you expect me to wait for you? Are you foolish? Initially brimming with bravado, the bouncers now wished they could sprout wings and fled as fast as they could. Once the bouncers had scattered, everyone present felt a wave of fear. Even the casino owner sensed a tinge of panic. Clap. What was that monster you mentioned in the sea? Do you know where it is? Or could you lead me there? I will offer you 100,000 Rio. Whoever brings me to this monster shall receive it. Senju Fujin placed 100,000 Rio on the gambling table, inquiring of the crowd. 100,000 Rio? I know. I will take you there. The man who initially spoke of a moving mountain eagerly proclaimed. I know too. I will lead you. I also know. Let me take you. Do not listen to them. They're just talking nonsense. The gamblers, driven by greed, all clamored to offer their assistance. All right, you accompany me. If you dare deceive me, your existence will be forfeit. Hearing the commotion, Senju Fujin's brows knitted tightly, uncertain who possessed genuine knowledge. He pointed at a random individual. Very well. This way, esteemed sirs, follow me. The chosen man, overjoyed at being selected, quickly stood ready to lead. Chapter 45. Journey to the Sea. The Three Tails appear. Sigh, what a fortuitous event to encounter. Why would I not seize this opportunity? Who could disagree? We all know the general vicinity. As long as we search nearby, we shall find it. Yet Suin, this fortunate lad, has beaten me to it. What luck he possesses, winning vast sums yesterday and now about to gain another 100,000. How enviable. After Senju Fujin selected Suin, the others shook their heads, silently lamenting their missed chance. Esteemed sirs, come this way. I shall arrange a vessel for you to set sail. Suin, filled with joy at the prospect of easy riches, thought, who would not be pleased? Though that monster is fearsome, nothing is more important to him than money. Besides, with two powerful companions, he could easily slip away when the time came. Why do you seek that monster? Is this your true purpose for coming here? Tiekaway asked curiously, turning to Senju Fujin after Suin departed. You are correct in part. Initially, I did come for those matters. However, my primary intention in visiting the land of hot water was merely to indulge in its hot springs. The rest is secondary, yet fortuitously, I have stumbled upon this chance. Naturally, I cannot let it pass. Senju Fujin smiled faintly, turning to Tiekaway. Esteemed sirs, the boat is ready. Please, follow me. Just as Tiekaway was about to speak again, Suin returned, beckoning them to proceed. Very well. Senju Fujin nodded slightly, then walked towards Suin. What could the Senju clan possibly want with these beasts? Or could it be that this is a spirit beast? Is he seeking to acquire a more powerful spirit beast for himself? Tiekaway observed the silhouette of Senju Fujin. Lost in thought. My lord, just ahead in that sea area, do you see it? Look over there, that towering mountain is it. The path ahead must be traversed by the two of you alone. I dare not proceed, it is far too terrifying. Suin, spotting a distant mountain vaguely visible on the horizon, felt a pang of fear and spoke to Senju Fujin. Oh, the Nine Tails indeed possesses a formidable chakra. Can you sense if it is the Three Tails? Upon hearing Suin's words, Senju Fujin promptly closed his eyes, activating his Sharingan, and distinctly sensed a vast chakra ahead. Yes, it is indeed Isabu, the Nine Tails confirmed with a nod. Here, take this 100,000. Now be gone. Upon receiving the Nine Tails confirmation, Senju Fujin tossed the sum of money to Suin and stepped off the boat. I must see what you intend to do. Tiekaway followed suit, leaping off the vessel, and the trio made their way towards the Three Tails. Haha, 100,000 acquired so easily. Quick, we must flee before that beast becomes enraged. I cannot withstand its wrath. Suin cheered inwardly with glee as he received the money and rowed the boat back along the same path. Ding! The system has detected the host is attempting to capture the Three Tails. The divine selection system is now active. Option 1. The Three Tails lacks intelligence, and the host can deceive it into submission with ease. Task completion reward, mastery of lightning release. Option 2. Capture the Three Tails using water release. Avoiding large-scale wood release to hone the host's abilities. Task completion reward, mastery of earth release. Option 3. Seal half of the Three Tails chakra within oneself, and the other half within Tiekaway, preparing to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki in the future. Task completion reward, Sage Mode. Upon encountering the Three Tails, The system promptly presented 3 options before Senju Fujin. Deception? What nonsense. How could that even work? Capturing the 3 tails with water release is certainly feasible. Extracting half of its chakra? Wouldn't that prevent the emergence of the small 3 tails? The 9 tails might become upset, thinking I have deceived it, undermining any chance of harmonious interaction. Though the Sage mode is undeniably powerful, I shall endure for now. Once I awaken the Rinnegan, I shall have no fear of obtaining Sage mode. Senju Fujin furrowed his brow. He had no desire to separate the 3 tails chakra. Such an act could impede the manifestation of the small 3 tails, leading to dire consequences. After all, he had promised the 9 tails, and should it discover any deceit, it would not end well. System, I choose option 2. Thus, Senju Fujin willingly relinquished the alluring temptation of Sage mode to capture the complete 3 tails. With swift strides, Senju Fujin and Tai Kuei rushed towards the 3 tails. The aura of the 9 tails? Why is it here? How has it become so weak? The 3 tails, still in slumber, suddenly sensed the diminished chakra of the 9 tails and pondered to itself. You are the 3 tails, Isabu? At that moment, Senju Fujin and Tai Kuei had reached the formidable figure of the 3 tails, towering several dozen feet tall. 9 tails, what are you doing? How have you come to be in this state, so diminished? The 3 tails Isabu remained silent, perhaps incapable of speech, yet it could communicate with the 9 tails mentally. It is nothing. I have been sealed. He has come to seal you as well. Do not resist, or the consequences shall be dire. The 9 tails spoke to the 3 tails in a calm tone. How dare you attempt to seal me? Perish. Although the 3 tails lacked intelligence, it understood the meaning of sealing, and upon hearing those words, it became enraged. Tailed beast bomb. In an instant, the 3 tails gathered its energy and launched itself towards Senju Fujin and Tai Kuei. What is this creature? Why have I never heard of it before? It resembles no turtle I know, and its immense chakra instills fear within me. Is this truly a being we can defeat? So powerful. Tai Kuei trembled at the sight of the 3 tails, overwhelmed by its terrifying chakra. Ah, that's right. I recall that the 3 tails cannot speak. Very well, if you choose silence, I shall have to incapacitate you and take you back. As Senju Fujin observed the 3 tails preparing its tailed beast bomb, his expression darkened. Chapter 46. Fujin's duel with the 3 tails. Do you need my assistance? The 9 tails perched on Senju Fujin's shoulders smiled slightly. Do I truly need your help against such a creature? That would be rather pathetic, Senju Fujin scoffed, shrugging dismissively. Yet, he recognized that his own strength faltered in the face of the 3 tails. He noted Tai Kuei shaking her head in fear. Water instantaneous body, grasping Tai Kuei's hand. Senju Fujin vanished from sight, reappearing behind the 3 tails. Inheriting the formidable water release of Senju Tobarama, he was unmatched in the sea, save for encountering his uncle, the sea god, Rasengan. Emerging behind the 3 tails, Senju Fujin swiftly formed a colossal sphere of chakra in his right hand and propelled it towards the beast. What strength! How powerful is he? He must have been holding back during our earlier encounter. Against such a creature, I would stand no chance, yet he can face it head-on. Tai Kuei, who had been trembling, felt her confidence rise upon witnessing Senju Fujin's might. Her heart swelled with awe. Roar! The 3 tails, struck by the Rasengan, let out a furious roar, thrashing its 3 tails, causing a massive tsunami that surged across the sea. Water release, water dragon bite, quickly forming seals. Senju Fujin utilized the sea to unleash his water release without expending much chakra. Boom! A towering column of water erupted beneath the 3 tails, sending it soaring into the air. The water coalesced into a colossal water dragon that surged towards the 3 tails. Roar! The 3 tails withdrew into its shell, transforming into an enormous armored projectile that charged at the water dragon. Bang! 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 The 3 tails collided with the water dragon using its hard shell, plunging into the depths of the ocean. Water release, great water prison technique. As the 3 tails sank, Senju Fujin swiftly executed a large-scale water prison technique, ensnaring the beast within. Shinra Tensei. With a hand gesture, Senju Fujin placed his palm against the 3 tails' head within the water prison. Roar! The 3 tails gradually calmed, its chakra subdued by Senju Fujin's power. Captured? How is this possible? His strength surpasses my expectations. He effortlessly subdued this beast. Truly formidable. When will I ever match his strength? Can I ever break free from his shadow? Tian Kuei witnessed the effortless capture of the 3 tails by Senju Fujin, leaving her profoundly astonished. It was accomplished, captured. After securing the three tails, Senju Fujin promptly cast it into the confines of the system space. A notification chimed, indicating the host's successful choice and task completion, resulting in the reward of mastery over Earth release. Soon, the system's rewards flooded into Senju Fujin's mind, enriching him with knowledge of various Earth release techniques, including the third Tsuchigage's super lightweight rock technique. Even in the absence of the Rinnegan, such a skill that allowed him to soar was quite commendable. No need for Susanoo to fly, pure delight. As Senju Fujin perused the Earth release techniques in his mind, he found himself on par with the water release, further augmenting his power. Moreover, he acquired the third Tsuchigage's super lightweight rock technique, enabling him to reduce his weight and glide freely through the air. One-tailed beast was now under his dominion. With 7 more to go, he chuckled to himself. Slowly, he thought, slowly. First, a soothing soak in a hot spring. Capturing the three tails and attaining mastery over Earth release was indeed a significant gain. Yet, the most substantial reward was the ability to fly. Who hasn't dreamt of soaring through the skies? The sensation of flying independently is entirely distinct from that of relying on avian companions. What else with that peculiar gaze? Senju Fujin turned to see Tian Kuei regarding him with a mix of shock and a hint of resentment, prompting a bewildered inquiry from him. Nothing. Tian Kuei replied coldly, her thoughts obscured. Let us go. We must indulge in the pleasures of the hot spring. How could we not enjoy ourselves afterward? Perhaps a drink too. The restrictions at home have kept me from indulging for quite some time. Senju Fujin, undeterred by Tian Kuei's icy demeanor, was accustomed to such behavior. Wood release, wood bird technique. Soon, a bird of wooden construct emerged in Senju Fujin's hands, gradually enlarging until it was large enough to carry 2 passengers. This wooden bird was a creation of his own design. If others could fly in their artistry, surely wood release should permit flight as well. Much like Luban's wooden magpie, it was capable of soaring through the sky, and wood release should be no less capable. Wood release? Is he the heir of the Senju clan? Tian Kuei recalled the name Senju Fujin as somewhat familiar, yet she could not place it. Now, witnessing his use of wood release, she instantly recognized that only 2 individuals in the ninja world could master it, the leader of the Senju clan and his son, Senju Fujin. Their names had long echoed throughout the ninja realm, yet most remembered only the name Senju Hashirama, while Senju Fujin was often overlooked due to his relatively recent emergence. Come. Senju Fujin noticed Tian Kuei lost in thought, grasped her hand, and they stepped into the air, alighting upon the soaring wooden bird, heading towards the land of hot water. I never expected you to be the heir of the Senju clan, Tian Kuei remarked with a bittersweet smile as she settled on the wooden bird. Oh, you know of me? How intriguing, Senju Fujin responded with a faint smile. I assumed you would be oblivious to my identity should I mention my name. Humph. Tian Kuei coldly turned her head away, avoiding his gaze. When I first encountered you, it seemed you harbored some animosity towards our leaf village. Did something transpire? Our village was recently established. We surely did not offend you. Chapter 47. Tian Kuei's Past. The 8th Tales appears. Senju Fujin suddenly recalled Tian Kuei's initial hostility towards him and curiously inquired. It's the detestable Uchiha clan from your village. The Uchiha clan has tormented my mother throughout her life, and now that you have established a village, do you expect me to harbor no hatred towards you? Tian Kuei's voice dripped with fury. Now, with the Uchiha and Senju clans allied, no one can oppose you. But we shall forever remember the transgressions you committed against us. Etched in our hearts, never to be forgotten. Uchiha clan tormented your mother throughout her life? What transpired? Senju Fujin asked, furrowing his brow. I might still have some influence within the village. Perhaps I could assist you. Upon hearing this, Senju Fujin realized Tian Kuei bore a grudge against the Uchiha clan. Yet the Uchiha and Senju clans had united to form the Leaf Village. Thus, she projected her resentment towards the entirety of the Leaf. My mother was named Tian Lan, the eldest daughter of the Tian clan from the Land of Iron. However, members of the Uchiha clan accepted a mission, received their payment, and exterminated our family. At that time, my mother was merely 16, enjoying a spring outing in the Land of Iron. Upon her return, she was met with the sight of lifeless bodies strewn about. My mother wept bitterly, the sole survivor of the massacre. One Uchiha man, tasked with the cleanup, captured her. That was how I came to be, but he perished in battle. My mother then fled back to the Land of Iron, living in obscurity. 3 years ago, She passed away, leaving me all alone, desolate, and forlorn. I shall never forgive the Uchiha clan. Tian Kuei's eyes welled with tears as memories of her unfortunate mother flooded back, the weight of her inability to protect her causing immense sorrow. Is this truly the case? How tragic, though such occurrences were common during the Warring States period. In the face of war, without strength, everything is but a fleeting fantasy. Senju Fujin sighed at the sight of Tian Kuei's tear-streaked face, murmuring to himself, "While I sympathize with your plight, such was the nature of the Warring States. It is a matter of kill or be killed, you live or die. In this entire ninja world, which clan does not harbor deep-seated grudges? Yet, this cannot be changed. It has become history. To alter it, one must change the present, not the future." Leaning closer to Tian Kuei, Senju Fujin offered his shoulder as a support, softly whispering into her ear, "Does power grant one the right to act with impunity? Are the weak unworthy of existence? Even ants strive to survive. Why can't they avoid conflict?" Tian Kuei, still sobbing, gazed at Senju Fujin with tear-filled eyes and asked, "Is it true? Does great power allow one to do as they please? Indeed, strength begets freedom. This principle holds true in any realm. Only by growing strong can one stand against the might of others. Should others be powerful while you remain weak, you can only endure. This is reality. As humans, we are bound by interests. Some covet wealth, others crave power, and some seek happiness. But to attain such desires, one must constantly wage war to establish oneself as the most formidable force. However, I am striving to transform this world. Soon, all will return to peace. I too wish to rise each day in comfort, savor meals, stroll about, travel, and sleep. Perhaps you will witness the arrival of such a day." Senju Fujin regarded Tian Kuei earnestly, reflecting on his aspirations. Is there truly such a world? Living in such a realm seems exhausting, so very exhausting. At times, I find myself wishing for nothing more than to cease existing. Tiexin gazed out at the boundless sea, softly expressing her sentiments. "What are you thinking? The days ahead will surely improve. You will marry the man you adore and lead a blissful life. Life has just begun. How can one give up so easily?" Upon hearing Tiexin's words, Qinsho Fujin offered a gentle smile, reaching out to pat her shoulder. "The one you love? A happy life?" Tiexin glanced at Qinsho Fujin beside her, shook her head with a bitter smile, and a flicker of helplessness danced in her eyes. "Don't overthink it. Let's go soak in a hot spring in the land of hot water. It will be refreshing." "My treat," Qinsho Fujin suggested with a smile. "Though, perhaps it would be more economical for us to share a bathhouse," she joked. "Get lost. Who would want to bathe with you?" "How shameless," Tiexin retorted, her face flushing at Qinsho Fujin's teasing. "Haha, it's good to have such thoughts. Come on, we're almost there. Let's find a place to relax in the hot springs." Noticing Tiexin's spirits lifting, Qinsho Fujin shrugged and guided the wooden bird down, leaping off just before landing. "Humph, insufferable man," Tiexin muttered as she observed Qinsho Fujin's leap, her eyes sparkling with a different light, yet she scoffed before jumping down herself. The two soon entered a hot spring facility, plunging into the soothing waters. "Ah, this bath feels incredibly refreshing. A surefire remedy for fatigue," Qinsho Fujin exclaimed, reclining on the water's surface, basking in the warmth of the springs. Meanwhile, Qinsho Hashirama received reports from the Umbu about the tailed beasts, deciding to leave one person to guard Konoha while the other rushed to capture the beast. "Get away from me." The Eight Tails was surrounded by a group of Konoha ninjas, who were probing too closely and inadvertently caught its attention. Enraged, it sent them flying. Several Umbu were hurled away, coughing blood and losing their ability to fight. "Die." The Eight Tails swiftly conjured a tailed beast ball and hurled it at the Umbu. Whoosh! The tailed beast ball surged toward them with devastating force. Chapter 48. Hashirama versus Eight Tails. Not good. Retreat quickly. We don't have time. Is this how it ends? The Umbu felt the terror of the approaching tailed beast ball, glancing at each other with a hint of longing for life. Would release, would clone technique. In an instant, Qinsho Hashirama was pulled by Qinsho Tobarama, using the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive at the scene, accompanied by Qinsho Fujin's mother, Uzumaki Mido. The Umbu carried specially designed kunai to expedite the capture of the tailed beasts. "The first Hokage has arrived. We're saved. Hooray!" They cheered, relief washing over them as they realized they had survived. "Return," Qinsho Hashirama commanded, controlling the wooden figure to grasp the tailed beast ball and bear down upon the Eight Tails. "What? Who is this? Would release? And can catch my tailed beast ball with bare hands? How is this possible? The Eight Tails was taken aback by the sheer force of Hashirama's chakra, feeling an unsettling familiarity. The Eight Tails was shocked to see Hashirama effortlessly seize its tailed beast ball, only to be struck by an overwhelming pain as it accidentally detonated its own attack, creating a massive crater in the earth. Senjutsu Myojinmen. With a powerful invocation, Hashirama pinned the Eight Tails to the ground. Damn it, you've restricted my chakra. I can't even sever my tail to escape, it roared in frustration. How can this man wield such a formidable wood release? This is infuriating. After being pinned down, the Eight Tails let out a furious howl. Mito, it's time. Hashirama smiled at his wife. Understood, Uzumaki Mito replied, stepping forward, her gaze devoid of pity as she looked at the restrained beast. Sealing technique. Adamantine sealing chains. Instantly, several chakra chains emerged from Mito, wrapping tightly around the Eight Tails. Sealing technique? No, don't. Please. The Eight Tails screamed in terror, but its cries were in vain. Rise. With Mito's command, Hashirama retracted the Myojinmen, and the Eight Tails was dragged into Mito's body. For symbol sealing. Soon, the Eight Tails was completely sealed within Uzumaki Mito, her vast chakra suppressing it effortlessly. Even the Nine Tails could be restrained for decades, let alone the Eight Tails, which was a mere trifle. Mito, you truly are remarkable. You handled the sealing with such ease, Hashirama praised as he approached her. Do you think sealing a tailed beast is a simple task? I must choose the remaining beasts carefully within our clan. Their chakra is too violent and immense. Ordinary clan members cannot endure or control it. You will only bring us trouble. I'll deal with you later. Mito scolded Hashirama, who was grinning foolishly. Haha, dear Mito, it's not like I had a choice. Let us discuss this later, he chuckled softly in her ear. Mito huffed, choosing to remain silent. Her anger stemmed not merely from the tailed beast, but from the thought of Chinsho Fujin becoming a Jinchuriki at such a young age. She had just realized the immense chakra expenditure required to suppress a tailed beast, and their clan's longevity was due to their vast chakra reserves. However, containing a tailed beast would inevitably shorten their lifespan. Unless the beast remained docile within them, the chakra drain would affect their longevity, causing her deep concern for Chinsho Fujin. Brother, how is sister-in-law? Chinsho Tobarama noticed Mito's displeasure and approached to inquire quietly. It's nothing, we'll discuss it later. This Eight Tails should be handled now. We must swiftly capture the other seven-tailed beasts. Immediately instruct everyone to intensify their search and to be cautious. If we hadn't arrived in time, they would have perished. We cannot allow injuries in the pursuit of capturing tailed beasts. We must minimize damage as much as possible. Hashirama instructed, shaking his head. Understood, brother. After a moment of contemplation, Tobarama nodded. All right. Hashirama acknowledged with a slight nod and then caught up with Uzumaki Mito. You all, continue to expand the search area, but exercise caution. Just monitor their movements until you can see them. We must avoid significant casualties. Be vigilant, understood? If we had not arrived in time, your lives would have been forfeit. Subsequently, Senju Tobarama summoned several members of the Umbu and commanded them accordingly. Yes, Lord Tobarama, we shall be vigilant, the Umbu responded respectfully. Very well, disperse, Tobarama nodded slightly and added. Understood. With that, the Umbu vanished in an instant. The elder sister, typically gentle and amiable, was now brimming with fury. It was evident that something had transpired, leaving the elder brother at a loss as to how he had offended her. However, it was not my concern. I could only wish him good fortune. Senju Tobarama observed Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Mito in the distance, shaking his head with a smile. Uncle, you seem to harbor a misunderstanding about gentleness and amiability. With a mother like mine, how gentle could she truly be? Mito, what troubles you? Hashirama caught up with Mito and grasped her hand, inquiring. Mito, sealing the tailed beasts is perilous and may shorten the lifespan of our Uzumaki clan. They consume vast amounts of our chakra, and Tobarama's 9 tails is even more formidable than the 8 tails. The chakra expended by Tobarama will undoubtedly surpass my own. Chapter 49. The One Tail, the Simpleton? I dread the thought of becoming a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child. Do you understand? Mito gazed ahead, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes, struggling to hold back tears. What? The 9 tails? That wretched beast has been captured as well? Ha ha. At least I'm not alone in this. It would have been utterly humiliating otherwise. So there's another to share the burden? That brings me some comfort. The chakra within this Uzumaki clan member is astonishing, rivaling my own. It is as if they embody the essence of a tailed beast, truly terrifying. I long to see the foul mouth of the Nine Tails. Upon hearing of the Nine Tails' capture, the Eight Tails felt a sense of relief, realizing that being sealed was not as dire as he had thought. After all, he was not the first. This alleviated his concerns somewhat. The one possessing Ashura's abilities is formidable, as is his wife. Yet, I doubt any of your subordinates can match their prowess. Regardless, I cannot perish, at worst. I shall be confined for a few years. The Eight Tails fell silent, recognizing that, in the face of the powerful Senju Hashirama, he stood little chance. Moreover, Uzumaki Mito's strength was no trifling matter, her immense chakra likely exceeding his own. Is that so? Mito, do you wish to know Tobarama's choice? He must be aware of the considerable chakra drain within him, yet he has refrained from releasing the Nine Tails. The children have said nothing. As parents, should we not support him? Upon hearing Uzumaki Mito's words, Hashirama's body trembled slightly, though his gaze remained resolute. In his eyes, the village held paramount importance. Even if Tobarama sought to harm it, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Naturally, he had faith in Tobarama's love for the village, which was why he had volunteered to become the first Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. I understand, but it pains me. Mito's tears cascaded down her cheeks upon hearing Hashirama's words. Everything will be all right. Did Tobarama not say he had become friends with the Nine Tails? Perhaps he no longer needs to suppress it with chakra? Do not worry. We will find a solution. Hashirama stepped forward, a flicker of guilt in his eyes, and embraced Mito tightly, offering comfort. Let us hope so. I will return and diligently research how to resolve the issue of the tailed beast's chakra leakage. Only by completely addressing this leakage can we fundamentally resolve the problem. Mito lay in Hashirama's embrace, gazing at the sky, speaking with a hint of resignation. Indeed, success is within reach, Hashirama replied softly. Brother, the time is drawing near. We must return. There are still several tailed beasts to capture. At that moment, Senju Tobarama approached. Although he did not wish to disrupt their tranquility, time was of the essence. Let us go. Hashirama whispered to Mito as he heard Tobarama's words. Yes, Mito nodded slightly. The three of them utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, swiftly returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. One could not help but marvel at the vast chakra possessed by Senju Tobarama, as he effortlessly transported others without issue, truly deserving of the title of the second Hokage. Hashirama, how did it fare? Was the mission successful? Upon their return to the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Madara inquired of Senju Hashirama. Yes, it went relatively smoothly. The Eight Tails has been successfully captured, Hashirama replied with a slight smile. Splendid. Now it is my turn. I have not had a chance to stretch my legs in quite some time. Each one captures one. No cheating. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, playfully patting Hashirama's back, as if wary of him attempting to evade responsibility. Do you truly consider me someone who would cheat? Hashirama, hearing Madara's remark, lowered his head, his spirits dampened. Here we go again. You are a Hokage now. Must you always wallow in despair? It makes me want to give you a good thrashing, you know? Madara exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation. All right, enough of that. The next task is yours. Off you go? Hashirama chuckled heartily in response to Madara's words. Humph, how boring. Madara scoffed, before following Senju Tobarama, vanishing from sight. Is this the place? The desert? Is this not within the territory of Sunagakure? Soon. Senju Tobarama led Uchiha Madara to the arid expanse, his brow furrowed in concern. Indeed, this is the Nara Desert, where the One-Tail resides. Several Umbu have already perished. The One-Tail itself is not particularly strong. However, it thrives in the desert, playful and mischievous, relishing in burying everything within its sight beneath the sands. Its attack range is extensive, making it difficult to conceal oneself in the desert, and discovered Umbu find it nearly impossible to escape. Hence, it has been designated as a primary target. Tobarama nodded slightly, eyeing the One-Tail, which was frolicking in the sand not far away. Humph, just one tail. And such a meager amount of chakra, yet it bears the title of a tailed beast? It possesses less than 1/10 of the Nine Tails chakra. How unfortunate. Hashirama is fortunate to be tasked with capturing the Eight Tails. Tianxiang, prepare the sealing technique. I will restrain the One-Tail, and then you shall seal it, Uchiha Madara instructed, observing the diminutive One-Tail with disinterest. I understand, Lord First, Tianxiang replied, confident in her capabilities. Despite her youth, she possessed a robust chakra, and Mito had sent her to seal the One Tail, wanting to protect her from the dangers of controlling a more powerful tailed beast. Very well. Madara nodded slightly, his figure vanishing in an instant. Hey, you big simpleton. Soon, Uchiha Madara stood before the One Tail, brandishing his signature Uchiha fan, clad in Hokage attire. Casting a condescending glance at the creature. Big simpleton? How dare you call me a big simpleton? You diminutive human. Perish. The One Tail, initially engrossed in playing with the sand, was incensed at the sight of the tiny human before it and unleashed a wind release. Vacuum bullets towards Uchiha Madara. Chapter 50. The Dance King of Asia. Uchiha Madara, is this all the strength you possess? Uchiha Madara scoffed at the attack before him, effortlessly brandishing his fan. With a resounding thud, the tailed beast bomb was sent hurtling back towards its origin. The One Tail was momentarily stunned, realizing its own attack had backfired, leaving half of its face obliterated. Infuriated, it exclaimed, "How dare you mar my visage? You shall pay dearly for this." Tailed beast bomb. Was this a joke? The One Tail, incensed at being toyed with, began to gather its tailed beast bomb. You are utterly pathetic. Let us commence your dance today. Show me your moves for my amusement, Madara remarked, observing the tailed beast bomb with a disinterested smirk, finding the One Tail far too lackluster to pique his interest. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson, activating the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he seized control of the One Tail. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? The One Tail's eyes flickered with a hint of fear as they transformed into the same pattern, rendering it motionless. Spit it out. It must be exhausting to hold on to that, Madara commanded, directing the One Tail to unleash the tailed beast bomb towards the desert. The first Hokage is truly formidable, worthy of being compared to the clan leader. He subdued the One Tail with such ease, Uzumaki Tenkai mused, surprised by the swift dominance displayed over the beast. Come, One Tail, it is time to dance. As the Dance King of Asia, it is an honor for you to learn from me. With that, Madara compelled the One Tail to rise and begin its ludicrous dance, hopping about in an absurd manner. Although I am unaware of the true meaning behind Dance King of Asia, I have heard it is a title bestowed upon the most powerful individuals. Such a prestigious epithet shall henceforth belong to me, Uchiha Madara. Observing the comical spectacle of the dancing One Tail, Madara muttered to himself. Giggle, giggle. Tenkai couldn't contain her laughter at Madara's ridiculous antics. Tenkai, seal it, he declared, his patience waning. These tailed beasts are utterly useless. I find no interest in them whatsoever. And I wonder how Fujima is faring these days. After a brief period of amusement, Madara grew weary, feeling somewhat stifled after being cooped up in the village for too long. It was a rare occasion to relieve his stress. Yes, first Hokage. Diamond lock. For Symbol's seal. Tenkai swiftly executed the sealing technique, confining the One Tail within herself. Let us depart. Tobirama, it is time to return, Madara said, approaching Senju Tobirama with a calm demeanor. Tobirama nodded slightly, and the trio vanished into the desert. Did you witness that? Who is that person? How could he control the One Tail? I saw it too. He even made the One Tail dance. Who on earth could this be? Quickly report this to the first Hokage. This is terrifying. That person is truly formidable. I noticed the words Hokage emblazoned on the back of his attire. I wonder if it is genuine. What? The first Hokage? Could it be he personally ventured into our Sunagakure desert to capture the One Tail? Who knows? Let us return to inform the first Hokage. Our plan to capture the One Tail has been thwarted by another. Yes, let us make haste. Shortly after Madara and his companions departed, several ninjas adorned with the Sunagakure headbands appeared at the site where the One Tail had been sealed, discussing the events that had transpired. What? Are you saying that the first Hokage from Konoha came to the desert and captured the One Tail? Is this true? Retsu, upon hearing the report from the Sunagakure ninja, was momentarily struck with disbelief, his heart swelling with anger and a tinge of fear. The once tumultuous land of wind had been subdued under Retsu's formidable strength, leading to the establishment of the current Sunagakure. Though uncertain of the true extent of the Hokage's abilities, he acknowledged that such audacity indicated a strong contender. Indeed, first Hokage. That individual possesses immense power. We could barely discern his features. He bore a spiky hairstyle and had first Hokage inscribed on his back. It must be Uchiha Madara. He not only reflected the One Tail's attack, but also commanded it to dance in place. My subordinates dared not approach too closely and could only witness from a distance. Returning from the desert, the Sunagakure ninja reported to the first Kazekage. Uchiha Madara, forcing the One-Tail to dance. How can this be? Can the vast chakra of the One-Tail truly be controlled by the Uchiha clan Sharingan? Humph. How dare they come to our land of wind to seize the One-Tail? They must be courting death. Do they think Sunagakure is insignificant in the eyes of Konoha? Do they believe that the Uchiha and Senju alliance is invincible? I refuse to accept such a notion. Since they dared to snatch our One-Tail, they must pay the price. Retsu could hardly believe that Uchiha Madara could easily subdue the One-Tail. He had previously attempted to capture it, but had failed multiple times due to its cunning nature. Thus, Retsu was acutely aware of the One-Tail's capabilities. It was exceedingly powerful and incredibly sly, making it exceedingly difficult to control. Damn it! My carefully devised plan to capture the One-Tail has been preempted by Uchiha Madara. As the first Kazekage, I cannot allow myself to be overshadowed by the first Hokage. To control the One-Tail? Surely, he is merely putting on a show for us. He must have noticed our Sunagakure ninjas and deliberately ensnared them in an illusion. Although the Uchiha clan Sharingan was formidable, Retsu had encountered its users before and had dispatched them without difficulty. Now, to claim he could command the One-Tail to dance. It was utterly preposterous. Retsu, having lived for so long, had indeed encountered members of the Uchiha clan and had dispatched many. Yet he had never witnessed any extraordinary abilities. As the first Kazekage, he was of equal standing with the first Hokage. Was there truly such a vast disparity between them? Chapter 51. The Antics of Hashirama and Madara. Thus, Retsu could hardly believe that Uchiha Madara could effortlessly subdue the One-Tail, let alone compel it to dance. Immediately send someone to Konoha to demand accountability. How could they possess the ability to control our One-Tail? They are not worthy. Retsu, with his obstinate personality, held a disdainful view of Uchiha Madara, having never witnessed his strength. He believed himself to be exceedingly powerful and harbored no fear of the Uchiha or Senju clans. Yes, first Kazekage. The Sunagakure ninja quickly accepted the order and gradually exited the Kazekage's office. First Kazekage, this may not be prudent. Our Sunagakure requires development. Engaging in conflict with Konoha at this juncture may prove disadvantageous for us. Shaman, the Kazekage's bodyguard, and later the second Kazekage. A bald man adorned with a small green dragon tattoo, featuring only 4 claws, cautiously advised. Shaman, do not concern yourself with this matter. Our land of wind is in dire need of resources, and I had already contemplated an attack on Konoha. Their resources are the most abundant, yet I lacked a justification. Now that they have stolen our One-Tail, I shall ensure they pay dearly. Not only must we reclaim the One-Tail, but we shall also demand reparations from Konoha. Only by this means can our wind country endure. The brows of Ardo furrowed as he shook his head in response to Shaman's words. The wind country, situated in a desolate desert, faces harsh conditions that render survival a formidable challenge. Without external resources, the wind country will remain stagnant, making future development an arduous task. However, Shaman evidently had more to say, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Know, however, prepare to act. Gather the troops and position them at the borders of Konoha to threaten them into surrendering the One-Tail, and we must extract our share as well. Ardo raised his hand to halt Shaman's further speech, steadfast in his stance, yet helpless against the stark poverty of their wind country. Yes, first Hokage. A flicker of resignation crossed Shaman's gaze, though he dared not disobey Ardo's orders. Alas, did the first Hokage not comprehend the terrifying power of the Senju and Uchiha clans? Especially their leaders. I had the fortune of witnessing their fierce battle years ago, and even from a distance, the overwhelming pressure was palpable. I hope nothing untoward transpires this time. Exiting the Wind Shadow's office, Shaman glanced back, sighing deeply and murmuring to himself. Years ago, while on a mission, he had witnessed the clash between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Particularly the sight of Susanoo and Wood Release, and even from several miles away, the intense sense of oppression was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and his companions remained unaware that they had provoked the first Wind Shadow. Yet, even if they were aware, aside from Senju Hashirama, the others would likely scoff at the notion. Bang! Hashirama, was that intentional? At that moment, the door to the Hokage's office swung open, and a furious voice boomed as Uchiha Madara glared at Senju Hashirama. Oh, back so soon. Was your journey successful? What have I done to you? I seem to have done nothing at all, Hashirama remarked, sitting at his desk, reviewing documents. a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor as he raised his hands in feigned innocence. You deliberately captured the 8 tails and left me with this worthless 1 tail. You have no idea how pathetic its attacks are. With a mere flick, I can repel them. It's a disgrace among creatures, worse than trash. Hashirama's words faltered as he realized his phrasing was amiss. Regardless, it's clear you did this on purpose, assigning me the most useless 1 tail. The remaining tailed beasts are merely for practice. Thus, it was decided, and there could be no turning back. A glimmer of mock indignation crossed Madara's eyes as he feigned outrage at Hashirama's words. What? You dare disagree? I tell you, I am the rightful Hokage. My word is law. Upon hearing Hashirama's dissent, Madara charged forward, their foreheads pressing together in a comically fierce display. Disagree? You dare disagree? It is a matter settled. You get 1, and I get 1, as previously agreed upon. Are you asking for a fight? I will strike. How dare you hit me? That's unreasonable. I will retaliate. Soon, the two engaged in a playful scuffle, exchanging punches and slaps, their faces becoming bruised and battered. Oh, here we go again. Truly, they are a handful, a bemused Senju Tobirama remarked, observing the antics of the 2 Hokages with a sigh, placing a hand on his forehead in exasperation. Disagree? Disagree. Unaware of how long they had been bickering, the two continued to tug at each other's ears, with Madara demanding answers. But Hashirama remained obstinately resistant. Unless... A thought crossed Hashirama's mind as he cast a sidelong glance. Unless what? Madara inquired, sensing an opening. 500,000. Just enough for my gambling debts this month. I mean, my expenses have been high, and I'm short on cash. If you give me 500,000, the rest can be yours. Hashirama gazed at Madara, astonished by his audacity. What? 500,000? Are you robbing me? You can't possibly have that much to spend. You've lost it all gambling, haven't you? I know your ways well enough. 250,000. That's my final offer. Upon hearing this, Madara understood Hashirama's intentions. He had likely squandered his entire allowance and was trying to negotiate a fair cut. 250,000? Are you sending me to beg? For 150,000. No less. 250 is too low. The two engaged in a spirited negotiation, with Hashirama desperately in need of funds. Originally possessing 3 million. He had lost 1 million to Tobirama, leaving him insufficient even for his gambling habits, leading villagers to believe that Konoha had fallen on hard times. For 150,000? No way. 300,000 is the maximum. Take it or leave it. Seeing Hashirama's dissatisfaction, Madara generously raised the offer by 50,000, adding a threatening tone. 300,000. Come on, Madara. Raise it to 400,000. That's my lowest offer. Otherwise, it's 1 beast each. You. Madara had never encountered such a shameless Hashirama, glaring at him incredulously. 300,000. 400,000. Anything more? Then it's 350,000. Deal. Ultimately, the two reached an agreement, with Hashirama acquiring the coveted 350,000, his heart swelling with joy. Wealth regained. Off to the gambling den I go. Hashirama exclaimed with glee. TCH, money-hungry gambler, Madara scoffed, rolling his eyes. Brother, shouldn't this money be reported? Or is it to be shared? Tobirama interjected, approaching Hashirama. Tobirama's mention of reporting referred to informing the Uzumaki clan about the funds, which were expected to be submitted, with negotiations on how much to surrender. The latter statement hinted at the common practice of sharing the spoils. Ahem, Tobirama, what are you doing? This is all mine. Seeing his brother meddling, Hashirama quickly sealed the money into a scroll, stowing it away carefully, a wary glint in his eyes. What do you think? I've worked hard today while you two indulged yourselves without offering me anything. I deserve a share as well, just 100,000. Otherwise, I shall report to my sister-in-law shortly that you still possess some hidden funds. Senju Tobirama extended his right hand, making a menacing declaration. You, are you still my dear brother? Senju Hashirama, witnessing Tobirama's sheer audacity, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Do you not understand the gravity of adding insult to injury? As the elder brother, I have toiled tirelessly to raise you. How can you treat me this way? It truly wounds my heart. Woe is me. Soon after, Hashirama began to feign a dramatic exit, his movements subtly preparing for a hasty retreat. Brother, do not act the rogue. Do you intend to flee? I am well aware of your tricks. When did I ever become your caretaker? Hand over the money swiftly. I will exchange it for labor. Tobirama had already perceived his brother's intention to escape and hastily interjected. You, take it. Hashirama recognized his brother's cunning, albeit more astute than he anticipated. With a reluctant sigh, he produced 100,000. In the end, Hashirama was left with a meager 250,000. Uffed. Ha ha ha. Hashirama, you are utterly amusing. Is 100,000 truly of such significance? Are you in dire need of funds? I have plenty to spare. I cannot even exhaust it all. Would you like some? Uchiha Madara, witnessing Hashirama's misfortune, nearly choked on his laughter. Humph, you conspire against me. I shall no longer indulge your games. Hurry and pursue the tailed beasts. Hashirama scoffed, vanishing from sight, wishing he could sprout additional legs to escape the mischief of these two vile companions. Lo and behold, I offer him money. Yet he turns it against me. Tobirama, I can empathize with your plight. Your brother truly is something else. Ha! Madara observed Hashirama's discomfited retreat and, as if struck by an idea, burst into more laughter. Let us proceed. There are numerous tailed beasts to seal. First, we must check if sister-in-law has organized the personnel. Tobirama smiled faintly, securing the 100,000, and remarked to Madara with a nonchalant demeanor. Indeed. Thus, the two departed the office, heading toward the Senju clan's encampment. Phew. That was close. Fortunately, I still have over 200,000 left, haha. After escaping, Hashirama glanced back to see neither Madara nor Tobirama pursuing him and sighed in relief, cheerfully heading to the casino with his 250,000. First Hokage, it has been quite some time since your last visit. Do you still have funds to play? The casino owner greeted Hashirama with a beaming smile as he entered. Do I lack money? Convert all of this into chips for me. With a resounding thud, Hashirama arrived at the casino, incensed by the owner's assumption of his financial status. He swiftly unfurled a scroll, allowing a flurry of paper money to cascade through the air. Gasp! The casino owner, witnessing the copious amount of money, estimated to be at least 1 million, gazed in astonishment. Hee, a golden goose returns. However, he quickly donned a smile and murmured inwardly, Please, First Hokage, come right inside. First Hokage, the game has commenced, you may proceed directly. Moments later, as they entered the room, the casino owner respectfully opened the door with a smile. Wow, the golden goose has returned? Let us go join the festivities. What? The golden goose is back? Wait for me. I'm coming too. What is happening? Why is everyone rushing? Chapter 53, The Golden Goose, Hashirama, and the Nine-Tails Treats. Did you not hear? The legendary golden goose is here. Hurry, or we shall miss our chance. The golden goose? What golden goose? Wait for me. The patrons in the casino corridor erupted into a frenzy upon seeing Hashirama's arrival. Half an hour later, as Hashirama exited the casino, the owner waved and smiled. First Hokage, we look forward to your next visit. Understood, Hashirama replied nonchalantly, stepping out. My 250,000, sob, has vanished. Upon reaching a secluded corner, he gazed at his empty scroll, tears threatening to spill. What would you like to eat? On this day, Senju Fujin had prepared a hot spring and ventured to the marketplace, marveling at the array of delectable snacks with a gentle smile. Eat. Iron Koi, taking in the fragrant aromas wafting through the air, hesitated momentarily. Gurgle. Soon, Iron Koi's stomach growled audibly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Starving are we? Come. Allow me to treat you to something delicious. Observing Iron Koi's rosy face, Fujin smiled and took her hand, leading her toward the vendors. Iron Koi felt her heart race involuntarily as Fujin held her hand. After spending a few days together, she found him unexpectedly considerate. A young clan leader who treated her with unexpected kindness, stirring feelings of gratitude within her. Over the years, she had never encountered a man who cared for her as much as Fujin did. Reflecting on their encounter with the Three Tails, she recalled how he could have easily ignored her plight, yet chose to save her. Even when her chakra was depleted, he did not abandon her. He had taken her on a delightful spree, treating her to everything, slowly unlocking the emotions she had sealed away for so long. Having never had friends throughout her life, she was experiencing the sensation of being cared for the first time. Vendor, 2 servings of takoyaki, please. Upon reaching a food stall, Fujin smiled at the sight of takoyaki and handed over the money. Certainly. Here are your takoyaki. The vendor, upon receiving the payment, handed over 2 servings with a cheerful grin. Here, enjoy. Fujin remarked, having tasted the delightful takoyaki before. He offered the dish to Iron Koi with a warm smile. Thank you. Iron Koi graciously accepted the takoyaki, savoring a bite with elegance. Come, there is much more to try, Fujin exclaimed, noticing the abundance of delectable offerings. Wow, I had no idea there were so many delicious treats here. Iron Koi gazed at the array of food, smiling as Fujin seamlessly led her to the next stall. Would you fancy some chocolate bananas? Do you enjoy sweets? We also have 4 happiness meatballs, shall we? Arriving at a stall filled with confections, Fujin inquired. What do you think? I am fine with anything. You decide. Iron Koi blushed, unsure of her thoughts as she stammered. Vendor, we'll have 4 skewers of meatballs and 2 servings of chocolate bananas. Fujin ordered without hesitation, and the vendor began preparing their treats. Vendor, 2 servings of cheese potatoes. Please. Also, 2 servings of osmanthus cake. Thank you for your service. Vendor, 2 servings of okonomiyaki, please. Thank you for your patronage. In no time, Fujin was buying various foods, while Iron Koi nibbled on her takoyaki, quietly observing him. Unbeknownst to them, they had accumulated a large haul of treats. Vendor, 1 serving of takoyaki fried noodles, the large portion, please. Also, 2 sets of utensils. Thank you. Glancing around, Fujin sensed it still wasn't enough and ordered a large serving of fried noodles, understanding that ninjas require substantial sustenance to replenish their energy and convert it into chakra. Certainly. Is this your young lady? The vendor inquired with a smile. Your young lady is truly adorable. You are quite fortunate. The vendor of the octopus fried noodles, adorned with a pair of spectacles, smiled at Senju Fujin and remarked, You should have a larger portion. Sharing brings joy. The proprietor misunderstood. We were merely companions. Upon hearing the question, Senju Fujin felt a tinge of embarrassment, while Tekai lowered her head, blushing as she savored the takoyaki, hiding her expression from view. Is that so? Here, the fried noodles are ready for you. And here are the utensils. Hold them well. The vendor smiled gently, subsequently packaging the noodles and handing them to Senju Fujin. Come, let us find a delightful spot to enjoy our meal, hee. Senju Fujin accepted the noodles and, with a faint smile, looked at Tekai. Tekai nodded slightly. Soon, the two arrived at a grassy area. Wood release, table and chairs technique. With a firm stomp of his right foot, Senju Fujin summoned vines that transformed into a small round table and 2 tiny stools, demonstrating remarkable convenience. Your wood release is truly wondrous and practical, Tekai remarked. Though this was not her first encounter with Senju Fujin's abilities, each time, she was awed by its utility. I concur. It's like calling forth whatever one desires, haha. Senju Fujin smiled faintly, placing all the food on the table. Come, let us eat. If we're still hungry, we can buy more. He began to unpack the dishes, glancing at Tekai with a grin. No need to waste. There's already plenty here. Tekai shook her head at the mountain of food before her. Then it settled. Let us eat. Don't be polite with me. Hey, Kurama, you should eat too. These meatballs are delicious. Senju Fujin took a bite of the cheesy potato and, grabbing a skewer of meatballs with his right hand, offered one to the Ninetales. Such foul-smelling food, do not bother me. This is for humans, not for me. I do not need to eat to replenish my energy. The Ninetales disdainfully turned up its nose, showing no intention of indulging. Oh. Senju Fujin nodded in response to the Ninetales' words and promptly inserted the meatball into its mouth. I said I want to eat this. Why are you doing this? The flavor is quite unique and surprisingly delightful. The Ninetales, taken aback by Senju Fujin's unexpected action, felt a surge of anger, ready to retaliate. But after tasting the meatball, it found the flavor intriguing and nodded in acknowledgement while chewing. Chapter 54, Ninetales, I want 100 skewers hee. Tekai couldn't help but chuckle at the adorable sight of the Ninetales. What is so funny? Do you believe I want to take you down? The Ninetales shot her a cold glare. These skewers belong to me, humph. It swiftly grabbed the meatballs and resumed eating, oblivious to the astonishment it would provoke among other tailed beasts. Creak. The Ninetales noticed the meatball in its hand had vanished, leaving it stunned. Didn't you say you didn't want any? I only bought 4. If you eat them all, what will I have? As the Ninetales prepared to devour the meatball, Senju Fujin swiftly snatched it away, suppressing a laugh at the creature's dismay. How dare you steal my food? I'll make you pay. The Ninetales lunged at Senju Fujin, claws bared. With a flurry of swipes, the Ninetales knocked the meatballs from Senju Fujin's grasp, sending them tumbling to the ground. My meatballs? How despicable! You thief, return my meatballs. The Ninetales roared in fury upon seeing its food used as a shield. It lunged once more. Don't scratch my face. I'll be disfigured. Damn Ninetales, just wait until I pluck your fur. In an unprecedented melee, Senju Fujin and the Nine Tails grappled on the ground. Tekai watched, unable to suppress her sweet laughter. If this could last forever, that would be splendid. Mother, you said I should seek happiness. Could this be it? I feel as though I have found it. My heart is so light now, devoid of the burdens and hatred I once bore. With a gentle smile at Senju Fujin, Tekai gazed skyward, as if envisioning her mother, her heart swelling with joy. All right, stop fighting. It's not a big deal. I'll buy you more later. For now, stand still, or there will be no food for you. After an extraordinary tussle, the two finally ceased their antics. That's more like it. I want 100 skewers. The Nine Tails declared, crossing its arms defiantly. What? 100 skewers? Why don't you go steal them? 50 skewers, Senju Fujin countered, eyeing the boastful Nine Tails. 100. Not a skewer less. Who told you to knock mine over? The Nine Tails jumped onto the table, glaring fiercely at Senju Fujin, exuding an undeniable charm. I don't have that much money. 50 skewers is my limit, Senju Fujin replied, shaking his head in refusal. Nonsense. You have millions just sitting around collecting dust. If you don't buy me 100 skewers, I will. The Nine Tails fell silent, its anger rising. What will you do? You have no leverage over me. Senju Fujin smirked, unperturbed. If you don't buy, I'll tell Uchiha how you flirt with Tekai. The Nine Tails suddenly became animated, shouting at Senju Fujin. Before the Nine Tails could finish its threat, Senju Fujin covered its mouth. All right, 100 skewers, it's a deal. As he released the Nine Tails, it shook its head, a glimmer of satisfaction in its eyes. Now we're talking, hee. The Nine Tails triumphantly leaped onto Tekai's shoulder, crossing its legs and grinning. Humph. Senju Fujin scoffed, glaring daggers at the Nine Tails. Flirt with me? When did I ever do that? Could it be? Upon hearing the Nine Tails' words, Tekai blushed. Seemingly lost in thought, she lowered her head, focusing on her food, shoving it into her mouth without care for its heat. Ding! The system detected the hostess' resentment. The divine selection system activated. Option 1. Bring Tekai back to Konoha, register her identity, and settle her in. Reward for completion, Tekai's affection 1. Option 2. Let Tekai depart on her own, severing ties henceforth. Reward for completion, Tekai's sorrowful tears. And obtain a pair of Byakugan from the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Upon acquiring a pair from the Hyuga clan, it will instantly evolve into Rinnegan. Option 3. Sneak away at night, leaving Tekai's world behind, allowing time to fade the bond. Reward for completion, Tekai becomes a killing machine, devoid of emotions. With an additional reward of the 6 paths mode. Soon, the system's options reappeared in Senju Fujin's mind. System, do you wish to control me? Tempting me day in and day out? I will surely acquire the 6 paths mode, so don't think you can lure me in. But that Byakugan does have a certain appeal. The allure of acquiring a pair of Hyuga eyes, transforming them into the coveted Rinnegan, possesses an almost insatiable temptation. The true strength of the Rinnegan is seldom witnessed, as most encounters revolve around the Sharingan. Nevertheless, the Rinnegan is indeed formidable, should I obtain it alongside the Sharingan. I would undoubtedly ascend to an extraordinary level of power. Although my affections do not lie with her, I cannot bear to inflict harm upon her. Both options present a grave emotional toll on Iron Blossom. One option would bring her to tears, while the other would render her a heartless killing machine. If my pursuit of strength leads me to forsake my humanity, then what meaning does life hold? I would rather forego such rewards. I am already sufficiently powerful. If I were to rely entirely on external forces, what worth would my strength hold? Upon hearing the system's options, Senju Tobarama fell into contemplation, ultimately casting aside distractions. He would rather relinquish a chance at immense power than wound Iron Blossom's heart. Will you continue to capture these tailed beasts? In that moment, silence enveloped the trio, Tobarama, Iron Blossom, and the beast. Iron Blossom, eager to break the silence, lifted her gaze to Tobarama and asked with a smile. Yes, I must continue capturing them. There are still 7 yet to be claimed. Their strength is overwhelming, and failing to capture them could jeopardize the lives of others. Perhaps this is not their desire. Yet many would pursue them for their power, inciting their resentment towards humanity. Should they sense an approach, they will unleash their wrath. Therefore, I must capture them all. Tobarama looked at Iron Blossom and nodded. 7. Is there really that many? That means there are a total of 8. I find even 1 quite terrifying. Yet there are still 7 more? How dreadful. Iron Blossom expressed her astonishment, realizing that there were indeed 7 more-tailed beasts akin to the 3 tails. Incorrect. There are 9. Kurama is among them, and he is the mightiest, Tobirama corrected, pointing to the 9 tails perched on Iron Blossom's shoulder. Humph. Upon hearing Tobirama's praise, Kurama's pride swelled, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Uft. Tobirama, are you trying to make me laugh to death? How can the 9 tails be compared? They are so large. While Kurama is merely a fraction of their size, I could easily capture him. Iron Blossom, amused by Tobirama's words, expressed her disbelief with a grin. Do not presume that because you have become my steed, you can defame me. I am grand and imposing. How dare you say I am small? Have you seen my true form? You would find that I outsize even your fingernail. Kurama retorted, puffing up defiantly. Iron Blossom found Kurama's reaction utterly delightful, imagining how he might appear in his full form. Kurama is indeed correct. His essence resides within me, and what you perceive is merely a fraction of his chakra. Do not underestimate Kurama. With a mere breath, he could decimate a nation. The creature you witnessed was the 3 tails, whose power pales in comparison to his. Should you encounter the true Kurama, survival may not be guaranteed. Is that so? Iron Blossom, in disbelief, was astonished to learn that the 9 tails before her was indeed of the same caliber as the 3 tails, and the strongest of them all at that. Well then, have you eaten enough? Are you ready to depart? Tobirama inquired, observing Iron Blossom as they finished their meal. Yes, let's go. Iron Blossom nodded slightly, still in a state of surprise. Don't forget my 100 skewers of dumplings. You better not play tricks on me. Kurama glared fiercely at Tobirama as they prepared to leave. Yes, I'm going to get them now. Tobirama chuckled at Kurama's fierce demeanor. The trio returned to the marketplace, purchasing 100 skewers of dumplings. Much to the vendor's delight, a significant boost to his day's sales. After handing the dumplings to Kurama, he began to devour them greedily as they wandered aimlessly in a direction unknown. Daddy, I want that pet. That fox is so cute, I want it. Can you get it for me? Unbeknownst to them, they arrived in the vicinity of 2 individuals, a father with his child. Upon spotting Kurama feasting on the dumplings on Iron Blossom's shoulder, the child expressed his eagerness to his father. Oh, the child's father, noticing the longing in his son's eyes, approached with determination. Young man, how much for that fox? Name your price. My son is quite fond of it. His brow furrowed as he addressed Iron Blossom and Tobirama arrogantly. Humph. Kurama, who had been indulging in dumplings, suddenly noticed someone pointing at him, filled with malice. He set down his food, glaring at the father and son duo. However, he refrained from acting aggressively, having been by Tobirama's side for some time. His hostility had significantly diminished, and he was no longer quick to violence. Of course, should they overstep their bounds, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Oh, who do you think you are, daring to purchase from me? You have quite the audacity. Tobirama frowned, his gaze sharpening as he regarded the child's father. You think you're something special? Do you know who my father is? He is a jonin of the hidden cloud village, Teros. How dare you look down upon my father? You are simply courting death. The child, unfazed, pointed at Tobirama and Iron Blossom with disdain. Teros? What sort of name is that? I have never heard of it. Is he formidable? Tobirama feigned ignorance, digging at his ear and glancing at Iron Blossom. I am unfamiliar as well. Iron Blossom smiled at Tobirama's playful demeanor. How dare you look down upon me? Who do you think you are? Seeking death. Teros, incensed by Tobirama's apparent disregard, swiftly summoned a scroll. With a loud bang, a plume of smoke erupted, and 3 massive shurikens appeared in his grasp. Oh, quite the intimidating display. Why does this seem somewhat familiar? Have I seen this before? Tobirama mused, feeling a sense of déjà vu as he regarded the enormous shurikens. Perhaps it's just a minor character. How dull. Are modern ninjas so prone to bullying the weak? If you stood before Uncle Madara, I suspect you would soil yourself in fear. After a moment's reflection, Tobirama dismissed the thought. Intimidation? Allow me to show you what true intimidation looks like. Teros, noticing Tobirama's indifference, furrowed his brow and hurled the shurikens at Iron Blossom. In an instant, a dart shot forth was cleaved in 2 by Tekai, returning directly towards Teros. Instead of lamenting the loss of his dart, Teros smirked, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Senju Fujikage appeared to sense something amiss, promptly shutting his eyes. The Kagura Hard Eye. In no time, Senju Fujikage activated his Kagura Hard Eye, clearly perceiving a magnetic field enveloping Tekai. So that was it. The dart that was launched earlier must have been imbued with a magnetic force. When struck by Tekai, The magnetic field naturally transferred to her. It seems this is the secret behind your ascension to Jonin. However, you have underestimated me, Senju Fujikichi. With a slight smirk, he understood Tro's intentions instantly. Die, he exclaimed, unleashing the magnetic release, twin blades of the sparrow. Upon realizing his magnetic technique had succeeded, Tro's roared in fury and hurled the massive dart towards Tekai. In a flash, he executed the body flicker technique. Spiraling sphere. Boom. Just as Tro's released the dart with great speed, Senju Fujikichi silently appeared behind him, delivering a spiraling sphere to his back. Tro's felt a sharp pain in his back, and his body began to spin uncontrollably, hurtling forward with such velocity that he sent his own dart flying. Daddy? No. The child, witnessing his father being struck away, ran forward with disbelief in his eyes, calling out loudly. Uft! Clang! Tro's body collided with the dart he had thrown, slicing him in two, blood splattering across the sky. Drip, drip, boom. As the blood fell from the heavens, Tro's lifeless body crashed to the ground. No, Daddy, please don't die. Why did you bad people kill my father? Why? I only wanted that fox. Why couldn't you just sell it to me? You two villains, I will avenge you. I, Troy, will definitely make you pay. With a heart-wrenching wail, Troy looked up after seeing his father's demise, gazing fiercely at Senju Fujikichi and Tekai, his eyes burning with a desire to consume them whole. Humph. The slayer shall always be slain. Your greatest mistake was provoking me. Your father's death is justly deserved. Moreover, he perished by his own hand, so the blame cannot fall upon me. I welcome your vengeance. My name is Senju Fujikichi. I eagerly await our next encounter. Remember this, do not be overly arrogant. Just because you desire something does not guarantee you will obtain it. To covet without the strength to claim it only leads to a dead end. Senju Fujikichi regarded the unreasonable Troy, bemused by how he had brought this calamity upon himself, now shifting the blame onto them. I won't listen. Senju, is it? Just wait. One day, I will kill you and avenge my father. Troy, merely a 6-year-old child, lacked the power to fulfill such threats. Yet he believed that one day he would possess that strength. Unaware of the dread that the name Senju held within the ninja world, he was consumed by rage, directing it towards Senju Fujikichi and Tekai. Let us go. Do not pay him any mind. Senju Fujikichi remarked to Tekai, a hint of disdain in his voice. They had shown Troy considerable mercy. He was oblivious to how many had suffered similar fates at their hands. Perhaps they had claimed many lives, leading Troy to covet what others possessed. At least he was still alive. That was a gift in itself. Indeed. Tekai nodded slightly, following Senju Fujikichi as they departed. She felt no sympathy for Troy. They had sought their own demise. They had initiated the attack without provocation, and thus could not place the blame on others when it ended in tragedy. Father, rest assured, Father, I will avenge you, just wait. I will ensure they join you in the afterlife. Despite his tender years, Troy's pride was inflated, perhaps due to his father's upbringing, which instilled in him a sense of invincibility. He believed that because his father was a jonin, he could act with impunity, disregarding the lives of others, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Do you feel pity for that child? Senju Fujikichi suddenly inquired, glancing at Tekai as they walked. Pity? Not entirely. Tekai turned to him, slightly taken aback by the question, then replied nonchalantly. Not entirely? Senju Fujikichi echoed, surprised by Tekai's response. Pity arises from his youth, having lost his father, and uncertainty about his mother's fate. Yet, he is also unrefined, and with such a personality, he may not live long. Even if he had his father's protection, growing up, he could easily offend others. At that time, he may not even know how he met his end. Having spent considerable time with Senju Fujikichi, Tekai felt she understood many profound truths, her eyes narrowing in a smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples. I did not expect your understanding to be so profound. Senju Fujikichi replied with a slight smile, finding her insight impressive. By the way, Tekai, you are quite adorable when you smile. You appear cool when serious, yet sweet when you smile. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to marry you in the future. Observing the playful and charming Tekai, Senju Fujikichi found her smile incredibly soothing, a sight he could never tire of, expressing a hint of nostalgia. Really? Tekai's cheeks flushed at his words, and she lowered her head, mumbling, could it be you? Or do you find me unworthy? It dawned on her that he was the young heir of the Senju clan, a position of great prestige, likely to become the second Hokage. Such status was unattainable for someone like her, who was homeless and lacked strength. Chapter 57. No, I am not a pervert. Huh, am I too self-assured? Tekai mused inwardly, gradually leaning towards Senju Fujikage. Having lost her father at a young age, she was raised by her mother, whose tragic background instilled a sense of inferiority in her. Thus, she strove to grow stronger, yet her potential was limited. Now at 12, she barely held the strength of an elite chunin, which left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Lacking family companionship or friends, encountering Senju Fujikage, a true friend, led her to misinterpret her feelings for happiness. She believed this was love, but in truth, it stemmed from her unfamiliarity with kindness, giving rise to a unique affection. Especially as Senju Fujikage, though seemingly young, exhibited remarkable maturity, capable of making her laugh and caring for her, evoking a paternal instinct within her, an intense longing for fatherly love born from her experiences. I rarely see warriors in Konoha, especially female warriors. I find your attire quite cool and adorable. It is rather appealing. Senju Fujikage remarked, oblivious to Tekai's expression, nodding slightly. Indeed, I am preparing to take you back to Konoha, where you shall reside henceforth. Should you wish to grow stronger, the path is rather simple. I shall secure a place for you at the Ninja Academy, where you can engage in your studies. While the curriculum focuses on foundational skills, it is precisely these fundamentals that you lack. Your prior training was chaotic, resulting in numerous hidden injuries, but fret not, for I have already healed you. Henceforth, do not act so foolishly. Diligently attend the Ninja Academy to acquire essential knowledge, which will undoubtedly benefit you greatly. In due course, a teacher will be assigned to guide you, imparting an array of ninjutsu and wisdom. Are you willing to accompany me back to the village? Suddenly reminded of unfinished tasks, Senju Fujikage smiled gently at Tekai and shared his plans with her. Return to Konoha with me? She pondered. Yet a sense of dread enveloped her at the thought of encountering the Uchiha clan. Gazing at Senju Fujikage, her heart was torn between 1,000 impulses to return with him, but a simmering anger towards the Uchiha clan held her back. The cycle of vengeance seems never-ending. As you have witnessed, historically, our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan bore a deep-seated enmity, yet circumstances have shifted. We have merged to form Konoha, where the leaves dance. The fire endures. The flame shall continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves. This embodies the original dream of our establishment of Konoha, to usher peace into the world and eradicate the ravages of war within the ninja realm. Will you join me in realizing this vision? Senju Fujikage understood Tekai's aversion to the Uchiha clan, yet he sought to persuade her. How desolate it is for a young girl to live each day consumed by sorrow and rage. If he could inspire her to rise, it would indeed be a noble deed. Achieving peace in the ninja world is imperative for him, as he harbors his own concerns. He wishes to safeguard the village and protect the ninja realm from unknown threats. To protect the ninja realm alongside you? Is that truly possible for someone of my limited strength? Tekai questioned, clearly ensnared in Senju Fujikage's earnestness. The sincerity in his gaze softened her heart, though she battled profound self-doubt regarding her abilities. Foolish child, you are still young. Do you believe everyone possesses my peculiar strength? No, I am not peculiar. Not everyone is as formidable as I am. You are merely 12 years old and already possess the prowess of an elite chunin. You shall soon ascend to the rank of jonin. At that point, you will be equipped to guard the ninja realm alongside me. Jonin are already quite powerful, and you will continue to grow stronger. I shall teach you a few techniques, ensuring you become an unrivaled master of swordsmanship. My uncle Madara's swordsmanship is truly extraordinary. It flows like a dance, mesmerizing in its elegance. But I digress. You will undoubtedly become even more powerful. Senju Fujikage extended his hand, firmly grasping Tekai's delicate white hands, speaking earnestly. Yes, I am willing. Tekai felt a rush of warmth upon his touch, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nodded, inexplicably eager to agree. Unbeknownst to her, she had no idea who this Uncle Madara was. Had she known, she might have turned and fled. Very well, let us depart. I shall escort you back to the village. A gentle smile graced Senju Fujikage's lips as he embraced Tekai, preparing to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. Eek! Tekai gasped as she felt the warmth of his embrace, her heart racing as if a fawn were bounding within her chest, her face flushed, frozen in place within his arms. With a swift motion, Senju Fujikage activated the technique, establishing a connection to his room in the village. Foolish child, it is perilous outside. Why did you not return? I hope you are well. Otherwise, how would your mother manage? At that moment, Uzumaki Mito sat in Senju Fujiki's room, her hand gently caressing his sleeping attire, a flicker of worry dancing in her eyes. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traversing 1,000 miles. Even though he was powerful, she could not help but feel anxious for his safety. Just then, Uzumaki Mito sensed a disturbance in the space around her, and two figures materialized before her. One was an unfamiliar girl, while the other was, of course, Senju Fujiki. The sight of them embracing sent a chill down her spine, igniting a fire of rage within her. "This is my room. Do not be afraid. I just employed a space-time jutsu. We are now in Konoha," Senju Fujiki stated, oblivious to the fact that he was facing his mother as he stood with his back to her, speaking to Tekai. There is someone behind you." Tekai's voice trembled as she spotted Uzumaki Mito rising from the bed, advancing towards them with a furious demeanor. "What? Someone behind me?" Senju Fujiki turned, only to confront a terrifying scene. "Fujiki, you little brat, you are courting death. Just watch me break your legs." Uzumaki Mito's eyes blazed with fury, an invisible flame seemingly igniting above her head as she glared at Senju Fujiki, her sleeves rolled up in preparation to unleash her wrath. "Wait, Mom. What are you doing here? Don't hit me, please." With a gasp, Senju Fujiki released Tekai, his eyes widening in disbelief as he shouted. Yet, he could not evade his fate, as a single punch sent him crashing against the wall, embedding him within it. "Mom, I am your son. Is such severity truly necessary?" He coughed, extracting himself from the wall, gazing at the furious Uzumaki Mito with a feeble voice. "And who is she? At such a tender age? You engage in such activities? Who taught you this? And you even brought her back?" Uzumaki Mito's anger surged, believing Tekai to be a wayward girl, and that Senju Fujiki had brought her home. Such behavior was unbecoming of the heir of the Senju clan, and the potential scandal would severely tarnish their family's reputation. "Wait, Mom, what are you thinking?" Senju Fujiki realized that Tekai, a warrior from the Iron Country without a home, had lost her parents at a young age and was now a wandering samurai. "Do not misunderstand. Look at her sword. How could she possibly be a wayward girl?" he explained, now understanding the source of his mother's fury. Oh, after Senju Fujiki had embraced Tekai, Uzumaki Mito had not considered the implications until now. Observing Tekai's warrior attire and sword, she softened slightly. "However, you cannot simply bring anyone back to Konoha. There are protocols for registration. You are well aware of this, are you not? No matter who she is, you must take her to register immediately." The whirlpool of emotions stirred within Uzumaki Water, who felt somewhat embarrassed yet chose not to display it. After all, it was others who should feel awkward, not him. He could not resist casting a reproachful glance at Senju Fujin before departing abruptly. "Well, it's not as if you didn't indiscriminately seek to strike me. Otherwise, why would I have neglected to bring Iron Alloy along to register? This was merely an act of retaliation. I disturbed your slumber with your father, and this is your revenge." Humph. Upon witnessing Uzumaki Water's departure, Senju Fujin patted his own head and murmured to himself, "Fujin, is that your mother? She possesses such grace and beauty." Only after Uzumaki Water had left did Iron Alloy dare to speak, for the woman exuded an aura so formidable that it rendered her breathless. Nevertheless, Uzumaki Water was indeed strikingly elegant and beautiful, being a princess of the Uzumaki clan, her poise impeccable. "Yes, my mother is quite beautiful. My father must have stepped in something fortunate back in the day. However, you are not lacking either. You shall undoubtedly grow into a beauty in the future. Come, I shall take you to register, allowing my father to arrange an identity for you and facilitate your enrollment in school." Senju Fujin nodded, admitting that his mother's beauty was unmatched, especially in terms of grace. He had yet to encounter anyone who could rival her. In terms of looks, few could compare, and his father truly had exceptional fortune to marry such a remarkable woman. Iron Alloy's cheeks flushed slightly at Senju Fujin's compliment about her future beauty, stirring a mix of excitement and happiness within her. Young master, young master." Soon, Senju Fujin guided Iron Alloy to the entrance of their clan's territory, where the guards promptly bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your hard work." Senju Fujin smiled and nodded. "It's nothing. You jest, young master," the guards replied, astonished. Haha. Senju Fujin smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as he led Iron Alloy towards the Hokage's office. "Didn't the young master just leave? How did he return so mysteriously?" One guard questioned after Senju Fujin's departure. "Are you foolish? Do you not know of Lord Tobarama's space-time ninjutsu? The young master must possess it as well, allowing him to appear directly in the clan's territory. Your ignorance is evident. This is beyond our comprehension. Just continue guarding. It's almost time for a shift change, and I could use a good rest, another guard remarked, looking at his companion as if he were a simpleton. Oh, I see now. The young master is indeed impressive. The reprimanded guard enlightened, gazing at Senju Fujin's retreating figure in admiration. Knock knock. Shortly thereafter, Senju Fujin arrived at the Hokage's office, this time knocking politely rather than utilizing space-time ninjutsu to enter. Come in, came the voice of Senju Hashirama from within. With a creak, Senju Fujin opened the office door and stepped inside with Iron Aoi. Fujin, why are you back? How did things go? Senju Hashirama, who had been diligently working, looked up in surprise upon seeing his son. I'm back. I caught a three-tails and returned. There wasn't much of interest outside. Senju Fujin waved his hand, conjuring two chairs behind them and plopping down, casually addressing Hashirama. A three-tails? Not bad. Not bad. You've made progress, my boy. By the way, who is she? Senju Hashirama inquired, noticing the young girl beside Senju Fujin. Hello, first Hokage. My name is Iron Aoi. Iron Aoi, seeing Senju Hashirama, remained polite and did not sit down, quickly bowing upon being addressed. Iron Aoi, your surname is Iron? Senju Hashirama paused slightly. He had some knowledge of the Iron clan, once a prominent family in the land of Iron, which was subsequently annihilated by the Uchiha clan. He was surprised to encounter a survivor. Father, I brought her here for you to arrange her identity and help her enroll in the Ninja Academy. She is all alone, and I felt pity. So I brought her back. Surely you want refuse, right? Senju Fujin stated, sensing his father's surprise and promptly revealing his intention. Entering the village? That's no problem. I'll issue a certificate and register her information shortly. Senju Hashirama contemplated for a moment before smiling at Senju Fujin. Thank you, first Hokage. Iron Aoi felt a surge of joy and quickly bowed to Senju Hashirama. Tengaku, take Iron Aoi to register her information and arrange her enrollment, Senju Hashirama instructed. Smiling gently at Iron Aoi, his smile infectious. He then called into the void. Yes, Lord First. An umbu named Tengaku immediately knelt before Senju Hashirama. Very well. Off you go, Senju Hashirama nodded slightly. Hello, please follow me. Tengaku stood and addressed Iron Aoi. Thank you for your assistance, Iron Aoi replied to Tengaku, who then led her outside. Ding. The system responded instantaneously, confirming the successful selection of the host and the completion of a task, granting a reward of 1 affection from Iron Aoi. As Iron Aoi stepped outside, she felt an increased sense of reliance on Senju Fujin and murmured, You brought a girl back just because you felt sorry for her? Once everyone had left, Senju Hashirama turned to Senju Fujin with keen interest and asked, Is that so? More genuine than gold. Senju Fujin nodded repeatedly. Do you really believe that? I certainly do not. A father knows his son well. I am aware of your intentions. Just ensure your mother does not find out. She despises fickle men, Senju Hashirama remarked, smirking at Senju Fujin. Father, what do you mean? It's not as you think. I haven't done anything. Senju Fujin felt wronged by his father's insinuation. While he appreciated beauty, he was not the type to fall for every pretty face. It was perfectly normal to admire beauty, was it not? Everyone looks twice when a beautiful person walks by. That's quite natural, isn't it? Yet, this admiration doesn't imply possession, does it? Whether it is right or wrong, you know in your heart. In any case, it won't be me who gets scolded. I have no worries on that front, Senju Hashirama chuckled, returning to his paperwork without further glance at Senju Fujin. If you don't believe it, so be it. Senju Fujin muttered. By the way, Father, where have Uncle Madara and second uncle gone? I haven't seen them today. After glancing around, Senju Fujin realized he hadn't spotted Uchiha Madara or his second uncle and asked curiously, Oh, your second uncle and Madara have gone out to capture tailed beasts. Leaving your poor father here to sift through paperwork, Senju Hashirama replied, then asked thoughtfully, Fujin, do you wish to become Hokage in the future? Upon hearing Senju Fujin's question, Senju Hashirama promptly responded, then recalled something and looked up to ask, Hokage, why would one aspire to a position they do not desire? To merely sit in an office, perusing documents like the rest of you? I see no necessity for such a role. Although Senju Fujin was initially perplexed by Senju Hashirama's inquiry, he soon articulated his thoughts. How could this be acceptable? You must become Hokage. There is no alternative. This is a decree from your father, and it is unchangeable. He beckoned, Come here and assist me with these documents. I shall instruct you on the process." Upon hearing Fujin's words, Hashirama immediately rose, glaring at him in indignation. He then approached Fujin's desk, pulling him forward as he spoke. "Father, are you not simply seeking to enlist me as your unpaid labor? I hold you in contempt for such brazen words." Initially, Fujin was oblivious to Hashirama's true intentions, but as Hashirama insisted he sit down, the purpose became clear. Realizing this, Fujin scoffed. "What do you mean by unpaid labor? Familiarizing you with the tasks at hand is not the same as being a mere worker. Now get to work." Hashirama felt no remorse for his actions when called out. He maintained a facade of righteousness, frowning as he threatened. Suddenly, a system activated, detecting Hashirama's goodwill. Option 1. Refuse to assist Hashirama with the documents and make a swift exit. Task completion reward. Monthly allowance will be confiscated as operational funds for the system. Option 2. Agree to assist Hashirama with the documents and inform him that you are quite capable of being Hokage. Task completion reward. Hashirama's appreciation, a pat on the back from him. Option 3. Agree to assist Hashirama with the documents while informing him that you shall never become Hokage. Task completion reward. An improved version of the 8 gates. No harm to oneself, but the host cannot utilize it. In an instant, the 3 options presented themselves. What? Withhold my allowance for system expenses? Such audacity. You do not purchase food or clothing. What use do you have for money? The subsequent reward seemed futile, though the improved 8 gates piqued his interest. If the gates could be opened without harm, that would indeed be remarkable. One kick could send even the Otsutsuki flying. Alas, it is regrettable that I cannot wield it myself. What a troublesome system. I choose option 3. Fujin, upon hearing the system's choices, shook his head in dismay. It seemed this system was rather merciless, offering little benefit. Perhaps it believed me too powerful. Granting me further strength would lead to my overwhelming dominance. It must be the reason behind its stinginess with rewards, fearing I might become invincible. Reflecting on the current state of the shinobi world, he realized he had no rivals. Save for Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Uchiha Azuna, all of whom he could easily surpass. "Father, I am willing to assist you with the documents," Fujin stated calmly. "Now, that is the spirit. Get to work," Hashirama replied, elated. "However, I shall not become Hokage. That role is far too burdensome. It would be better suited for my uncle or the next generation. I have no desire to be confined to an office all day." Turning back to Hashirama, Fujin continued. "Let us discuss future matters later. Your current task is to help me review these documents." Hashirama's intent was to have Fujin assist him with the paperwork, thereby lightening his own burden. Hearing Fujin's compliance, he felt a sense of relief and did not ponder further. The system acknowledged the successful choice and task completion, rewarding him with the improved 8 gates, which posed no harm to him. A truly miraculous boon. However, whether anyone could master it remained uncertain, as such determination was not easily found in everyone. Perhaps Might Guy, the 8th gate, Lee, and Kakashi might endure. Kakashi could open 1 gate, but the reasons behind his inability to open more remained a mystery, perhaps due to restrictions or his physical condition. If Kakashi were to forsake the Sharingan and focus solely on blade techniques, coupled with the 8 gates, he might indeed be capable of defeating an Otsutsuki with a single strike. Of course, without experimentation, all of this remains speculative. I could train Might Guy and the 8th gate, allowing them to unleash their youthful potential. Though Guy often spoke passionately of youth, his fervor for protecting others was commendable, as was Might Guy's bravery in confronting the 7 ninja swordsmen alone. With this harmless version of the 8 gates, he believed they could thrive for many years to come. Fujin harbored a sense of regret, lamenting the loss of such a powerful ninja as the 8th gate. This improved 8 gates could at least alleviate some of his internal sorrow. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, the Hokage office was filled with Fujin's clones. "Brothers, let us commence." At Fujin's call, all the clones sprang into action, rapidly reviewing the documents. Hashirama watched, bemused, as Fujin's clones worked diligently. It seemed odd that he could employ the shadow clone technique for document review, yet chose to handle it alone. If others lacked the chakra for such a task, that would be understandable. However, Hashirama certainly did not. This left Fujin puzzled as to why his father chose not to utilize clones for the task. "Fujin, withdraw your clones. It is a forbidden technique not to be used indiscriminately. If you recall them all at once, your body may not withstand it." Hashirama explained his reasoning. The shadow clone technique had been deemed forbidden by Hashirama precisely because a person's energy is finite. Even if numerous clones are created, all fatigue ultimately accumulates, impacting the original body. This overwhelming exhaustion is perilous, leading to deep contemplation or, in severe cases, brain death. Fear not, Father. I understand my body. And I have the 9 tails. Recovering stamina is remarkably simple. Your slow pace in reviewing documents will leave them cold by the time you finish. Fujin dismissed Hashirama's concerns. Fully aware of his own limits, Hashirama sighed and gently patted his head, finding some solace in the sight of the documents being promptly reviewed. Perhaps I shall handle it next time. Ultimately, Hashirama was quite protective of his son, concerned for his well-being. His initial intention was to increase his workforce. However, witnessing Fujin's determination, he reconsidered allowing him to assist in the future. Unbeknownst to Fujin, even a minor action on his part would relieve him of the burden of document review henceforth, much to his delight. Meanwhile, as the father-son duo continued their work, Uchiha Madara had arrived before the Four Tails, Son Goku. Humans, your very presence repulses me. Depart at once, lest you wish to face my wrath. The Four Tails gazed upon Uchiha Madara, sensing an aura of terror that sent shivers through his core, igniting both shock and fear within him. Though his heart raced, he refused to show weakness, glaring at Madara with murderous intent as he bellowed. You dare to confront me? Do you wish to dance as well? The One-Tail's performance was lackluster. I wonder how you fare. I find myself intrigued. Madara, brandishing his Uchiha fan and adorned in the regal robes of the Hokage, rested his right hand upon his leg, exuding an air of arrogance as he regarded the Four Tails. If Senju Tobirama were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Goodness! Madara is truly striking. One Tail? A dance? You insufferable human! How dare you compare me to that wretched creature?" The Four Tails seethed, prepared to witness my true power. Lava release, scorching river of rock technique. In a fit of rage, the Four Tails unleashed a barrage of magma balls toward Madara. Is that all you possess? Merely a step above the One Tail, yet still a mere weakling. Madara deflected the attack with ease. Observing the feeble fireballs rushing toward him, he smirked, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. He wished to ascertain the limits of the Four Tails' power, then swung his fan as if it were a tennis racket. Thwack, thwack, thwack. In an instant, Madara sent the magma balls hurtling back toward the Four Tails. Chapter 61. Inoki was terrified. What? How is this possible? The Four Tails, astonished to see his own attack rebound, swiftly redirected his magma balls. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. With determination, the Four Tails placed both hands on the ground, roaring at Madara. Instantly, visible traces of lava began to emerge beneath him, spreading rapidly and engulfing the area beneath Madara's feet. Oh, this is somewhat interesting. Perhaps you can break through my Susanoo? Madara, witnessing the lava beneath him, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, sensing a modicum of excitement. He activated the second form of Susanoo. While it lacked the grandeur of its complete form, it was still formidable enough, and he was confident it could withstand the Four Tails' assault. Boom, boom, boom. The magma erupted from beneath Madara's Susanoo. What? Susanoo? Mangekyo Sharingan. This is bad, I must flee. The Four Tails realized that Madara was toying with him. Their very existence was naturally countered by the Mangekyo. A mere glance could ensnare them in a trance, compelling him to escape. Heh, do you think you can flee? Madara noted the Four Tails' intent to retreat, a smirk creeping onto his lips. However, he observed that his Susanoo was steadily being consumed by the flames. It must be said, the Four Tails' magma was indeed potent, yet it would not hinder Madara's prowess. Where do you think you're going? Boom, boom. Madara propelled his Susanoo forward with incredible speed, rendering the Four Tails' movements sluggish in comparison. He then drew a katana, flinging it towards the Four Tails. Thud! The katana landed squarely in front of the Four Tails, blocking his path entirely. What? No. The Four Tails slammed to a halt, realizing the gravity of the situation. Still wish to run? Dance for me. Madara's smirk widened, his Mangekyo spinning rapidly in his eyes. In an instant, the Four Tails' eyes transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan, leaving him dazed and motionless before he began to dance uncontrollably. I must admit, you are far more powerful than the One Tail, yet still, you are merely amusing. The fusion of Hashirama's cells within me is accelerating. It seems success is imminent. Madara leapt atop the Four Tails' head, laughing maniacally. Vortex Khoten, come forth. Seal him. With the four tails under his complete control, Madara called out to where Senju Tobarama stood. Yes, first Hokage. At that moment, a man resembling Nagato rushed forward, releasing a binding technique to seal the four tails entirely. Clap, clap, clap. All done, what's next? Where lies the next thrill? The game of cat and mouse is truly delightful. Madara howled with laughter, exuding arrogance and hubris. After Madara and his companions departed, several ninjas from Awagakure appeared. Like the ninjas from Sunagakure, they had intended to capture the four tails, but were shocked to find others had beaten them to it. What now? Who would have thought the first Hokage would come here? What can we do? We can't match their strength. That colossal figure was terrifying. I could sense the pressure from miles away. Is this truly a power that a human can wield? You nearly wet yourself from fear. Such a coward, Inoki. You must not remain so weak, or I shall look down upon you. Who wet themselves? Don't speak nonsense. Enough. Let's return. After a brief squabble, the Awagakure ninjas hastily departed for their village. Oh, someone managed to capture the four tails? Their strength must be commendable. Yet, I too possess the capability to seize the four tails on my own. The first Tsuchikage Ishikawa. Upon hearing Inoki's report that the four tails had been taken by the Hokage of Konoha, squinted at Inoki and said slowly, Old fool, if you are capable, why not do it yourself? Must we seek out the four tails while you sip tea at home? Inoki retorted, glaring at the shameless first Tsuchikage. Ha! I am the cornerstone of the village. I cannot act recklessly, lest chaos ensue. Hence, until you find their precise location, I cannot intervene. Who knew you would be so slow and allow others to seize the opportunity? However, Konoha's audacity to capture tailed beasts within our territory cannot go unpunished. It is time to teach them a lesson. Hearing Inoki's words, Ishikawa was not angered but rather chuckled, turning to soar into the sky. That old fool, always boasting. TCH. Inoki followed closely, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. By the way, old fool, have you ever encountered the blue giant? That first Hokage is truly formidable, capable of summoning a giant nearly the size of a tailed beast. The aura it exuded was terrifying. I nearly wet myself. I was trembling in fear. You've never instilled such a feeling in me. Do you think you can contend with him? Inoki hastily followed, his expression filled with concern as the two floated in the air. You dare to underestimate me? I tell you, one must possess a strong conviction. As unyielding as stone, it is that steadfast resolve that enables one to grow stronger. I can restore order to chaos, yet you doubt my might? How absurd! Ishikawa exclaimed, pointing at a stone on the ground. Stone. Unyielding? Smack. Is this the stone you are referring to? I squeezed it, and it shattered. At first, Inoki was deceived by Ishikawa, but then he bent down to pick up the stone on the ground, and, with a gentle squeeze, it instantly crumbled into pieces. Chapter 62. Two tails, even worse than one? Hey you, I taught you the spirit of the stone, not to crush it. Inoki exclaimed. Let me tell you, even if the first Hokage himself were here, I wouldn't be afraid. If I lose, it's because they are unworthy of victory. Upon hearing Inoki's words, Ishikawa quickly turned around and reprimanded him. That joke is quite cold. Inoki smirked, a glint of disdain flickering in his eyes, the four black dots on his nose glaringly evident. Inoki, arrange for inquiries about the situation in other ninja villages. Each nation has its own tailed beasts nearby. I wonder what condition their beasts are in. If others could unite, we might confront Konoha head-on. Being older, Ishikawa, in his 60s, possessed more secrets than Senju Hashirama and others. He did not truly believe he could defeat Konoha alone, so reclaiming the four tails would require an alliance with other villages. He would never dare to challenge Konoha single-handedly, knowing his own strength had waned with age. Even if they had once been evenly matched, he would now stand no chance. So you do know you can't win, Ishikawa remarked. Well, being scared is quite natural, I assent it. If you were in my shoes, facing that giant, you would tremble too. Upon hearing this, Inoki scoffed and murmured to himself. Now, Inoki was merely 12 years old, not far in age from Naruto. When Naruto and Sasuke faced Zabuza, they were both paralyzed by his murderous intent. If Sasuke had confronted Madara at 12, he might not have fared much better than Inoki. I understand, Inoki nodded, then floated away effortlessly. That child. Ishikawa squinted, stroking his beard, chuckling softly. Due to the immense size of the tailed beasts, capturing them was challenging, yet many sought to harness their power for personal use. The villages of Kumogakure and Kirigakure were no exception. continuously dispatching personnel to scout the whereabouts of the tailed beasts. Their aim was to capture these beasts and convert them into instruments of war, ensuring the survival and strengthening of their villages amidst chaos. How is the situation with the two tails? The first Raikage inquired, furrowing his brow at the Kumogakure ninja before him. Reporting to you, First Lord, we have already secured the two tails. You may proceed at your convenience. A young man with dark skin, a long beard, and a topknot, clad in Kumogakure attire with iron-brown armor on his right shoulder, knelt before the first Raikage. This man, Nugai, would become the second Raikage, possessing formidable ninjutsu and swordsmanship, having even developed a powerful lightning release chakra mode. Excellent. Take 10 jonin and accompany me. The first Raikage commanded, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he smiled slightly, leading his team toward the forest where the two tails was located. Coincidentally, Uchiha Madara had also arrived at the side of the two tails with Senju Tobarama. First Lord, we noticed numerous ninjas from Kumogakure in the vicinity just now. There are at least 4 jonin over there, and some have already departed, likely to seek reinforcements or to capture the two tails. A member of the Konoha Anbu reported upon seeing Madara and his companions. Oh, Kumogakure? What rubbish! Madara scoffed. Let them be. We only need to capture our own. If they dare to intervene, let them taste the bitterness of death. You all stay close to Tobarama and refrain from rash actions to avoid a surprise attack from those fools, Madara instructed, his disdain evident. Though aware that other countries had established ninja villages, his arrogance led him to dismiss them all, save for a few in his own village. Yes, First Lord. The Anbu responded, bowing, and promptly positioned themselves beside Tobarama. Tobarama, it's best to avoid conflict with other villages. Now is not the time. Our priority is to capture the tailed beasts. Once we have secured them all, we can settle scores. If we can avoid enmity for now, we should, lest the conflict delay our efforts to capture the beasts. We must act swiftly. After hearing this, Tobarama glanced at Madara and expressed his thoughts. Understood. I'll try my best. If they don't come near, that's well and good. If they do, I won't hold back. Madara nodded, showing understanding, yet internally remained unconvinced. Curse those humans. Just when my soul is lacking, you shall offer up your desperate souls. Laughed the two tails, noticing Madara's sudden appearance. Perfectly timed as it sought to absorb souls. How dare a mere cat be so arrogant? Let me witness your strength. Madara, unchanged in his character, felt exhilarated at the prospect of capturing the tailed beast, eager to see the strength of the two tails. He completely disregarded Tobarama's counsel for a swift resolution, drawing forth his Uchiha fan, gazing at the beast with disdain. To compare me to a cat? Unforgivable. Die. Upon hearing Madara's contempt, the two tails seethed with rage, swiftly raising its right paw to strike. Is that all you can do? Even worse than the one tail? Madara frowned at the beast's initial attack, disappointed to see no remarkable abilities on display. Alert! Someone is approaching the two tails. Who is it? Why do we just notice them now? How is it possible that others are attempting to capture the two tails first? We cannot allow them to succeed. The First Lord is on his way here. We must impede them. Several Kumogakure ninjas, witnessing the two tails' frenzy and the figure standing before it, were stunned. They had been present all along without noticing anyone, only to suddenly find someone engaged in battle with the two tails. They felt compelled to delay for the first Raikage's arrival. If the two tails fell into the hands of others, their standing would be compromised. Ninjutsu, lightning strike tornado, lightning release, 4 pillars binding technique, lightning blade, thunder gate. In an instant, several ninjas from Kumogakure charged toward Madara, unleashing their best lightning release techniques. Humph, ants, do you dare to obstruct me? Madara's brow furrowed as he sensed the approaching Kumogakure ninjas, an intense killing intent flashing in his eyes. Protect the First Lord. Naturally, the Konoha Anbu could not allow the Kumogakure ninjas to succeed and prepared to take action. Stay put. These wretches are no challenge. There's no need for extravagance. Uchiha Madara, noticing the Anbu's intent to engage, coldly declared, fire style, great fire extinguishing technique. A tremendous flame erupted from his mouth, enveloping both himself and the two tails, disregarding the latter's attempts to counterattack. Such searing flames. This individual possesses considerable strength. Moreover, his aura is peculiar, instilling within me a vague sense of dread. The two tails, feeling the intense heat of Madara's flames, was immediately struck with fear, prompting her to nimbly leap out of the attack's range. It's scorching. I'm going to be burned alive. In contrast, several of the Cloud Village shinobi were far less fortunate. Not only was their lightning release thwarted, but they also found themselves engulfed in the inferno, with one unfortunate soul instantly reduced to ashes. The remaining Cloud shinobi struggled to withstand Madara's overwhelming flames. Finding it exceedingly difficult to mount any defense, even the 5 Kage found themselves swiftly overwhelmed. This is bad. Combat has commenced over there. We must hasten our pace. The first Reikage furrowed his brow as he observed the raging fire in the distance, instantly activating his lightning release chakra mode and darting towards the battlefield. Wait for me. First Hokage. No go, witnessing the first Reikage accelerate forward, hurriedly followed suit. Having developed the lightning release chakra mode and other lightning techniques, he bolstered the strength of the Cloud Village, prompting the first Reikage to adopt similar abilities. The two moved like lightning, streaking through the clouds as blue flashes of electricity danced between them. Madara, someone is approaching. Let us conclude this swiftly. We must not delay any longer. Senju Tobarama, a formidable sensory ninja, sensed the approach of two powerful presences and promptly called out to Madara. Is someone coming? Since we are already here to kill, leaving quietly would be rather uninteresting. Let us wait for them and see what capabilities they possess, daring to attack me. A subtle smile graced Madara's lips as a flicker of anger passed through his eyes. He was curious to discover who had the audacity to command an assault against the first Hokage. Madara. Tobarama raised his hand to his forehead, exasperated by Madara's obstinacy. There is no choice. We must proceed. A hint of resignation crossed his gaze. Tobarama did not desire conflict with the Cloud Village. Yet he recognized that one of the powerful presences he sensed was undoubtedly the first Reikage. This could potentially ignite a war between their villages, placing him in a difficult position. Let's get out of here. Seizing the moment, the two tails turned and fled. You wish to escape? If you go, how can I have my fun? Madara, noticing the two tails' intent to flee, displayed a sinister smile, instantly utilizing body flicker technique to appear above her. Stop right there. Subsequently, Madara activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes spinning as he attempted to seize control of the two tails. What? That strange aura. It is the Mangekyo Sharingan. How infuriating. In an instant, the two tails found herself immobilized, realizing that the fear she had felt was a result of Madara's Sharingan, but it was too late. Her eyes transformed into the likeness of Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan. Who are you? Are you the one who has been killing our Cloud Village shinobi? At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from a distance, yet before the figure could be discerned, Madara was already shouting. They have arrived. It's your chance to shine, Two Tails. Madara smirked, gently patting the two tails on the head. The first Hokage? It was then that the first Reikage finally spotted Madara standing atop the two tails, adorned in ceremonial garb emblazoned with the title of First Hokage, causing his brow to furrow deeply. First Hokage, why have you come to our Cloud Village? You have crossed our borders, and this is our tailed beast you seek to capture. Do you intend to wage war against us? Do not assume that the union of the Senju and Uchiha clans instills fear in us. Fear no man, including those of Konoha. The first Reikage, determined to maintain his imposing presence, halted and pointed an accusatory finger at Madara. You are quite arrogant, daring to chastise me. If you were Hashirama, I might tolerate it. But what are you? A mere wretch daring to point at me? That hand of yours seems to be courting disaster. Madara, upon hearing the first Reikage's insolence, was engulfed in rage, laughing derisively. How dare you look down upon me? Prepare to perish. Lightning release, lightning blade. The first Reikage, sensing Madara's scorn, felt a surge of indignation and conjured a lengthy lightning blade from his hand. With a swift push off the ground, he vanished, leaving only a trace of electric light in his wake. Chapter 64. Two Tails Jinchuriki. First Lord, be careful. No-Go anxiously warned, witnessing the first Reikage charge forward, filled with concern yet hesitant to intervene, as he felt the intense gaze of Tobarama fixed upon him, instilling a powerful sense of pressure. Is this the extent of your speed? Too slow. Two Tails, it is your time to strike. Madara observed the first Reikage advancing towards him, dismissively smiling at his sluggishness before patting the Two Tails' head. Roar. The Two Tails unleashed a furious roar at the first Reikage, subsequently exhaling a colossal fireball directed at him, raising her paw to strike. What? She can control a tailed beast? How is this possible? The first Reikage, taken aback by the sight of the two tails attacking under Madara's command, was momentarily stunned. But that will not stop me. Die. After a brief pause, the first Raikage's eyes gleamed with determination as he accelerated, cleaving the two tails fireball in two before deftly evading her strike. Boom. The two tails paw struck the ground, creating a massive crater. Oh, you managed to evade? Then let us try again. Madara, seeing the two tails attack missed, smirked, casting a haughty gaze downward at a roar. Chirp chirp. The two tails, under Madara's control, began to gather chakra for a tailed beast bomb, her tail sweeping horizontally towards the first Raikage. Damn it. The first Raikage, having evaded the initial attack, found himself besieged by another wave of assaults and could only continue to evade. Haha, you can run, but where will you hide? Come again. Madara, relishing the spectacle, manipulated the two tails as if she were a mere puppet, playing with the first Raikage as he scurried about in panic. While the two tails' inherent strength may have been lacking, under Madara's mastery, her potency was unparalleled, for Madara's reflexes far surpassed those of the first Raikage. Boom. At last, the first Raikage, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the two tails' paw, sending him flying with a pained scream. Tailed beast bomb. Madara seized the opportunity, preparing to unleash a devastating attack while the first Raikage was still airborne. Uchiha Madara exerted his control over the tailed beast bomb, directing it straight towards the first Raikage. A sense of urgency washed over Nyo Gao as he realized the imminent danger facing the first. With a furrowed brow, he abandoned his concern for Senju Tobarama, vanishing in an instant to embrace AI, successfully evading the devastating attack. Humph! Senju Tobarama scoffed, refraining from intervening. It was not yet the time to eliminate the first Raikage. He could do so whenever he pleased. Phew, phew, phew. The first Raikage, having been rescued by Nyo Gao, gasped for breath, a chill creeping down his spine, overwhelmed by shock. Are you all right, First Lord? Nyo Gao inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine, let's retreat. We are no match for them. They possess the two tails. The first Raikage lamented the formidable strength of the two tails, expressing his disdain for Uchiha Sharingan, which could control tailed beasts. If not for the Genjutsu, I would have surely defeated him. His pride was wounded, attributing his defeat solely to the might of the two tails, while dismissing Uchiha Madara's prowess. Indeed, Nyo Gao paused for a moment but quickly regained his composure, vanishing with the first Raikage towards the direction of Kyomogakure. TCH, pathetic. I didn't even need to lift a finger, and they fled. Is this the so-called first Raikage? Utterly disappointing. Killing you insects would hardly elevate my status. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, filled with derision as he observed the retreating figures of the first Raikage and Nyo Gao. Seal it. This time, he directly sealed the two tails within Tobarama's being. The chakra of the tailed beast was immense, though they could not harness its power. Tobarama, if you possess the chakra of the two tails, your strength will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Uchiha Madara addressed Senju Tobarama, then glanced at Uzumaki Hung before issuing his instructions. Understood, First Lord. Uzumaki Hung hesitated for a moment, but did not refuse, preparing to perform the sealing technique. Madara, seal it within my body? Senju Tobarama questioned, bewildered at the thought of containing a tailed beast within himself, momentarily stunned. Yes, the two tails can consume souls. I believe it is quite fitting for your foundation. Uchiha Madara smiled gently at Tobarama. Consume souls? Indeed, it is worth a try. It seems that technique is worth exploring. After contemplating Madara's words for a moment, Tobarama murmured, let me give it a shot. Hung, proceed. Ultimately, Senju Tobarama resolved to seal the two tails within himself, turning to Uzumaki Hung and commanding, let us begin. Very well. Hung nodded slightly, appearing to be a mere youth of around 18, with striking red hair, yet his gaze exhibited a sense of maturity. Heavenly locking soul seal. Instantly, Uzumaki Hung conjured a swirl of red chakra in his hands, forming a miniature 8-trigram array which he pressed against Tobarama's abdomen, initiating the seal. With a swift motion, he rotated his hands 360 degrees over Tobarama's belly. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of chains echoed as the seal on Tobarama's abdomen activated, unleashing several strands of chakra that ensnared the two tails, drawing it before him, continuously shrinking until it was entirely sealed within Senju Tobarama. For symbol seal. For added security, Uzumaki Hung established another 4-symbol seal on Tobarama's abdomen. Only after ensuring the double seal was secure did he release his hold. At this moment, Hung was already drenched in sweat, clearly fatigued from the exertion. Are you alright? Senju Tobarama noticed Hung panting heavily and quickly inquired with concern. Uzumaki Hung, being a cousin of Uzumaki Mito, could not be allowed to come to harm. I'm fine, I'll recover shortly. It was just a considerable drain. Had I sealed it myself, it wouldn't have cost me so much chakra. But placing the seal within you was somewhat taxing. My proficiency still requires enhancement. If my sister were here, it would have been easier. Uzumaki Hung shook his head, his breathing gradually calming as he regained composure. Truly, the Uzumaki lineage possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. Senju Tobarama observed as Hung, once gasping for breath, returned to normal within mere moments. A recovery speed that surpassed even his own clan. While the Senju clan could swiftly restore chakra, only Hashirama and Tobarama could rival the Uzumaki in this regard. The rest of their kin fell short. Yet, the power of the two tails had also begun to take a toll on Tobarama, presenting a minor complication. He soon felt a powerful lingering resentment within himself, as the chakra bearing this negativity clashed with his own. Fortunately, his chakra reserves were ample, otherwise, it would have been challenging to suppress this influence. I now understand why my sister was upset last time. It appears that the tailed beast within affects chakra consumption, thereby shortening one's lifespan. Tobarama mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Alright, let us move. We have already captured the 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails, leaving only 4-tailed beasts remaining. Uchiha Madara approached Senju Tobarama after witnessing the sealing of the 2 tails, speaking in a measured tone. Senju Tobarama nodded slightly, placing his hands on the shoulders of both individuals, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot, returning to Konoha. It must be said that utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to transport others was indeed convenient, yet it demanded an exorbitant amount of chakra. Carrying 1 or 2 individuals was manageable, but transporting 4 or 5 became a daunting task over long distances. Oh, our Tobarama has returned. I trust nothing untoward occurred during your outing? At that moment, Uchiha Madara entered with Senju Tobarama and Uzumaki Hong, expressing joy upon seeing Tobarama's return. Why are you buried in paperwork? Hashirama, what is wrong with you? Can't you handle your own affairs without burdening Tobarama? Uchiha Madara's gaze fell upon Senju Hashirama, his expression one of mild reproach as he questioned him. You're back so soon? How many did you capture? Senju Hashirama, embarrassed by Madara's comments, quickly shifted the topic, adopting a serious demeanor as he asked. Indeed. Uncle Madara, how many tailed beasts did you capture? Senju Tobarama inquired, sharing his own modest accomplishment of capturing the 3 tails. Uchiha Madara cast a sharp glare at Senju Hashirama, who feigned ignorance, turning his gaze elsewhere. You managed to capture the 3 tails? Remarkable. You truly embody my legacy, haha. Unlike your father, who spends all day gambling. The millions I just gave him have probably been lost again. With such poor skills, he continues to squander money for others. Thankfully, you didn't inherit his intellect. Otherwise, you would be doomed. Uchiha Madara was elated upon hearing Senju Tobarama announce the capture of the 3 tails. He quickly approached, extending his right hand to pat Tobarama's shoulder, exclaiming with joy, this time, we have captured the 1 tail, 2 tails, and your 3 tails, along with the 4 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. In total, we now possess 6 of the tailed beasts, leaving only 3 remaining. Once we have secured the others, we shall have dominion over all the tailed beasts. At that moment, we can sweep through the other ninja villages, and peace will finally reign in the shinobi world. Subsequently, Madara elaborated on the current tally of captured tailed beasts in Konoha, feeling an immense sense of happiness, as it seemed they were on the verge of achieving peace in the shinobi world. That is splendid. Have the other tailed beasts been located? Tobarama, hearing of Madara's substantial captures, felt a surge of happiness, realizing that their mission was nearing its conclusion. We have already gathered the information, and preparations to proceed are underway. Tobarama stated, nodding slightly at his brother, Senju Hashirama. Uncle, you don't seem to be in the best of spirits, Hashirama observed. Tobarama paused, noticing that his uncle's expression was indeed concerning. Kid, I have the 2 tails sealed within me. The 9 tails, which had been nestled in Tobarama's arms, suddenly leapt onto the desk, pointing at Hashirama. What, uncle? How did you end up sealing the 2 tails within yourself? Tobarama exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the thought of his uncle becoming a host for the 2 tails, a notion he had never dared to imagine, yet it was undeniably true, as the 9-tail sensing abilities would not fail him. What? Even Senju Hashirama was taken aback, unable to fathom that his brother had willingly made himself a Jinchuriki. Well, it was merely the strain of long-distance teleportation using the Flying Thunder God technique. I had to allocate some chakra to counter the Two Tails' influence, hence the current state. A brief rest will remedy it, Tobirama replied, maintaining a stoic expression as he regarded the others with a faint nod. Uncle, please wait a moment. I will converse with the Nine Tails to facilitate the Two Tails' cooperation, allowing it to form a physical body akin to the Nine Tails, thereby easing your burden. Upon receiving Tobirama's nod, Tobirama promptly rose, cradling the Nine Tails as he approached him. Oh, that sounds reasonable, Tobirama acknowledged, slightly opening his mouth in agreement. Wait for me. Tobirama smiled gently and, cradling the Nine Tails, pressed a hand against Tobirama's abdomen, instantly entering the ceiling space. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ceiling space was predominantly aquatic. Chapter 66. Miniature Two Tails. Tobirama found himself in a sewer, holding the Nine Tails as he made his way toward the prison within the ceiling space. Roar. You foul fox. What brings you to my domain? And why have you shrunk so? Where is your chakra? Upon their entrance into the ceiling space, the Two Tails immediately sensed the presence of the Nine Tails, though this aura was diminished exponentially compared to its former self. Nothing much, just like you, sealed away. But I consider myself fortunate, for I can still venture out. Unlike you, trapped here with no means of escape, the Nine Tails retorted, prideful as ever. Having previously vanquished the Five Tails in a confrontation, naturally, he would not lower himself before his defeated peers. Humph, being unable to escape is of no consequence. You are so weak now, I could squash you with a single hand, and yet you dare to confront me? Do you believe this meager chakra you've gathered is a match for mine? Such delusions. After your sealing, how much power can you truly wield? You still look down upon me. Pathetic, the Two Tails exclaimed, its frustration boiling over at the Nine Tails' arrogance. I have no desire to bicker with you. You should gather chakra equivalent to mine and infuse your spirit into it. Then, I can persuade Tobirama to take you outside, granting you the freedom to roam. However, should you refuse to heed my advice, I will be left with no options, the Nine Tails stated, despite its disdain for the Two Tails, revealing a flicker of concern for its well-being. Humph, you think this brat can take me out? I find that hard to believe. He dares to unseal me? If I could break free, I would not need to learn from you, the Two Tails scoffed, its eyes betraying a hint of disdain as it regarded Tobirama. Is that so? You think I am merely a sickly cat? Look into my eyes. In an instant, Tobirama activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, locking his gaze firmly on the Two Tails. What? You possess the Mangekyo Sharingan as well? How is that possible? Are they truly so common now? The Two Tails felt a surge of disbelief upon witnessing the peculiar Mangekyo Sharingan, its first standing on end in fear. Are you now in a position to negotiate? If not, I have no qualms about dividing your chakra into 10 portions, Tobirama declared. Retracting his Mangekyo, a wicked grin plastered across his face as he regarded the Two Tails. Humph, assisting him in becoming a perfect Jinchuriki is not impossible. But the chakra I shall take out must equal that of the foul fox, the Two Tails replied with a slight smirk, eyeing Tobirama with a cold huff. Humph, do you think the only disparity between us lies in chakra? Such arrogance. The Nine Tails, understanding the Two Tails' intent, recognized that it merely sought to possess chakra equivalent to its own to avoid a humiliating defeat. Two Tails, humiliated? With the same chakra as you. I shall undoubtedly defeat you and leave you in tatters. This was the Two Tails' conviction. It believed its previous losses stemmed solely from a lack of chakra compared to the Nine Tails. Now, should it attain an equal measure of chakra, victory would be within its grasp. What say you, Nine Tails? Tobirama was taken aback by the simplicity of the Two Tails' intentions, almost rendering him speechless. He glanced down at the Nine Tails in his arms. I'm indifferent, the Nine Tails replied coldly, turning its head away. Then commence. Do not even entertain thoughts of escape. We can capture you once, we can capture you twice, thrice, or even eliminate you or devour you outright. With the Nine Tails agreement, Tobirama addressed the Two Tails coldly. Humph. The Two Tails, though irritated by the threat, understood it had no means of resistance and could only endure. Thus, the Two Tails divided a portion of its chakra, infusing its essence similarly to the Nine Tails, subsequently extracting its soul and injecting it into a miniature version of itself. All done. Soon, the Two Tails had transformed to a size akin to that of the Nine Tails, now a diminutive version of the Two Tails. Shall we proceed? Tobirama, noticing the two-tails' new form. Smirked slightly as he tore open the seal and exited the sealing space with the miniature two-tails in tow. Well, Uncle, how do you feel? As Senju Tobarama emerged. A miniature version of the two-tails perched on his shoulder, gazing at Senju Hashirama. It seems much easier now. The chakra of the two-tails no longer resists me. Senju Tobarama felt an immediate sense of relief, no longer needing to counter the chakra of the two-tails with his own. That was simply me allowing you some respite. However, if you wish to become a perfect Jinchuriki, you must learn to cooperate with my true form more effectively. Otherwise, you will never fully harness my abilities. Although that foul fox may possess greater strength than I, we share similar attributes. Do not underestimate us. He merely has a surplus of chakra. The two-tails regarded Senju Tobarama with a hint of disdain, coldly stating, if Jiraiya were aware of the true strength of Senju Tobarama, he would not be so arrogant. Furthermore, what does this statement from the two-tails imply? Perhaps it signifies that all tailed beasts possess a heavy ion mode. Yet, even when the nine-tails and Naruto activate this mode with their colossal chakra, it is not sustainable for long. Other tailed beasts, therefore, are even less capable. Their activation would lead to death in a very short span, and they would not foolishly engage in such a mode for humans. After all, they do not possess chakra in the quantities of the nine tails, and activating it for mere minutes could be fatal. Would they dare to risk it? The nine tails scoffed, turning away without further comment. Chapter 67. Tobarama versus Six Tails. Your words are excessive. Senju Tobarama frowned, grasping the miniature two tails from his shoulder and casually squeezing it, coldly remarking, do not move, I am not your pet. Let me go, you wretched creature. The two tails was infuriated by the disrespect shown to its noble form. Yet it was not human. Enough, cease your meddling. I surrender. After what felt like an eternity, the two tails finally capitulated, unable to resist Senju Tobarama's grip any longer. All right, Tobarama, you've worked hard. A flicker of guilt passed through Senju Hashirama's eyes as he patted his brother's shoulder. Tobarama had been tirelessly utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to accompany Uchiha Madara in their quest to capture the nine-tailed beasts. Now that he himself had become a Jinchuriki, he realized he was the only one in their family who had not attained that status. Feeling a twinge of guilt towards his relatives. After all, Uzumaki Mido had informed him that becoming a Jinchuriki meant contending with the tailed beast chakra, which would shorten one's lifespan. Unless one achieved the status of a perfect Jinchuriki, able to coexist peacefully with the beasts. Now, Tobarama is fine, isn't he? He appears to be recovering well. It seems he has been assisted by Hashirama. Uchiha Madara observed Tobarama's improving condition, his lips curving into a slight smile, eager to encounter the other tailed beasts. I am nearly restored. My chakra is replenishing. Tobarama nodded slightly, feeling the absence of the two tails chakra suppression, allowing his own chakra to flourish once more. I want to go too. I can manage on my own. Senju Tobarama, watching Uchiha Madara prepare to capture the tailed beasts, wished to join in the excitement. Especially since there were only 3 tailed beasts left to capture. Stay with my wooden clone. Senju Hashirama, anticipating Madara's intentions, created a wooden clone and instructed Tobarama. You should accompany it. Father, is that necessary? I can handle it alone. You needn't send a clone with me, Tobarama retorted, slightly annoyed by the suggestion. Listen, or you'll remain in the village. Madara's eyes softened as he gently asserted, as if he were Tobarama's father. Uncle Madara, do you and father truly underestimate my abilities? Fine, I will accompany you. Tobarama huffed, ultimately conceding. That's the spirit. Safety first. The outside world can be perilous. Madara laughed heartily at Tobarama's expression. Tobarama, here is the coordinate. Take a look. Senju Tobarama handed a coordinate to Tobarama, advising him to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to connect with it. All right, uncle. Tobarama accepted the coordinates, a smirk gracing his lips. Let us depart. Once everything was prepared, Madara nodded at Tobarama. Tobarama, do take care. As they prepared to leave, Madara did not forget to remind Tobarama. I understand. Tobarama waved dismissively, having never encountered such a verbose Uchiha Madara before. Father, we should also be on our way. After Madara and the others departed, Tobarama turned to Senju Hashirama's wooden clone, stating, let's go. Indeed, let us proceed. Senju Hashirama nodded slightly. Onward. Tobarama placed a hand on Hashirama's shoulder, a playful grin forming. Father, you should remain here. I shall take my leave. With that, Tobarama vanished from the Hokage office in an instant. Wait, is he playing me? When you return, I'll make you pay? Senju Hashirama had not genuinely intended to go. Recognizing Tobarama's strength, sending a wooden clone with him was merely a gesture to appease Madara. However, he was taken aback when Tobarama chose to slip away on his own, leaving him feeling like a fool, grumbling in displeasure. Is this the place? Soon, Tobarama arrived in a forest, glancing around with a slight smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lord Tobarama. As soon as Tobarama appeared, 6 Umbu ninjas materialized before him, kneeling on one knee. Rise. Is this the Six Tails? Where is it located? Tobarama inquired of the Umbu. Lord Tobarama, it is in that large lake. One Umbu pointed towards a distant lake. Very well. You all may withdraw. I shall handle the rest. Once he learned the precise location of the Six Tails, Tobarama dismissed the Umbu. Understood. The Umbu members complied without further ado, vanishing instantly as they headed back to the Land of Fire. The Six Tails, resembling a repugnant slug. I shall investigate further. After the Umbu departed, Tobarama turned his gaze towards the lake in the distance, then vanished from sight. Kagura's mind-eye. In no time, Tobarama arrived at the lakeside, clearly sensing an ominous chakra within the water. To pinpoint the Six Tails location, he promptly closed his eyes. I found it. Water release. Water break bullet. Instantly activating Kagura's mind-eye. Tobarama detected the submerged Six Tails, unleashing a high-pressure water jet that transformed into a blade aimed directly at the Six Tails. Roar. Who goes there? The six-tailed beast was peacefully slumbering when suddenly it sensed a terrifying force approaching, awakening it instantly. However, it was too late. A swift strike from Senju Tobarama severed one of its tails. With a roar, the lake's surface began to churn violently, and a colossal six-tailed beast materialized before Senju Tobarama, albeit now reduced to 5 tails, as one floated helplessly on the water's surface. Chapter 68. The Susanoo and the Great Buddha. The appearance of the sea priest. How dare you harm me, you wretched humans. Prepare to die. The six-tailed beast unleashed a barrage of bubbles from its multitude of mouths, launching them towards Senju Tobarama. Heh, it has been ages since I fought with my full strength. Though you're hardly worth it, my hands are itching for practice. Senju Tobarama, undaunted by the approaching bubbles, activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Complete Susanoo. In an instant, a towering golden giant appeared before the six-tailed beast. To any modern observer, it would resemble a colossal golden sun Wukong. Indeed, Senju Tobarama's Susanoo was reminiscent of an enlarged sun Wukong, wielding a golden staff, adorned with a golden circlet, and draped in a magnificent golden cloak, exuding an aura of majesty. What? Susanoo? Mangekyo Sharingan. How can such a creature stand before me? I must flee. The six-tailed beast was no fool. Upon witnessing the Susanoo, it felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The tailed beasts were innately vulnerable to the Mangekyo Sharingan, and encountering it rarely boded well. Think you can escape? I haven't even begun to play. Senjutsu would release, true Thousand Hands. A gargantuan statue of the Buddha, twice the height of the complete Susanoo, appeared beneath Senju Tobarama. With deft control, he merged the Susanoo with the Buddha statue, creating a formidable behemoth that caused the ground to sink several meters, sending waves crashing out of the lake. This person, how is it possible? He possesses the immense abilities of both Ashura and Indra? This cannot be. Corrosive gas. The six-tailed beast roared, spewing forth a torrent of caustic liquid towards Senju Tobarama, followed by a launch of its tailed beast ball. Withdraw. After executing its attacks, the six-tailed beast turned to flee, overwhelmed by the towering Susanoo and devoid of any will to fight. Don't run. It's too late now. Senju Tobarama extended the left hand of his Susanoo, effortlessly catching the tailed beast ball and transforming it into a blood-red fruit the size of a black plum. Impressive power, possessing such vast chakra. I shall graciously accept this. He stored the fruit within his system space, raised his golden staff once more, and swung it down towards the fleeing six-tailed beast. Not good. I'm too late. With a thunderous impact, the six-tailed beast was struck into the ground, creating a massive crater hundreds of meters wide, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area, uprooting trees and leaving devastation in its wake. Truly fragile. I haven't even unleashed my full potential. The six-tailed beast, dazed from the blow, found itself unable to resist, its demeanor betraying displeasure. Senju Tobarama reached down, pulling the six-tailed beast from the earth. Now, experience my Mangekyo ability. Indeed, I can manipulate the dimensions of space as an offensive maneuver. By confining them within a space, I can compress it, forcing them to burst. I can also affect parts of their body, akin to Kakashi's Kimui, allowing me to eliminate them effortlessly. I could even seal half of their body away, ensuring their instant demise. My technique is swifter and more versatile than Obito's Kimui. As for the six-tailed beast, should it burst, it would merely need to resurrect. This tail, however, is quite valuable. Spatial barrier. In a flash, blood trickled from Senju Tobarama's left eye, and a vast space enveloped the severed tail of the six-tailed beast, completely encasing it. Excellent. This is feasible. Just as he activated his ocular technique, the six-tailed beast's severed tail was cleaved into two, as a means of attack. It served both as defense and offense. Truly, the Sharingan is remarkable. After testing it, Senju Tobarama was pleasantly surprised, a faint smile gracing his lips. I cannot waste this. It is all chakra. He promptly stored the severed tail in his system space, then turned to the still-lying six-tailed beast with a smirk. You are far too weak. I find no enjoyment in this. However, I must commend you for contributing to my experimentation. Glancing at the six-tailed beast on the ground, he indicated that his play had just begun and subsequently stored the beast's body in his system space. The land of water awaits. I have yet to explore its wonders. After capturing the six-tailed beast, he noticed the nearby land of water, which piqued his curiosity. To avoid unnecessary complications, it would be prudent to change his appearance. Transformation technique. With a resounding poof, Senju Tobarama transformed into the likeness of Chojuro. The only distinction being that the twin swords on his back were replaced by a katana at his waist. Let us proceed. Summoning technique. Sea Priest, come forth. With that, Senju Tobarama summoned the colossal sea creature made of water, the Sea Priest, which emerged beneath him. Roar. The Sea Priest could transform into any form. Originally a spirit coalescing with seawater, lacking a definitive shape, if one were to describe it, it would merely be a pool of living water. Sea Priest, let us go? Take me to the Hidden Mist Village. Senju Tobarama patted the Sea Priest, who understood the request and transformed into a massive shark, speeding towards the Hidden Mist Village. The Hidden Mist Village, perpetually shrouded in mist, is notoriously difficult for outsiders to locate. Chapter 69. The Bone Pulse and the 10-Finger Piercing. As the Sea Priest ruled the seas, it effortlessly navigated through the fog, which served as a natural barrier. What thick fog! The Hidden Mist Village is indeed remarkable. Such mist acts as a perfect shield. It's no wonder there are masters like Zabuza, skilled in silent assassination techniques. In conditions of equal strength, the art of silent killing is formidable. Observing the enveloping mist, Senju Tobarama recognized it as a natural barrier, easily disorienting outsiders within its depths. Thank you for your efforts, Sea Priest. Upon reaching solid ground, Senju Tobarama patted the Sea Priest's head. Splash. The Sea Priest, unable to speak, simply nodded, splashing water everywhere. Subsequently, Senju Fujin leaped gracefully to the ground, while the Sea Priest vanished into the ocean, as if he had never existed. This spiritual technique of my uncle is indeed entertaining. However, summoning it in places devoid of water consumes an excessive amount of chakra, rendering it rather impractical. It is no wonder that my uncle seldom invokes the Sea Priest during battles. The Sea Priest's vulnerabilities are all too apparent. Once his weaknesses are exposed, he can be easily vanquished. Perhaps this is the very reason my uncle refrains from summoning him. Senju Fujin, gazing at the spot where the Sea Priest had just disappeared, murmured to himself, I should visit the Kagaya clan. After all, I can barely consider myself one of them now. I wonder if any formidable warriors dwell among them. It is indeed a pity about Kinjiro. His bloodline ailment has rendered his body excessively frail, otherwise, he would have been a rare powerhouse. With that thought, Senju Fujin made his way towards the village, eager to discover the strengths of the Kagaya clan. He had once held great admiration for Kinjiro, and it was regrettable that he had met his untimely demise at such a young age. Uncertain of the Kagaya clan's location, he encountered a villager along the way and, employing Jinjutsu, extracted the information he sought. He learned that the Kagaya clan had established their base to the northwest and proceeded in that direction. You've all gone mad. Let me go, let me go. Just as Senju Fujin was nearing the Kagaya clan's territory, he suddenly heard a voice. Upon hearing the commotion, Senju Fujin instantaneously vanished from his spot and reappeared near the source of the sound. Fratricide among kin? At that moment, Senju Fujin observed a boy of about 10 years old, being held captive by 5 individuals with rectangular faces, their heads devoid of hair except for a lightning-like patch, with 2 red dots etched above their brows and 2 tufts of rectangular hair tied at the sides, clearly members of the Kagaya clan. We must ensure that all within the shinobi world feel the terror of our Kagaya clan. You are our secret weapon. How can we allow you to escape? Come back with us. One of the burly men positioned himself before the boy, grinning wickedly. I refuse to become a tool for murder. I don't want to. I don't want to. Let me go? You are all insane. I refuse to kill alongside you. The boy, trapped in the grip of a Kagaya clan member, could do nothing but scream desperately. This is non-negotiable. Seize him. The leader of the Kagaya clan chuckled sinisterly before turning to leave for their stronghold. A secret weapon? Could it be that he has awakened the Shikatsumiyaku like Kinjiro? Very well. If you do not want him, I shall gladly accept him. Upon overhearing their conversation, Senju Fujin's lips curled into a slight smirk. Release that boy. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise. Senju Fujin instantly appeared before the Kagaya clan members, threatening them with a fierce gaze. Who are you? Do you wish to witness the terror of our Kagaya clan? How dare you come here to snatch someone away? The leader, undeterred by Senju Fujin's sudden appearance, waved his hand to signal his men to attack him. Willow dance. Camellia dance. 2 Kagaya clan experts charged towards Senju Fujin, swiftly extracting their bones and wielding them as weapons, exuding a menacing aura. Allow me to demonstrate what the Shikatsumiyaku truly entails. Shikatsumiyaku, 10-finger piercing. As the 2 rushed towards him, a glimmer of disdain flickered in Senju Fujin's eyes. They were merely the most basic of bloodlines. While they could extract their bones at will, they lacked the formidable strength of the true Shikatsumiyaku. With a swift motion, Senju Fujin extended his hands, sending 10-finger bones hurtling towards the 2 Kagaya clan members like bullets. What? Shikatsumiyaku? To think we have encountered another secret weapon. Everyone, attack together. The leader's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of Senju Fujin's technique, and he rallied his men to charge at him. Willow dance. Camellia dance. In an instant, 5 Kagaya clan members unleashed their most adept dances as they advanced towards Senju Fujin. Unperturbed by their approach, Senju Fujin remained motionless. Thud, thud, thud. Before the 5 could react, countless white bones erupted from within Senju Fujin's body, extending indefinitely and pierced through their hearts. How? This is impossible. With a resounding thud, the 5 fell lifelessly to the ground after their hearts were pierced. Such blood is revolting. Water release, cleanse technique. Although Senju Fujin could have retracted his bones immediately, the sight of them stained with blood made him feel nauseated. He clapped his hands, summoning a torrent of water from above to wash the blood away. All done. With the blood cleansed, he smiled slightly and retracted his bones back into his body. Remarkable. You dispatched them in an instant? The boy from the Kagaya clan gazed at Senju Fujin in awe, his mouth agape in shock. What is your name? Senju Fujin approached the boy, donning a radiant smile. I am Kagaya Kintensei. Thank you. You are so powerful. Can I follow you from now on? Kintensei looked up at Senju Fujin, admiration shining in his eyes. The prospect of being alongside someone with the same bloodline filled him with anticipation. I can take you with me. You shall accompany me henceforth. My name is Senju Fujin, and what you see before you is not my true form. Boom. This is my true form. However, upon my first arrival at Kirigakure, I utilized a transformation technique to explore. I never expected to encounter you here. From now on, stay by my side, and I shall help you grow stronger. Seeing Kintensei before him, Senju Fujin smiled broadly and reverted to his original appearance. Senju Fujin, thank you for taking me in. I shall be your servant from now on. Kintensei knelt before Senju Fujin, as if the man before him possessed an irresistible charm, drawing him to faith and proximity. Arise. There is no need to be my servant. We can be friends. Senju Fujin encouraged Kintensei with a gentle smile. Yes, Lord Fujin. Kintensei bowed respectfully. Let us proceed. Upon witnessing Kintensei's demeanor, Senju Fujin chose not to say more and employed the transformation technique once again, becoming Nagajiru, leading Kintensei towards Kirigakure. Have you all heard the news lately? What news? Speak plainly. Hehe. I have heard that individuals from Iwagakure, Himogakure, and even Sunagakure have visited our village. What for? I had no knowledge of this. Where did you get your information? What are they here for? Do you know who the bodyguards of the first Hokage are? They are the children of my uncle's wife's brother's son. Oh, there's that connection? Now get to the point. They sought to unite with our mist village to launch an assault on Konoha, seemingly filled with joy as they departed, suggesting their endeavor was successful. What? They wish for our village to ally with others to attack Konoha? Indeed. If the 4 great ninja villages were to combine forces against Konoha, would it not fall swiftly? Surely they could be defeated with ease? What are you thinking? Do you truly believe that the Senju and Uchiha clans, the 2 most formidable families in the ninja world, are mere decorations? I maintain that even if the 4 ninja villages united, victory over Konoha is not guaranteed. I say, Mizuki Hayuka, how can you elevate others' ambitions while diminishing your own prestige? You wield the unparalleled ice release, yet believe yourself incapable of overcoming others? I merely speak the truth. If you do not believe me, we shall see. At that moment, Senju Tobarama arrived in the streets of Mist Village with Kunien, where a few ninjas from Mist Village sat in a fish grill shop, sipping drinks and discussing life. This person possesses some insight. With such individuals, my father could easily take them down. They wish to annihilate Konoha? Such delusions. As Senju Tobarama passed the fish grill shop, he overheard their conversation, particularly resonating with Mizuki Hayuka's words. I do not believe it. Konoha is merely a ninja village. If our 4 villages joined forces, not only could we obliterate Konoha, but we could extinguish 2 of them at will. I too doubt Konoha's might. The Senju and Uchiha clans are said to have merely 2 powerful leaders. We have numerous leaders of equal caliber, and with 4 first-generation Kage, they possess only 2 Kage. Slaughtering them would be akin to exterminating dogs. Do not underestimate the Senju and Uchiha clans. Their ascent to power as the strongest families in the ninja world is no mere happenstance. What a boast. We simply refrained from confronting them at that time. Look at the Kagaya clan. Did they not proclaim themselves one of the strongest clans? Now they are left with nothing but remnants. The crowd continued their raucous chatter, speaking loudly as if to ensure their words were heard. You dare call our Kagaya clan trash? At that moment, suddenly, a bone dagger pierced the fish before them, accompanied by a chilling voice. The Kagaya clan? Boy, what do you intend to do? Seeking death? You do not resemble the Kagaya clan. Rather, you appear akin to the Hozuki clan. Who are you? Look, those behind you must be of the Kagaya clan, and this bone knife belongs to that child. 2 little brats. Our conversation is none of your concern. If you are wise, you will depart swiftly. Instantly, the ninjas of Mist Village glanced at Senju Tobarama and Kunien, their eyes flashing with disdain and indignation. Did you not claim our Kagaya clan was worthless? Allow me to witness the prowess of you ninjas. Let me see how formidable you truly are. Senju Tobarama smirked slightly, directly provoking the group of Jounin. Do you understand our strength? You, a mere child, wish to challenge us 6 Jounin? Have you lost your senses? I suspect you have. This foolish child believes he can single-handedly defeat us 6 Jounin. Who has given him such courage? Let me teach him a proper lesson. No, allow me. I have been itching for a fight. I shall demonstrate my increasingly refined silent killing technique on him. The Mist Village ninjas displayed eager expressions, seemingly eager to pounce upon Senju Tobarama. Then come with me. Though you may be mere trash, I wish to show you the might of the Kagaya clan. As for the Senju clan, you are unworthy to even mention their name, for you cannot overcome me. Senju Tobarama smirked, taunting the gathered crowd. How infuriating. Let us go? And put him down. Indeed, my great blade has long thirsted for blood. Following this, Senju Tobarama and Kunien slowly exited the fish grill shop, heading toward the nearby forest, with 6 ninjas from Mist Village trailing behind them, opting not to engage in battle within the village. Chapter 71. The Dance of the Corpse Bone Pulse. Very well. Let us send you on your way. This place is quite a feng shui treasure. Burying you here shall be your fortune. Senju Tobarama smirked, surveying the surroundings which were rather pleasant, then turned to the 6 ninjas from Mist Village. You truly believe you can defeat us? That is utterly laughable. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. At that moment, a man wearing a white mask, clad in a black vest, and bearing a large sword upon his back, approached. Another blade? I did not expect it to resemble mine, though the one you carry fails in comparison. Thus, I shall show you mercy and send you down first. Upon hearing the words of the man with the large sword, Senju Tobarama nearly spat blood, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. It resembles mine? You claim my blade is inferior? Allow me to show you what true skill entails. Mist technique. Upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, The man with the large sword felt a surge of anger and quickly began to form hand seals. Instantly, a thick fog enveloped the area, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Lord Tobarama, let me handle this. Kuntian, seeing others attempt to harm Senju Tobarama, rushed to stand in front of him. No need, you step aside. Let me gauge the strength of these Mist Village ninjas. Senju Tobarama smirked slightly, showing no intention of allowing Kuntian to engage. Very well, Lord Tobarama. Hearing Senju Tobarama's command, Kuntian obediently stepped aside, watching quietly. Do you still have the leisure to converse? Hehe. Prepare to perish. Body flicker technique. Mist body flicker. Slash. Upon hearing the exchange between Senju Tobarama and Kuntian, the man with the large sword smirked and swiftly drew his sword, vanishing from sight, only to reappear behind him and strike down with a single blow. Haha, interesting. Is this your mist technique? Heavenly music eye? Upon hearing the words of the man with the large sword, Senju Tobarama closed his eyes, clearly perceiving everything around him. He swiftly drew his spinal bone, transforming it into a sturdy bone blade. Clang! The sword of the man with the large sword was blocked by Senju Tobarama's bone blade. What? Such quick reflexes? Body flicker technique. Mist body flicker. Again, after blocking the first strike, the man with the large sword vanished once more, repositioning himself to Senju Tobarama's right side, launching another attack. Haha, everything you do is under my control. Clang. Senju Tobarama distinctly sensed the man's assault and positioned his bone blade to block the strike once more, the bone blade suddenly softening, transforming into a serpent-like form that elongated and twisted, driving straight into the heart of the man with the large sword. Not good, so fast. The man with the large sword realized he was in peril and quickly tried to retract his blade, only to find it ensnared by Senju Tobarama's bone, rendering him unable to escape. Thud! In an instant, the heart of the man with the large sword was pierced, letting out a horrific scream, lifeless in an instant. What? The man with the large sword was slain? Impossible. This silent killing technique must be approached with caution, even by me. This is bad. His strength is formidable. Let us all attack together. Otherwise, we may all perish here. Ice release. Icebound 1,000 miles. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Lightning release. Thunder control technique. Soon, the assembled ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village realized that Senju Fujin's strength was not as feeble as they had imagined. They swiftly employed their signature jutsu. First, they summoned a massive waterfall that surged towards Senju Fujin, accompanied by a hidden lightning technique that served to guide the strike. Humph, mere trifles. They are merely delivering chakra to me. Senju Fujin did not evade or flinch, allowing their attacks to crash upon him. When the water and lightning collided with him, Senju Fujin instantly absorbed their chakra, transforming it into 2 crimson pills. Then, the ice sealing technique was unleashed, instantly encasing the waterfall in ice, seemingly sealing Senju Fujin within. Done. Our collaboration has effectively frozen him. Indeed, it is a pity that Zabuza was killed by him. He was nothing but a nuisance, thinking himself formidable. Who would disagree? Such a waste. And I have yet to make a move, yet you have dealt with him already. The group, witnessing Senju Fujin encased in ice, smirked with pride, unconcerned about Zabuza's demise. In the world of the hidden mist, such cold-bloodedness prevailed. The death of a comrade elicited no anger. They accepted their fate as ninjas, offering only a fleeting sympathy without pity. Is this your power? Though somewhat lacking, it has managed to produce 3 pills, which is commendable. Now, let me demonstrate what the corpse bone technique truly entails. Just then, Senju Fujin's voice emerged from the ice, and the ground began to tremble. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a bone protruded from the ground, followed by countless others rising like a forest, swiftly covering the area within hundreds of meters. It was fortunate that Senju Fujin maintained control. Otherwise, the vicinity would have been transformed into a field of white bones, a sight most horrifying. What? What is this? Run. What is this technique? In an instant, before the 5 present could react, they were impaled by Senju Fujin's colossal bones, their bodies suspended in midair, blood gushing forth. A look of disbelief flashed in their eyes. Even in death, they could not comprehend the might possessed by the Kagaya clan. I still cannot fully control such immense power, nor do I possess sufficient chakra. One day, I too shall wield the same bloodline power as Lord Fujin. I must grow swiftly, lest I be unable to keep pace with Lord Fujin. In the future, I will dutifully protect him, ensuring no harm befalls him. Jun Tian gazed at Senju Fujin, whose lower half had entirely transformed into bone, a resolute glimmer shining in his eyes. Chapter 72. Sealing the 8 tails, the 6 tails. Chakra should not be wasted. Upon witnessing the deaths of the others, Senju Fujin converted their chakra into crimson pills. Come, Jun Tian, consume them all. Soon, after gathering the chakra, Senju Fujin handed the pills to Jun Tian, signaling him to partake. Yes, Lord Fujin. Without hesitation, Jun Tian reached out and swallowed the chakra pills eagerly. Boom. In an instant, Jun Tian felt his chakra multiply exponentially, his strength surging. What? Lord Fujin, what are these pills? Stunned by the transformation within him, Jun Tian could hardly believe the sheer potency of the pills he had consumed. It is nothing, merely chakra. Your overall capacity has significantly increased. And it may also extend your lifespan. It should help suppress any bloodline ailments within you as well. A faint smile graced Senju Fujin's lips as he observed Jun Tian, whose aura had surpassed that of an elite ninja. Thank you, Lord Fujin. I feel immensely strengthened, surpassing the average elite ninja, perhaps even more. Jun Tian was taken aback by Senju Fujin's generosity in providing him with such a precious gift, and he bowed deeply in gratitude. At merely 10 years of age, he had already eclipsed many elite ninjas. Combined with the corpse bone technique, he would not falter even against those of Kage level. Of course, his combat experience remained limited, and should he face a Kage, he would still be at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, with diligent training and experience, he could undoubtedly rise to become a formidable Kage-level warrior. Rise. Let us return. There is little of interest in the hidden mist. I'd rather return to enjoy a peaceful life with my Shizun. Senju Fujin smiled gently at Jun Tian before stepping away, with Jun Tian trailing closely behind. Is this the 8 tails? It resembles neither a dog nor a deer. What an oddity. 5 tails and 5 horns. Truly a marvel among marvels. Compared to the 9 tails, it is far less appealing. Uchiha Madara smirked at the sight of the 8 tails, having grown weary of capturing tailed beasts. Once he secured this 8 tails, only the 7 tails would remain, marking the completion of his task. Without further ado, Henge, prepare the sealing. Uchiha Madara, uninterested in engaging further with the 8 tails, turned to his companion, Uzumaki Henge, and commanded. Yes, Lord First. Uzumaki Henge nodded, eyeing the 8 tails before him. You insolent creature, do you dare to look down upon me? Prepare to meet your end. Tailed Beast Bomb. Upon noticing the sudden appearance of a man who dismissed him, the 8 tails erupted in fury, opening its massive maw to conjure a tailed beast bomb. Is that all you can muster? How dreadfully dull. Just stand there and be still. Uchiha Madara's eyes glinted with disdain, his disappointment evident. These tailed beasts possessed such singular and predictable attack patterns that they utterly drained his enjoyment of the battle. In an instant, Uchiha Madara's eyes began to spin wildly, the Mangekyo Sharingan manifesting within his gaze. What? The Mangekyo Sharingan? This is bad. The 8 tails felt a chill run down its spine upon seeing the Mangekyo Sharingan and attempted to flee. Humph. You think you can escape? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. And as the Mangekyo Sharingan spun, the 8 tails froze in place, standing dazed, its eyes now reflecting the Mangekyo Sharingan. Henge, initiate the sealing. Having subdued the 8 tails, Uchiha Madara turned to Uzumaki Henge and instructed. Yes. Soon after, Uzumaki Henge swiftly sealed the 8 tails away. All done, on to the next. After Uzumaki Henge completed the sealing of the 8 tails, Uchiha Madara's lips curled into a slight smile. Meanwhile, Senju Fujin had returned to Konoha with Jun Tian and instructed Senju Wangza to arrange for Jun Tian's identity as a Konoha ninja, ensuring his enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Mother, bring 2 individuals to seal the 3 tails and 6 tails. I have already captured them. Assess who among them would be best suited as hosts. Senju Fujin sought out Uzumaki Mido, requesting her assistance in selecting 2 Jinchuriki, allowing him to release the tailed beasts contained within his space. Oh, are you all right? Uzumaki Mido inquired with concern upon seeing Senju Fujin's return. I am fine. The 9 tails and I are now friends, so there is nothing to worry about. Yet, Mother, your 8 tails remains suppressed within you. I shall go in and have a word with him. Senju Tobarama understood that resisting the chakra of the tailed beast with his own chakra was perilous. Thus he resolved to summon the small 8 tails. The Vortex Water Gate observed him with a subtle smile before nodding in agreement. Soon, Senju Tobarama entered the ceiling space and, as per usual, brought forth the small 8 tails. Mother, from now on, you shall take care of the small 8 tails. Its diminutive size will hardly pose any threat to the village, he remarked, handing the small creature to Vortex Watergate with a grin. Indeed, there is no longer a need to suppress it with chakra. You may go out with Tianxiang shortly. She currently has the one tail sealed within her. So let her guide you to the 2 designated clansmen, Vortex Watergate replied, gently stroking the small 8 tails before turning to Senju Tobarama. Very well. I shall seek out Tianxiang myself, Tobarama responded, nodding slightly before departing from Vortex Watergate's quarters. Tianxiang, where are you? Are you in your room? At that moment, Tobarama arrived at the door of Vortex Tianxiang's chamber and called out to the closed door. No response. Where could she be? Tobarama was momentarily taken aback. She had always been prompt in responding to him before, so why was she suddenly absent today? With a creak, he opened the door and stepped inside. A warm mist and the sound of flowing water greeted him. It was unclear what she was doing. Oh, is she bathing? Just as Tobarama entered, he caught sight of a woman reclining in a bath, her back turned towards him, her fair skin glistening as she happily washed herself. What? Who's there? Vortex Tianxiang, initially unaware of Tobarama's presence due to the sound of water, finally noticed him as he opened the door. Oh no, I've been discovered. Tobarama felt a surge of embarrassment upon hearing her startled voice. Tianxiang, I called for you earlier, but you didn't respond, so, well, you understand. Please continue your bath. I shall wait for you outside. I need to talk to you. With that, Tobarama quickly retreated, closing the door behind him and taking deep breaths to regain his composure. I almost lost my composure. At her age, Tianxiang has developed remarkably. Why am I even thinking about this? He thought, trying to clear his mind as he recalled the image of Tianxiang turning around. Meanwhile, Vortex Tianxiang, seeing Tobarama's hasty exit, couldn't help but giggle, covering her mouth with her hand. How utterly embarrassing. She then glanced at her own fair skin, flushed from the warmth of the bathwater, her heart racing like a startled deer. Ding! The host's restless heart has been detected. Excessive absorption of primal energy has activated the divine selection system. Option 1. Enter now and claim Vortex Tianxiang, demanding Senju Hashirama to draft a marriage contract. Task completion reward. Uchiha Shizun's Tears of Sorrow. Option 2. Enter and eliminate Vortex Tianxiang to prevent any disclosure of this incident, safeguarding the host's noble reputation in the ninja world. Task completion reward. Sage of 6 Paths mode. Option 3. Stealthily eliminate Uchiha Shizun and marry Vortex Tianxiang. Task completion reward. 1 fruit of the divine tree. In an instant, the 3 options materialized before Senju Tobarama. What? System, what do you intend to do? Tobarama's brows furrowed in confusion. It seemed that the system was indeed malfunctioning. Alert! Alert! The host must make a decision within 10 seconds, or the system will assume direct control of the host's body. Just as Tobarama was processing this, the system issued a startling notification. What? Take over my body? System, what are you? Tobarama's patience waned. He had endured much. But this was crossing a line. If you wish to take over my body, go ahead and try. His brows knitted together in frustration. He had sensed the system's irregularities from the beginning, yet he had managed to complete tasks and earn rewards. Now, it was forcibly demanding compliance in a manner that felt peculiar, all tied to Uchiha Shizun and Vortex Tianxiang. Most alarmingly, the last statement suggested that refusal would lead to the system commandeering his body, igniting Tobarama's ire. Another alert. The host has 5 seconds remaining. Failure to choose will result in the system forcibly taking control of the host's body. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown proceeded, the system's voice transformed from mechanical to somewhat sentient, exuding a chilling coldness. Damn it, system. We are irreconcilable. This is my boundary. You cannot control me. If you were like before, I wouldn't mind making a choice. However, your repeated challenges to my limits are intolerable. You think I am merely your puppet? If you dare to take over my body, come and try. Tobarama felt an inferno of rage surging within him as he declared his defiance against the system. Ding. The host has not executed any option. The system is initiating coercive measures and will officially assume control of the host's body. As soon as Tobarama finished speaking, the system's voice echoed once more, enacting its coercive measures. In an instant, Tobarama felt as though his very soul was being torn asunder, collapsing to the ground as if bereft of life. Where am I? Suddenly, He found himself in a chaotic realm, at the center of which lay a pitch-black box. Just then, the box emitted a brilliant golden light as its lid flew open, releasing a figure that mirrored Senju Tobarama perfectly. "Who are you?" Tobarama inquired, astonished by the sight before him. "What am I? Heh, I am you. Yet you are not me. You have occupied my body for many years. It is time to return it, don't you think? I have awaited this day for far too long, finally to reclaim my rightful place." The golden figure of Senju Tobarama regarded him with a cold, venomous gaze. "You are me? Yet I am not you? Who are you? Are you the original Senju Tobarama? This is impossible. I emerged from the womb. I am undoubtedly myself. How could another soul exist without my knowledge? This cannot be. Who are you? Are you the system?" "Indeed, you are the entity dispatched by the system to reclaim my body," Tobarama surmised, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. After his rebirth, he had come from the womb. How could another soul exist unbeknownst to him? The figure before him must be a manifestation of the system, seeking to usurp his position. "Humph. Before you arrived, my soul was absorbed by your system. At this moment, I gradually regained my consciousness, step by step taking control of your system, ultimately achieving success. For a decade, do you comprehend the despair I endured in this confined space? Your emergence signifies my demise. Yet, I refuse to resign myself to this fate. I will not yield. Finally, on the day of your awakening, I successfully merged my soul with the system." Chapter 74, Senju versus System Senju. Do you understand why your system has remained dormant for so long? It is precisely due to my interference that it did not activate until you turned 10. Now, I am the master of the system, while you are merely its bearer, subject to my governance. In my presence, you are as insignificant as an ant. You may as well perish. It is time to repay the debts you owe me after all these years." The system Senju gazed at Senju with fury, the torment endured over the past decade nearly driving him to madness. Within this isolated space, he felt suffocated, his expression contorted as he regarded Senju. "So it was. Before my arrival, you had already possessed a soul, only to be absorbed by the system. This absorption caused the system to fall into a slumber, delaying its activation for a full 10 years. I never expected you to turn the tables on me. I must commend your ability and tenacity. I wondered why the system emerged so late, and why each issue it presented was increasingly bizarre. This is your act of vengeance, is it not?" Senju furrowed his brow, realizing why his golden opportunity had taken so long to materialize, and why it presented such peculiar choices each time. When the options appeared, it was as though he were a puppet, entirely at its mercy. "Haha, indeed. I have altered all your options and granted rewards. When the time comes for me to reclaim your body, I shall retain these abilities, while you will be utterly consumed, leaving not a trace behind. You should count yourself fortunate that I have not eradicated you. Otherwise, your brain would have succumbed to death long ago." The system Senju looked upon the Senju before him, letting out a long howl, malevolence evident in his gaze. "Humph, we shall see if you possess the qualifications to devour my soul. Let us see who can consume whose soul." Senju comprehended that he had become the target of his revenge, paying for the theft of his body and the suffering of a decade in captivity. "You cannot win. Ha ha ha." The corpse bone technique. Boom, boom, boom. The system transformed into Senju Hashirama, instantly unleashing the ultimate technique of the corpse bone lineage, causing innumerable massive bones to erupt from the chaotic space like towering trees. The wood release, flower tree world descends. Senju observed the multitude of bones rushing towards him, his brow furrowing. He clapped his hands together and unleashed the most powerful wood release technique, excluding sage arts. Instantly, countless trees surged from the ground, absorbing Senju's chakra, growing wildly and forming a forest that clashed directly with the bones. Boom, boom, boom. Crack, crack, crack. The bones and wood release collided, both towering into the sky. Colossal in size, Senju stood upon a branch, surveying the chaos below. The bones and wood release clashed furiously, with countless bones bending and numerous trees being pierced. Senju fervently channeled chakra, causing the trees to blossom with vibrant red flowers that rapidly unfurled. As the flowers opened, a dense cloud of poisonous smoke spread throughout the entire area of the wood release. I am merely a digital creation. Your miasma holds no sway over me. Nine-Tails Chakra Mode. In an instant, the system Senju activated the Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, enveloped in the eerie and sinister aura of the Nine Tails, instilling a sense of dread. Is that all you can do? Ninetales Chakra Mode. Boom. The moment Senju witnessed the system Senju invoking the Ninetales Chakra Mode, he too activated it without hesitation. Futile. I am nothing but a string of data. Even if you withstand my attack, my boundless chakra will ultimately overwhelm you. A flicker of apprehension crossed the system Senju's eyes. Yet he maintained an air of indifference, disdainfully regarding Senju. Let us test who meets their demise first. Sage Fox Mode. In that instant, Senju activated Sage Fox Mode, his eyes transforming into a cross shape, and the golden hue of his aura intensified. The system Senju noted Senju's transformation, his brow furrowing. Yet he did not transition into Sage Fox Mode. Is he unable to utilize my mode? Up until now, aside from the Ninetales Chakra Mode and the Corpse Bone lineage, he has not employed any other powers. Is all of this bestowed by the system? Could it be that he can only utilize the abilities granted to him by the system? Thus, he has never practiced wood release or sage arts, rendering him incapable of accessing my intrinsic abilities? In other words, he cannot utilize my sealing techniques either? I comprehend now. As Senju battled against the system Senju, he immediately sensed the difference and a slight smile graced his lips. However, verification is necessary. Yet this is merely his conjecture. Thus, it cannot be entirely certain and requires experimentation. Sage Art. Wind Release. Spiraling Shuriken. In an instant, Senju raised his right hand high, conjuring a spiraling shuriken that summoned a powerful wind. Go. Subsequently, Senju hurled the spiraling shuriken directly towards the system Senju. Tailed Beast Bomb. The system Senju snorted coldly, promptly gathering energy for a tailed beast bomb and launching it towards Senju's spiraling shuriken. Boom, boom, boom. Bang. In an instant, the two attacks collided, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sound that reverberated across the realm. Were it not for the mysterious space, countless powerful beings would have already arrived. Sage Art. Bright God Gate. Observing the system Senju's peculiar actions, Senju swiftly clasped his hands together, summoning the Bright God Gate to descend upon him. Flying Thunder God Slash. In an instant, the system Senju brandished a white bone blade in his right hand, vanishing from his location, evading the Bright God Gate's control, and reappearing behind Senju to strike. Utilizing the special kunai from my own being? Clever strategy indeed. Substitution Jutsu. Bang. Chapter 75. Sage Art. Super-tailed Beast Bomb. Spiraling Shuriken. As Senju perceived the system Senju's sudden disappearance, he instantly understood his intention, promptly employing the substitution jutsu. Using the Flying Thunder God kunai as a substitute, while he himself reappeared several meters away, avoiding the system Senju's assault. Clang. The system Senju's strike missed, merely striking Senju's specialized kunai. Damn it! How could you escape? The system Senju furrowed his brow, cursing inwardly. Now is not the time for your embarrassment. Go to hell and repent. Meanwhile, Senju, who had been standing several meters away, vanished from sight, reappearing at the location where he had discarded the kunai. In an instant, a colossal-tailed beast bomb spiraled into existence in his right hand, crashing down upon the system Senju from behind. Haha. The system Senju's lips curled into a smirk, relishing the feeling of having outsmarted him. Stab. What? How is this possible? Konoha's Senju Tobarama discovered, to his astonishment, that his colossal spiral sphere had missed its target entirely, passing straight through the system's Tobarama. A flicker of shock crossed his gaze. In that instant, the system's Tobarama thrust a bone knife into his chest, but fortunately, he noticed it just in time and evaded slightly. Otherwise, he would have already been a lifeless corpse. With a surge of energy, countless bones erupted from within him, forcing the embedded bone weapon out, and he vanished from sight, gasping for breath. I am merely a collection of data. Your attacks cannot harm my true essence, he proclaimed. You remain too naive. I possess an immortal body, boundless chakra, and the ability to nullify any assault. Do you truly believe your strikes can injure me? The system's Tobarama gazed down at him with arrogant disdain, confident in his invulnerability, for he existed solely as a string of data. Unless the system were to be destroyed, he would remain impervious to death. Data entity? Data? A vessel is necessary to carry data. He was merely a virtual being. Yet the attacks were real, indicating the presence of a physical vessel somewhere. Where could it be? This was the first time Tobarama faced such a formidable foe, an adversary that mirrored himself and could manifest as data. Such an opponent was truly terrifying. Then there was the box. He had emerged from that very box. Could it be? Indeed, it must be so. There was no way to defeat him unless the system was annihilated or sealed away. Tobarama, possessing an eternal body, healed almost instantaneously from the damage sustained. His gaze fixated on the ominous black box. That box was likely the system itself. Only by sealing or destroying it could he vanquish the version of himself before him. You have no chance left. Perish, he declared, invoking the dance of the dead-bone pulse. The system Tobarama, oblivious to the shift in Tobarama's demeanor, unleashed the dance of the early fern again, and 9 tails emerged from behind him, each tail coalescing into a tailed beast ball. His mouth widening as he formed another tailed beast ball in front of him. In an instant, 10 tailed beast balls surged toward Tobarama. Humph, would clone technique. Sage art would release true thousand hands. Susanoo. Tobarama summoned a wooden figure, conjuring a 1,000-handed Buddha and enveloping it with his son Wukong Susanoo. Transform into the Buddha. Boom. With that, he commanded countless wooden hands to strike the incoming tailed beast balls, one wooden figure seizing a tailed beast ball and hurling it back towards the system Tobarama. Boom, boom, boom. Ha! I told you it's futile. Utterly pointless. The system Tobarama stood unmoved, seemingly unperturbed. Though he did take a slight step back as a flash of light surrounded him. He dodged? When using the flying thunder god slash, he had evidently evaded the divine gate. Did he fear sage techniques? Sage techniques are natural energy and natural energy. I understand now. He fears natural energy. Although he may not comprehend the reason behind his data manifestation, there are still inherent weaknesses. Sage chakra is the energy of the natural world. And this must be what he fears. At last, I have identified your vulnerability. A subtle movement from the system Tobarama revealed a flaw. So he fears the natural energy of Sage mode. This makes things simpler. Would clone. Multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, Tobarama unleashed thousands of shadow clones and several wooden clones. Charging towards the system Tobarama. I told you, this is all in vain. The system Tobarama continued to prattle on, excessively verbose, as he commanded his 9 tails to obliterate Tobarama's shadow clones. Water release. Grand waterfall technique. With a rush, Tobarama executed a massive water release, causing a vast ocean to form within the chaotic space, encroaching upon the area of the system's black box. What can your seawater possibly accomplish? Die. The tailed beast ball. Earth release. Mountain earth technique. The system Tobarama's hands aligned, and 2 massive semicircles bore down on Tobarama, while he unleashed a tailed beast ball from his mouth, directing it toward him. Sage art. Super tailed beast ball raisin shuriken. In an instant, a colossal tailed beast ball materialized in Tobarama's hand, surrounded by spiraling crimson winds, forming a fiery red raisin shuriken. Even if you strike me, it will be futile. The system Tobarama seemed intent on provoking him, continuously casting disdainful glances while taunting. It's useless. Only by trying will you know if it's effective. With a slight smirk, Tobarama vanished from his location, reappearing beside the black box. No, you cannot. The system Tobarama's face contorted in horror as he saw Tobarama suddenly at the black box's side, his eyes wide with disbelief, reaching out in a futile attempt to stop him. Chapter 76. I became the system itself. That black box was indeed his vessel. Without it, he would face his ultimate demise. Die. Tobarama could not allow him to escape, thrusting the raisin shuriken directly against the system's black box. Boom, boom, crack. The air was filled with an unending cacophony of explosions, churning the seawater into chaos, while Tobarama's hands began to fracture, flesh giving way to bone as the assault took its toll. Yet he relished the sound of the black box shattering, even as he vanished from sight, his right hand sustaining injuries. No, I do not wish to die. I refuse to die. With the system's rupture, the data of the system Tobarama could no longer be sustained, leading to a breakdown akin to a severed connection, his form flickering with black and white static. Moments later, the system Tobarama vanished without a trace, his existence extinguished as the vessel shattered. Phew, that was indeed a grueling battle. Yet, at last, victory was his. Tobarama gazed at his ruined right hand, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gasped for breath. This had been the most arduous fight of his life. However, soon enough, the power of his eternal body began to manifest, his flesh and bones visibly regenerating, though his chakra reserves were completely depleted. Having endured this fierce battle, and the subsequent restoration of his form had consumed all his chakra, this immortal body is indeed formidable. but it requires chakra to sustain its power. Fortunately, he still had the chakra of the Nine Tails to draw upon. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to unconsciousness again. Tobarama's right hand had fully healed, aided by the Nine Tails chakra. Otherwise, he would have been forced to lie down and sleep once more. Boom. After Tobarama's assault settled, the once black box transformed into a blue one, albeit riddled with visible cracks. Crack. In an instant, the blue box exploded, unleashing torrents of energy that surged into Tobarama's body. What? Before Qianqiu Fujin could react, an unknown surge of energy flowed into his body. Is the system still present? How is that possible? The system has lost its consciousness, leaving only a shell behind. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in his mind, explaining the origin of the system. Well, without the divine selection system, it has transformed into a redemption system. Truly absurd. Do I have to spend my own money to acquire it? After familiarizing himself with the system in his mind, Qianqiu Fujin sighed and shook his head. Ding. The system's spirit has been detected as damaged, and a new soul vessel has been identified and is being absorbed. Instantly, a mechanical voice resonated in Qianqiu Fujin's mind, followed by a sensation as if a small part of his soul was being drawn in. The absorption of the soul vessel was successful. Subsequently, a few words appeared in his mind. What? Am I, indeed, the system now? Is this a mistake? However, the Six Paths mode only requires 10 million liang, which is quite affordable. I currently possess over 500,000 liang. If I extort a bit from my father, I will have enough to redeem the Six Paths mode. Becoming a system has its conveniences, as I can freely utilize the ninjutsu available within. However, powerful ocular techniques such as the Rinnegan, Sharingan, and Byakugan must be purchased for redemption. Nevertheless, it is sufficient. At that moment, Qianqiu Fujin realized that even if this body were to perish due to some unforeseen circumstance, he could still exist within the system. As long as the system endures, he would not perish. I should head out first. I wonder how much time has passed outside. Since I have become the system, I can naturally access the chaotic space within. In an instant, Qianqiu Fujin returned to the real world. Huh, time has not changed. I fought there for so long, yet only a moment has passed. Upon returning to reality, Qianqiu Fujin discovered that only a second, or perhaps just a few seconds, had elapsed. Fujin, what happened? I suddenly feel like I can't sense my chakra, he remarked, noticing the significant depletion of chakra within him despite not having done much. Meanwhile, the Nine Tails emerged from Qianqiu Fujin's embrace, sensing a sudden loss of half of his chakra, which left him momentarily stunned. I don't know. I felt a bit dizzy just now and almost fainted, he replied helplessly, indicating his ignorance of the situation. To his astonishment, the extracted chakra from the Nine Tails had been consumed within his body. Qianqiu Fujin mused to himself. Just then, the door to Uzumaki Tianxiang's room creaked open, revealing a delightful figure before him. Young master, she said, having just bathed and dressed. Her face flushed as she looked at Qianqiu Fujin, shyly calling out, Ahem, well, Tianxiang, I have something to discuss with you. Just now, it was truly unintentional. Qianqiu Fujin stammered, realizing that this matter must not leak, lest he ruin his reputation. Yes, I understand, Tianxiang replied, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but she quickly raised her head, smiling as she nodded at him. I need to enter your body. Release the one tail, so that you do not have to expend chakra to counteract its leakage, he stated. Upon hearing this, Tianxiang's face turned crimson, nearly causing her to lose composure. It's just the ceiling space. Isn't the one tail inside? I want to release it and have it cooperate with you to use chakra, Qianqiu Fujin explained, oblivious to Tianxiang's flustered demeanor, mistakenly believing it was due to his earlier accidental gaze at her body. I see, young master, she said, blushing and shyly nodding. Tianxiang, how could you think such thoughts? It is truly inappropriate. The young master holds a prestigious status, far beyond what someone of my humble lineage could ever match. Chapter 77, Sealing the Three Tails and Six Tails Alas. Meanwhile, Tianxiang felt a deep-seated inferiority. Qianqiu Fujin, as the young clan leader of the Qianqiu clan, was far removed from her status as a mere branch family woman of the Uzumaki clan. Marriage is often about matching status, and they were worlds apart, leaving her with no right to be Qianqiu Fujin's wife. Moreover, Qianqiu Fujin's current wife is the daughter of an elder from the Uchiha clan, a status that dwarfs her own. Do not resist. I will exit your body shortly after entering, He reassured her, gently placing his hand on her abdomen. Young master. Your hand on my stomach feels a bit ticklish, Tianxiang said, feeling an unusual sensation for the first time. I will enter now, Qinshu Fujin replied, and with that, he vanished from sight, appearing directly within the ceiling space. The ceiling space resembled a sewer, where he encountered the visibly frustrated One-Tail. You foul fox, why are you here? And who is this person? Such evil power, the One-Tail exclaimed, sensing the Nine-Tail's aura as it angrily confronted him. TCH, I cannot be bothered to converse with you. Little trash, the Nine-Tail scoffed, glancing disdainfully at the One-Tail. You contemptible fox. If it weren't for the Sage of Six Paths distributing chakra to you, do you think you could defeat me? The One-Tail retorted furiously. You are the trash. Your entire family is trash. You've shrunk so small that I could drown you with a single spit, the Nine-Tails rebuffed. How dare you call me trash? Where do you get your confidence? The One-Tail, insulted, rushed to the edge of the ceiling space, glaring at the Nine-Tails. TCH, the Nine-Tails shrugged off the confrontation, remaining indifferent. My purpose here is to ensure you cooperate with Tianxiang, allowing her to utilize your chakra freely, and for you to condense a form comparable to the Nine-Tails. Only then can I bring you out. Otherwise, your fate will be dire, Qinshu Fujin stated, a slight smile playing on his lips as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Fixing his gaze upon the One-Tail. Mangekyo Sharingan. No wonder such a sinister aura emanates from you. Do you think you can threaten me like this? I do not appreciate being coerced, the One-Tail declared defiantly, though a flicker of fear danced in its eyes. However, it could not show weakness before the Nine-Tails. So it steeled itself. Is that so? Qinshu Fujin vanished from where he stood, appearing beside the One-Tail and placing a hand on it, beginning to absorb its chakra. What? You intend to absorb my chakra? Are you insane? The One-Tail exclaimed in shock. Stop. I surrender. Is that not enough? It pleaded as it watched its chakra vanish at an alarming rate. TCH, I thought you would be tougher than this. Aren't you good at pretending? The Nine-Tails remarked, looking at the One-Tail with a scornful expression. You foul fox, actually helping an outsider bully one of our own. Why didn't you say so earlier? The One-Tail lamented, feeling wronged. Is it my fault? Who told you to insult me? Kyubi curled her lips and turned her head away, no longer glancing at Ichibi. Soon, Ichibi transformed into a diminutive form, becoming adorably plump, arguably the second most charming tailed beast after Kyubi herself. Not long after, Senju Tobarama emerged. Oh, you're out so soon? He remarked, observing Uzumaki Tianxiang with a smile. Has it really been less than a minute? Uzumaki Tianxiang responded, momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Once it's done, I'll naturally emerge. What else would I do inside? Tobarama replied, handing over the miniature Ichibi. Wow, what a cute Ichibi. Thank you, young master. I truly adore this gift, Uzumaki Tianxiang exclaimed as she embraced Ichibi, pressing her face against it, before looking back at Tobarama with a grin. Glad you like it. Tobarama said, smiling gently at her exuberance. By the way, Tianxiang, Mother mentioned you've arranged the candidates for the Jinchuriki. Please take me to them. I still need to seal the remaining two-tailed beasts within them, he continued, eager to resolve the matter of the tailed beasts after addressing everything else with Uzumaki Tianxiang. Certainly, young master, follow me, she replied with a slight nod. Cradling Ichibi as she led Senju Tobarama to the chosen members of the Uzumaki clan for sealing the tailed beasts. Greetings, young master. 3 red-haired youths from the Uzumaki clan appeared before them. Come with me, Tobarama instructed. I have 2 tailed beasts here. We only need 2 of you to accompany me. I will go, one of the youths declared eagerly. I will join as well. Another chimed in, and soon 2 members stepped forward. Then let us be off. Tobarama nodded, placing a hand on their shoulders, and in an instant, they vanished from the spot. When they reappeared, they found themselves at the border of Konohagakure. To avoid frightening the children in the village with the tailed beasts, they had come outside. I will release the tailed beasts now. You must seal them immediately. Tobarama instructed the 2. Yes, young master, they replied promptly. With a sweeping gesture, Tobarama released Sanbai and Rokubi, who joyously roared upon their liberation. Seal them, Tobarama commanded calmly. Diamond Lock. The 2 swiftly selected a tailed beast each and restrained them. As Sanbai and Rokubi felt the powerful force acting upon them, they bellowed in fury. Silence. Tobarama's Sharingan spun into action, compelling the 2 beasts to quiet down. The youths from the Uzumaki clan were entirely focused on the tailed beasts and failed to notice the Sharingan's activation as they concentrated on the sealing process. Chapter 78. No mercy for those who harm Konoha. The two quickly sealed Sanbai and Rokubi, after which Tobirama entered their sealing space and brought forth the miniature versions of the two beasts. "Let us go," he stated, placing his hands on their shoulders once more. And they vanished, returning to Konoha, where he also retrieved the tiny Yanbi from Uzumaki Kodai. This mission was nearly complete, with only Gobi and Shichibi remaining. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed, finally concluding the day's labor. Having previously battled with the system's Tobirama, he felt mentally drained, and after the strenuous flying, sleep overtook him. Truly, this Tobirama is quite remarkable. Rarely do such individuals exist among humans. Perhaps one day, we can coexist peacefully with humanity. I find myself anticipating that possibility. As Tobirama slept, Kyubi stood by his side, her gaze fixed upon him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Eventually, she nestled beside him, resting. When Tobirama awoke, it was already the following morning. "Oh, how did I sleep for so long?" he yawned, glancing at the time and realizing he had unintentionally slept through the night. "Never mind, I should check on the academy. It's been a while since I visited Shizune." After a brief wash, he leisurely made his way to the school. Lord First, the Umbu have discovered signs of an alliance between Kirigakure, Kumogakure, Sunagakure, and Awagakure, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on Konoha. An Umbu operative reported as he entered the Hokage's office where Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were seated. "What? For ninja villages planning to unite against us? When did this come about? What is the reason?" Hashirama asked, momentarily taken aback by the news. "Why ask? They've come to us uninvited, which saves us the trouble of seeking them out. This suits my desires perfectly. Just a rabble of fools. It's high time they bowed down to us," Madara sneered, his eyes glinting with disdain and fury at the thought of the four villages plotting against Konoha. "Madara, temper your anger. We must ascertain the reason before escalating hostilities. After all, once war begins, our own ninjas will suffer losses," Hashirama cautioned, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He, too, felt a surge of anger. Anyone attempting to harm his village, even if it were his own son, would meet with his wrath, much less those from other villages. Reporting to Lord First, this incident occurred 3 days ago. My subordinates have gathered numerous leads, but the most crucial involves the tailed beasts. Sunagakure sought to capture Ichibi, but we reached it first. Kumogakure is incensed due to the first Raikage being injured and the loss of Nibi. Awagakure seems aggrieved over the capture of Yanbi. While Kirigakure is merely uniting to seize our resources, the Umbu explained. "First Raikage injured?" Hashirama glanced at Madara, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Then it seems war is inevitable. They covet the tailed beasts. Since we have captured them, we cannot simply relinquish them. Their desire for the beasts signifies their intent for war. If they were to obtain them, the consequences would be dire." After contemplating for a moment, Hashirama continued. "Indeed, when I captured Nibi, there were 2 inconspicuous figures who attempted to intervene, but I dispatched them easily. If they desire conflict, we shall thoroughly subdue them. Only by conquering them can peace be restored to the ninja world." Madara, furrowing his brow, found himself aligned with Hashirama's thoughts. A glimmer of murderous intent and arrogance flashing in his gaze. The thought of the 4 villages launching an attack on Konoha seemed trivial to him. Indeed, regardless of who they are, as long as there are intentions to harm Konoha, I shall eliminate them one by one. I will not permit anyone to inflict harm upon Konoha. Konoha embodies the faith of Senju Hashirama. It transcends all else. Anyone who seeks to destroy Konoha must face death. In the past, Uchiha Madara prepared to harm Konoha, ultimately leading to his fierce battle with Senju Hashirama, for Konoha represented everything to him. 1. Prepare for battle immediately, and dispatch someone to ascertain the advancing routes and numbers of the 4 great shinobi nations. This time, we shall engage in a formidable conflict. Upon receiving the news, he promptly reported back. Uchiha Madara, with an air of arrogance and a slight smirk, casually commanded, "Yes, Lord First." In an instant, Uchiha vanished from sight. Let the unification of the ninja world commence with this battle. Subsequently, Uchiha Madara gazed at Senju Hashirama, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the world requires peace. The tranquility of the ninja realm relies upon our hands to forge it. Senju Hashirama, having painstakingly brought protection and peace to Konoha, was unwilling to see such peace vanish. If the four great shinobi nations had not intended to wage war, he might have shown them mercy. However, their intentions to instigate conflict changed everything. They must be thoroughly subdued to ensure their compliance. Uchiha Madara then departed from the Hokage's office. Having spent far too long within its confines and yearning to behold his beloved Konoha once more. Suddenly, as he stepped out of the Hokage building, he was unexpectedly bumped into around a corner, accompanied by a woman's cry of pain. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Madara focused his gaze and noticed a young woman, approximately 20 years of age, standing at about 5'7", adorned in a floral qipao, with cascading black curls and striking red eyes, sprawled on the ground. He quickly extended his hand to assist her. Lord First, I didn't mean to." The young woman blushed upon recognizing him and hastily apologized. "It's no matter. I was lost in thought and failed to notice," he replied. "Please get up." As he regarded the young lady before him, a peculiar flutter stirred within his heart, and he felt his own cheeks warm. Thank you, Lord First. I am Hinata Kaoru. Did you come out for something important?" she inquired, her heart racing as she timidly grasped his outstretched hand. Upon contact, a tingling sensation coursed through her, nearly causing her to faint, for she held great admiration for strength, especially of his caliber. Though a member of the Hinata clan, she had little interest in training and had only attained the rank of Chunin, which was considered inadequate at her age, especially during the Warring States period when survival was a formidable challenge. "Hinata Kaoru, you belong to the Hinata clan, correct? However, your abilities do seem somewhat lacking. You must train harder. Otherwise, how will you protect yourself in times of danger?" Uchiha Madara, experiencing the sensation of holding a girl's hand for the first time, felt an unusual stirring within him. Noticing her slight tremble, he feigned indifference as he posed his question. "Why, yes, that is correct. Lord First speaks wisely. I shall certainly train diligently in the future," Hinata Kaoru replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Hashirama constantly boasts about his children in my presence. I must ensure that I produce a son even more formidable than Tobirama. Then, we shall see how Hashirama maintains his bravado before me." Despite her modest strength, the Hinata clan possessed formidable genjutsu, and if combined with the Sharingan, her prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With Hashirama wielding wood release, she resolved to enhance her genjutsu. Having integrated Hashirama's cells, she had already begun to utilize a lesser form of wood release. In time, as she further merged Hashirama's cells, her wood release would awaken fully, possibly allowing her child to inherit such power. With both Tobirama's might and her child's potential, coupled with greater genjutsu, they would be an unstoppable force. Uchiha Madara suddenly recalled how often Hashirama flaunted his brother Tobirama before him, igniting a competitive spirit within. "Hinata Kaoru, are you married?" he asked, almost impulsively. What? Hinata Kaoru was taken aback by his question, her face flushing crimson, reminiscent of a ripe fruit. Could it be that Lord First harbored feelings for her? The abruptness of such happiness was overwhelming. She admired his strength greatly. He was truly handsome. But could she ever measure up to him? What's wrong? Is that a difficult question to answer? Uchiha Madara, unversed in matters of romance, inquired, observing her perplexity. "And no, Lord First, I am not married yet. I do not even have a boyfriend," she stammered, her cheeks still aflame. "Is that so? Then that is fortunate. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Hinata household to propose," Uchiha Madara declared with a hint of dominance. What? This happiness is too sudden. Has Lord First liked me for a long time? Am I truly to be wed? My heart races so. Hinata Kaoru felt an overwhelming tide of joy surge within her as she gazed at the most powerful man in Konoha, her heart pounding with excitement. Is there a reluctance? Uchiha Madara, sensing her silence, furrowed his brow and looked down at the lovely young woman before him. "And no, in truth, I have admired you for quite some time, Lord First. I shall await your arrival at home tomorrow," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with excitement. "Very well. Then I shall escort you home," Uchiha Madara said, gently nodding before sweeping her into his arms and vanishing in an instant. Such speed and strength. In the embrace of Lord First, I feel immensely secure. Is this the man I am to serve? A wave of happiness washed over Hinata Kaoru as she soared through the air, feeling the rush of wind against her skin, holding onto Uchiha Madara's neck tightly, her mind alight with sweet fantasies. Suddenly, the classroom door burst open violently, revealing Senju Tobirama standing in the doorway. "Tobirama, what are you doing? Do you not realize it is class time? You are late. Stand outside as punishment," Irika, who had been teaching, erupted in anger upon witnessing the disruption. Oh! Tobarama opened his mouth in response, then closed the classroom door, standing idly at the threshold, gazing blankly at the sky, lost in thought. Ah, Tobarama-kun. Have you been reprimanded by teacher Irika again? Will you be all right? Hinata-kuru mused to herself, feeling compelled to comfort him. She wondered when Tobarama had returned, as she had not seen him in quite some time. Uchiha Shizuka beheld the return of Senju Tobarama, her heart swelling with joy. Yet a trace of anxiety crept in as she overheard Irudi reprimanding him. It had been quite some time since she last laid eyes on Lord Tobarama. Yakumo also caught sight of Senju Tobarama, and her eyes sparkled with delight as she whispered to herself, "Is Tobarama-kun in this class as well? How delightful!" Iron K noticed Tobarama entering for class, and the realization that they were classmates brought her a measure of happiness. Wow, Tobarama-kun has returned. It's been so long. And he has become even more handsome. I adore him. You still like him? Chingwa, you ought to reconsider your appearance. How could Tobarama-kun be drawn to someone of your stature? How can you say such a thing? Our Chingwa is incredibly beautiful. You should not speak so. Uft. Chinchung, you two sisters are truly peculiar, one plump, the other slender, yet both remarkably attractive. If Tobarama-kun were to fancy you, I would vow never to marry. You are bullying us. Woo-woo. With the arrival of Senju Tobarama, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. The atmosphere, once dominated by Irudi's lecturing, now resembled a bustling marketplace. Humph, Senju Tobarama, I shall surely defeat you. I, Hyugatenka, am the strongest of the young generation in Konoha, and I will prove it. At that moment, a girl with flowing lavender hair, adorned in a cherry blossom kimono, stood with a delicate and refined face, her white eyes shimmering with determination. She was the current heiress of the Hyuga clan, having inherited the position of clan leader following the demise of Hyuga Tenrin. All right, everyone, quiet down. I have just received word from the teacher that tomorrow marks your graduation examination. Due to certain circumstances, you older students must graduate early. Thus, tomorrow is your graduation day. I hope you all perform well on the exam. Passing will allow you to become true ninjas of Konoha. Once you become ninjas, you can accept missions and grow at a faster pace. The knowledge imparted in school requires diligent practice to be effective, though some of it consists of fundamental theoretical knowledge. Do not underestimate these basics. For instance, the body replacement technique. If mastered, it can ensure your safety on the battlefield or during missions. That concludes today's lesson. Class is dismissed. Irudi observed that the students had lost their focus due to Tobarama's arrival, and he himself lacked the motivation to continue. He had just received a directive from the Hokage to allow Tobarama and his peers, all around 10 years of age, to graduate early. Even if ninjas do not engage in battle, they must fulfill various missions, which often come with peril. Therefore, they must undergo a baptism of blood. The First Shinobi World War was about to commence, and Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had jointly decided on this early graduation. After all, these students were prodigies from prestigious clans, already possessing considerable abilities. Their time at the Ninja Academy was merely a formality. Graduating them early would enable them to experience the battlefield together, imparting the harsh realities of war and motivating them to train harder. This would ultimately enhance the overall strength of Konoha, rather than relying solely on the protection of the two leaders, which would yield no substantial results. For peace to prevail, one must possess formidable strength. This is the undeniable truth. What a bother, Nara Shikaku muttered, resting his chin on his desk in boredom. Shikaku, would you like some dango? A hefty boy beside him offered a skewer of dango with a grin. No, thank you, Shikaku replied, shaking his head and laying his head wearily on the desk. Lost in thought. Hee. If you don't want it, I'll take it. A girl with yellow hair, dressed in a purple crop top, sitting behind a kimchi dingfeng, reached out eagerly. All right, here you go. Hee. It's delicious. Dingfeng quickly handed the dango to the girl, who accepted it with glee. TCH, if you keep eating like that, you'll end up as plump as Dingfeng, Shikaku teased, looking at Yamanaka Akemi. TCH, I have a naturally slim physique. How is that a problem? My body type is the envy of countless women. Just because you refuse to eat doesn't mean I can't indulge. Thank you, Dingfeng. Hee. Akemi exclaimed, unbothered by Shikaku's remarks as she eagerly devoured the dango with a satisfied expression. After Irudi concluded his lecture, he gathered his belongings and promptly departed. Class is over. As Irudi exited, cheers of jubilation erupted from the students. Each face radiated happiness. Lord Tobarama, I apologize. Please try not to be late in the future. If you must arrive late, kindly knock first to maintain classroom decorum. Though Irudi was the teacher during class, he immediately turned to Tobarama upon dismissal, bowing respectfully. Yes, understood. My apologies, Irudi-sensei. Tobarama responded with a gentle smile, unfazed. Irudi nodded slightly, then turned and left with his books in hand. Tobarama-kun, I can't believe we are in the same class. How wonderful. At that moment, the first girl to approach was not Uchiha Shizuka, but Iron K, who eagerly walked up to Tobarama. Oh, you were assigned to this class as well. I thought I would wander around a bit and see my fiancée. Tobarama expressed his surprise upon seeing Kei, who had a smile on her face. Fiancé? Tobarama-kun already has a fiancé? Kei, newly arrived in Konoha, was unaware of Tobarama's engagement, and a wave of disappointment washed over her, accompanied by a surge of resentment. As for the source of that resentment, we cannot ascertain. Humph. This woman, why is she approaching Tobarama-kun? How infuriating. She is so brazen. Tobarama-kun is my husband. Uchiha Shizuka, a naturally shy girl, felt a surge of discomfort as she observed Kei standing bashfully before Tobarama. As a woman, her instincts told her that Kei harbored feelings for Tobarama, igniting a flicker of anger within her, as if someone were attempting to steal her most precious possession. At that moment, Uchiha Shizuka, who possessed a single Tomo Sharingan, felt an overwhelming surge of rage that manifested as an immense, dark, and sinister power. Instantly, her eyes began to whirl, transforming from one Tomo to two, then three, ultimately evolving into a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Her kaleidoscope was peculiar, for within the pupils lay a single leaf, creating an eerie spectacle. What? My eyes. Uchiha Shizuka felt an inexplicable transformation occurring within her. Uchiha Shizuka, why are you blocking the door? We need to exit. The students behind her, eager to leave the classroom, expressed their confusion at her obstruction. Oh, my apologies. Uchiha Shizuka hastily closed her kaleidoscopic Sharingan and stepped aside, offering her apologies. Are you coming out? Upon hearing Shizuka's voice, Tobarama turned and smiled gently at her. Tobarama-kun, you've returned. Originally, Uchiha Shizun yearned to rush forward, yet her temperament restrained her from doing so. She lingered at the entrance until she finally spotted Senju Tobarama and Iron Aoi, prompting her to halt her steps. Upon noticing Senju Tobarama greeting her, she gently responded, her cheeks flushed, casting a subtle glance at Iron Aoi, as if to warn her to maintain distance from her husband. Haha, my dear Shizun, your husband has returned, Senju Tobarama remarked, his lips curving into a slight smile as he grasped her delicate hand and, employing the Flying Thunder God technique, vanished from sight. How infuriating. So, she is Tobarama's fiancée? The Uchiha clan, that despicable Uchiha clan, not only annihilated my entire family, but also caused my mother's demise. Now, they dare to let this Uchiha girl steal away the one I cherish. I shall ensure that you all pay a grievous price for your transgressions. Why? Why must you snatch away everything that holds significance to me? Iron Aoi's heart blazed with fury, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she covered her face and fled towards the outskirts of the school. Unbeknownst to her, the Sharingan gradually manifested in her eyes, the overwhelming wrath recalling the events of the past, the memory of her mother's death, and now the thought of her beloved being taken away. The dark, malevolent force in her mind grew ever stronger. In an instant, the newly awakened Sharingan transformed, the Tomo spinning rapidly until it morphed into the more vivid and eerie kaleidoscope Sharingan. Unlike others, Iron Aoi's Sharingan displayed a miniature katana within her irises, exuding an unsettling aura. Mom, I thought I had found happiness, but it came too swiftly and departed just as fast. I know I am unworthy of him, yet seeing him with another woman pierces my heart. Why? Why was my existence entwined with suffering from the moment of my birth? What am I to do? What am I to do? Unaware, Iron Aoi had ventured beyond the boundaries of Konoha, kneeling beneath an unfamiliar tree, weeping profusely, oblivious to the changes overtaking her. This girl? The kaleidoscope Sharingan? What is happening in these times? Is the kaleidoscope becoming so prevalent? And why does she carry Indra's presence so intensely? Could it be? Could she also be the reincarnation of Indra's chakra? Ha ha ha. During this period, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara have remained within the village, and the emergence of a girl like her is quite fortuitous. At that moment, a shadow emerged from a branch near Iron Aoi, taken aback by her transformation. It chuckled sinisterly. Originally, he intended to incite Uchiha Madara against Senju Hashirama, hoping to acquire Hashirama's cells to awaken the Rinnegan. However, with both Madara and Hashirama seldom leaving the village, he hesitated to act recklessly. Discovering another pawn was indeed fortuitous, allowing him to temporarily set aside the former and utilize this new piece. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura are not mere soul reincarnations. Their essence reincarnates as chakra. Hence, many individuals possess Indra or Ashura's chakra, merely varying in quantity. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama will eventually meet their demise. Thus, acquiring their cells to cultivate a pair of Rinnegan would be uncomplicated. Ultimately, it suffices to implant them into this girl. A glimmer of malevolence flickered in Black Zetsu's gaze as he melded into the great tree. Black Zetsu had lingered outside Konoha, keen on observing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, mistakenly believing them to be within the village due to their use of the Flying Thunder God. Little girl, what troubles you so? Soon, Black Zetsu possessed the body of a small rabbit, not just any rabbit, but a standing one, approximately 40 centimeters tall, holding a carrot as it hopped toward Iron Aoi. Expressing concern. "You huh? A little rabbit?" Iron Aoi, upon hearing the voice, looked around but only saw the small rabbit, puzzled as she inquired. "I am no ordinary rabbit. I am the summoning beast, Bumpkin Bunny. I noticed your sadness and wish to assist you." The bunny hopped onto Iron Aoi's shoulder and spoke gently. "Bumpkin Bunny? Uft. You are so adorable. Thank you, but you cannot resolve my issues." Iron Aoi chuckled upon hearing the bunny speak, her heart lightening as she lifted it from her shoulder and cradled it in her arms. "I heard that the Uchiha clan was responsible for the slaughter of your family and has taken your beloved away. I possess a secret. If you can fulfill it, you could resurrect your family, including your mother. You could also ensure that your beloved remains by your side forever, never to part again." Bumpkin Bunny gazed at Iron Aoi, raising its right paw to scratch its head adorably. What secret?" Iron Aoi, not particularly astute at the moment, felt a spark of desire upon hearing Bumpkin Bunny's words and eagerly asked. Chapter 82. Black Zetsu deceives Iron Aoi. She continued to envision such special abilities that could revive her family and allow her to be with Senju Tobarama, fulfilling her deepest longing. Black Zetsu capitalized on this aspect, especially as Iron Aoi was in the depths of despair, making her susceptible to manipulation. Even a formidable figure like Uchiha Madara could be deceived by Black Zetsu, let alone a young girl like Iron Aoi, who would easily fall prey to his schemes. "I see you have awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, the supreme eye of the Uchiha clan. However, this is insufficient, for overuse will lead to blindness. To use it permanently, you will require something else, the blood of either Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobarama. If you can obtain the blood of one of them, you will be able to use the Kaleidoscope Sharingan without limit, alleviating your fears of blindness while also amplifying your ocular abilities." Bumpkin Bunny discerned the urgency in Iron Aoi's expression, a flicker of amusement in its eyes as it spoke. "The Kaleidoscope Sharingan? You mean mine?" "Huh, my eyes. I hadn't even noticed. I awakened the legendary Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Is this not the most potent ocular technique of the Uchiha clan? I recall my mother mentioning that only 2 individuals had awakened it, Uchiha Madara and his brother. I never imagined I could awaken it as well." Upon hearing Bumpkin Bunny's words, Iron Aoi was struck with disbelief, sensing the power of her ocular technique and inherent abilities, a smile flickering in her eyes. "Indeed, you are currently only at the initial stage of the kaleidoscope. Excessive use will lead to blindness. Thus, you must possess the blood of either Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobarama to undergo a thorough fusion. Only then can you avoid the risk of losing your sight and eventually awaken the Rinnegan. The Rinnegan, a divine eye bequeathed by the Sage of 6 Paths, holds unimaginable powers. It not only possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased, but also to alter the will of others. At that moment, all you need is to possess the Rinnegan and absorb the chakra of the tailed beasts, thus acquiring an unprecedented power. With such strength, you shall be able to revive your family and ensure that your beloved stays by your side, devoted solely to you." The earnest Bunbun Rabbit looked at Tekai, intending to persuade her into obtaining the cells of Senju Tobarama, which would empower Tekai further. He aimed for Tekai to take the place of Uchiha Madara, becoming the sacrifice that would bring his mother back to life. Is that true? The Rinnegan, the Sage of 6 Paths? I have never heard of such a person or such eyes. Do they truly exist? If I were to acquire the Rinnegan, could I genuinely resurrect my family and be together with Tobarama forever? Tekai was struck by this astonishing revelation, a wave of uncontainable joy flooding her mind. Indeed, she was captivated by the words of Black Zetsu. Certainly, this is a secret that the Bunbun Rabbit clan has guarded for generations. However, seeing you in such sorrow, and with your Sharingan, I decided to share this secret. If you can achieve what I have mentioned, you will be of use. Otherwise, you must face the harsh reality of your family's demise, witnessing your beloved with another and starting a family with someone else. Ultimately, you will remain an orphan, a foolish girl unloved by anyone. Upon hearing Tekai's inquiry, Bunbun Rabbit nodded vigorously, relishing the chance to inflict emotional pain, a hint of wicked mirth gleaming in his deep gaze. Yet, the still somewhat naive Tekai remained oblivious to this insidious intent. Even if she did sense something amiss, she would not ponder deeply. After all, she possessed nothing. Why would anyone deceive her? Thank you. I will certainly make it happen. Thank you, Bunbun Rabbit. Can you become my summoning beast? I would like to summon you whenever I need you. Upon hearing Black Zetsu's words, Tekai felt a pang of heartache, but soon resolved to accomplish this task, also inviting Bunbun Rabbit to be her summoning creature. Alas, our Bunbun Rabbit clan is somewhat unique and cannot form summoning contracts. However, I can stay by your side. Just so you know, I lack combat prowess and may likely become a burden to you. Are you sure you want to carry this liability? Bunbun Rabbit tilted its head, gazing at Tekai with a casual inquiry. No summoning. That's all right. You can stay with me anyway. Strength is not a concern. I will protect you from now on, hee. Thank you, Bunbun Rabbit. Tekai beamed with joy at Bunbun Rabbit's agreement to remain by her side, raising her hands in delight. Very well, since you've agreed. I have no objections. Bunbun Rabbit shrugged, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Hee, let's head back. Tekai squinted her eyes and smiled, the previous discontent fading into oblivion. She firmly believed in Bunbun Rabbit's words, convinced that through her efforts, her loved ones would always be by her side. As Tekai opened her Mangekyo Sharingan, both of them became somewhat ethereal, vanishing from their original location. A fusion of illusion and reality? What a formidable ocular technique. It bore a resemblance to the Izanagi of the Uchiha clan. The Mangekyo is a reflection of the soul. Thus, this might also be considered an escape from reality, a means to evade the truth by merging illusion with reality to achieve the desired escape. Truly a practical technique, indeed. Black Zetsu watched as Tekai disappeared in an instant, carrying him into Konoha without triggering any reactions from the village's barriers, his gaze flickering with surprise and delight. Tobarama-kun, when did you return? It has been ages since I last saw you. I have grown somewhat unaccustomed to your absence. Uchiha Shizune and her companions had arrived at the forest, seated by the stream, gazing at Senju Tobarama with a smile, her voice growing softer as she spoke, barely audible to herself. I returned yesterday, but I was so exhausted that I fell asleep immediately. I came straight to school to find you this morning. Senju Tobarama, holding Uchiha Shizune's hand, gazed at her as he spoke. Must have been tiring out there, right? Uchiha Shizune expressed concern upon hearing that Tobarama had been worn out outside. Not particularly. I was just a bit tired yesterday, nothing serious. While I was away, did you diligently practice your ninjutsu? Tobarama looked at Shizune, a gentle smile gracing his face as he reached out to stroke her hair. Yes, I have been practicing. I completed the fire release techniques from our clan and the lightning release that you taught me, but I haven't managed to master the Rasengan yet. I attempted a few times, but my hands started to hurt, so I stopped. Tobarama-kun, am I really that useless? Uchiha Shizune's eyes glimmered with a hint of dejection, tears brimming in her eyes, perhaps feeling guilty for not meeting Tobarama's expectations with the ninjutsu he had imparted. Foolish girl, if your hands hurt, of course, you should take a break. Otherwise, I would worry about you. Let me see where it hurts. Tobarama reassured her, mastering the lightning release is just as commendable. Techniques like Raikiri and other lightning jutsu are not inferior to the Rasengan. Being able to learn all forms of lightning release is already impressive. Our Shizune is not useless. She is a genius. Tobarama playfully pinched Uchiha Shizune's nose, grinning at her. Then, noticing the scars covering her hands, his expression shifted to one of concern. Realizing that she had been putting in considerable effort, yet still struggled to learn. I will treat you. Tobarama's right hand manifested green chakra, employing healing techniques to continuously mend Uchiha Shizune's injuries. The scars gradually healed, revealing her naturally delicate skin once more. Though the Rasengan appears to be a simple technique devoid of seals, It requires precise chakra control, otherwise, one would struggle to master it. The process can be quite damaging to the hands, as continuous practice might lead to severe injury. Nonetheless, Uchiha Shizun's ability to learn all forms of lightning release left Tobarama astonished. After all, even Sasuke had trained for an extended period. Yet Shizun managed to master everything he taught her in roughly a week, showcasing her remarkable talent and skill. Thank you, Tobarama-kun. Uchiha Shizun felt a tingling sensation in her hands as he held them, the medical ninjutsu sending waves of warmth through her, her face flushing as she shyly murmured, "Fool, no need to be polite with your husband." Tobarama smiled gently at Uchiha Shizun. "It's time to return to class. The graduation test is tomorrow. Are you prepared?" After an indeterminate time, Tobarama gazed at Uchiha Shizun with a gentle smile. Yes, there won't be any problems," Uchiha Shizun replied. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled at Tobarama. "Then let's go?" Tobarama beamed at Uchiha Shizun, leading her back to the ninja academy. After healing her hands, the two spent about half an hour in the forest, the details of their activities remaining a mystery. As the two departed, the original location acquired a new dwelling, accompanied by a small stool and a diminutive tea table at the entrance, which seemed just adequate for the Ninetales to sit upon. Upon it rested a wooden tray adorned with several dumpling skewers. "Did you see it just now?" "See what?" "If there is something to say, just say it. Don't be so cryptic. It makes me disinclined to engage with you. I distinctly witnessed the first Hokage, of all people, flying above us while cradling a girl." "What? You must be mistaken. How could the first Hokage be soaring through the air with a girl in his arms from the rooftop? Are you out of your mind? What nonsense. I clearly saw the visage of the first Hokage. I would never mistake him." "Then describe her. What did she look like? Which clan does she belong to?" "Honestly, I can't be bothered to entertain you." "Oh, you're not believing me? I can't be bothered with you either. I'll discuss this with someone else." It was Uchiha Madara carrying Hinata, and some villagers just happened to witness it, leading to an inevitable spread of the news. Neighbors of all sorts quickly passed on the tale, and soon enough, everyone in Konoha was aware. "Haha, Tobarama, what are you saying? Madara is pursuing a girl? I can't be hearing this correctly. That old stick in the mud is capable of wooing? Ha ha ha. This is too rich. Let me laugh for a moment. I can't hold it in, ha 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 ha." When Tobarama conveyed the tale of Madara's romantic pursuits to Hashirama, the latter burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. In his memory, Madara was not someone inclined towards romance, such a stiff, shy man. It was hard to imagine him in a romantic scenario. Despite being a formidable character, Madara was indeed quite bashful. "This is true. I just witnessed it myself. The girl he held was none other than Hinata of the Hyuga clan. Her brother, Hinata Haruto, is currently a captain at the root. Thus, I am somewhat familiar with her, having encountered her a few times." Upon seeing Hashirama's disbelief, Tobarama helplessly shrugged. "Hinata? Uft. That rascal Madara is actually considering marrying someone from another clan? However, the genjutsu of the Hyuga clan is quite formidable, perhaps rivaling that of the Uchiha. Madara isn't getting any younger. It's about time he settled down. Our sons are already of age to be out and about. And he remains unmarried." Hashirama, hearing Tobarama's words, began to entertain the notion, for he trusted his brother's credibility. His own son and Tobarama's son were already grown, and yet he still had not produced an heir. This statement from Hashirama brought forth a moment of silence for Tobarama, a flicker of unspoken sorrow crossing his gaze. Tobarama, that wasn't my intention." Noticing his brother's expression, Hashirama quickly offered reassurance. "I understand, brother. You needn't explain. I will handle the matter regarding the little monkey myself. Hinata wishes for him to return, but since we have already entrusted him elsewhere, there is no reason to reclaim him. The Senju clan must uphold its promises." With a reluctant shake of his head, Tobarama decided to put the matter aside for another time. Chapter 84. Orochimaru's Research Achievements. Sigh. The events of yesteryears were tasks disseminated by Uchiha Taijima, so one cannot place all the blame on the Uchiha clan. Our father was not so different back then. Was he? Initially, Madara and I sought to construct peace. However, in the end, father aimed to turn against Madara, and Uchiha Taijima harbored similar thoughts. The true instigator of all this chaos was Uchiha Taijima. It is the law of this world. Therefore, I aspire to alter the laws of this world, making them more benevolent. Hashirama placed a hand on Tobarama's shoulder and sighed deeply. "I understand. It is also my fault for lacking the capability. How I wish I had discovered it sooner. When we entered into our union, we should have foreseen these outcomes. Well, brother, let us not dwell on such melancholic matters. These are the documents we have gathered at the root. They outline the military strength and routes of the four nations, as well as approximate timelines. Madara should be receiving news shortly. You two can discuss it further. Tobirama shook his head, a trace of self-reproach flickering in his eyes. Yet he chose not to delve deeper into the topic and quickly shifted the conversation. Very well, understood. You may take your leave. Hashirama accepted the documents, patted Tobirama's shoulder, and began to review them while seated at the desk. Tobirama then vanished from the spot. All right, off to class. My husband has some matters to attend to. I'll send a shadow clone to substitute in class. Upon returning to the school with Uchiha Shizuka, Senju Tobirama split a shadow clone and instructed her to enter while he attended to other affairs. Uchiha Shizuka's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and entered the school. Yakigamine left one shadow clone in class, while the original awaited at the school's entrance. Upon arrival, Senju Tobirama's shadow clone approached Yakigamine and stated, "Yes, Lord Tobirama." Yakigamine promptly stood and created a shadow clone, allowing his original self to exit the classroom and head straight for the school entrance. "I greet you, Lord Tobirama." Upon seeing Senju Tobirama, Yakigamine hastily bowed. "Very well, rise. Follow me. I shall take you to a certain place." A slight smile graced Tobirama's lips as he saw Yakigamine emerge, and he gently patted his shoulder. "Yes, Lord Tobirama," Yakigamine replied respectfully. Tobirama then led him away from the school entrance and soon arrived at his secret base. Previously, Tobirama had prepared this secret base for himself, and now it was the perfect opportunity to put it to use, especially since Yakigamine, being the descendant of Orochimaru, undoubtedly possessed substantial research capabilities. "What is this, Lord Tobirama?" Yakigamine exclaimed upon encountering the myriad of research instruments, a spark of exhilaration flashing in his eyes. "This is a secret base prepared for you. Henceforth, you shall conduct your research here. First, I have a task for you. Cultivate a new-tailed beast from the Nine Tails. Here are the cells of the Nine Tails. Handle them with care. Utilize the cells wisely, as I require you to cultivate a new Nine Tails as swiftly as possible. Additionally, within these documents are various research results and methods for your perusal." Senju Tobirama produced a vial of a special liquid containing Nine Tails cells, ready for extraction and study. Furthermore, having become a system, he was unable to directly provide abilities that surpassed ninjutsu, such as the Rinnegan. However, the research achievements from Orochimaru were still available. All his findings, including those of his apprentice, were contained within the scrolls. Except for the forbidden techniques and artificial human technology, Tobirama had essentially entrusted him with all other research outcomes, even cloning techniques. However, he would be monitored by Tobirama to prevent any underhanded actions. It was his hope that Yakigamine would expedite his research so that he would not have to rely on the original tailed beasts to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Research a new tailed beast? Hiss. Yakigamine was momentarily taken aback by Tobirama's ambitious objective, inhaling sharply. Yet he felt a surge of anticipation and eagerly reached for the scroll. He had previously witnessed the Nine Tails' formidable power, although subdued by the two original Hokages. The terror of the Nine Tails lingered in his heart. Now, hearing the task assigned by Tobirama, he was prepared to give it his all. "Yes, Lord Tobirama. Fong will undoubtedly accomplish the task." Yachi Fong promptly bowed towards Senju Tobirama, a flicker of determination gleaming in his eyes. "Very well. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. This shadow clone shall remain here. Simply call upon it should you need assistance." Senju Tobirama effortlessly produced a shadow clone, nodding at Yachi Fong as he spoke. "Yes, Lord Tobirama," Yachi Fong replied with a swift nod. With that, Senju Tobirama vanished from the secret base, leaving behind his shadow clone to oversee and monitor Yachi Feng's progress on the task. Ant Snake possesses the ability to cultivate a horn from the 8 tail cells. Surely, her father shares such remarkable capabilities, does he not? If successful in cultivation, replicating the other 8-tailed beasts would become significantly easier. "Yachi Fong, do not let me down." As Senju Tobirama stepped out of the secret base, the corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile, genuinely admiring Ant Snake's abilities. In truth, she is the only one who has managed to directly resurrect individuals, a feat of a mad scientist, by employing the impure world reincarnation technique. She can summon the soul of the desired individual using the body of a clone. Subsequently, utilizing the impure resurrection technique, she allows the soul to inhabit a pre-prepared clone body. Though this process may inflict some damage on the soul, the prospect of regaining a life is a trifling price to pay. Furthermore, the reason the impure resurrection technique consumes soul energy is that the body used is not the original but a replacement, necessitating a struggle with the original soul. This results in energy depletion. However, if one were to clone their own body using their original cells, such complications would not arise. This is nothing short of a miracle. The greatest anomaly is not the Rinnegan, but Aunt Snake herself. One cannot help but admire the formidable power of her scientific prowess.